Plundering the Heavens Chapter 280 to Chapter 332. I'm Feng Xing. If you hurt even a hair on my people, I'll kill your whole family of Feng Xings. After a calm reply, Feng Xing's eyes swept over the faces of Black Wind, Red Eyebrows, and blue-robed Gold Core Realm cultivators, who were dumbfounded. Then, he looked at Golden Light Ancestor, who was roaring angrily and almost going crazy. Feng Xing sneered, held Xianxia in his arms, and strode into the depths of the mysterious domain. Daphne, who had absorbed the blood and chi of the primal lotus and Jin Fu, flew up and hovered behind him. The black flag fluttered in the wind, and the figure stood alone. Under his feet was a messy battlefield of flesh and blood. In the middle of the battlefield, Jin Fu's body, which had been sucked dry, was lying flat on the ground. Her withered eyes were looking at the sky. With such a pair of eyes, she couldn't see the moon at night. Feng Xing didn't know that Golden Light Ancestor, who was on the other side of the small stone, didn't know that at the end of the battle, in the depths of the mysterious domain, there was a stone tablet covered in layers of mist in the middle of an immortal palace. There was a name written in immortal characters at the top of the tablet, and after the battle on the small stone bridge ended, a line of words slowly appeared on the surface of the tablet. It was also written in immortal characters. Above this line of words, there were already more than 30 lines of words that ordinary people couldn't understand. If Feng Xing was here and used the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to look at the tablet, he would be able to see that the words on the top of the stone tablet were Investiture of the Gods, and the line below it said, Nanzhan Feng Xing, killed 72 in the battle array, ranked 37th. At the top of his record, there was a densely packed Eastern victory. This tablet was hidden, and it was difficult for outsiders to see it. But if they did, they would definitely be shocked by a piece of news. Feng Xing was ranked first on the Nanzhan list, about 1,500 kilometers above the clouds. There was a hall with brilliant golden walls and numerous Buddhas. A dozen or so golden core cultivators were sitting cross-legged as they looked at a golden Buddha statue in front of them. The golden Buddha statue was holding a golden scripture in its hand. At that moment, the golden scripture was not displaying scriptures, but images that were constantly changing. They were displaying scenes of what was happening in the Xian region. This was the Temple of Paragon, and the golden scripture was the treasure of the Lingshan Temple, the Buddha observation scripture. Through this golden scripture, one could see some scenes of the Xian domain. The various golden cores also used this scripture to understand some of the experiences of their juniors in the Xian domain. Although it was incomplete, they could still obtain some information. Generally speaking, the deeper one went into the Xian domain, the harder it would be to see the golden scripture. On the contrary, it would appear more clearly at the edge of the Xian domain. At this time, the gold core cultivators had just finished watching the battle at the edge of an array vein. The figure with the fluttering flag behind him carried the girl deep into the Xian domain. The scene had already disappeared, but the gold core cultivators still hadn't recovered from their shock. Fellow cultivator Wan Luo, you really lied to us. So you secretly accepted such a disciple into the Great Snow Mountain. On the left side of the hall, the ancestor of the sword-washing hall, Mu Longyin, sighed and said to old monster Wan Luo, who was also in a daze. Zhang Daoi of the Ghost God Valley chuckled and said, we were looking for him, but we couldn't find him. I was a little disappointed, but it turns out that he was right under our noses. This is a good thing. The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain have been in a bad situation recently, but with this little demon's help, we can increase our combat power. This little demon's strength is really not bad. The old man from Huqin only smiled and did not say anything. Old monster Wan Luo also did not speak for a long time. After a while, he looked at Chu Taishang. Old monster Chu, are you going or not? Chu Taishang's expression was uncertain, no one knew what he was thinking. After hearing old monster Wan Luo's words, he did not say a word, but suddenly stood up. With a wave of his robe, he turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out of the Temple of Paragon. Old monster Luo sneered coldly and flew out after him. Feng Xing, this boy's name is Feng Xing? Why does it sound familiar? Outside the Xian domain, the 3 cultivators of the Taishan sect, Qi Mei, and Blue Robe were all shocked. They felt that the name was a little familiar. After a while, Qi Mei suddenly exclaimed, I was wondering who else in the Chu region could be so capable. It turns out to be him. This little devil is the one who betrayed the Blue Cloud sect, killed Xiao Jianming, the pride of the Blue Cloud sect, and fought with Higuin of the Ice Sound Palace, making the #1 pride in the Chu region suffer a great loss. He has reached the foundation building realm, and he is so capable, it's him. The old man in a blue robe was also stunned, and the bitterness in his heart could not be described in words. With the opening of the profound coffin, all the Golden Core cultivators, without exception, had investigated the young prodigies of the surrounding regions. They wanted to have a good understanding of the prodigies so that their own juniors wouldn't be at a disadvantage. This Fangxing was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling prodigies. The main reason was that even though he rarely showed his face, all the things he had done were stained with misdeeds that angered both men and gods. Thus, the cultivators couldn't help but notice him. However, even they never expected that the rascal they met today was the little devil. According to the legend, he is only in the spirit formation state, but today it seems that the legend is wrong. The Black Wind Taoist of the Taishan sect had a bitter look on his face. He shook his head helplessly and smiled. I don't care if it's square or round, I will definitely kill his whole clan. Now it's you guys. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring roar resounded. The 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators were shocked when they saw an enraged Goldenray old freak. Goldenray monster, our 3 branches have also suffered heavy casualties. Don't be angry with us. The Black Wind Taoist of the Taishan sect sensed the murderous intent of the Goldenray monster and shouted in a hurry. If you hadn't colluded with the little devil to plot against me, how could things have developed to this point? The Goldenray monster did not listen to the advice at all. In a rage, he swung his palm at the Black Wind Taoist. In an instant, the battle around the small stone bridge began again. The battle between the 4 Gold Core cultivators was magnificent. The Goldenray monster was like an angry lion, full of murderous intent and fierce methods. Although he was alone, he directly suppressed the other 3 Gold Core cultivators. In the rumbling sound, the battlefield moved from the small stone bridge to the sky, then to the north, until it reached the sky above Diangjiang City. The fierce battle of the Gold Core cultivators soon attracted the attention of everyone. Under the frenzied attacks of the Goldenray Old Freak, the Black Wind Taoist, the Red-Eyebrowed Taoist, and the Blue-Robed Taoist of the Taishan sect were in a miserable state. Their robes had become tattered, and they were barely able to cover their bodies. Even though the 3 of them had joined forces and did not seek to gain any merit, they were still being attacked by the Goldenray Old Freak. They were in a dilemma. Especially the Red Eyebrows Taoist, who had the lowest cultivation. If it were not for the protection of the other 2, he would have almost died. All 3 of you will die. The Goldenray monster was merciless and fierce. He had made up his mind to kill the 3 Gold Core cultivators to vent his anger. The Black Robe Taoist, Red Eyebrows Taoist, and Blue Robe could only fight and retreat, waiting for an opportunity to escape. In the void around them, there were many Gold Core cultivators watching, but even the great ancestor of the Han family, who had always upheld the law of fighting in Diangjiang City, could only keep his mouth shut and watch the battle. After all, when the Goldenray monster was angry, ordinary people could not provoke him. Although they were Gold Core cultivators, they still had to measure their own strength before going forward to stop the fight. Just as the Black Robe Taoist and the other 2 were about to lose, suddenly, a golden cloud came from the sky. The aura on the cloud made even the great ancestor of Golden Light's heart tremble. He temporarily stopped fighting and looked at the cloud coldly. Even if he wanted to go berserk, it depended on who he wanted to go berserk at. The aura on this cloud was clearly not something he could underestimate. The cloud came close and revealed the figure of a wretched old monster. However, this old monster looked quite serious. A pair of strange eyes stared at the great ancestor of Golden Light and said coldly, "Are you Goldenray?" The great ancestor of Golden Light's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "I am Goldenray from the Western Desert. What do you want?" The wretched old man did not answer and asked again, "Did you provoke a kid named Fangxing?" The great ancestor of Golden Light's eyes suddenly turned murderous, and he said sternly, "So what if I did?" The wretched old man laughed coldly and said, "I heard that you want to destroy his entire clan, kill his entire family, and cut off his inheritance." The great ancestor of Golden Light could not figure out the wretched old monster's purpose. He laughed coldly and said, "I said it." "So what?" The wretched old monster laughed coldly. "I am his master. You kill him." "You?" The great ancestor of Golden Light was instantly furious. He understood that this person was here for revenge. However, facing such an unfathomable old monster, he was a little hesitant as to whether or not to attack. Before he could make a decision, another cold voice rang out, "You are Golden Light?" The great ancestor of Golden Light was furious. He turned around and saw an old man in a golden robe standing on top of a golden cloud. This person's aura was also at the peak of the Golden Core realm, but the great ancestor of Golden Light did not dare to be presumptuous. He shouted coldly, "And who are you?" The old man in the golden robe did not answer. He shouted coldly, "Did you injure a girl in purple?" The great ancestor of Golden Light shouted, "She was injured by my granddaughter." "So what if I am the one who injured her?" The old man in the golden robe fell silent. After a long while, he slowly exhaled and said, "She is my great-great-granddaughter." Swoosh, the great ancestor of Golden Light's expression changed. Originally, it was just a young man and a little girl who he had almost crushed to death. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Both of them actually had such a profound background? The great ancestor of Golden Light could not help but become serious. He would not easily offend an old monster with such cultivation, but now two of them had appeared at the same time to seek revenge. However, in addition to being serious, he also felt a little wronged. More so, he felt aggrieved. My great-great-granddaughter, my grandson-in-law, and my disciples are all dead. What else do you want? The great ancestor of Golden Light roared, his anger indescribable. In the face of the furious great ancestor of Golden Light, Curmudgeon Wan Luo only looked at Chu Taisheng. Then Chu Taisheng said coldly, "This is the Chu region. You are a western desert old monster. Where did you get the courage to behave atrociously here? I am the great ancestor of the Chu royal court. If I allow you to behave atrociously here and ignore you, wouldn't I be encouraging the demons and bringing disaster to the Chu region?" If one were to say that Chu Taisheng was used to putting on airs and would have to find a reason to suppress the other party before acting, then old freak Wan Luo was even simpler. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Kill him." Rumble, the battle began again, but this time, it was the great ancestor of Golden Light who fled in panic. According to the celestial records, on the third day of the descent of the two mysterious domains, 6 Golden Core cultivators fought a great battle because of Fangxing ancestor Golden Light, who had dominated the western desert, was chased by old monster Wan Luo and Grand Supreme Elder Chu Taisheng for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, he was forced to use the great art of god and demon disintegration, sacrificing more than half of his cultivation to escape to the western desert. Because of this, the western desert and the Chu region became enemies, and a great battle of Golden Core cultivators was about to break out. At this juncture, the Huangfu family, who lived in seclusion by the Black Lake, intervened and prevented a great battle of Golden Core cultivators between the two regions. This great battle shocked Nanzhan. Ancestor Golden Light's fierce reputation was really outstanding. He was a famous fierce person in the Nanzhan prefecture. However, when the Xian domain opened, he suffered such a big loss. It really made people sigh in admiration. Following this matter, the name of Nanzhan Fangxing also returned to the public's eyes. The fierce reputation of a person who had destroyed 4 meridians shocked people. The matter of him betraying the Blue Cloud sect and humiliating Yi Guin was also dug up by some busybodies, and they jokingly called him a pervert. There were also people who looked into this matter and jokingly called him the number 1 rat *T among the younger generation of Nanzhan. Just because he cultivated in the Blue Cloud sect, he killed a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect and blew up the 2 valleys of the Blue Cloud sect. Because Fuyao Palace of the Dongxing Divine Region came to Nanzhan and interacted with him, it almost caused a war between Fuyao Palace and the spiritual mountain temple. Because he went to the mysterious domain, his 4 meridians were severed. In short, everywhere he went, he stirred up chaos. As his reputation rose, disaster followed. There was news that the Huangfu family by the Black Lake was worried that the Chu region and the western desert would become enemies when the mysterious domain arrived, so they wanted to resolve this grudge. They set a rule that Golden Core cultivators don't fight, and agreed that the younger generation would settle their grudges within the mysterious domain. Moreover, when the Huangfu family's master mediated, he clearly expressed his dislike for the brat who severed 4 meridians. He thought that the brat had killed too many people, and that it was not Nanzhan's fortune that he obtained the opportunity, on the 5th day of the mysterious domain opening, Old Monster Wan Luo and Chu Taishang returned to the Temple of Paragon with unhappy expressions. Chu Taishang did not discuss the details with Old Monster Hu Qin and entered the Temple of Paragon alone. Old Man Hu Qin looked at Old Monster Wan Luo and said lightly, "When you saw this, you knew that he had killed too many people, so you dragged Chu Taishang to chase after Ancestor Golden Light. You wanted to draw the world's attention to this gold core battle and weaken the little demon's sins. But you didn't expect that the Huangfu clan would still interfere." Monster Wan Luo. Wan Luo laughed coldly, and said, Monster demon cultivators from Domain, Dragon Emperor, that day core cultivator is, Demon Xing, and Monster of Emperor. By Mountain Cultivators Demon, Clan. Said. Demon of Mountain Cultivator of Wanaf Demons. Of. Zhang Daoi of the Ghost God Valley let out a long sigh and said, "The 5 of us from the Snowy Mountain have gathered together and are close to the spiritual mountain temple. I'm afraid that the Huangfu clan has long been wary of us. This time, I'm afraid that they are deliberately suppressing us." Old Freak Wan Luo laughed coldly. "What do you mean by afraid? He's clearly warning us about the bigger picture and that we shouldn't act rashly. If he's willing to mediate, then so be it. But he just had to mention that Fang Xing is a mischievous brat, and he even did something as evil as severing his 4 meridians. I argued with him, saying that Fang Xing is Fang Xing, and Fang Xiaojiu is Fang Xiaojiu. They are 2 different people, and Monster Jingguang misheard me. But he said that even if Fang Xiaojiu is not Fang Xing, he still needs to teach him a lesson to warn others." His eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Humph, what arrogance. Does he really think he is the Emperor of Nanzhan? If it wasn't for Monster Chu, I would have wanted to experience the Luan clan's art of divine destruction." Mu Longing's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "That brat admitted his identity." "How can you tell? Even if Huangfu clan doesn't say it, they won't believe it. Sigh, if Huangfu clan insists on interfering, that brat will be in danger." Old Freak Wan Luo said solemnly, "If he was alone, he would naturally be in danger with a heavily injured girl. However, he is also a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain lineage. Once he joins up with the other 5 disciples, with the strength of the 6 of them, who can do anything to them?" Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoi were slightly startled, and they remained silent. There were some things that did not need to be said out loud. They were naturally thinking that if Fang Xing were to join up with the 5 disciples of Snowy Mountain, wouldn't the trouble he had brought on to the others, making it even more difficult for the juniors searching for their fortunes? Old Monster Wan Luo understood what they were thinking, and let out a cold laugh. "It doesn't matter if he is Fang Xing or Fang Xiaojiu, he is still my disciple, which means he is a disciple of Snowy Mountain. If you don't want to recognize him, you'll have to kick me out of Snowy Mountain as well." Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoi wore troubled expressions, not daring to speak. A moment later, Mu Longyin said, "This matter is of great importance, it should be decided by the 5 of us." Old Monster Wan Luo let out a cold laugh and looked at Old Man Hu Qin. "Old Man Hu Qin, what do you think?" Old Man Hu Qin answered without hesitation, "He is a disciple of Snowy Mountain." Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoi immediately looked at him in surprise, and even Old Monster Wan Luo was a little surprised. Old Man Hu Qin did not explain further, and only smiled helplessly. "I owe him a favor." Everyone was even more surprised. Why would a gold core like you owe a favor to a little brat? However, Old Monster Wan Luo did not think too much about it. When he heard that he had easily obtained Old Man Hu Qin's support, he laughed at Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoi. "What else do you 2 bastards have to say?" Zhang Daoi frowned, and said, "Isn't there still Old Monster Chu? The Xian region has cut off all methods of communication. If we want to inform them of this matter, we will need to rely on Old Monster Chu's Royal Court's Dragon Blood secret technique. We cannot let him go." Old Monster Wan Luo said, "His great-great-granddaughter is in that little brat's hands, what choice does he have?" As they spoke, Chu Taishang had already come out. He frowned, and said, "I just used the Dragon Blood secret technique to send a message to Chu Huang. They seem to have arrived at the Xian region's middle region. I told him that Xi'er is in the hands of that hateful brat, Fang Xing, and is seriously injured. I want him to turn back no matter what, find Xi'er, and take her away to avoid any accidents." When Mu Longyin heard this, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with us? Chu Taishang glared at him and said, "My great-great-great-granddaughter is in that little bastard's hands, what choice do I have?" Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoyi were immediately speechless, while old monster Wan Luo laughed. Old man Hu Qin suddenly said, "What was the result?" Chu Taishang was silent. After a while, he sighed softly and said, "He refused." The rest of the people were slightly startled and became silent, so that servant from the 100 Beasts sect is the little devil who gained his fame. At this moment, in the Xian region, Crown Prince Chu Huang was sitting on an immortal platform. In front of him, there was a small dragon cauldron flickering with golden light, and it was emitting waves of fluctuations. With the special physique of the dragon blood, he could understand the meaning of these fluctuations. They were telling him that his sister had entered the Xian region, and that she was seriously injured. After a moment of silence, Crown Prince Chu Huang resolutely refused. "That girl doesn't follow the rules, her life and death are up to fate." After answering, Crown Prince Chu Huang pressed his palm on the dragon cauldron, and golden light flickered on his palm, and the dragon cauldron was destroyed. Once the cauldron was destroyed, no matter who it was, they would not be able to send a message to him and disturb his mind. He looked at the center of the Xian region, and his gaze was firm. "I will definitely enter the Immortal Palace, and get my name on the ranking list. No one can disturb my mind." In the battle with the Southern Ghost Kingdom, Leng Xian was poisoned by the corpse poison. "I'm afraid that he won't be able to recover in a short period of time." Below the immortal platform, a white-clothed girl stepped on the immortal platform, and her voice was calm. She was Xiao Shui. Crown Prince Chu Huang's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "We only encountered one of the 4 servants of the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, and he already suffered such a big loss. With this kind of strength, let him persevere. Tell him that the deeper we go into the Xian region, the more dangerous it will be. With his strength, let alone opportunities, I'm afraid that he might even lose his life. If he knows his limits, let him and the disciples of the myriad Civ Manor stay here." Xiao Shui's gaze turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "You want to abandon them?" Crown Prince Chu Huang became silent, and after a long time, he pointed at the depths of the Xian region, and said in a deep voice, "Don't you want to go there?" Xiao Shui was slightly startled, and her pupils shrank slightly. At this time, Fang Xing, who was in the Chu region, did not know what had happened between him and Chu Xi. For him, he did not take what had happened with Ancestor Golden Light's bloodline seriously. At that time, he was angry, so he killed them, and after killing them, he left. He did not expect that so many things would happen later. At this time, he was still troubled by Chu Xi's injuries. Chu Xi's life was no longer in danger. Even if her injuries were 10 times worse, after taking the blood lotus seed, she would not have to worry about it. However, Fang Xing still needed to examine her broken bones and damaged internal organs with his divine sense, and then repair them bit by bit. After the connection was repaired, and the majestic blood chi of the blood lotus seed was released, Chu Xi's injuries would recover rapidly, and there would not be any side effects. It was possible that because of the majestic blood chi of the blood lotus seed, Chu Xi's injuries would be improved to a higher level. But at this time, she still had not woken up. Her whole body was wrapped in a layer of blood mist. Her vitality was not hindered, but she was unconscious. Ow! Outside the cave, there was another evil and mournful cry. "It's coming again." Fang Xing was furious. He carried the one-legged bronze lance and went out angrily. Not long after, there was a sound of bones breaking outside the cave, and the mournful cry of the zombies. In less than half an hour, Fang Xing came back with the one-legged bronze lance, and said, "It's the 4th day, why hasn't the stupid girl woken up yet? Old heretic, this won't do. I'll just bring this damned girl inside. You don't know, but the spirit herbs and immortal fruits around here have all been F***king plucked by the people who came in earlier. This young master's heart aches. If this goes on, even if I don't get annoyed to death by the hordes of zombies outside, this young master's heart will ache to death. Those are all spirit herbs and immortal fruits." With a tearful expression, Fang Xing sat at the entrance of the cave inside. In the cave, black smoke was drifting. Shrouded in the black smoke, the great rock evil king walked around with his hands clasped behind his back like an ordinary old man. From time to time, he would check on Chu Xi's injuries and snort disdainfully at Fang Xing's annoyance. "If you want this girl to die, then bring her out." "Oh my god," Fangxing wanted to cry but had no tears. He hit his head against the wall. What sin did I commit to kidnap such a girl? This young master doesn't want to live anymore. This damned girl has obviously taken the blood lotus seed and her broken bones have been connected. Her vitality has also stabilized. Why hasn't she woken up yet? What's going on? On the contrary, a lot of zombies have been attracted here. Moreover, they are getting more and more powerful. This young master was so ambitious to enter the mysterious domain, but now I'm reduced to playing with zombies every day. Fangxing sat at the entrance of the Immortal's cave and cried bitterly. Daphne looked at him. He was angry and amused at the same time. He said, "Who told you to pick a tomb for this girl to recuperate in?" Fangxing said, "Didn't I see it by chance? This place is quite big. It's just like a Immortal's cave. It's so nice to live here." Evil King Dupang grunted coldly and said, "Then don't be annoyed. This tomb is an evil place, and it's the gathering place of those zombies. You've occupied their lair, and coupled with the dense blood and chi on this little girl, how could it not draw over a group of zombies to attack you? Hee, this group of zombies is originally the weakest spiritual body. However, after being enveloped by the mysterious domain and receiving the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy, they will naturally become stronger and stronger. This mysterious domain is mysterious. It forcibly turned these inferior spiritual bodies into natural guardian beasts." Fangxing said, "Who cares? Just tell me when this girl will recover." Daphne sneered and said, "Little brat, you are too impatient. Do you know how serious this girl's injuries were at that time? Her spine was broken, her internal organs were smashed, and even her heart was shattered into two halves. That Jean girl was aiming to kill her. Fortunately, you have the blood lotus seed. Otherwise, even if a Yuanian great cultivator came, he wouldn't be able to save her life. Now her broken bones have been connected, but her internal organs haven't recovered. She can only wait for the blood of the blood lotus seed to be absorbed by her body. Then, it will turn into spiritual energy and nourish her internal organs. It will take at least 7 days for her internal organs to heal. Of course, it won't be so fast. It will take at least 10 days to half a month. This is already a miracle. Do you think it's so easy to save a dying person?" Fangxing wanted to cry but had no tears. "Then I have to stay here forever? All the treasures have been taken away." Daphne said, "Then let's not care about this girl's life or death and go inside to seize the fortuitous encounter." Fangxing stopped talking and squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Daphne helplessly took a breath and no longer paid attention to him. He turned around and put away the 3 blood-red beads placed around Chuxi's body. He then stretched out his hand to Fangxing. Fangxing took out 5 milky white beads and handed them to him. Daphne again placed them beside Chuxi. These were the corpse pills that Fangxing took out after killing the zombies. They were a kind of low-level medicinal materials. This type of zombie was an evil spirit unique to the Wild Demon Ridge. Back then, the Wild Demon Ridge was too tragic, causing this place to become an evil place. It attracted countless zombies and evil spirits to gather here from all directions. Calling this place a corpse nest was not an exaggeration. Later, the mysterious coffin descended from the sky and turned this place into the mysterious domain. The zombies were also nourished by spiritual energy and became a lot stronger. Of course, no matter how strong the zombies in the mysterious domain were, they couldn't pose any threat to a Foundation realm expert like Fangxing. They just came in waves and he killed them for fun when he was bored. However, Daphne was interested in the corpse pills of these zombies. He told Fangxing to collect the corpse pills every time he killed a zombie and then he placed them in front of Chuxi. It was unknown what he was doing. "This is the 13th one, right? What the hell are you doing?" Fangxing curiously poked his head out to size it up. Daphne coldly snorted and said, "This old man will teach you a lesson and also let you know that this old man's reputation as a gold core demon king is not undeserved. These corpse pills are actually a kind of medicinal material that can be nourished in the bodies of zombies that are full of corpse poison. Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang and extreme evil gives birth to righteousness. It is a rare healing and detoxification item. Moreover, this girl's cultivation is still low. Right now, she only lacks time to heal her injuries. There is no need to use the blood lotus seeds. This huge amount of blood essence power is overflowing. This old man will use this overflowing blood essence power to nourish the corpse pills. Together with a few other spirit medicines, I can refine a furnace of healing and detoxification panacea. This panacea, Daphne spoke excitedly and was about to praise the miraculous effects of this corpse pill when he was interrupted by Feng Xing. Is it valuable? Daphne was so stifled that he could not breathe. He angrily waved his sleeves and scolded, "You can't be taught." Although he was eager in his heart, waiting for Xianxia to recover from her injuries still delayed for 5 days. Finally, Xianxia woke up. According to Daphne, this girl was now truly out of danger and could be carried away by Feng Xing. However, she still could not use her spiritual energy and could not fight with others. She was still seriously injured, so Feng Xing carried her on his back. After leaving the tomb chamber that he had lived in for 5 days, Feng Xing carried Xianxia on his back and jogged. Ninth brother. Why are you running so fast? Xianxia felt a little strange. Because she suddenly called him by such a title that she had never called him before, her face was a little red. Feng Xing did not pay attention at all. As he ran, he said, "Snatch the treasure." Snatch the treasure? Xianxia was slightly startled. Rock King's voice sounded out from the flag that fluttered behind him. "Little girl, please forgive him. During this period of time that you were recuperating, it caused him to be extremely stifled. If it wasn't for him being worried about your injuries, he would have dashed out like a wild rabbit that had escaped its leash a long time ago." Feng Xing turned his head and angrily said to Daphne, "That is called a wild horse that has escaped its reins." Daphne chuckled and said, "You have some knowledge." Feng Xing said, "Of course, this young master followed fourth uncle to study for a few days. He said that if I don't study, I won't even know if others scold me." Daphne was a little stunned and said, "How many days?" Feng Xing said, 4 to 5 days. Daphne coughed and did not say anything. Of course, Feng Xing would not mention his own embarrassing past. Back then, he was lured by fourth uncle with erotic pictures. After 4 to 5 days, he refused to continue reading. He climbed up a tree and refused to come down no matter what. In the end, eldest uncle pointed a bow and arrow at him and forced him to come down. Then, 8 uncles took turns to hold a knife to his neck. He had to learn words intermittently for a year before he could reluctantly recognize all the words. Xianxia leaned on Feng Xing's back and covered her small mouth as she laughed. After a while, she gently leaned her little head on Feng Xing's back and let out a satisfied sigh. During these 5 days, although she was in a drowsy state, she still had a trace of consciousness. She would occasionally open her eyes. Every time she opened her eyes, she would see Feng Xing's anxious or irritated face. Sometimes, she would also hear Feng Xing shouting and beating the zombies from outside the cave. These fragmented scenes were rooted in her heart and would never be forgotten. Leaning on such a person's back, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Walking in the mysterious domain, there were spirit veins and immortal gardens everywhere. The originally barren exterminating demon ridge, after descending into the mysterious domain, became like an immortal domain. Even the roadside could grow spirit herbs and immortal fruits. Unfortunately, in the periphery of the mysterious domain, all the spirit herbs and immortal fruits had been plucked, leaving only bare branches. Looking at this, Feng Xing's heart ached endlessly and he ran faster and faster. It was a pity that he could only jog while carrying this girl, Xianxia, to maintain stability. If he ran too fast, her body would not be able to bear it. In the distance, a group of towering mountains could be seen faintly discernible, symbolizing the endless fate of immortals. After jogging for more than 10 li, he suddenly saw a group of people coming out from a valley in front of Feng Xing. The leader was a man in his 30s who wore embroidered clothes. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, we came too late. Aside from a green crimson grass, we don't have anything else. We must hurry to the mysterious domain as soon as possible. I heard that there are many good things in there." While cursing, he boarded a carriage and was about to hurry forward. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout, "Stop, it's a robbery." The group of cultivators was startled and more than 20 pairs of eyes looked over. They saw a man who looked like a little beggar. In his hand was a one-legged bronze spear. On his back was a little girl, and behind him was a big flag. He was running towards them and at the same time, he ordered them not to move. You want to rob all of us by yourself? The embroidered-clothed young master poked his head out of the carriage and asked in astonishment. This person was naturally Feng Xing. When he got close, he placed Xianxia on the hillside and shouted, "That's right, this is a robbery." Haha, is this little demon crazy? He wants to rob all of us by himself? Who does he think he is? Is he the Huangfu clan's Dao child? The group of cultivators rocked back and forth in laughter. Their laughter contained a hidden killing intent as they took out their magic tools. Be serious, this is a robbery. If you want to live, then hand over the things you took from the mysterious domain. Feng Xing loudly shouted and put on a fierce appearance. He slapped the bronze spear in his hand and approached step by step. The embroidered-clothed young master coldly smiled and said, "Little demon, who are you? You dare to rob this young master?" Feng Xing also coldly smiled and said, "This young master is Feng Xing. Can't I rob you?" As he said this, he felt a little proud and changed back to his own name. This feeling was really great. Moreover, from his point of view, if he said his name, it wouldn't be so troublesome to rob them again, right? After all, the reputation of a person who single-handedly destroyed 4 meridians was out there. He reckoned that it would be able to scare many people. He firmly remembered the golden advice his uncle had told him. Killing all the fat sheep and then robbing them was not considered a skill. Only by saying his name and scaring the other party into handing over the treasures could be considered a skill. Feng Xing reckoned that he should have reached this realm by now. However, he didn't expect that when the other party heard the 2 words Feng Xing, they were all startled. After a long time, they suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, he said he is Feng Xing. Does he really think that we are so easy to fool? He just came and told us that he is Feng Xing? Haha, Feng Xing is currently in a fierce battle with the cultivators of the Blackwater Lake in the mysterious domain. Why would he come to the border of the mysterious domain to rob us? Capture this little demon and let him know the consequences of lying to us. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Feng Xing was stunned and tried his best to explain, "Don't King laugh, I am really Feng Xing." Feng Xing had only announced his name, but it had caused the embroidered gown young master's group to burst into laughter. This infuriated Feng Xing and he loudly advised the other party, but seeing that the other party didn't care, he couldn't help but feel emboldened. He once again became a low-level bandit. He went up to each person and knocked them to the ground. Then, he stepped on the embroidered gown young master and ordered him to explain everything. Young master, with your ability, you don't need to pretend to be that little devil Feng Xing, right? The embroidered gown young master's face was swollen and he wanted to cry. He thought that he would be able to easily deal with an imposter, but he didn't expect that the imposter would be so ruthless. Go to hell, who's pretending? 10 days ago, this young master had just exterminated 4 lineages. Even the gold core ancestors couldn't do anything to me. How could it be fake? Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is lying to you or not. Feng Xing angrily shouted at the embroidered gown young master. At the same time, he wanted to change his appearance and reveal his true appearance. However, he didn't expect that the embroidered gown young master's eyes would suddenly shine and he would involuntarily cry out, So you are Feng Xiaojiu? Feng Xing was stunned. Wasn't Feng Xiaojiu Feng Xing? What was the difference? Ninth Master, don't pretend to be Feng Xing. Your current reputation is even more resounding than Feng Xing's. The embroidered gown young master wanted to cry but no tears came out. He clearly expressed that if he had known earlier that he was the Great Snow Mountain's 9th Master, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to make a move against him. However, the more he spoke, the more depressed Feng Xing became. He hastily ordered the embroidered gown young master to stop flattering him and explain the situation first. Speaking of which, in order to take care of Chu Xi, he didn't appear in the Xian domain. It seemed that something strange had happened. 9th Master, it's all because you pretended to be that little demon, Feng Xing. At that time, you single-handedly severed 4 meridians, and it could be said that you were awe-inspiring and infamous. But at that time, not only did you admit your identity, but you also pretended to be that little demon, Feng Xing, from the Chu region. In the end, the Taoist of the Huangfu clan really thought that you were him, so he issued a declaration to capture and kill Fang Xing as a warning to others. However, I didn't expect that the real Fang Xing would be angered right after the declaration was sent out. He was also in the Xian domain. Out of the 10 envoys that young master Fang Xing sent out, he killed 4 of them. Then, he revealed himself in public and declared that he was the real Fang Xing. He said that the Huangfu clan dared to oppose him, that was courting death. In order to express his dissatisfaction, he even kidnapped several of the Huangfu clan's generals. Is there really another Fang Xing? When Fang Xing heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. He was somewhat at a loss. The embroidered gown young master forced a smile and said, later on, someone said that you were Snowy Mountain's disciple, Fang Xiaojiu. Only then did I understand that you had borrowed the name of that little demon, and caused him to suffer injustice. No wonder he was so angry. What injustice? This young master is Fang Xing. Fang Xing was suspicious and angry at the same time. He shouted at the embroidered gown young master. The embroidered gown young master hastily said, yes, 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 you are Fang Xing. This lowly one understands. When I do bad things, I also call myself Fang Xing. Fang Xing was completely speechless. He kicked the embroidered gown young master and sent him flying. That person is fake. Are you all blind? The embroidered gown young master was about to cry. Ninth master, let's not resort to insinuations in front of an honest person. Do you still need to pretend to be him? Your Snowy Mountain's disciple, Yi Guin, has already fought with that little demon once. She swore that the person was indeed Fang Xing. She was raped by that little demon. What do you mean? They shared the same bed. How could there be a mistake? Long legs? Fang Xing was completely dumbfounded. He thought that if that Fang Xing was fake, how could Yi Guin have mistaken him for someone else? Could it be that that person was real and he was fake? What af asterisk king mess? Little girl, do you believe that I am Fang Xing? After the dejected Fang Xing beat up the embroidered gown young master, he snatched his carriage and the green crimson grass, and let him go. Sitting in the carriage, he was still a little uneasy as he asked Chu Xi. Chu Xi's body was still a little weak. She covered her mouth and smiled. She said, I believe you. Fang Xing was furious. I am serious. Chu Xi shook her head. Oh, I don't believe you. Why? Fang Xing wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Xi said, it's because you're a good person, ninth brother. I heard that Fang Xing is a very bad person. Even senior sister Yi of the Ice Sound Palace has suffered at his hands. Why do you want to pretend to be that little devil? I heard that he's very fierce. What if he causes you trouble? Fang Xing was completely speechless. He hugged his head and squatted in the carriage. Little brat, this is not what you should be concerned about now. Black smoke lingered. Daphne's figure appeared and he transmitted his voice to Fang Xing. What do you want to say? Fang Xing raised his head to look at Daphne. He saw that the old demon's black smoke had caused Chu Xi, who was already in poor spirits, to fall asleep. He then looked coldly at Fang Xing and said in a deep voice, didn't you notice? The Huangfu clan has already issued a warrant to capture and kill you. Huangfu clan? Fang Xing was slightly startled and fell silent. He also remembered that according to what the young master in embroidered gown had said, it was indeed after the Huangfu family's Daoist had issued an order to capture and kill him because of the matter regarding the 4 branches of annihilation, that Fang Xing had only appeared. During that time, he had been healing Chu Xi's injuries in the ancient tomb, so he did not understand the situation in the outside world. Now that everyone believed that that was the real Fang Xing, presumably the order to capture and kill Fang Xiaojiu would soon be issued again. After all, the people that the Huangfu family's Daoist wanted to kill were the people of the 4 branches of annihilation. Those people offended me, so this young master killed them. What does that have to do with the Huangfu clan? Fang Xing sneered. He was disdainful of this Huangfu clan that was trying to catch mice. Daphne sneered and said, this Huangfu clan might really think that this has nothing to do with them. The Huangfu clan is the #1 ancient clan in Nanzhan. After the Demon Banishment War, they moved from the Dongxing Divine Continent to Nanzhan. With Yuanying overseeing the clan, it can be said that they rule over Nanzhan. Although they usually live in seclusion by the Blackwater Lake, they secretly control the Order of Nanzhan. They are known as the Hidden Emperor Clan. You single-handedly extinguishing 4 bloodlines may be a small matter to some people, but in the eyes of the Huangfu clan, they may feel that you have disturbed the order. It is not difficult to understand why they issued a warrant to capture and kill you. After all, the mysterious coffin has descended from the heavens, and this is a troubled time. The Huangfu clan must be more cautious than usual. When Fangxing heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, Mother Ker, they want to capture and kill me for the sake of order? Daphne sneered and said, perhaps there are other reasons, but it is beyond this old man's imagination. A ruthless glint flashed in Fangxing's eyes as he said, since that bastard of the imperial family wants to kill me, I will go in and kill him first. He spoke very seriously. His first thought when facing someone with enmity was to kill the other party. When Daphne heard this, he was slightly startled. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he shook his head slightly. It will be difficult. Daphne sighed and shook his head lightly. Fangxing was slightly startled and said, why? Daphne sighed and looked at Fangxing. Your strength is considered at the top among the younger generation. However, if you want to kill the Huangfu clan's Daoist, I'm afraid you will not be able to do so. That clan is not easy to deal with. Fangxing frowned and said, I have already mastered the millstone of yin and yang. Is it still not enough? After defeating a disciple of a 4th faction with a single divine ability, Fangxing was full of confidence. He realized that the bastard Wan Luo really did not lie to him. The power of this divine ability was even stronger than he had imagined. Although he was only at the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment realm, because he had formed a purple Dao foundation, his foundation was extremely solid. When he used his spiritual energy, it was enough to rival a mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. After using the millstone of yin and yang, even a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator would have to temporarily avoid it. Therefore, other than the group of golden core realm cultivators outside of the Xian domain, Fangxing dared to fight with anyone else. Daphne seemed to understand what he meant. He sighed and said, although this divine ability of yours is extremely powerful, the opponent is an ancient clan. The art of annihilation that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years is not child's play. Fangxing was slightly startled and said with a smile, don't I still have your 10,000 spirit flag? Daphne smiled even more bitterly. Do you know that the real 10,000 spirit flag was made by the Huangfu clan? Fangxing was instantly dumbfounded. When the myriad spirit flag was first refined, Great Rock Evil Monarch had already said that the first person to refine the myriad spirit flag was a great cultivator of the human clan. During the Demon Banishment War, that person had slaughtered countless demon clans and sealed all the demon spirits of the demon clans that he had killed into a large flag. Through this flag, he commanded the myriad spirit flag in a mighty manner that blotted out the sky. That flag was the true and earliest myriad spirit flag. Because there were 10,000 beasts sealed on the flag, it was called the 10,000 spirit flag. On the other hand, Fangxing's 10,000 spirit flag only had around 300 beast spirits, which was incomparable to the real 10,000 spirit flag. Daphne harumphed coldly when he saw Fangxing's blank expression. You don't have to be afraid. The 10,000 spirit flag is said to be the family heirloom of the Luan clan. They keep it in the Blackwater Lake and won't use it unless necessary. There's no way the Daoist of the Huangfu clan would carry it around with him. Fangxing immediately became angry and cursed, screw you, you're the one who's afraid. I'm just thinking about how to kill him. When Fangxing first heard of the Huangfu clan's reputation, he didn't care much. Since they dared to provoke him, he would just have to find a way to kill them. However, after hearing Daphne's words, he realized that the problem was indeed serious. The Huangfu clan was a great clan that migrated their disciples from the Dongxing divine continent. Their clan's heritage was far superior to the native clans and sects like the Nanzhan. After all, the Dongxing divine continent was known as the place where the Tao originated. All the Tao techniques in the world originated from the eastern lands. How could a great clan that migrated their disciples from there be ordinary? That's right, he had successfully cultivated the yin-yang millstone, but the Huangfu clan had cultivated the deity technique since young. He had the powerful myriad spirit flag, but this myriad spirit flag was only a replica of a clan's treasure. Fortunately, Fang Xing had the guts to do so. If it was any other cultivator, they would have trembled in fear upon hearing the Huangfu clan's name. After thinking about it carefully, Fang Xing said hatefully, F*ck their Huangfu clan. Do they have 3 heads? Since they dare to provoke this young master will definitely let them have a taste of my power. Old heretic, I'm not bragging, but this young master is in a hurry to snatch the opportunity and has no time to deal with him. Wait until I see that Taoist Luan. I'll definitely let you see how this young master slaps him. Daphne chuckled and said, Good, if you have this heroic spirit, this seat will drive the carriage for you and let you show off your might. Daphne enveloped the ready-made carriage that he had snatched from the embroidered gown young master with billowing black smoke. It was as if the carriage was traveling in a black cloud, moving steadily. Daphne had transformed into his human form and was sitting in front of the carriage, waving his whip to drive it. However, the ones pulling the carriage weren't cows or horses, but the 5 golden centipedes in the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate. Each of them was 10 feet long, and their scales were distinct, giving off a menacing aura. There were originally 8 golden rue in the golden dragon 8 formation plate, and they were the 8 golden rue demon spirits sealed within the jade plate. During the battle on the small stone bridge, Fang Xing's Yang grindstone had killed 2 of them, and Diablo Rock had pecked 1 to death to have a taste of it, but there were still 5 left. Now, all of them had been forced out by Diablo Rock and had their seals sealed. However, these 5 golden rue were wild and ferocious, and they were still in the process of being tamed. Now, he could use them to pull the carriage. With a wave of his little whip, 5 hornless dragons would run in front of him. That was really impressive. Rumble, the black carriage pulled by the 5 hornless dragons moved forward. Black smoke billowed, and it looked like a demonic cloud flying close to the ground. The pitch-black flag fluttered in the wind, and 5 large words were written on it with spiritual power, Great Snowy Mountain's 9th Master Feng is here. This was also the result of Fang Xing's pondering. Since someone was impersonating him, then he might as well not reveal his true identity. He would wait until the impersonator was caught. In any case, he didn't care much about his reputation. Instead, he thought that someone would impersonate him. Could it be that Great Snowy Mountain's 9th Master Feng's reputation was so great that everyone feared him? Thinking of this, he felt a little proud of himself. However, as for who was impersonating him, Fang Xing really had no clue. Now, the person who would take the initiative to help him was naturally Elder Wan Luo, who was outside the Xian domain. Could it be that he asked a disciple from the Great Snowy Mountain to impersonate him? However, even if a disciple from the Great Snowy Mountain impersonated Fang Xing's name and helped him attract the attention of the Huangfu clan, Yi Guin wouldn't take the initiative to cooperate. Fang Xing knew that woman very well. Once they met, she would definitely do it immediately. There was no other way, he was very helpless. Now that he was in the Xian domain, it was really not good to ask the 5 elders from the Great Snowy Mountain. It was extremely difficult to send messages inside and outside the Xian domain. The Xian domain was an extremely large formation. It enveloped the invincible Demon Ridge and turned it into another world. Even the mighty figures of the Yuanying clan were helpless to send messages from the periphery of the Xian domain to the inside. There were only 3 ways to send messages. One was to make use of the connection between some rare bloodlines and use a secret technique to cause resonance to transmit some simple messages. The Chu royal court used this method to send messages. The other method was to spread some news through the mouths of the cultivators who entered the Xian domain later on. The third method was to send a few young spiritual movement realm cultivators into the Xian domain to send messages to their own people. This was extremely difficult. To put it bluntly, the spiritual movement realm cultivators who had the qualifications to enter the Xian domain had already been sent into the Xian domain to fight for opportunities. The remaining people were only those with weak strength. Even if these people could enter the Xian domain, their strength was too weak. Usually, after entering the Xian domain, before they could even find the location of their own people, they would already lose their lives in the hands of zombies or other cultivators. It was also because of these difficulties in sending messages that caused the information inside and outside the Xian domain to be extremely unbalanced. In addition, everyone was focused on fighting for opportunities within the Xian domain and did not have the heart to do anything else. This resulted in the absurd situation where the two Fengxing couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. After thinking about it for a while, he simply stopped thinking about it. Inside the carriage, Princess Xianxia leaned against the soft couch in the carriage and blinked her eyes at Fengxing. Ninth brother, the Huangfu family of the Black Water Lake is extremely terrifying. The Huangfu family's Daozi initially mistook you for Fengxing and sent out a declaration to capture and kill Fengxing. Now that the real Fengxing has appeared and attracted the attention of the Huangfu family, the declaration is naturally invalid. I feel that we should take this opportunity and enter the Xian domain to search for my royal brother and the others. However, you raised the flag, is this really good? There are many people who are loyal to the Huangfu family. This action will definitely attract countless people to harm us. Humph, stupid girl, what do you know? Have you ever fished before? I have fished before. What do you mean? Without any bait, how can the fish take the bait? Right now, this young master, am the bait. Fengxing smiled complacently. We came too late. I don't know how many spiritual herbs and treasured fruits grew in the periphery of the Xian domain, but they were all picked clean by others. Even if I, your ninth master, wanted to rob them one by one, I wouldn't be able to rob so many people. It's better to raise the flag and let these people come find me. This way, I can easily take care of them one by one. Chu Xi was a little surprised. You want to fight the heroes of the Xian domain alone? Fengxing curled his lips and said, if I can't even deal with this group of bastards, how can this young master go and kill that Huangfu family's grandson? Chu Xi was even more shocked. You really want to fight against the Huangfu family's Daozi? Fengxing coldly snorted and said, of course, if I can't even kill this grandson, how can I fight my way to Fuyao Palace in the future? Chu Xi was so scared that she almost suffocated. You still want to fight your way to Fuyao Palace? Fengxing grinned and said, is there a problem? Chu Xi was stunned. She stretched her little head over and said, can you feel if I have a fever? Fengxing was stunned. He stretched out his hand and touched her head. He said, you don't have a fever, it's very normal. Chu Xi's face was pale and bloodless. She sternly said, if I don't have a fever, then, you must be crazy. Wherever the black carriage passed, it attracted the attention of countless people. Naturally, it also attracted a lot of blood. The person that the Daozi of the Nanzhan ancient royal family wanted to capture and kill was actually swaggering through the streets. Naturally, it attracted the killing intent of countless people. After advancing for less than 100 miles, they gradually entered the depths of the mysterious domain. On the side of the road, a huge divine mountain appeared. On the divine mountain, strange flowers and plants grew, and it was also covered with countless restrictions. This divine mountain, however, prohibited Foundation realm cultivators from approaching. This was because there were many spirit herbs and strange fruits growing on the mountain. All of them were spirit herbs that had miraculous effects on spiritual movement realm cultivators. Thus, it was an opportunity specially made for spiritual movement realm cultivators. At the bottom of the divine mountain, there were 7 or 8 Foundation realm cultivators sitting cross-legged, waiting for their companions on the divine mountain to come down. Seeing a black carriage coming from afar, the 4 or 5 Foundation realm cultivators sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the divine mountain all opened their eyes and looked over. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Other than waiting for their own spiritual movement realm disciples to come down, they also had another responsibility, which was to protect the opportunity of the divine mountain. They did not allow outsiders to ascend the mountain. Simply put, they had already divided the opportunity of the divine mountain equally. Although the spirit herbs on the divine mountain were mostly around 1,000 years old, it was neither long nor short. However, the cultivators were not only interested in their age, but also because there were many spirit herbs that were already extinct on the Tianyuan continent. They were only recorded in ancient records. Among them, many of them were spirit herbs that were needed in ancient pill recipes. Their value was simply immeasurable. Because of this, they would not allow other cultivators to ascend the mountain. If there was a strong enemy, they would even work together to defend against the enemy. Someone's coming again. How about we work together and chase him away? One of the 30-year-old Western Desert cultivator's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at the black carriage. Another person glanced in the direction of the carriage and said coldly, 5 dragons pulling a carriage. It's quite ostentatious. The person in the carriage must not be easy to deal with. Let's not cause any trouble. The opportunity of the divine mountain has already been divided among our 4 sections. If this person has no intention of taking it, then let him go. However, at this moment, the 4th cultivator's gaze suddenly focused on the large flag on top of the carriage. He was slightly startled and suddenly said with a low voice, Great Snow Mountain's 9th Master Feng? Could this person be the Feng Xiaozhou that young Master Huangfu wants to capture? The other 3 were all shocked. Their eyes flickered and after a while, they suddenly yelled together, Capture him and we will divide the rewards equally. Boom, the 4 Foundation Realm cultivators all flew over and landed at the 4 corners of the carriage. They formed hand seals and locked onto the carriage. One of them yelled, Is it Great Snow Mountain's Feng Xiaozhou in the carriage? Young Master Huangfu has already ordered for you to be captured, yet you still dare to cause trouble. Come with us. A sneer came from inside the carriage. Then, the words on the 10,000 spirit flag suddenly changed. The 6 words, Great Snow Mountain's 9th Master Feng, disappeared and the other 2 big words appeared. They were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, full of vigor, robbery. The 4 cultivators were startled. What do you mean? Inside the carriage, Feng Xing became impatient and coldly said, Can't you read? This young master wants to. Robbery. Hand over all the good stuff on you. Suddenly, a green shadow flew over from the other side of the divine mountain and shouted while pointing at the cultivators below. What the hell? Are you here to steal my business? Feng Xing was stunned and hurriedly got out of the carriage. Truly, there were all kinds of people in a big forest. There were even robbers who crashed into each other. Feng Xing hurriedly got out of the carriage and sized up the robber in green. He was at the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment and wore a crying mask on his face. He was tall and thin and wore an ordinary green Taoist robe. It was impossible to tell his age, but his speed was extremely fast. He came from the other side of the mountain in a flash, covering a distance of nearly 300 meters in just a few breaths of time. The 4 cultivators of true virtue were slightly taken aback. From the looks of it, they thought that Feng Xing was in cahoots with the robber in green. One of them sneered, How dare you? The 2 of you want to rob the 4 of us? Don't you know? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Xing angrily shouting at the robber in green, I was here first. The robber was slightly taken aback. He turned to Feng Xing and said, What do you mean you were here first? Feng Xing drew a circle around them with his finger and said confidently, I've already taken everyone here. You can go somewhere else. The robber was slightly taken aback. You're a robber too? Feng Xing pointed at the carriage and shouted, There's such a big flag up there. Can't you read? The robber really did look at the carriage. He sneered and said, You can't even raise a flag when you're robbing? You sure are thick-skinned. Can't you see that I'm wearing a mask? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, Cut the crap. I'm taking this place. You can go somewhere else. The robber laughed disdainfully and said, Why should I? If you want to go somewhere else, it should be you. Otherwise, I'll rob you too. The 4 cultivators of true virtue of the divine mountain could tell that these 2 bandits were not in cahoots at all. They were even arguing over who should rob them. The 4 of them felt very strange and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After exchanging glances, one of the eagle-eyed men stepped forward with a cold expression and shouted, Where did these idiots come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll give you 3 breaths time, damn it, you dare rob me? Feng Xing had no time to listen to this cultivator with eagle eyes. He raised his lance and swung it at the robber. The last sentence of the green-masked robber angered him. He thought, I've robbed so many people, but no one has ever robbed me before. Originally, I wanted to let you go because you're in the same line of work, but now you're treating me like a fat sheep. I can't stand it. The speed of his attack was extremely fast. The moment he swung the lance, it had already smashed onto the head of the robber in green. Just by moving his body and using his spiritual power, he had created a whirlwind that whistled in all directions. Boom, the cultivator with eagle eyes, who was sandwiched between Feng Xing and the robber, was shocked. His body staggered and his eyes were full of bewilderment. "Oh, you want to fight?" The robber seemed to be surprised as well. With a clear shout, he fell back and disappeared from under Fangxing's stick. At the same time, his body was like a cool breeze. He circled around the scene and a dark red sword appeared in his hand. She made a hand seal and stabbed at the back of Fangxing's head like a bloody rainbow. It was extremely strange. The one who was most surprised was a short and fat cultivator among the 4 cultivators of true virtue. He stared at the dark red sword in the robber's hand and looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was startled for a moment before he hurriedly rummaged through his bag of holding. As he rummaged through his bag, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The cyan-clothed bandit was wielding a magic tool that he often used. He didn't know when the robber had brushed past him, grabbed his magic weapon, and turned around to slash at Fangxing. "If this sword were to stab me." The short and fat cultivator was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with fear. "Behind me?" At this time, Fangxing felt a sharp wind coming from behind him and was shocked. With a thought, 2 dazzling golden wings appeared on his back and twisted the void. At the same time, his body rushed forward. His movement was just enough to avoid the dark red sword. Then, he turned around and swung his stick, colliding with the red sword. "Break!" Fangxing shouted in a low voice. He thought that under his stick, the robber's sword would be broken and his bones would be broken. He knew that Fangxing had monstrous strength, and he hadn't met anyone in his generation who could resist him. Dang! The rod and the saber collided with each other, and the sound of metal clashing resounded. Gusts of gale swept through the surroundings, and the 4 cultivators of the Divine Mountain who guarded the carriage couldn't even stand steadily anymore. They hurriedly retreated into the distance. Meanwhile, the black carriage had already slowly retreated into the distance under the control of the wily old fox, Evil Rock King. He didn't want to be involved in the battle of techniques of a little freak like Fangxing Bang. With this collision, the dark red magic weapon exploded and turned into pieces of red butterfly-like fragments that fell in all directions. The robber cried out in surprise and flew backward. He kept waving his hands, and a hissing sound came from behind his mask. So powerful? So fierce? Fangxing and the robber were both shocked and secretly praised each other. For Fangxing, he wasn't really invincible among his peers. At the very least, ever since he met Bai Qianzhong and practiced the Samadhi true fire from the decapitation painting, his body was strong, his physique was crystal clear, and his foundation was incomparably stable. Although he was only at the 2nd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, he had consumed more resources than other Middle Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Along the way, he had never met an opponent at the same level as him. When he said break just now, he didn't just mean that the magic weapon would break. He thought that the robber's arm would also be broken. However, he did not expect that this black-cloaked bandit, who looked so sloppy, would actually be able to receive his attack. It was truly a rare sight. As for the green-cloaked bandit, he was even more shocked. He had clearly suffered a loss from a single strike, and this greatly exceeded his expectations. Again. The robber in green was startled for a moment, then he seemed to be quite unconvinced. With a loud shout, he rushed towards Fangxing. As he rushed over, he formed a seal with his hand. In an instant, specks of lightning condensed in front of him and turned into the shape of a huge thunderbird. It was vivid and lifelike. It opened its sharp beak and spat out an astonishingly hot thunderflame in Fangxing's direction. "Hey, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fangxing's interest was also piqued. If the disparity in cultivation between the two sides was too great, he would have immediately begun to think of some devious plan and refused to fight head-on. However, he had coincidentally encountered someone who was at the same cultivation level and whose strength was not far from his own. His competitive spirit was aroused, and with a loud roar, he rushed over. He wanted to see what kind of ability this green-masked robber had to be able to receive a blow from him without being injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them rushed at each other at the same time. Fangxing swung his big stick and smashed it on the thunderbird. Boom, in the air, lightning scattered and the temperature soared. Layers of invisible wind swept in all directions, stirring up rocks and sand. The 4 cultivators of true virtue of the Divine Mountain were completely dumbfounded. They exchanged glances and gulped down a mouthful of saliva. What was going on? Why was it different from what they had imagined? The two robbers were actually fighting and didn't even pay attention to the four of them. What shocked them even more was the strength of these two people. They were still thinking of capturing Feng Xiaojiu from the Great Snowy Mountain and sending him to young Master Huangfu in exchange for a reward. It was only now that they realized that this idea was ridiculous. Could this little monster from the Great Snowy Mountain really be taken down by the four of them? The reason why they wanted to capture Feng Xiaojiu was because they felt that he was easy to bully. Initially, the Huangfu family's Daoist wanted to capture the little villain who had severed his four meridians when he first entered the mysterious region. At first, they thought that it was Feng Xing, but later they found out that it was a misunderstanding. This disciple from the Great Snow Mountain was actually pretending to be someone else. Thus, the order naturally fell on Feng Xiaojiu again. In short, whoever captured him or Feng Xing would be able to go to the Huangfu family to receive a reward. As for that guy named Feng Xing, it was said that he was extremely vicious. The Huangfu family had sent 3 experts to no avail against him. The cultivators did not dare to provoke him, so they set their sights on Feng Xiaojiu. They had to choose the lesser of 2 evils. This disciple from the Great Snow Mountain should be easier to deal with, right? After all, although this person had severed his 4 meridians, it was said that he had borrowed the power of a profound artifact, so his strength was limited, but now, they suddenly realized that this disciple from the Great Snow Mountain called Feng Xiaojiu was not any weaker than that Feng Xing. The 4 cultivators felt their throats go dry, and they inexplicably panicked. At this time, Feng Xing and the robber in green had already exchanged dozens of moves, but for a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Feng Xing felt that his opponent's figure was like a floating immortal, as if it contained the profound mysteries of the Great Tao. It was a level of brilliance that he had never seen before. Without using his 108,000 swords, it was actually difficult for him to capture Feng Xing's figure. On the other hand, the robber in green felt that Feng Xing's monstrous strength was extremely terrifying. Not to mention fighting him head-on, he would suffer a great loss even if his weapon scratched him. In this state, both of them were extremely tense. It seemed that no one had expected that they would encounter such a powerful person during a random robbery. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the Chu region. Could it be that he was secretly trained by the Huangfu family? The robber in green was shocked and did not dare to underestimate him. Suddenly, he showed an opening and flew back more than 10 feet. His 2 slender palms streaked across the air, and in an instant, he drew 3 talismans. Each talisman flashed in the air, and when he finished drawing the 3 talismans, a drop of azure water appeared on his fingertip. It was crystal clear, but seemed to contain endless mysteries. The 3-life water manipulation art. The robber in green held the drop of water on his fingertip and aimed it at Feng Xing, as if he was about to flick it out. Feng Xing's heart trembled. He could already see that his opponent was also using a magical power. He was immediately shocked and did not dare to underestimate him. He casually threw away the 1-legged bronze spear, and his hands moved up and down like he was pushing a millstone. A terrifying aura surged around him, 1 gold and 1 ink, and he was about to use the Yin-Yang Great Millstone to break his opponent's magical power. Go, go, seeing that the 2 bandits had started fighting, and from the looks of it, it was clear that they wanted to use their strongest techniques to fight. The hearts of the 4 cultivators of true virtue rose to their throats. All of a sudden, the short and fat Daoist among the 4 cultivators of true virtue let out a loud cry and took the initiative to throw off his short arms and legs, fleeing. The other 3 cultivators of true virtue also immediately followed closely behind. You guys hide on the divine mountain, you must not come down. As the eagle-eyed cultivator escaped, he did not forget to shout at the spiritual movement realm disciples on the divine mountain, ordering them not to go down the mountain. The divine mountain was covered by a formation. Similar to the small stone bridge, the path up the mountain could be entered by spiritual movement realm cultivators, but not foundation establishment realm cultivators. The 4 foundation establishment realm cultivators' actions were actually no different from ancestor golden lights. They were all helping their own disciples to reduce the number of competitors. As long as the spiritual movement realm disciples did not go down the mountain, the 2 bandits could not do anything to them no matter how fierce they were. The Xian domain had its own rules to protect them. Moreover, no matter how fierce these 2 foundation establishment stage bandits were, They would not be able to do anything to the spiritual movement stage disciples in the mountains if they stayed by the side of the mountain. This was because within every divine mountain, there was an existence similar to an altar that could teleport cultivators out of the mysterious domain. Therefore, for the 4 cultivators of the divine mountain, they were the most threatened ones. As long as they escaped, there would be no future troubles. However, Fang Xing, who was staring at the green-clothed bandit, hesitated when he saw the 4th cultivator of true virtue escape. Although he noticed that the green-clothed bandit was a great enemy, if he used the grating young grindstone, he still had some confidence in defeating the other party. However, the grating young grindstone was a divine ability. With his current cultivation, the pressure to use it was too great. Even if he used it, the power would be endless, but he would not have much spiritual energy left. He was no different from a cripple. If it was a life-or-death enemy, fighting like this was nothing, but in this current situation, Fang Xing saw that the black-clothed robber was also circulating his Xianxia, but didn't release it for a long time. He understood that the robber had the same misgivings as him. He laughed mischievously and said, "Brother, if we fight like this, who do you think will win?" The eyes in the holes of the robber's mask also rolled twice. He cleared his throat and said, "I think it's a lose-lose situation." Fang Xing laughed and said, "Yeah, tell me. Don't you think it's too stupid of us to let others take advantage of us if we fight to the bitter end?" The robber in green said, "He is indeed a bit stupid." Fang said, "Are you considered an idiot?" The black-clothed bandit was enraged and said, I am extremely smart, how could I be stupid?" Fang said, "I'm not stupid either. Let's retract our divine arts then?" The robber in green said, "All right." The 2 of them came to an agreement, but after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see each other retract their divine abilities. Fang Xing was a little unhappy and said, "You're not trustworthy. Didn't I say to take back the divine art?" The robber in green said, "I was waiting for you to retract your divine ability." Fang Xing said, "You used the divine art first, so you should take it back first." The robber in green said, "I used the divine art first because you were too fierce. I couldn't win against you, so you should take it back first." Fang Xing was speechless and said, "Wasting time like this also consumes spiritual energy. Besides, those 4 bastards are almost out of sight. Let's not play tricks and be more practical. Let's call 1, 2, 3 and withdraw our divine arts at the same time. What do you think?" The robber in green said, "This method works." The 2 of them looked at each other and Fang Xing began to call 1, 2, 3. When it reached 3, the 2 of them withdrew their divine arts at the same time. However, in the blink of an eye, they both ran 1,000 feet away, afraid that the other party would play tricks on them. However, when they realized that the other party didn't play any tricks, they let out a sigh of relief. Fang Xing looked in the direction where the 4 cultivators escaped and said, 2 each. The robber in green nodded and said, "Very good, this is fair." Since the 2 of them had made an agreement, they each chased after the 4 cultivators. One of them had the 108,000 sword wings and the other was riding a thunderbird. Both of them could fly at low altitudes. The 4 cultivators of the divine mountain were out of luck. Not long after, they were brought back by the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Then, they went to rob their own things. "Hurry, hand over all the spirit herbs and fruits you obtained in the mysterious region," Fang Xing shouted, ordering the 2 cultivators he captured to hand over their treasures. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other helplessly. Now that they had fallen into Fang Xing's hands, what else could they say? Even if they didn't want to hand it over, Fang Xing had too many methods to force them to hand it over. In short, these 2 cultivators had fallen into Fang Xing's hands. They were like little fat sheep that had been washed and peeled, just waiting to be cooked. Extorting everything out of them didn't even take the time it took for an incense stick to burn. "Call out all the disciples who entered the divine mountain. Let them take out their harvest just now and let me see." Fang Xing shouted at the 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They were suffering in silence. "Hey! You don't want to listen?" Fang Xing was angry. He turned his head towards the 1,000 spirit flag and shouted, "Old Xia, lend me some prestige." Evil King Dapeng was rather cooperative. he chuckled, and a wisp of black smoke floated over. Within the black smoke, there were 4 or 5 terrifying demon spirits. There were giant sparrows with broken wings, and demon snakes with their heads separated from their bodies. Each of them was like a small mountain, and they surrounded the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. The ferocious aura they emitted caused one's heart to palpitate, and it seemed as if they would swallow the 2 of them in the next second. Don't kill us, the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were terrified. They hurriedly shouted at the spiritual movement realm disciples inside the divine mountain to call them out. They were Foundation establishment cultivators and had an extraordinary position in their sects or clans. The spiritual movement realm disciples on the divine mountain naturally didn't dare to disobey. After a moment of hesitation, they still came out and obediently handed over the spirit herbs they had just picked. Fangxing was overjoyed. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, he took all of them with a storage bag. The disciples of the 2 clans were filled with helplessness. They were suffering in silence. Logically speaking, they had Foundation establishment cultivators with them, and they were supposed to act like Tao protectors. They were there to bully others. Usually, blocking the path to the sacred mountain or robbing others was very beneficial. But now, because they had Foundation establishment cultivators, they were being held hostage. What should have been a great opportunity for them had flown away. Fangxing was not polite to them. The methods of these bastards were no different from the Golden Light ancestor. They both wanted to use their own strength to interfere with the rules of the Xian domain. Even if the Xian domain allowed all spiritual movement realm disciples to enter, they still wanted to block the path to the divine mountain and not let other cultivators enter. They were extremely tyrannical. But when they met Fangxing, they were like shooting themselves in the foot. After finishing his job, Fangxing put his hands behind his back and went to the robbers to watch the show. At this moment, the 2 cultivators who had been captured by the azure-clothed bandit were scowling miserably as they laid out all of the spirit medicines they had obtained from their respective branches. The ground was filled with them for the azure-clothed bandit to choose from. The azure-clothed bandit held a yellowing jade scroll in his left hand and quickly compared the diagrams on the scroll. Every time he looked at a plant, he would toss it to the side as if he was looking for something. Star grass. 9 leaves and 1 flower. Its color is light purple. Its stem has cloud patterns and its root is like a dragon. In his mouth, he was constantly muttering something. As he muttered, he placed the selected spirit herbs to the side. It seemed that his eyes were quite high. Some of the things that even Fangxing coveted were thrown to the side without even looking at them. It seemed that he wasted so much effort just to find the star grass he wanted to find among the many spirit herbs. This stalk. Suddenly, the black-clothed bandit saw a delicate spirit herb. His eyes lit up and he carefully picked it up. He brought it close to his face and carefully examined it. This spirit herb was somewhat similar to the legendary star grass, causing him to be momentarily unsure of what it was. This is pigtail grass, not the star grass you're looking for. Fangxing moved closer to the side and squatted down. Seeing that he was hesitating, he interrupted. The robber jumped in fright. Seeing that he was so close to him, he unnaturally moved to the side and said, "The star grass is a spirit herb that has been extinct for tens of thousands of years in the Tianyuan continent. Its medicinal effects are miraculous and many ancient pill recipes use it. It is the most regrettable spirit herb that has ever been extinct in the history of cultivation. There are very few people in the entire Tianyuan continent that can recognize it. How can you identify it? Even if I don't recognize it, I can still recognize pigtail grass. The root is sweet, try it." Fangxing looked at the robber like he was looking at an illiterate person, his eyes full of disdain. He could not help but laugh. The robber was not holding a spirit herb in his hand, it was a type of weed called pigtail grass. It was extremely common in the northwest of the Chu territory and could be found all over the mountains. Children in the countryside would often chew on its root and eat it as candy. When he was a child in the Ghost Smoke Valley, he had eaten it many times. Now that he recognized it, he could not help but point it out. The robber naturally would not put it in his mouth to taste it. However, after looking at it carefully, he felt that it was indeed different from the star grass he was looking for. He put it aside and continued to compare it with other spirit herbs. Fangxing looked at it for a while and became impatient. He patted the robber's shoulder and said, "You don't need to look, there is no star grass here." Look, as he spoke, he picked up the rest of the spirit herbs one by one and waved them in front of the robber. "This is a purple bell flower, it is sweet and bitter, it cleanses the skin. This is a blue serpent vine, it is poisonous but it can block blood flow. This one," in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had counted every single spirit herb. As he counted, he threw them to the side and spoke clearly and logically. The robber was stunned. After a while, he said, "I couldn't tell that you were a genius alchemist." Fangxing nodded his head proudly, "Of course. There are not many spirit herbs in the world that I do not know. Let's form an alliance?" The robber was even more confused. Form an alliance? There were tens of millions of elixirs in the world, each with different uses. To recognize all of them, one would need to have a deep understanding of alchemy. Naturally, Fangxing was no genius in the art of alchemy. He only possessed the yin-yang fiend god mirror, which allowed him to identify the names and medicinal properties of common spirit herbs at a glance. However, it would have been fine if Master Feng had not spoken. The moment he did, he managed to intimidate this mysterious expert. This made Fangxing feel very pleased with himself. While the other party was still in a daze, Fangxing smoothly proposed to form an alliance with him. The robber was startled for a moment before asking, "Why should I form an alliance with you?" Fangxing chuckled, "With my skills, how can I not form an alliance with you?" The robber laughed, "Your strength is not weak, but there is no need for me to form an alliance with you, right?" Fangxing was not annoyed and chuckled, "From the looks of it, you are looking for some star grass, right?" The black-clothed robber nodded his head and said, "Correct, it's not just the star grass. I'm looking for 3 types of spirit herbs that have been extinct for a long time. Within the Xian domain, there are many spirit herbs that are extinct in the Tianyuan continent. This time, I came to try my luck." Fangxing said, "Everyone who enters the Xian region is like a swarm of locusts. Everywhere they go, not even a blade of grass grows. You came so late. If you want to find these 3 elixirs, I'm afraid you will have to rob everyone, right? With your tortoise-like speed, when will you be able to search them one by one? Forming an alliance with me will be different. I guarantee that your speed will increase by 10 times. Hearing this, the robber was slightly startled, as if he was thinking. Fangxing tried to tempt him again, "This young master is an expert in robbing. With our abilities, I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the mysterious region that we can't rob. Furthermore, with me here, your speed of identifying spiritual herbs will increase by a lot. This will save you a lot of trouble. Won't the possibility of finding those 3 spiritual herbs increase by a lot?" At the end of his words, he was beaming with joy as he looked at the robber with excitement. However, it turned out that he had his own considerations. He had taken a liking to the cyan-clothed bandit's abilities. The Xian region was filled with countless opportunities, but it was also filled with danger. Basically, everyone would seek out an alliance. Some of them had already formed an alliance before entering the Xian region, such as the Great Snow Mountains faction, or Patriarch Golden Lights faction, such as the Primal Lotus and Jing Fu. There were also some who formed an alliance after entering the Xian region, such as the 4 cultivators at the foot of the sacred mountain. Although Fangxing's strength was extraordinary, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the Xian region. As a matter of fact, he had a lot of hidden dangers. That hateful young master of the Huangfu clan declared that he wanted to capture and kill him, which unknowingly pushed him into the heart of the struggle. Currently, he was still in the periphery of the Xian domain, where there were very few cultivators, so he could still deal with them. However, once he entered the depths of the Xian domain, all of the foundation-building geniuses of the Nanzhan would gather together. Their numbers would be like a school of carps crossing the river, and it would be difficult for him to ensure his safety. In this kind of situation, having an alliance with sufficient strength was very important. At this critical juncture, an azure-robed bandit had delivered himself to his door. This person's strength was not small, and even if he didn't use the yin-yang grindstone, he wouldn't be able to take him down. Moreover, judging from the bandit's appearance, it seemed that he was only interested in some spirit herbs and ignored the rest. Wasn't this the best alliance that the heavens had sent to his side? He had to pull this bandit to his side. It was because of this consideration that he used his silver tongue to persuade the bandit. Although he was clearly trying to bewitch the bandit, His words were very reasonable, and the azure-robed bandit was truly tempted. The matter of forming an alliance is not impossible. If you can help me find those 3 spirit herbs, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The azure-robed bandit spoke in a very serious tone. It seemed that the 3 spirit herbs were very important to him. Fangxing giggled and said, "It's just a small matter. You can have those 3 spirit herbs, and I'll take the rest. How about it?" The azure-robed bandit laughed and said, "That's not a problem. The other spirit herbs are of no use to me. However, what kind of alliance are we forming? Is it just a robbery or a conspiracy to obtain the mysterious domain's fortune?" Fangxing laughed mischievously and said, "If there's a fight, we'll fight together. If there's a fat sheep, we'll slaughter them together. We'll split the benefits equally. How about it?" It was rare for him to meet someone with the same cultivation as him, but he had such strength. He was truly tempted and didn't even think about taking advantage of the bandit. The eyes behind the azure-robed bandit's mask turned a few times. He seemed to be a little reluctant, but he pretended to be calm. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "I don't want to lie to you, but there's something I need to make clear in advance. Aside from finding those 3 spirit herbs, I'll also be looking for a little bastard named Fangxing to teach him a lesson. When the time comes, will you help me?" Fangxing? Fangxing was stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. He carefully sized up the azure-robed bandit and discovered that both his aura and figure were unfamiliar. He was certainly not someone he knew. Since that was the case, why did this person want to teach him a lesson? "Did he rob you before?" Fangxing asked cautiously. The azure-robed bandit smiled and said, "Even if that Fangxing is very capable, how could he rob me?" "Then do you have a grudge against him?" Fangxing probed the azure-robed bandit. "No grudge. I've never even seen him before." The azure-robed bandit sighed and said, "Why do you have such an expression? Are you afraid of him?" Fangxing said, "That Fangxing is very powerful and handsome. Who would be willing to teach him a lesson?" The azure-robed bandit covered his mouth and laughed. He said, "Is he as good as you say?" Fangxing nodded with certainty and said, "Yes, he's better than I said." The azure-robed bandit nodded and said, "Fine, I'll wait and see. If he's really as good as you say, I'll go easy on him." "What's your relationship with him?" Fangxing asked cautiously. "That's not for outsiders to know. Don't ask. Anyway, I agree to this alliance." The azure-robed bandit chuckled and raised his hand. Fangxing pondered for a moment, then grinned and high-fived him 3 times. He also figured out that since the azure-robed bandit couldn't recognize him, he might as well play with him. He would first borrow his strength and then secretly test him. If the bandit was unfavorable to him, he would suddenly attack and kill him. The azure-robed bandit didn't suspect anything. After high-fiving Fangxing 3 times, they established an alliance, exchanged names, and discussed the details of the cooperation. Fangxing naturally wouldn't reveal his real name. He only said that he was a disciple of the snowy mountain, Fang Xiaojiu. When the azure-robed bandit said his name, he smiled and said, "What's in the water?" Fangxing was startled. "Toads?" The azure-robed bandit was speechless. "What else is there besides toads?" Fangxing's eyes lit up. "Tortoises?" The azure-robed bandit was completely speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your water only has toads and tortoises. Don't you have fish?" Fangxing lost interest. "Hey, so it's a loach. I thought it was something interesting." The azure-robed bandit instantly regretted forming an alliance. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little fish. I'm called Little Fish." Fangxing said, "All right, loach. Let's hurry." The azure-robed bandit clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He thought to himself, why didn't he use that magical technique just now? Now that the alliance with the azure-robed bandit was successful, the rest of the journey was naturally much easier. There was a large flag on the carriage. It was the easiest symbol to attract hatred. The prodigies along the way, as long as they had a bit of strength, would covet the carriage when they saw it. After traveling for less than 10 miles, there would be people provoking them. Facing all the opponents, Fangxing only had one reaction, and that was to run over them. No matter who it was, he would push them aside and take all the opportunities. Every time he robbed a cultivator, the azure-robed bandit would only check to see if they had the 3 spirit medicines he was looking for. If he found them, then it was fine. If he couldn't find them, then he wouldn't even look at them. On the other hand, Fangxing benefited a lot. In just 3 days, the spirit medicines he robbed were enough for him to break through to the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. He was grinning from ear to ear. His intuition told him that this place was heaven, however, there were a few problems. After all, this was the outer region of the mysterious domain. Only spiritual movement realm disciples could fight for opportunities. Therefore, Fangxing and the azure-robed bandit could only grab some Foundation realm protectors that could not enter the Divine Mountain and threaten them with their lives. Only then would they be able to rob those spiritual movement realm disciples. The result of this method was that cultivators without protectors were lucky, while those with protectors were unlucky. Because of the layers of great formations, even if one were to look at the moon in the mysterious domain, there would be a vague blood-red color. The night in this place was even more tranquil. Occasionally, there would be the howling of zombies or the shrill laughter of evil spirits. This kind of sound might be extremely terrifying to ordinary people, but to people like Fangxing, it was no different from the chirping of insects. Strength determined courage. When ordinary zombies met ordinary people, they might be able to wipe out a village or a town. However, if it was the current Fangxing, killing a nest of zombies was not much harder than touching a nest of bird eggs. Naturally, he would not feel any fear. Under a green rock, the black carriage stopped under an ancient tree. This tree was originally a dead tree in the absolute Demon Ridge, and its vitality had been cut off for countless years. However, as the Xian domain descended, it unexpectedly gained some vitality. It actually grew a few leaves, and there was even a faint white flower growing at the end of the branch. It seemed incomparably mystical, and under the ancient tree, the azure-clothed bandit was breathing with rapt attention. In the carriage, Xianxia had just listened to Daphne boast about how he had dominated the 4 provinces when he was young, and she fell asleep in satisfaction. During this period of time, her injuries had healed quite a bit. Firstly, Fangxing had obtained quite a few healing medicines, which were extremely beneficial to her injuries. Secondly, the azure-clothed bandit was actually someone with extremely high attainments in the way of medicine, so he helped her recuperate. In this tranquil environment, Fangxing was currently hiding in a stone cave. There was a formation at the entrance of the cave, and he had a serious expression on his face. In front of him, there were more than 10 types of spiritual medicines. There were quite a few piles, and they were haphazardly piled together like vegetable leaves. In front of the spiritual medicines, there were 3 round, dark red pills placed on a small stone plate. They were the dragon blood saint pills taken from the Chu royal court. I should hurry up and raise my cultivation. This crying bastard is not easy to deal with, Fangxing thought to himself. He secretly glanced at the heavenly abode ring on his finger with a sneaky smile. However, it turned out that he was not an honest person. After hearing that the azure-clothed bandit wanted to teach him a lesson, he paid attention during the cooperation process. When robbing the cultivators, he also paid attention to the samadhi spirit medicine that the azure-clothed bandit was looking for. With his yin-yang demon mirror, he found it much faster than the azure-clothed bandit. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, and he really did find one. However, after he found it, he did not make it public and instead quietly hid it. His purpose was simple. First, he wanted to observe what kind of grudge the azure-clothed bandit had with him. If there was really a grudge that couldn't be resolved, then he would destroy the spirit medicine and not give it to the azure-clothed bandit. Second, although the azure-clothed bandit was strong, he might not be obedient. If the azure-clothed bandit wanted to stand him up, Zhao Jioga could use the spirit medicine to threaten him. As for now, he was going to use the resources he had at hand to increase his cultivation by 1 realm. After all, he had reached the Foundation realm, and the difference between each realm was not like when he was in the Spirit Formation realm. However, his strength was similar to the azure-clothed bandits, so if he increased his cultivation by 1 realm, it would be a great help. At the very least, if he used the yin-yang grindstone, his spiritual energy would increase by a lot. After using the yin-yang grindstone, he would be able to retain a bit more spiritual energy, and he would be able to use it as an opportunity so that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. During this period of time, he would spend around 4 hours a day swallowing a large amount of spiritual medicine to refine his cultivation. After this period of accumulation, he had already reached the middle stage of the second level of the foundation stage. He planned to use a portion of the elixirs he had obtained today, in addition to the 3 dragon blood saint pellets he had obtained from the Chu royal court, to condense the third level of the Dao Pagoda in one go. Looking at the spirit medicine and the 3 dragon blood saint pellets in front of him, Fangxing thought deeply and slowly breathed in and out. This dragon blood saint pellet was refined from the Chu royal court's secret pill formula, and was extremely precious. Although the amount of resources he had to consume to break through from the second to the third level of the foundation stage was extremely shocking, with these 3 dragon blood saint pellets, he had made up for a lot of the deficit. In addition to the elixirs that he had plundered over the past few days, although the medicinal properties were not high and they were all around 1,000 years old, he could not hold back the large quantity, so there shouldn't be a problem. Damn, this young master is becoming more and more like a rabbit. These vegetables and radishes are really worrisome. Fangxing steeled his heart and gulped down a few mouthfuls of spirit wine. Then, he picked up a handful of spirit herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as he chewed on them. Bitter, sweet, sour, and astringent. It could be said that 100 different tastes were mixed together. It was extremely refreshing. The medicinal properties were also extremely varied. Some could transform qi, some could detoxify, and some could prolong life. Fangxing didn't care too much. When the spirit medicine entered his stomach, he began to circulate the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture to refine it. The surging essence began to fill the 8 extraordinary meridians, and was then absorbed into his own cultivation by the method of refining essence into qi. He was already familiar with this process, and it was not difficult at all. He, who had cultivated the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture, was like a large pill furnace that could refine almost everything, so these various types of spirit medicines were naturally not a problem. It was just that his cultivation method, which was like a cow chewing on peonies, would really anger many old alchemists to death. The spirit medicines in the Xian region were mostly rare plants that were already extinct on the Tianyuan continent or had never existed before. If they were obtained by some old alchemists with great attainments and studied carefully, they might even be able to come up with a few new pill recipes. There were even some spirit medicines that, if they could be transplanted to the outside world and carefully cultivated, they would flourish and benefit the future generations. However, Fangxing was wolfing it down just to refine the spirit qi in the elixir. This was simply a shocking waste. At the very least, he should have refined it into a pill before eating it. That way, the degree of wastage would be less, wouldn't it? Of course, everyone had their own value. Those alchemists might think that these elixirs were exceptionally precious, but to Fangxing, they were just stalks of vegetables that tasted a little sour or astringent. If it wasn't for the fact that they could increase one's cultivation, he wouldn't even want to eat them. After a while, Fangxing swallowed all 3 piles of spirit medicines into his stomach. He then took out the spirit wine and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he picked up a dragon blood Saint Dan and flicked his finger into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he was finally satisfied. This is sweet. In his eyes, a bright light gradually appeared. On his skin, it seemed as if flames were burning. Fangxing let out a long sigh and began to fold his hands in front of his lower abdomen. He calmed his breathing and circulated his profound technique. 4 hours later, Fangxing snuck out of the cave with his hands behind his back in satisfaction. Seeing the green-clothed robber sitting under the ancient tree, looking towards the southwest in a daze, he casually sat down and put his arm around his shoulder. "What are you doing, bro?" With the green-clothed robber's cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to not notice that Fangxing had come to his side. However, he did not expect that this fellow would actually sit down so casually, and even put his arm around his shoulder as if they were very familiar with each other. He unnaturally leaned to the side and turned his head. The 2 small holes in the crying mask revealed a smiling expression as he said, "Have you finished cultivating?" In the past few days, every night, Fangxing would go into closed-door training for 4 hours. He naturally knew about it, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that Fangxing was cultivating some kind of technique that he did not want others to know about, so he tactfully did not ask too much. It's over. What are you looking at? Are there flowers in the sky? Feng Xing followed the direction the robber was looking at and looked towards the sky. The green-clothed robber smiled and ignored him. He asked, "We have robbed many people in the past 2 days, but we have not found the whereabouts of the 3 spirit medicines. Does this mean that our method is wrong? We should think of another way." Once Feng Xing heard about this, he immediately became interested. He took out his gourd and drank a mouthful, then said, "We still have to continue robbing. Anyway, the people we robbed these past 2 days were those bastards with protectors. Those protectors were clearly geniuses that had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage before the age of 40. They did not run to fight with foundation establishment cultivators for opportunities, but instead chose to act like tyrants amongst spiritual movement realm cultivators. They really are bastards. They deserve to be robbed clean by us. Even if we can't find the 3 spirit medicines, we have done justice on behalf of the heavens." Mentioning this made him excited. He hated those protectors who used their cultivation to suppress others. Originally, it was a fair opportunity for spiritual movement realm and spiritual movement realm cultivators to compete for it. However, these people just had to interfere, causing many unfair things to happen out of nowhere. It was the most annoying. From his understanding, those spiritual movement realm cultivators with protectors were just like the naughty brats in the town when he was young. After winning a fight, the other party would go home crying, call their father, and bring the dog to chase after him. It was simply shameless. They brought protectors, but that doesn't mean they deserve to be robbed by us. The cyan-clothed robber expressed that such actions were understandable, and explained with a smile, "This is the 2nd time the mysterious coffin has descended. The rules were originally slowly explored by the cultivators. When the mysterious coffin first descended from the sky, none of the cultivators from the Dongxing divine continent could understand its rules. Seeing that gold core realm cultivators were unable to break through the formation and enter, a few Yuanying and tribulation realm cultivators forcefully broke through the outer formation and entered. In the end, before they could obtain any opportunities, they suffered from the backlash of the mysterious coffin formation and a large number of them died. From then on, the cultivators knew that the mysterious coffin's opportunity cannot be forced. After going through many trials, they finally understood the rules of the bone age restriction and the method to change it. However, the mysterious coffin is an inanimate object after all, so it only has the most basic rules. It will restrict cultivators whose bone age exceeds 40 years old from entering the mysterious domain, but it cannot prevent other great cultivators from guarding in front of the formation and not allow other cultivators to enter. It can restrict Foundation Realm cultivators from entering the Divine Mountain, but it cannot prevent Foundation Realm cultivators from guarding in front of the Divine Mountain and not allow Spiritual Movement Realm cultivators from other sects to enter. Or perhaps all of this is tacitly agreed upon by the mysterious coffin's opportunity. There have been previous research that the mysterious coffin's opportunity seems to be looking for a successor. It tests the person's aptitude, age, cultivation, and various aspects of formations, pills, techniques, and martial arts. Perhaps, in the eyes of the existence that descended the mysterious coffin's opportunity, the power of one's family is also one of the factors tested. When Feng Xing heard this, he was slightly startled and said, "Io, bringing a Foundation Realm cultivator to bully a Spiritual Movement Realm cultivator, an adult bullying a child, and you're still in the right?" The cyan-clothed robber smiled and said, "As long as there is no backlash from the mysterious coffin's formation, then it can be said to be in the right. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator before the age of 40 is naturally rare, but they are willing to give up the opportunity of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in the mysterious domain to help a Spiritual Movement Realm cultivator seize the opportunity. Doesn't this mean that the influence of a Spiritual Movement Realm cultivator is great and that they can control these Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators? And a Spiritual Movement Realm cultivator without a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's protection is not considered a dead end. In the Spirit Valley of the Divine Mountain, there are some ancient altars and hidden paths. However, there are many restrictions and tests. Although they do not have a protector, if they can pass those tests, they can enter other divine mountains and spirit valleys. They do not need to worry about being suppressed by a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. At the end, the green-masked robber concluded, "The fairness within the unfairness is the fairest." These things made Feng Xing stunned. He felt that the robber's words were quite unpleasant, but there was a faint reason behind it. Just like when he fought with a child in the town, the child went home and called his father to bring a dog to bite him. In the end, didn't he set up a trap to break the father's leg and bring the dog back to the Ghost Smoke Valley to be stewed in hot pot? Thinking about it like this, he felt more and more that perhaps behind the rules of the mysterious domain, one's family background was also a part of one's strength. The rules of the mysterious domain only had the most basic rules. But outside of these basic rules, it was up to people to do whatever they wanted. However, although he faintly understood, Fangxing was still a bit disdainful. He rolled his eyes and said, "How do you know so much?" The robber smiled faintly and said, "It's just the speculations of the predecessors, so it's not a secret. I reckon that it'll spread throughout the entire southern sect very soon. Perhaps some other rules will be discovered. If we don't rob others, how can we get any benefits? In this area, only spiritual movement realm cultivators can seize the opportunity. We can't do it ourselves. As for spiritual movement realm cultivators, there is one in the carriage. However, this girl is stupid and her injuries have not healed yet. Sending her in is just courting death." Fangxing curled his lips and spoke ill of the robber in a low voice. The robber covered his mouth and laughed. Fangxing thought to himself that he didn't need to cover his mouth when he laughed. Anyway, he was wearing a mask, so no one could see him grinning. The robber naturally didn't know what he was thinking. He just laughed and said, "You actually said bad things about that little girl in secret. I'll tell her and see how you explain it." Fangxing was stunned for a moment, then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "You're snitching? Only a shameless person would do such a thing. Moreover, I'm only thinking about you right now. Aren't I trying to help you find those 3 spirit herbs?" The cyan-clothed robber said with smile, "We have been working together for 3 days and you have snatched a lot of good things. I have not been able to find anything. However, this matter cannot be blamed on you, I was already mentally prepared. At that time, Master only said that the extinct spirit herbs might appear in Xian domain and told me to try my luck, that's all. Since I can't find anything in the periphery, I will go to that place to try my luck." "Where to?" Fangxing was slightly startled and asked the robber. The green-clothed bandit looked up at the sky and said, "Have you discovered anything strange?" Fangxing followed his gaze and looked up at the sky. He frowned, but he didn't see anything strange. However, he knew that the robber wouldn't say something like this for no reason. He held his breath and carefully observed. At the same time, he released his divine sense and greatly increased his sensitivity. Soon, he discovered something strange. It seemed that the surrounding spirit chi was slowly flowing in one direction. The robber noticed the change in his expression and knew that he had discovered the abnormality. He sighed and said, "Even I can only observe a little from the experience taught by Master. However, you can sense it. You are indeed extraordinary. It seems that although the Nanzhan cultivation world is said to be a branch of the Dongxing divine continent, it has multiplied for tens of thousands of years and has its own unique characteristics." Fangxing's expression was solemn as he said, "The spirit chi is gathering in one place. What does this mean?" He cultivated the supreme sensing scripture, so his divine sense was very sensitive. He could detect some abnormalities that others couldn't. The flow of spirit chi was like the spirit chi in the air was being attracted to a single point and was rushing towards that whirlpool. The robber's eyes flashed behind his mask. He whispered, "The gathering of wind and clouds, the spirit chi whirlpool. There must be a great opportunity appearing. I just don't know if it's a spirit movement realm cultivator's opportunity or a foundation establishment cultivator's opportunity. Great opportunity?" Fangxing looked in that direction and his eyes lit up. The two of them looked at each other, but they didn't need to say anything. They had already made a decision. Whether it was a spirit movement realm cultivator's opportunity or a foundation establishment cultivator's opportunity, since there was such a sign, they had to go and take a look. On the morning of the second day, they rushed towards the place where the spirit chi was gathering. According to what the black-clothed bandit said, he and Fangxing had joined hands to rob and enter the mysterious domain. They had already entered 1/3 of the mysterious domain and were gradually approaching some of the fortuitous opportunities in the mysterious domain. In the mysterious domain, aside from the divine mountains and spiritual valleys, there were also some hidden fortuitous opportunities. However, they would only appear at a specific time after the mysterious domain opened. And the sign of the appearance of these opportunities was the gathering of spirit chi. A great opportunity was about to appear. The signs of the gathering of spirit chi were becoming more and more obvious. Standing in the Xian domain, one could see the clouds in the sky gathering in one direction. It was like the most obvious guide. All the cultivators inside the Xian domain were rushing towards the place where the clouds were gathering. On the way, Fangxing had already met several groups of people. Among them, there were obviously the figures of many powerful forces. Around 6 hours later, the carriage wrapped in black smoke had already arrived at a boundary. In front of them was a huge basin. In the sky above the basin, spirit chi was gathering, covering the sky and the sun. With a single glance, one could tell that a great opportunity was about to appear. "We're here. We're here. Quickly go." Fangxing was excited and continuously urged Daphne to drive the carriage. The robber laughed softly and said, "No need to be so excited. The dragon eye hasn't absorbed the spirit chi yet. It's still too early to open." Even though he said this, Fangxing wished for nothing more than to quickly urge the carriage to rush to the edge of the basin to wait. But there were already countless cultivators that had arrived in advance ahead of time, and each of them occupied an area at the edge of the basin. Fangxing was just about to instruct Rock King to directly charge over when he heard the sound of a horse neighing resounding out from behind him, and then a black and handsome horse dashed over swiftly from nearby. The horse was 10 feet tall and covered in fine black scales. Although it was a handsome horse, there was a single horn on its head and its mouth was filled with fangs. A young cultivator in silver armor was sitting on the horse. He held a 10 feet long spear in his hand and pointed it behind him. A white cloak fluttered in the wind, forming a straight line in the air as he rushed towards the carriage. Is he looking for trouble?" Fangxing rolled up his sleeves and looked at the silver-armored knight. However, he didn't expect that the silver-armored knight didn't even look at him. When he was about 300 feet away from the carriage, he suddenly pulled on the reins. The black-scaled horse immediately let out a long neigh and leaped into the air. The 2 huge scaled feathers covering its abdomen opened up. They were actually 2 huge wings. The horse soared through the air and rushed towards the edge of the basin. A dragon horse? He's riding a real dragon horse. It can fly in the sky and dive into the water. It's a famous mythological beast of the Nanzhan. Many of the surrounding cultivators were alarmed by this person. They stared in shock at the silver-armored cultivator who was flying toward the basin. Some of them were shocked, and some of them were envious as they recognized the type of horse. This was a mythological beast with an astonishing bloodline. During the Demon Banishment War, a divine general had ridden this beast and achieved incredible feats, leaving behind an illustrious name. Silver armor, long spear, riding a horse, and coming and going alone. Could it be the son of the Han clan, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert? There were also people who had guessed who this person was. Originally, the fact that a passenger had flown over the heads of the cultivators on a horse had aroused the dissatisfaction of many. But as soon as they heard his name, no one dared to rebuke him. Instead, they began to discuss his identity in hushed voices as they carefully watched him. Are the 4 heroes of the Western Desert so arrogant? They actually flew over my head. I even saw if that horse was male or female. Fangxing was infuriated. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight the bastard. However, before he could even finish speaking, he heard a peal of bell-like laughter from the eastern horizon. Off in the distance, a pink cloud floated over. As it neared, the pink cloud was blown away by the wind, revealing the people inside. Shockingly, it was 3 young women with bare chests. They were exceptionally beautiful, and when they looked at them, it seemed as if they could melt a person's heart. The 3 of them were each riding a gorgeous butterfly the size of a millstone. As the butterflies flew by, pink smoke filled the sky. "Careful, it's the 3 fairies from the northern Divine Mountain. Don't let the pink smoke touch you." As soon as the cultivators saw these 3 people, they panicked and quickly made a path for them to avoid being touched by the pink smoke. When the 3 fairies saw the cultivators' terrified expressions, their smiles grew even wider. As they neared, they put away their butterflies. Ribbons floated around them as they gently floated into the air. They flew over the edge of the basin, just in time to fly over the carriage. Fangxing was extremely enraged. He thought to himself, this young master's infamy isn't resounding enough. Could it be that anyone would dare to fly above this young master's head? His heart filled with anger, he wanted to cause trouble. He lifted his head and shouted at the three fairies, I saw your underwear. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all looked at Fangxing in fear. This shout was heard by the three fairies in the sky and they looked down. Of the three fairies, one was wearing a green skirt, one a pink skirt, and one a floral skirt. The one in the green skirt was the oldest, around 20 years old. The one in the pink skirt was the youngest, around 17 or 18 years old. The one in the floral skirt was in the middle, around 20 years old. All three of them were dressed boldly. Their skirts were short to their knees, revealing their long, white legs. Even their delicate feet were only covered in floral sandals. Now that they were in midair, using the chi plunder technique to glide towards the edge of the basin, wouldn't they be seen by the people below? Of course, seeing was one thing, daring to call them out was another. The Nanzhan prefecture was divided into 4 major regions according to the distribution of power: Eastern Chu, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Divine Mountain. Some people also referred to them as the Chu region, Western Desert, Ghost Kingdom, and Divine Mountain. These 3 fairies were among the top geniuses of the Northern Divine Mountain. Their reputation and status were similar to the 4 heroes of the Western Desert and the 5 warriors of the Great Snow Mountain. To put it bluntly, if the 3 of them were seen flying through the air, they would probably run around naked. There were not many people who would dare to look at them, not to mention shouting, "What are you doing?" while looking at them. The surrounding cultivators moved out of the way of the carriage, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. They left a large space around the carriage. At this time, the 3 seductresses in the air also raised their hands and stopped their momentum. They lowered their heads to look at Fangxing with different expressions. The green-robed woman smiled faintly and said softly, "Little brother, do my underwear look good?" "Oh, you're actually talking about this kind of question," Fangxing blushed. He looked up with a smile and said, "It looks good. You look even better without it." "Humph, where did this little bastard come from? How dare you tease us?" The woman in the floral skirt looked at Fangxing coldly. With a flick of her slender finger, a faint pink mist floated towards Fangxing. Hee. On the flag on the carriage, a faintly discernible black smoke swept past. When the pink mist touched the black smoke, it immediately disappeared. Fangxing ignored the little tricks of the flowery dress woman. With Daphne around, it would be strange if the pink mist could hurt him. He just put his hands on his waist and scolded the flowery dress woman, "What do you mean by flirting? You're allowed to wear such revealing clothes, but we're not allowed to see you." The flower-dressed woman was furious, and her figure flashed as if she was about to pounce down. However, the woman in the green dress stopped her and said with a smile, "This little brother is right. We are wearing such revealing clothes, how can we care whether others see or not? In any case, after seeing it, he still knows to say that it's good. Compared to those who look at it with sparkling eyes, but then turn around and call us sluts, isn't he much better? Spare him, the opportunity is more important." With that said, she smiled and winked at Fangxing. She raised her hand and threw a small flower down. It fluttered and landed on the carriage. She said with a smile, "Little brother, seeing that you're so honest, I'll give you a small gift, flower of life." Fangxing glanced at it and identified the species of this small flower. He smiled and took it, saying, "Thanks." Seeing that he took it so casually without fear of the poison on the flower, the woman in the green dress was slightly startled. She smiled gently and said, "This little brother is interesting. He actually dared to take the thing we gave him directly. I like you more and more." In the bell-like laughter, the 3 goblins swept towards the edge of the basin, leaving only a faint pink mist in the air. These 3 are famous poison experts. Even Jingdan stage cultivators have to be wary of the poison they use. "Aren't you afraid?" The robber in the green dress sighed softly and said to Fangxing. Fangxing chuckled and said, "Don't we have a poison expert like you?" The robber in the green dress sighed helplessly and put his hand to his forehead, not saying anything. All of their entrances are so impressive. "Old heretic, let's go grab a good spot too." Fangxing put away the small flower and sent a voice transmission to Daphne. Although they were making a ruckus, he could also see that the place where the opportunity would appear was in the middle of the basin where the spirit clouds gathered. Whether it was the son of the Han family, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, or the 3 goblins from the Northern Divine Mountain, they were all here to grab a spot at the edge of the basin so that they could enter as soon as the opportunity appeared. Naturally, he also had to grab a good spot. Senior Brother Lung. It looks like that servant from the 100 Beasts sect is here? At the edge of the basin, not far from Fangxing, someone exclaimed in a low voice. That group of people was Lung Xian and a group of smart geniuses from the Great Snow Mountain's myriad Civ Hall. They had arrived earlier than Fangxing. Earlier, when Fangxing had teased the 3 goblins from the Northern Divine Mountain, it had attracted their attention. Naturally, they recognized Fangxing at a glance. Someone had reminded Lung Xian to ask if he wanted to reunite with Fangxing. Lung Xian coldly glanced at Fangxing. His face was a little pale, but within that paleness, there was a gloomy air. It seemed that something was wrong. When he first saw Fangxing, he was a little moved, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Why should we reunite with him? In any case, once we've taken the opportunity here, we'll be leaving the mysterious region." Hearing his words, the myriad Civ Hall disciples were a little stunned. After a while, one of them said, "Senior Brother Lung, there are more and more experts rushing over. Do we really have the confidence to snatch the opportunity from their hands? This servant from the 100 Beasts sect called Fang Xiaojiu has already severed 4 of his meridians. It's said that he's very strong. With his help, won't our chances be much higher?" Hearing that, Lung Xian's expression suddenly became a little ugly. He lightly coughed and used a handkerchief to cover his mouth. He actually coughed out a trace of black blood. However, there was a hint of anger on his face as he said in a cold voice, "This place is still the outskirts of the mysterious region. There aren't many experts here. Are you afraid that I won't be able to protect you? Or are you saying that following me is not as good as following that servant? Who does he think he is? I'm one of the Great Snow Mountain's 5 sons that were personally bestowed by the 5 ancestors. We don't interfere with each other's business. What does that have to do with us?" Seeing that he was angry, the myriad Civ Hall disciples all fell silent. They looked hesitant and did not know what to say. Lung Xian took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. As long as I don't go up against one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, the son of the Han family, or the 3 demons from the Divine Mountain, I'm not afraid of anyone else. Moreover, do you really think that following that servant will bring you good results? He angered the people of Blackwater Lake. I'm afraid he won't even be able to protect himself. Following him is just asking for trouble." When the myriad Civ Hall disciples heard that, they looked at each other. Finally, no one brought up the matter of reuniting with Fang Xiaojiu. Lung Xian let out a long sigh. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He had no choice but to do this. Thinking back to when he was in the Great Snow Mountain, because the Wanluo ancestor had looked down on him, Lung Xian's thoughts turned to evil. He had even thought of getting others to mock Fangxing in order to provoke him to leave the myriad Civ Hall. In the end, he had succeeded. Sure enough, the servant from the 100 Beasts sect had left the myriad Civ Hall one night and had not appeared again until the mysterious region opened. However, the development after that was a little different from what he had imagined. After entering the mysterious region, he realized that even though he had received the guidance of the Wanluo ancestor and had greatly increased his strength, he was still considered average in the mysterious region where all the heavens chosen in Nanzhan were gathered. In the process of fighting with the southern border Ghost Kingdom's cultivators, he suffered a great loss. His strength was damaged and he could not keep up with Crown Prince Chu Huang's speed. He could only leave the group and bring the myriad Civ Hall disciples to a place that was closer to the periphery. He wanted to use his identity as a protector to help these disciples obtain the opportunity to enter the spiritual movement realm. However, the reputation of the servant who had left the myriad Civ Hall gradually spread. His actions of severing 4 meridians shook the mysterious region. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity to become a useless person. Even the myriad Civ Hall disciples wanted to find him and follow in his footsteps. However, it was impossible for Lung Xian to sit and watch this happen. The 5 gold core cultivators of the Snowy Mountain formed an alliance and also decided to divide the benefits equally. However, he understood in advance that even if he was abandoned, he still had the identity of being one of the 5 Foundation establishment disciples of the Snowy Mountain. Once he left the mysterious region, when the 5 ancestors of the Snowy Mountain divide the benefits, even if he did not contribute much, he would still have his share. However, if he were to steal the credit from this abandoned disciple of the myriad Civ Hall, he might end up with nothing. With this thought in mind, even if he had to take some risks, he would not recognize Feng Xing. And on this side, Feng Xing also excitedly raised the flag and secretly told Daphne, "Quick, quick, quick, release the 5 hornless dragons to pull the carriage. We also have to put on a show, so as to not ruin the prestige of the Great Snowy Mountain's Uncle Feng." Daphne was quite speechless. The divine ability manifests itself, and the prestige is born naturally. Who would deliberately put on a show like you do? Feng Xing said, "What do you know? Clothes make the man, horses make the saddle. How can riding a horse be the same as riding a donkey?" Daphne sighed helplessly, but he still did as this little bastard asked and put on a show. Black smoke billowed and wrapped around the carriage. Within the black smoke, the 5 hornless dragons from Ancestor Golden Light's profound weapon appeared to pull the carriage. Then, the myriad spirit flag fluttered in the air in an impressive manner. On the flag, the words "Great Snowy Mountain's Ninth Master" appeared again. He's Feng Xiaojiao? No wonder he dared to have such a big head, flirting with the demons of the Northern Divine Mountain. Is he that Feng Xiaojiao who not long ago exterminated Ancestor Golden Light's bloodline? He actually appeared here. The Huangfu clan's Daoist wants to capture this person. Should we take him down? Are you crazy? This person has an illustrious reputation. During this period of time, he has been robbing people everywhere, and who knows how many forces have already been robbed clean. Although he has incurred the wrath of the heavens, no one has been able to subdue him. His notoriety is almost on par with that of Feng Xing, who openly challenged the Huangfu clan. How can we afford to provoke him? Retreat, retreat, the opportunity is more important. Do not provoke this person. Amidst the rumbling, the carriage advanced majestically. All the cultivators retreated in shock, opening up a path. Haha, did you see that? This is the benefit of putting on a show. This young master is no longer a nobody. Feng Xing excitedly said to Daphne. Stop. Are you the disciple from the Great Snowy Mountain who killed the Primal Lotus? Hurry up and get off the carriage, I have something to ask you. Before Feng Xing could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out. A cultivator holding a blue longsword stood in front of the carriage. Daphne chuckled. Looks like you're not famous enough. Putting on a show will only cause trouble. When Feng Xing saw this person, he immediately became angry and shouted, "Old heretic, charge over and kill him." No one stopped the son of the Han family, one of the Western Desert's 4 prodigies. No one stopped the 3 demons from the Northern Divine Mountain either. But as soon as I flashed my signboard, someone came to stop me. Are they looking down on me? The anger in Feng Xing's heart went without saying. He did not even bother to ask for the other party's Taoist name. He immediately ordered the Great Rock Evil King to ram over. Anyone who dared to stop Sir Feng from putting on airs had to die. The cultivator blocking the way wore hemp garments and a bamboo hat. He was in the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment, and had arrived relatively early. He was protected by a group of disciples as he waited in front of the basin. He seemed to be keeping a low profile. He only glanced at the son of the Han clan, one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes. He only glanced at Feng Xing and the 3 Northern Divine Mountain fairies, but he didn't take it to heart. However, as soon as Feng Xing raised his signboard, his eyes suddenly flashed. His figure flashed, and he crossed a distance of 300 meters. Like a gray shadow, he flew over the heads of the cultivators and blocked Feng Xing's path, his sword pointed at the carriage. Originally, he had prepared a stomach full of things to say to Feng Xing, but he did not expect that Feng Xing would not even ask, and directly urged the carriage to rush over. The 5 ferocious hornless dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they were treating him like a small fly, but it also gave him a fright. The blue sword in his hand moved, and a sword shadow separated from the bottom of his feet, and flew into the air. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? the cultivator shouted coldly. The sword in his hand trembled, and in an instant, a blue streak of light pierced towards Fangxing's face. It was only a blue streak of light, but it was as if winter had arrived. Wherever the sword light passed, a trail of frost appeared. The sword is like frost, the sword is frigid. That's one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, Han Longzi. When did he get here? I heard that Han Longzi and the Primordial Lotus are close friends. No wonder he wants to block Fang Xiaozhou's path. Is he here to avenge his friend? 2 of the Western Desert's 4 heroes have come. Fang Xiaozhou from the Great Snow Mountain is in grave danger. I heard that the Western Desert cultivators are hostile to him. Among the crowd of cultivators, there were some who reacted quickly. They recognized the identity of the cultivator with the blue sword and began to whisper among themselves. Not far away, Leng Xian smiled and glanced at the disciples of the myriad sifting house. His gaze seemed to be saying, I was right, right? Once this abandoned piece appeared, it attracted a great enemy. How could it be good to follow him? On the other hand, Fangxing, who sat upright on the carriage, laughed coldly as well. He didn't dodge or evade, and he instead circulated his profound technique, causing 2 golden wings to appear on his back. Layer upon layer overlapped to form numerous golden barriers before him, and the blue-colored sword light that Han Longzi stabbed out was completely blocked by the sword image before him before silently collapsing into nothingness. It actually didn't have any effect at all, and it seemed to have started strong but ended weak. Although Brother Yuan was a bit of a playboy, he was a kind and honest person. To think that he was killed by you. I want to ask you, Han Longzi didn't continue after his sword attack had failed. Instead, he shouted coldly, as if he really wanted to seek justice for the Primordial Lotus. However, after Fangxing blocked the sword, he flapped his wings and rushed towards him. He had already taken out the 1-legged bronze spear in his hand. He swung his arms in a circle and smashed it down fiercely. He shouted. Ask your grandpa. Han Longzi's expression changed, and the second half of his sentence was forcefully swallowed back into his stomach. With a muffled roar, the blue longsword in his hand revolved like a wheel, drawing out circles after circles. Every circle, however, transformed into an ice wheel. In an instant, tens of ice wheels appeared in front of him, layer upon layer, like a gigantic ice lotus, blocking the path of Fangxing, who was smashing the lance of the 1-legged bronze humanoid spear. Old Xia, help, Fangxing shouted coldly as he secretly transmitted his voice. The 1-legged bronze spear in his hand smashed down with unstoppable force. Pong, this rod smashed into the ice wheels that filled the sky, and a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. The ice wheels that filled the sky were covered in ice, and then shattered one after another. It was as if layers of ice rain were falling from the sky. At the same time, 2 black smoke quietly rose from the ground, and like a tornado, it pounced toward Han Longzi's back. Han Longzi sensed the danger behind him, and with a loud roar, he turned around and stabbed. The sword light turned into a cold arc, pressing toward the 2 hornless dragons that were attacking him from behind. One had to know that these hornless dragons were Ancestor Golden Light's famous magical weapon. The soul of the hornless dragon within the seal was extremely powerful. Han Longzi was someone with some experience, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. In his shock, he focused all his attention on defense. However, he didn't expect that after the 2 hornless dragons retreated in a flash, Fangxing, who was in front of him, smashed his rod down with a smirk. Rumble. The power of his cudgel descended, piercing through the layers of ice wheels. A formless force slammed into Han Longzi's back. Han Longzi clenched his teeth and hastily pulled back his sword to block the attack. Instantly, his figure explosively retreated. All of these changes happened in a flash. In the eyes of everyone, after Han Longzi stabbed out with his sword, he sternly asked Great Snow Mountain disciple Fang Xiaozhou why he was so ruthless and killed his good friend Primordial Lotus. In the end, Fang Xiaozhou shouted, "Ask your uncle," and flew up to counterattack, smashing down with his rod. Han Longzi used his sword to block, but was knocked back dozens of feet by the rod. As for Daphne secretly controlling the 2 hornless dragons to attack Han Longzi, very few people noticed it. Dang. 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 After Han Longzi landed, he continuously retreated dozens of feet. His face was pale, and his chest was heaving up and down, as if he was injured. Fangxing turned around and flew back to the carriage, holding the one-legged bronze lance with one hand, and sat down on the shaft of the carriage. He had a cold smile on his face. "You ask me why I killed him? Whether that bastard was honest or not, this young master doesn't know, but his mouth is really cheap. This young master doesn't think that killing him was unjust." Han Longzi clenched his teeth, and didn't speak. He had just suffered a loss, and his blood and qi were flowing in reverse. The moment he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that Fangxing's aura was still locked onto him. Who knows, the moment he opened his mouth, that little brat would attack him, and he would definitely suffer a great loss. Thus, at this moment, he could only tightly shut his mouth, and stare at Fangxing. "Do you have anything to say? If not, then scram." Fangxing coldly shouted, and secretly told Daphne to ram him again. Daphne laughed, and the carriage moved again. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 5 hornless dragons bared their fangs and claws, and rammed towards Han Longzi. Han Longzi was infuriated, and could only dodge to the side. His gaze towards Fangxing was filled with monstrous killing intent. He actually casually beat up one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Han Longzi, with just one move. This disciple of the Great Snow Mountain is so fierce. Everyone says that he single-handedly destroyed 4 meridians, and also killed one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Primordial Lotus, and the foundation-building genius of the Golden Light faction, Jin Fu. Looks like it's true. But it's strange, with his strength, why isn't he ranked among the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain? Maybe he's a sharp sword hidden in the Great Snow Mountain. With his strength, he's definitely not weaker than the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain. At this moment, seeing how fierce Fangxing was, all the cultivators were terrified, and whispered to each other. And Leng Xian, who was hidden among the cultivators, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He angrily turned his head away. Just a moment ago, he was feeling very proud of his wise decision, but now it was like he had been slapped in the face. So what if he brought out his flag and attracted a strong enemy? Fangxing's one move had made Han Longzi one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, so he didn't even dare to speak. This made him look even more fierce and awe-inspiring. At this moment, he couldn't help but place his hopes on another of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert. If the son of the Han family and Han Longzi joined forces, perhaps the 2 of them could suppress this servant of the 100 Beasts sect. But for some reason, while the battle between Han Longzi and Fangxing had attracted the attention of countless people, the son of the Han family sat calmly on the back of the dragon horse and didn't even look over. "What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyeballs." The carriage moved forward and stopped at the edge of the basin. Fangxing arrogantly looked around and shouted at the cultivators. The surrounding cultivators immediately looked away, not daring to look at him. They only cursed in their hearts, "This little demon is really too arrogant." Seeing the gazes of the cultivators, Fangxing's heart bloomed with joy. This was exactly the effect he wanted. In the cultivation world, sometimes you can only rely on having a plan. Today, his plan was quite successful. In fact, with his strength, if he wanted to deal with Han Longzi, he didn't need to use the power of the 10,000 spirit flag. But he also knew that among the surrounding cultivators, there was probably more than one person who coveted him. If he was entangled by Han Longzi, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be others who wanted to take advantage of him and beat him like a dog in water. Therefore, if he wanted to deal with Han Longzi, he had to defeat him in one move and gain the upper hand with a show of strength. But if he wanted to take down Han Longzi in one move, only the millstone of Yin and Yang could do it. But if he used the millstone of Yin and Yang, his spiritual energy would be exhausted and it would be difficult for him to deal with any sudden events. Therefore, he secretly informed Daphne to control the 2 hornless dragons to attack him from the front and back. In any case, to him, as long as he could intimidate the surrounding cultivators, it was good enough. To him, the idea of a hero fighting alone was stupid. Only an idiot would do that. Now, the effect was completely achieved. There were hundreds of cultivators around him, and there were 40 to 50 Foundation establishment cultivators. Among them, a third wanted to capture him and express their goodwill to the Huangfu clan. There were also 7 or 8 people that he had robbed before, and almost all of them didn't like him. However, they were all intimidated by his move to force Han Longzi back. Hundreds of spirit formation cultivators and half a hundred foundation establishment cultivators, but none of them dared to face him. So he's the disciple from the Great Snow Mountain who severed 4 lineages. No wonder he dared to flirt with us. At the edge of the basin, 100 feet away from Fangxing, the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain were discussing quietly. What? Little sister Farong, do you want to sleep with him? The eldest senior sister in a green dress looked at the second junior sister in a flowery dress. The eldest junior sister in a flowery dress smiled and said, "Of course I want to sleep with such a man, but it's better to let junior sister open the door." The youngest demon's face turned red. She kicked the stone under her feet and said shyly, "I can't beat him, so it's not good to force, hee, it's fine. As your senior sisters, we'll help you." The 2 women in green and flowery dresses giggled and prepared to discuss how to kidnap Fangxing. "Hey, look, they're smiling at me. I told you I'm so handsome that everyone loves me, right?" Fangxing, who had occupied an area at the edge of the basin, saw the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain staring at him. He excitedly winked at them, then happily showed off to Xianxia and a green-masked bandit. 3 demons who don't know how to behave themselves. Ninth brother, why are you looking at them? Xianxia couldn't hide her disgust for the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain. The green-masked bandit sighed silently and said, "If you knew what they were thinking, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so happy." "That's not right, maybe you'd be happier." At this point, he suddenly paused and looked to the west. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Another powerful one has come. It looks like this opportunity won't be easy to take." Jia. Just when the crowd of cultivators had just broken away from the confrontation between Fangxing and Han Longzi and were discussing the problem of when the opportunity would appear in a low voice, they suddenly heard a burst of cold and terrifying strange laughter coming from the western horizon. On the mountain peak far away, there seemed to be a blood-red mist coming over. In the mist, there were actually 100 little ghosts dressed in red and green, clustered around a large sedan chair and rushed over. The little ghosts that were carrying the palanquin were all dressed in red and green and had makeup on, as if they were celebrating some joyous occasion. 8 little ghosts were forcefully carrying the black palanquin in the middle that was as large as a sacrificial altar. The dozens of little ghosts in front were beating gongs and drums, blowing swana, and walking happily. Behind them, there were dozens of disciples wearing white linen clothes. They floated as they walked, and their feet did not touch the dust. "Senior Lung, not good, it's that evil ghost." When the disciples of the myriad Civ courtyard heard this laughter, their faces instantly turned pale with fright, and they looked at Lung Zian in fear. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Lung Zian's forehead as he thought of the battle with the southern border cultivators. During that battle, he and the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain were together, but they were unable to gain any advantage against the southern border cultivators. In the end, both sides lost 4 to 5 spiritual movement realm disciples, and then retreated. He also suffered some injuries during that battle, and what made him feel ashamed was that the one who injured him was not the Ghost Country's crown prince, Li Ying, but one of his ghost generals. But now, the Ghost Country's crown prince had personally come. This evil ghost, why didn't he enter the depths of the mysterious region to obtain a place on the rankings, and instead came here to seize this opportunity? Lung Zian was already trembling. Half of it was due to anger, but more of it was due to fear. Eh? Beating gongs and drums, is he going to marry a bride? Fangxing frowned and looked at the palanquin. He activated the Dharma Eye technique, and it didn't take long for him to clearly see the appearance of the person in the palanquin. He immediately frowned in disgust and spat, "Where did such an ugly bride come from?" It turned out that the person sitting on the palanquin was a 13 or 14-year-old young man. He was wearing a pair of red silk pants and his upper body was bare. His eyes were pitch black and he looked like a ghost. He had a funny braid on his head and was grinning like a fool. He was holding a big black bowl in his hand and was surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful women. This person is not to be trifled with. You'd better be careful, the robber chuckled and reminded Fangxing. Fangxing rolled his eyes at him and said, "What? Do you think he's too disgusting to kill?" The robber covered his mouth and laughed, "I heard that this person is very difficult to deal with. Don't let him hear your mischievous words, or else you'll get into trouble." To be honest, there are only 3 or 4 young geniuses that I'm afraid of in this trip to the Nanzhan. This person is one of them. His name is Li Ying, and he's the crown prince of the southern border ghost kingdom. If you can avoid provoking him, it's best not to. The southern border ghost kingdom? Fang Xing was slightly startled, and he began to ponder. He had heard of this before. The Nanzhan had 4 regions, the Chu region, the western desert, the southern border, and the northern divine mountain. The 4 regions had different legacies, but the southern border was evil and sinister. Even their name was called the Ghost Kingdom. However, he wasn't sure how difficult this crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom would be compared to that golden bastard. The robber seemed to have seen through his thoughts and explained softly, "Before I came here, I've read the records about him. The legacies of the Ghost Kingdom have always been different from other legacies. They're particular about fate and ruthlessness. It's said that the legacies of the Ghost Kingdom's royal court are especially evil. Every generation's crown prince is chosen by the Ghost King to collect children from all over the world. He'll specifically choose a child born in a een year, een month, een hour, and een hour. Then, he'll be killed again and reincarnated again. This cycle will repeat 9 times, and on the 9th time, he'll be reincarnated into the belly of the Ghost Kingdom's madam. Once he's born, he'll become a prince of the Ghost Kingdom. There are a total of 9 such children. Later on, the 9 of them will fight against each other, and the one who survives is the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince. Because of his special fate, his talent is extraordinary, and because he's been killed 9 times, he's naturally violent and full of resentment. His innate divine sense is many times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator, and he's extremely terrifying. Killed 9 times? This child is so pitiful. After listening to this, Fang Xing couldn't help but be startled for a moment, and said dumbfoundedly, "It's precisely because he's pitiful that he's powerful." The robber nodded softly and said, "However, the Ghost Kingdom also has a legacy. It's said that every generation of the Ghost King was personally killed by the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, because every generation of the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince hates the Ghost King to the bone." Xianxia, who was listening on the side, also widened her eyes, and said softly, "Then, they'll still choose the next crown prince like this?" The robber nodded and said, "Yes, this process has been going on for tens of thousands of years. Why don't they end this legacy?" Chuxi's small face was slightly red, and she said somewhat angrily. What the robber said was a secret of the Ghost Kingdom, even she had never heard of it before. The green-masked robber smiled and said, "That's their business. Who would know?" As they spoke, the palanquin that was surrounded by countless little ghosts had already arrived in front of them. The closer they got, the more strange the little ghosts that were beating gongs, drums, and swanas sounded like a bride getting married. Chuxi felt a faint sense of fear, and her body shrank. Seeing this, Fang Xing patted her head and said, "Don't worry, if he dares to provoke us, this young master will send him to reincarnation for the 10th time. Jia, there are a lot of people coming to snatch the opportunity, and they all look delicious." Li Ying drank the contents of the big black porcelain bowl, and threw the bowl away, only to see that the bottom of the bowl was bright red, like blood. His strange eyes swept around, and he cackled strangely, but he was so frightened that a large area around him became empty, and no one dared to approach. Now, the edge of the basin had been divided into several regions. The 3 pixies from the northern divine mountain occupied one region, Fang Xing occupied another, and Li Ying occupied another. No one dared to approach them. As for one of the 4 heroes of the western desert, the son of the Han family, he occupied a region as well. However, he was alone, so the area he occupied was the smallest. Next was the son of the 4 heroes of the western desert, Han Longzi. Although he had disciples by his side, the area he occupied wasn't that large. After all, he had just been suppressed by Fang Xing, so his position in the eyes of the cultivators had undoubtedly dropped a level, and his prestige had been greatly reduced. The 5 of them each occupied the area closest to the basin, faintly dividing it into 5 territories. The other cultivators all lined up behind them, not daring to approach. Among them, Fang Xing, Li Ying, and the 3 northern divine mountain spirits occupied a slightly larger area, while the 2 heroes of the western desert occupied a slightly smaller area. However, the 2 heroes of the western desert's combined territory was about the same as the other 3, and the four regions were faintly pitted against each other. At this time, more and more spiritual clouds gathered above the basin. It was as if a celestial mountain was floating above the basin. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was hard to describe. It was as if an opportunity was about to appear. The minds of all the cultivators couldn't help but rise. What they were more concerned about was whether this opportunity could be snatched by a spiritual movement realm cultivator or a foundation realm cultivator. Frankly speaking, if it was an opportunity that could be snatched by a spiritual movement realm cultivator, then the cultivators could still fight for it, but if it was an opportunity that could be snatched by a foundation establishment realm cultivator, then they might as well just give it up. Who had the ability to fight for the opportunity in front of Fangxing and the others? The situation isn't good. Fangxing looked at the huge clouds above the basin and muttered in his heart. As more and more clouds gathered, there was already a faint suppressive force around the basin, as if there was an invisible force repelling him. He needed to circulate his spirit energy in order to resist it, but looking at the surrounding spiritual movement realm cultivators, they didn't seem to feel this repelling force at all. This made him faintly guess that this time, it was most likely an opportunity that could only be snatched by a spiritual movement realm cultivator. If this was really the case, then he might be in some trouble. Most of the surrounding cultivators were foundation establishment realm cultivators with spiritual movement realm cultivators. No matter what kind of opportunity it was, they could fight for it. But for him, if it was a spiritual movement realm opportunity, then there was no way to fight for it. The Han clan son of the Western Desert's 4 heroes and the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain were in the same situation as him. They also came alone and did not have any spiritual movement realm disciples following them. However, a few Northern Divine Mountain cultivators had already gathered around the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain, as if they wanted to form an alliance. On the other hand, there was still no one around Fangxing and the Han clan son of the Western Desert's 4 heroes. If there is no other way, then I can only snatch it from others. Who should I start with? Fangxing faintly pondered. When his gaze swept past Xianxia, he coldly laughed in his heart. With the senses of his divine sense, he'd already noticed Xianxia and the other disciples of the Myriad Net Hall when he'd just arrived here. However, since they had completely no intention of coming up to greet him, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Of course, there was an even more important reason, and that was because they'd greeted each other now, so they were acquaintances. If he were to seize them later, it would be too embarrassing for him to do so. Great, this opportunity might be something that only spiritual movement realm cultivators can fight for. The heavens are really helping me. At this moment, Xianxia also faintly felt the arrival of an invisible pressure. His heart was immediately filled with joy. To be honest, with Fangxing and the other 4 here, if it was an opportunity that could be fought over by Foundation realm cultivators, he really did not have the confidence to fight for it. Not to mention Fangxing, just the southern border Ghost Kingdom's crown prince was enough to make him retreat. But if it was an opportunity that could be fought over by spiritual movement realm cultivators, then he could avoid this calamity. With the strength of the 1,000 net courtyard disciples, they would not return empty-handed. What he needed to think of now was how to prevent the opportunity from being snatched by others. If it really didn't work, then he could let the 1,000 net courtyard disciples directly find an altar to teleport out of the place of opportunity. In some of the bigger places of opportunity, there would often be an altar to teleport out. The opportunity that was about to appear in this basin seemed to be the biggest one, so there should be one as well. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down. He unintentionally glanced at Fangxing and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction appeared in his heart. So what if you have unlimited ferocity? In the end, he still occupied a spot among the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain. This lowly servant should just obediently watch him seize the opportunity. TSK, it seems that this opportunity is not something that a foundation establishment cultivator can personally snatch. The crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom, Li Ying, had reincarnated for 9 lives. His divine sense was powerful and far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. He was also one of the first to discover the appearance of this oppressive force, even earlier than Fangxing. As soon as he arrived near the basin, he stretched out his hand and caught a strange gust of wind. He brought it to his nose and sniffed it, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He then called over a ghost general dressed in hemp clothes and gave him some instructions with a strange smile. A sinister look flashed across his face. Upon receiving the order, the ghost general activated the Dharma Eye technique and vaguely sized up everyone around the basin. He turned to Li Ying and reported in a low voice, "Your Highness, the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain have arrived. 2 of the 4 heroes of the western desert have arrived, and 1 of the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain has arrived." Li Ying opened his bloody mouth and ate the blood grapes handed to him by a beauty next to him. He lazily waved his hand and said, "Don't touch the people under the protection of the 3 demons. Don't touch the people of the 4 heroes of the western desert. As for the rest, take them all." The ghost general was slightly startled. "Then the 5 warriors of the Great Snow Mountain," Li Ying cackled. "The Great Snow Mountain's 5 sons are famous, but in reality, only Chu Huang and Xiao Shui, as well as Yi Guin's long legs, are worthy of attention. The others are nothing. The Great Snow Mountain's 5 sons who are ranked last is the one who was injured by Guici a few days ago, right? Just take his people. I think he doesn't care about his life." Gui Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I saw a carriage opposite us. There was a large flag on the carriage." Looking at the flag on the carriage, it seemed that the person was Fang Xiaojiu, who had severed 4 meridians. Li Ying was slightly startled. He laughed strangely. "The Fang Xiaojiu that Huang Fuxinji wants to capture?" The ghost general nodded. "That should be him." Li Ying laughed and said, "One person severing 4 meridians is really impressive. However, since he dares to swagger around here and no one dares to provoke him, it can be seen that he has some ability. You don't have to worry about him, the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain will still be accepted. I want to see if he dares to make a move. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind capturing him and giving him to Huang Fuxinji to exchange for treasures." Gui Jiang received the order and respectfully retreated. After stepping down from the palanquin, the ghost general waved his hand and the little ghosts surrounding Li Ying's palanquin dispersed. Without a sound, they spread out, each occupying a corner of the basin. When the ghost general saw that the little ghosts had surrounded the basin, his expression turned cold. Taking a deep breath, he slowly floated into the air and said coldly, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a decree." Zhu Shou kowtows to receive the decree. His voice was mournful and shrill, like a bone-scraping steel knife. It suddenly spread out in all directions. The cultivators who were discussing around the basin were all startled. They looked at him in confusion, but no one kowtowed. Which cultivator was not a proud and arrogant person? Who would listen to you and kneel down? Seeing this, the ghost general's face turned cold and said, "You are not kneeling. Do you want to suffer the pain of reincarnation?" As his voice fell, mournful shouts suddenly came from all directions. "Kowtow to receive the decree, not kneeling is a sin." It was the little ghosts that had spread out earlier. They all began to yell at the top of their lungs. Their voices were varied, but it made people's hearts feel uncomfortable. All kinds of voices mixed together. It was like a demonic voice that directly drilled into the bottom of people's hearts, causing them to tremble in fear and find it hard to endure. The Foundation establishment cultivators might be able to withstand it, but the spiritual movement stage cultivators had already turned ashen. Not long after, many spiritual movement realm disciples could not endure the ghostly wails and howls. Their knees softened and they knelt down. Of course, most of the cultivators did not kneel. They all frowned and did not know what Li Ying was doing. The ghost general did not force the cultivators to kneel down. Seeing a portion of them kneel down, the majority of them were frightened and a small portion of them were filled with doubt. In short, everyone's attention was focused on him and he achieved his goal. He smiled and continued to announce, "His Highness the Crown Prince has ordered that all spiritual movement realm cultivators here will temporarily be affiliated with the Ghost Kingdom. Quickly express your gratitude." The little ghosts in all directions were overjoyed when they heard this. They beat the gongs and drums and became noisy. What is he trying to do? All the cultivators frowned, as if they could not understand Li Ying's actions. At this moment, the ghost general suddenly sneered. He raised his right hand high and then slammed it down. The 7 or 8 ghost generals next to Li Ying's palanquin immediately laughed. Each of them flew in a different direction. In their hands, they each held up a black cloth bag and opened it to the cultivators. Wah! Suddenly, there was a mournful cry of a child. Inside the sack, there were actually hundreds of blood-red shadows that flew out. Each shadow was the size of a fist. They were like rays of blood light that rushed towards the group of spirit movement realm cultivators. The speed of the blood shadows was as fast as lightning. They rushed into the crowd and were hard to dodge. In an instant, dozens of spirit movement realm cultivators were hit. The spiritual movement realm cultivators that were hit by the blood shadows immediately cried out in fear. However, they quickly fell into a daze because they realized that after being hit by the blood shadows, there did not seem to be any abnormalities. They were not poisoned and their cultivation was not affected. However, the spiritual movement realm cultivators that were protected by the Foundation establishment realm cultivators all shouted and tried to stop them. However, 4 or 5 ghost generals quickly attacked and killed the Foundation establishment realm cultivators that tried to stop the blood shadows. This bloody method caused the remaining Foundation establishment realm cultivators to be terrified. For a moment, no one dared to stop them and could only watch as the blood shadows flew towards them. Hee, after being hit by the blood infant curse, all of you should be loyal to the Crown Prince. When the land of opportunity opens, all of you can enter and take out the opportunity. Give it to the Crown Prince and he will naturally help you remove the blood curse. However, if you have bad intentions and teleport away from the altar, or if you don't work hard and can't take out the opportunity, then just wait for your soul to rot, the ghost general who was giving out orders in the air sneered. His laughter was cruel and bloody. He actually wants to control all the spiritual movement realm cultivators to steal the opportunity for him. All the cultivators understood Li Ying's goal and were instantly terrified. Quickly run. Quickly run. Once you are hit by the blood infant curse, you will never be able to turn this situation around. In the midst of panic, someone shouted loudly. The surroundings of the basin immediately became chaotic. Li Ying's strength was terrifying, and none of the cultivators dared to attack him. However, they could still escape. In the chaos, the cultivators were like ants as they scattered in all directions. They would rather give up this opportunity than be controlled by the curse of the blood infant from the ghost kingdom. However, at this time, the little ghosts that were surrounding them all began to laugh strangely. They began to howl as they returned to the escaping cultivators. They had already spread out, as they had already anticipated the scene of the cultivators fleeing. They were already prepared. As they rushed over, every time they approached a spiritual movement realm cultivator, they would summon a blood shadow and enter the body of the cultivator to search for another one. The basin was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood shadows and the little ghosts that gathered together seemed to have laid a net between the heavens and the earth. The area that the net did not cover was the area around the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain, the 2 heroes of the western desert, and the area around Fang Xing's black carriage. Although these people were not harassed by Li Ying, they did not plan to help the cultivators fight against Li Ying. After all, Li Ying was famous for being difficult to deal with in Nanzhan. No one was willing to provoke such a thing for no reason. Senior Brother Leng. Senior Brother Leng, save us. Around Leng Xian, a group of 10,000 Net clan disciples cried out in panic. At this moment, Leng Xian's face was as cold as frost. He stood on the Heavenly Dipper platform and held an iron flute in his hand. He brought it to his lips and blew it with all his might. The sound of the flute seemed to contain a mysterious technique, drawing forth an invisible divine power that enveloped the ground 20 feet around him. The blood shadows that rushed into the surroundings were all disturbed by the sound of the flute and slowed down a lot. They were unable to harm the 10,000 Net clan disciples, and some of the blood infants had already been crushed. While the 10,000 Net clan disciples were panicking, someone shouted at Li Ying, "We are disciples of the Chu region's Great Snow Mountain. You Ghost Kingdom cultivators dare to bully us? Are you not afraid that we, the Great Snow Mountain's 5 ancestors, will seek justice from you?" Their words carried little weight, so Li Ying did not put them in his eyes at all. The ghost general sneered in the air, "Justice? In the mysterious domain, the fist is justice, and bullying the weak is the way of the king." With a loud shout, his figure suddenly flashed, and with a terrifying ghostly aura, he charged straight at Leng Xian. Looking down from above, he waved his palm down, and the dense ghostly aura behind him actually turned into a giant palm that was over 100 feet wide, grabbing at Leng Xian from the air. Leng Xian had no choice but to play the flute, and invisible divine power soared into the sky to resist the giant palm that covered the sky and covered the earth. However, as a result, the 10,000 net clan disciples lost their defenses and 3 or 4 of them were corroded by the blood infants. Run, no one knew who shouted, but the 10,000 net clan disciples did not dare to stay by Fangxing's side and fled in all directions. However, the little ghosts from the Ghost Kingdom were already staring at them. They let out a strange laugh and pounced toward them. Fang. Senior brother Fang. For the sake of Master Wan Luo, please save me. Only a few of the 1,000 Sift Courtyard disciples managed to escape. However, one of them, whether it was by accident or because he was smart, actually ran towards Fangxing. He cried out in fear for Fangxing to save his life. Behind him, a little ghost laughed strangely as it pounced forward. Its bone-white claws were already reaching for the spiritual movement stage disciple's neck. Sigh, Fangxing held his forehead and sighed. Seeing this, the 10,000 net clan disciple thought that Fangxing did not want to help him and immediately lost his soul. The little ghost that chased after him was overjoyed. It made a face at Fangxing and grabbed the 10,000 net clan disciple. Just as the brat's claws were about to grab the disciple's neck, the disciple's expression suddenly changed. An invisible force of gravity appeared out of thin air, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him into the air. The disciple only felt a gust of wind behind him, but there was no attack coming at him. When he turned his head to look, he was instantly overjoyed and rushed to the side of the carriage to hide. At this time, Fangxing had already raised his head and looked strangely at the imp floating in the air. He said, "Why are you making a face at me?" The imp seemed to not know how to speak. He immediately squeaked and kicked his arms and legs. He struggled with all his might, but he could not break free. Fangxing said, "I don't understand what you're saying." With a flick of his finger, the invisible gravitational force immediately tightened. With a crack, the imp's neck was broken and he was thrown to the side. In an instant, the chaotic edge of the basin seemed to quiet down. Quickly go to senior brother Fang's side to hide. The disciples of the 10,000 sifting hall, whether they were infected by the blood shadow or not, all rushed toward the carriage as if their lives depended on it. When the imps under Li Ying saw this, they were startled and rushed over with strange squeaks. Fangxing sighed inwardly. With a flick of his finger, a flying sword rushed out from his storage pouch. The sword flashed like lightning and slithered through the crowd like a silver snake. With a few chi sounds, the sound of the sword piercing through people's bodies rang out. The imps who chased after the 10,000 sifting hall disciples all screamed miserably and flew backward. Each of their necks had a mournful wound, and it was obvious that they would not survive. This immediately stunned the other imps. They all trembled and did not dare to move forward. "Why are you making faces at me?" Fangxing still had a strange expression on his face. He seemed to be very puzzled as he swept his gaze over the cultivators of the Ghost Kingdom. As for Li Ying, who was almost face to face with Fangxing and separated by a basin, his expression had already turned cold. "You dare to hurt my southern border's ghost slave, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Suddenly, the ghost general who was fighting fiercely with Leng Xian gave a loud shout and abruptly abandoned Leng Xian, turning towards Fangxing and rushing towards him. His speed was so fast that he left a series of afterimages behind him. His body was surrounded by the mournful howls of vengeful spirits as he rushed towards Fangxing. In front of him, the ghost chi had already transformed into 7 or 8 sinister ghost hands, grabbing towards Fangxing. Fangxing's eyes were cold. He did not move as he faced the ghost general. Only when the ghost general's condensed ghost hand was about to grab him did his figure suddenly flash. A golden light appeared on his back and the great Peng's golden wings had already appeared. With a so sound, he flew into the air. His 2 hands grabbed the one-legged bronze spear and lifted it into the air. On the surface of the black iron skin, there was a surging murderous aura that seemed to be burning with a terrifying black flame. "How dare you?" Li Ying, who was sitting on the palanquin, sensed the danger of this attack. His eyes flashed with a bloody light as he suddenly stood up and shouted. Pfft! Fangxing did not reply at all as he swung his rod down. Under his lightning-like attack, the one-legged bronze spear that was wrapped in a black baleful aura almost instantly arrived in front of the ghost general. When the ghost general sensed the astonishing and terrifying killing intent from Fangxing's body, he could only cry out in shock. The surrounding ghost chi wrapped around his body layer by layer, wanting to block Fangxing's attack from above. However, it was useless. Under the attack of Fang Xing's true strength, the layers of ghost qi around the ghost general's body were as fragile as a piece of cloth. In an instant, it was torn apart by the power of the one-legged bronze spear that Fang Xing had swung with both hands, and then smashed onto his head without any obstruction. The ghost general's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, and his body spun as he flew nearly 100 feet away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Li Ying hadn't even finished saying, "Don't you dare." Fang Xing carried the one-legged bronze spear, raised his head, and sneered at Li Ying. "Damn ghost child, you've reincarnated so many times that you've become an idiot, haven't you? You dare to provoke this young master? I clearly didn't want to meddle in this matter, so why the f***ck are you telling me? It's fine if you capture someone else, but why do you have to make a face at me? If you can't explain it clearly, I'll send you to reincarnation again." The surroundings of the basin were completely silent. From the chaos just now, it seemed that in an instant, one could even hear a pin drop to the ground. The only sound was Fang Xing's curses that echoed in the surroundings. Many cultivators even had a dumbfounded expression on their faces, wondering if they had heard wrongly. That was Li Ying, the crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom. Li Ying, although he was still young, he was a famous heaven's favorite of the younger generation in the entire Nanzhan, and was recognized as one of the most difficult foundation establishment cultivators to deal with. But now, the ghost general was actually killed in front of him, and was even pointed at and cursed at. It could even be said that if he had used the excuse of the Great Snow Mountain's disciple being violated by the ghost kingdom to make a move, after all, it was justifiable. But why did he not mention this at all? Instead, he grabbed the matter of a little ghost from the ghost kingdom making a face at him and refused to let it go. Who the f***ck knows why that little ghost made a face at you? In any case, these ghost slaves are all strange, and if they don't make faces, they always make faces. And you've clearly killed a ghost general and 7 little ghosts, yet you still look like you're going to continue to look for trouble. Furthermore, some knowledgeable cultivators had also faintly heard of the unique inheritance of the Ghost Kingdom, and knew that the word reincarnation was a taboo word in the Ghost Kingdom, and absolutely could not be mentioned. But this little ghost actually said that Li Ying had reincarnated too many times, and that his brain had been damaged. He also said that if the other party did not give him an explanation, he would send him to reincarnate for the 10th time. He really did not care about his life at all. Did he want to offend the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom? I'm going to kill you. Li Ying seemed to be stunned for a moment, and after a long while, he cried out breathlessly, mixed with all kinds of strange laughter, as if he had already gone mad. The laughter was extremely mournful, like a child crying. It was extremely strange, and in this strange voice, a bloody shadow appeared out of thin air around him. It was like a sea of blood, and it was unknown how many ghosts floated and sank in the sea of blood, crying and crying for help. "I'll **king kill you first," Fang Xing shouted loudly, and rushed towards Li Ying first. The golden wings on his back flapped, leaving a golden light in the air. Jia jia. Jia jia. From Li Ying's mouth, there was also a meaningless strange sound, and with a bloody light, he rushed towards Fang Xing. Bang! 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 The golden light and the bloody light met in the air in an instant, colliding 3 times in a row, and a terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. All the cultivators' expressions changed greatly. No one had expected Fang Xing to be so ferocious. He had forcibly exchanged 3 blows with Li Ying, and was not at a disadvantage. Among them, the most shocked were Lung Xian and the disciples of the myriad sieve manner. Lung Xian's face was already filled with despair. Looking at the ferocious Fang Xing, who was almost chasing after Li Ying, he suddenly felt that what he had done was very ridiculous. Inexplicably, the words that Fang Xing had said to him in the myriad sieve manner rose in his heart: "I don't care about your opportunity, and you can't take mine away." At that time, in order to provoke Fang Xing to leave, he had deliberately sent people to provoke him with sarcastic remarks, and he had pretended to be a good person to mediate. However, he had been exposed by Fang Xing's words. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Fang Xing had said this to him, then turned around and left. At that time, he had been extremely angry, as if he had been severely humiliated, and he was filled with hatred. At that time, he had even thought that Fang Xing was already afraid, so he had deliberately said those words, then turned around and left. Before that, he had heard about Fang Xing's violent temper. If he had been treated that way normally, this little brat would have already become hostile. However, that time, he had not done so. He had only said something very disdainfully, then carried his broom and left. He had not flown into a rage like he had expected. It was only now, comparing the strength of the sky and the earth, that he suddenly understood. It turned out that Li Ying really did not think highly of him as an opponent. The gap between them was really too big. TSK, to be able to take 3 of my moves, you have the ability. After the 3 moves, Li Ying suddenly retreated 300 feet, suspended in the air, and sneered. "Know your grandpa." Fang Xing rushed over and swung his rod down. Li Ying's expression changed greatly, and he raised his ghost chi to block Fang Xing's attack. He shouted angrily, don't you, grandpa?" In an instant, Fang Xing's figure turned around, and the golden wings on his back fluttered. The overwhelming golden sword feathers enveloped Li Ying. Countless ghosts appeared around Li Ying, forming a layer of soul curtain to block the attack of the golden sword feathers. He was so angry that he could only shout. Your grandpa." Fang Xing roared again, and the one-legged bronze lance was swung again. This time, he raised all his spiritual power, and the one-legged bronze lance was even wrapped in a layer of faint black flames. It was terrifying beyond compare, and the killing intent was oppressive. Boom, Li Ying could only control all his ghost chi and push it down to block the power of his attack. In the loud noise, an astonishing ghost chi and evil chi spread out, like a storm, blowing the surrounding cultivators so hard that they could not open their eyes. This time, Li Ying and Fang Xing were both bounced back 40 to 50 feet away. Li Ying finally had the time to speak. He shouted furiously, "You killed my ghost slave, killed my ghost general, and attacked me first. Why are you still chasing after me so relentlessly? Why are you beating me up? Do you really think that I, Li Ying, am easy to bully? Do you really think that I don't have powerful means?" In the end, he added angrily, "Also, don't call me grandpa, I don't have a grandpa. Then I'll curse your ancestors." Fang Xing's figure turned into a golden stream of light, and he rushed toward Li Ying again, waving his rod and smashing it down. Boom, inside Li Ying's body, black ghost chi suddenly erupted like a volcano. It was so powerful that even the braid on his head became straight in an instant, and his eyes seemed to be lit up with 2 ghostly fires. Under the control of his divine sense, the ghost chi emitted from his body condensed into an almost tangible big hand in the air, as if it was holding up the sky, and blocked Fang Xing's rod. "You've gone too far. Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Li Ying's voice was angry, and there was even a hint of grievance in it. Fang Xing also put away the one-legged bronze spear, and the golden and black spiritual power slowly flowed around his body. His aura became more and more vigorous, and he was quite fierce. He sneered, "So what if I bully you? If you really have the guts, come and fight to the death with me." When Li Ying heard this, his eyes suddenly became cold, and there was a hint of fear. Li Ying had always given people the impression that he was crazy and stupid. He had an evil aura and was the most difficult to deal with. But in fact, he was neither a fool nor a madman. From the moment he was born, he schemed against his 8 brothers and resorted to every conceivable means. In the end, he was the only one who survived and became the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince. Therefore, he was actually an extremely intelligent person and also a very calm person. Of course, he had a ruthless nature, but he learned how to control this ruthless nature from the moment he was born. How could his mind be affected by it? It was just that their Ghost Kingdom's inheritance was peculiar and unimaginable. Coupled with their unique way of doing things, it made people think that they were a group of lunatics. Of course, he was especially unwilling to admit that he really did look like a fool. Another point was that the clever Li Ying had long discovered that it was extremely advantageous for him to pretend to be a stupid and crazy person. Everyone would give way to him. Even the Huangfu family's Dao child, who called himself the Concealed Emperor, had a faint sense of tolerance when he saw him. Other people in front of the Huangfu family's Dao child did not dare to laugh and pick their ears or touch the breasts of their concubines. However, the crazy and stupid Li Ying had been beaten back to his original form by Fang Xing. This was because this disciple of the Great Snow Mountain who was born as a servant was too fierce and overbearing. His sharp and decisive spirit made Li Ying think about what he should do. After all, this guy from the Great Snow Mountain really wanted to compete with him, but Li Ying did not dare to compete with him because it was not worth it. These outstanding cultivators of the younger generation often mastered some power beyond their age. Even if they were only at the early stage of foundation establishment, they could erupt with power that even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators would be afraid of. However, using this power often came with a price. In comparison, the exhaustion of spiritual power could even be considered the smallest consequence. Li Ying had already felt that Fang Xing's strength was extremely ferocious. Even if he used the secret technique of the Ghost Kingdom, he would only have a 50-50 chance of defeating him. However, he was afraid that he would immediately be exhausted, and it would be difficult for him to fight with others for the next 2 or 3 days. Moreover, he was also full of enemies. Not to mention those who were far away, just around the basin. He had offended many people. If he lost his strength, who knew how many people would beat him up like a drowning dog? With fear in his heart, Li Ying did not really intend to fight to the death with Fang Xing. It was just that Fang Xing killed his ghost slave in front of him, and he even killed his ghost general, so he had to vent his anger. But it was only to vent his anger. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he fight for a few moves, and when he saw that he could not easily defeat the other party, he should leave a few harsh words and stop? It was clearly this bastard who had come to bully him, so why did he look like he wouldn't rest until he was dead? To use a fashionable saying, Li Ying was really f***ed at this time. Tell me clearly, why did your little rascal make a face at me? Tell me quickly. The golden and black auras around Fang Xing's body slowly rotated, and his ferocious power did not diminish, and his gloomy aura became stronger. He shouted at Li Ying unwillingly. It was clear that if Li Ying did not give an explanation, he would use his strongest magical power to attack. No matter how unwilling Li Ying was in his heart, he did not want to show that he was at a disadvantage. He said coldly, "He has been killed by you, what is there to tell me clearly?" "Dead." "Humph, then I will let him go." Fang Xing's face darkened, and he said, "But there is still your ghost general, why did he attack me? You have to tell me clearly." Li Ying gritted his teeth, "Isn't he also dead?" "Bullshit." Fang Xing shouted, "You think it's okay if he is dead?" Li Ying almost went crazy, and he gritted his teeth, "Then what do you want?" Fang Xing sneered, "I want you to remember that you have already offended me." Li Ying was slightly startled, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. It was really refreshing. After so many years, it seemed that it was the first time that someone reminded him of the hatred between them. If it was someone else, they would be eager to immediately forget this hatred. However, he reacted very quickly, realizing that this was a good opportunity to temporarily stop. His face was expressionless, but he immediately said, "Well, this matter is settled, let's settle it. Don't run away if you have the guts, or I will chase you to the Ghost Kingdom and let you reincarnate again." Fang Xing pointed at Li Ying and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Li Ying trembled with anger, and almost wanted to fight with him again. In his life, no one had dared to insult him like this. However, when he thought of the other party's unrelenting spirit, Li Ying gritted his teeth and endured it. When it came to fighting with one's life, the smarter one was, the more disadvantageous it was. When fighting with others, Li Ying was always pretending to be crazy, forcing others to retreat, but when facing this disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, Li Ying had to temporarily retreat. However, he had already secretly vowed to find an opportunity to make this guy's life worse than death. Whoosh, a golden light and a blood-red light flew back to their respective areas. This result surprised the cultivators. Looking at the momentum of the two of them, all the cultivators thought that they would fight to the death before the opportunity appeared. This was also the result that all the cultivators wanted to see. After all, the two of them would fight to the death so that the others could take advantage of it. However, they didn't expect that the two of them would give up halfway. This immediately made many people unhappy. Of course, they absolutely didn't dare to show it on their faces. Gradually, the space around Fang Xing's carriage became larger, and no one dared to approach. If Fang Xing was still the hidden sword of the Great Snow Mountain that rendered Han Longzi, one of the two heroes of the Western Desert, speechless, the current Fang Xing was already a freak that could fight with the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince without being at a disadvantage. Who would dare to provoke him? "Senior Brother Fang, thank you, Senior Brother Fang, When the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard saw Fangxing return, they gathered together and bowed, worshipping him like a god. In their eyes, Fangxing was indeed like a god at this moment. Compared to Leng Xian, who was forced into a difficult situation by a ghost general under Li Ying, Ninth Master Fang, who chased after Li Ying and beat him up, was much more impressive. If they had followed such a foundation-building senior brother earlier, the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard would not have been abandoned by Crown Prince Chu Huang so early. Instead, they would have followed them in to seek the legendary opportunity of the spiritual movement realm in the deepest part of the Xian domain. Now, this group of myriad Civ Hall's disciples, who originally planned to fight for the fortuitous encounters in this place, were already pondering whether they should follow Fangxing and charge into the depths of the profound domain to obtain more fortuitous encounters. Hehe, don't be in such a hurry to bow. I recognize that old bastard Wanluo as my master, but I don't recognize you juniors. Fangxing laughed and reached out his hand to stop the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard who were bowing to him. Everyone was instantly stunned, and they looked at each other as they didn't know what Fangxing meant. Senior Fang, are you angry that we didn't come to greet you just now? Or are you angry that we didn't know any better and offended you? Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. In the Wanluo courtyard, we really didn't know you, we didn't know how wise and powerful you were. And just now, it was that senior Leng Xian who stopped us and didn't let us come up to greet you. Someone was quick-witted and begged Fangxing with a bitter face. Once he took the lead, the others immediately followed. That's right, Senior Fang, please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. Junior Fang has now recognized the situation and is willing to follow Senior Fang's lead in the future. In this Xian domain, Junior Fang has obtained resources and is willing to distribute them to Senior Fang. For a moment, everyone was talking at the same time with flattering faces in front and behind them. Fangxing became impatient and sneered, "Are you sure that the Daozi of the Huangfu clan sent a declaration to capture and kill me?" With just this sentence, the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard immediately fell silent and looked at each other in dismay. No one answered. They were not fools. Even if they thought with their toes, they could clearly tell which was more terrifying, the Daozi of the Huangfu clan or the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom. Although the senior Fang had fought a few rounds with the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom and wasn't at a disadvantage, when he encountered the Daozi of the Huangfu clan, this reaction was already within Fangxing's expectations. He sneered and said, "A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I can't be bothered to save you bastards. I only attacked you just now because that little brat from the Ghost Kingdom made a face at me and angered me. However, for the sake of the Wanluo lineage, it's not impossible for you to ask for my protection, but you have to pay a price." What price? Someone asked with a stutter and seemed to be very nervous. 30%. Fangxing stretched out his fingers, bent 2 fingers, and held 3 fingers vertically. He glanced at the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard and sneered, "I guarantee that no one will provoke you before you enter the Land of Fortune, and I will also guarantee that you will be sent to the Land of Fortune as soon as possible. However, the condition is that I want 30% of all the fortune that you obtain from the Land of Fortune." That's not too much, right? The disciples of the Wanluo courtyard looked at each other and fell silent, as if they were hesitating. Seeing this, Fangxing became even more annoyed in his heart. He directly sneered and said, "To be honest, 30% is already the lowest price I've ever offered in my life. Do you think that with just you bunch of bastards, you have the face to leave 70% in front of me? The 70% is for me to repay that old bastard Wanluo through your hands. Consider yourself lucky." The disciples of the Wanluo courtyard lowered their heads awkwardly when they heard this. Fangxing slowly took out his gourd and drank a mouthful of spiritual wine. He sneered and said, "By the way, the blood infant curse that was set up by that ghost child is nothing to me. I have a way to get rid of it." Fangxing chuckled as he held a dark red pill in his hand and waved it in front of the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard. For a moment, not only the disciples of the Wanluo courtyard, even the cultivators who were affected by the blood infant curse in the surroundings looked over. As soon as Fangxing's words left his mouth, 3 or 4 people immediately raised their heads and looked excitedly at Fangxing. These 3 or 4 people were the ones who were affected by the blood infant curse. Because they were worried that the blood infant curse would flare up, they had been standing silently behind the crowd and did not speak. At this moment, they suddenly heard the gospel of saving their lives. They looked at Fangxing with shock and excitement. I promise. Before the group of disciples could open their mouths to say yes, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. A spiritual movement realm disciple from an unknown sect raised his hand and stumbled over. His face was filled with excitement. As he ran over, another 4 or 5 spiritual movement realm disciples followed him and rushed over. Each and every one of them surrounded Fangxing's carriage and shouted loudly. I promise, isn't it just 30% of the opportunity? I'm willing to sign a jade contract and give 30% of the opportunity to Senior Fang. Fellow Fang, please help my sect disciple break the blood infant curse. My yellow dragon sect is willing to give 30% of the opportunity to fellow Fang. This last voice made Fangxing stunned for a moment. Even a foundation establishment realm disciple ran over. Fangxing did not have much friendship with the disciples of the Myriad Net Hall. It could even be said that he did not have any friendship with them. Not to mention the Myriad Net Hall, even the entire Great Snow Mountain lineage was temporarily gathered by the Great Snow Mountain's 5 elders. Therefore, compared to when Fangxing was in the Blue Cloud sect, they were far inferior. Back in the Maxian Valley, he was the senior brother of the Maxian Valley. Although he was not familiar with those people, those disciples would more or less have some friendship with him. They also had the self-awareness of being a disciple of the Maxian Valley. Therefore, Fangxing looked up to them at that time and would easily give them some benefits. It could be considered as fulfilling his responsibility as a senior brother. However, the disciples of the Myriad Civ Hall didn't have this responsibility. To put it bluntly, everyone was gathered here to cooperate and gain some benefits. Fangxing also made it very clear to them that after these bastards saw him, they didn't even greet him, so why should he protect them? He was already giving old monster Wan Luo face by only taking 30% of the harvest in exchange for his protection. However, he didn't expect that before the disciples of the Myriad Civ Hall agreed, the cultivators at the side who heard his words were tempted. Most of those cultivators were afflicted by the blood infant curse, and they were bound to hand over all the fortune they obtained to the Southern Territory Ghost Kingdom. So when they heard that someone was willing to provide protection for only 30% of their gains and could remove the blood infant curse, how could they not be tempted? More importantly, they truly believed that Fangxing could provide them with sufficient protection. Therefore, not to mention the spiritual movement realm cultivators, even the foundation establishment realm cultivators directly brought their spiritual movement realm disciples who were afflicted by the blood infant curse to beg for 9th Master Fang's protection. Fangxing was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, I don't know you bastards, I have to take 40%. The surrounding cultivators were quiet for only a moment, then someone immediately shouted, I am willing to give 40% to Senior Fang, I beg for Senior Fang's protection, I am willing to sign a jade contract and give 40% of the fortune to Senior Fang. Seeing the crowd surging, Fangxing laughed and thought that he didn't need to worry about the problem of this fortune. Old Xia, how many people's blood infant curse can you remove with the corpse core you concocted? Fangxing transmitted his voice to Daphne and asked. The reason why he said that he could remove the blood infant curse from the Ghost Kingdom's crown Prince Liying was because he had seen the blood light with the Yin Yang demon mirror. He knew that the so-called blood infant curse was actually a strange type of corpse poison. Rather than saying that Liying used a curse to control the cultivators, it was more accurate to say that he used a poison to control them. The corpse core that Daphne refined in his free time was a good antidote for the corpse poison. Daphne pondered for a moment and said, 1 corpse core can remove the blood infant curse of 6 people. How many do we have in total? A total of 15, but since you have enmity with that ghost child, it's best to keep a few for emergencies. Fangxing nodded, indicating that he understood. He looked at the crowd of cultivators and sneered, I can solve the curse of the blood infant for 60 people. In other words, I can't protect too many people. I can only protect 60 people. Let's cut the nonsense. The spiritual clouds are falling from the sky, and the opportunity is coming. Everyone doesn't have much time. Among these 60 people, whoever is more confident in obtaining the opportunity will be allowed to seek shelter under my name. After saying that, he called for a Myriad Civ Manor disciple and gave him 10 corpse cores, allowing him to choose and distribute them. This disciple of the Myriad Civ Hall was very excited to receive Fangxing's personal request. He didn't notice that this was actually a job that would offend others. He excitedly accepted the task and went to the side to make the selections. In the beginning, they felt that Fangxing's 30% share of the fortuitous opportunity was a little too high. Now that they saw that Fangxing's 40% share of the fortuitous opportunity was still not enough, they were very pleased. At that moment, a dispirited cultivator in a blue robe arrived in front of Fangxing's carriage. His eyes were somewhat dim. It was Xianxia. He let out a long sigh and said, "You're right, I can't steal your fortune." After saying that, he bowed deeply, stood up, turned around, and slowly walked away. Ninth brother, that seems to be senior brother Lung from the myriad sieve matter. Why did he come over and say that to you? Chu Xi, who had seen Xianxia before, grabbed Fangxing's hand and asked curiously. Fangxing glanced at Xianxia's back and said with some doubt, "I don't know either." "Did I say that before?" The monk scratched his head in confusion. He had long forgotten what he had casually said at that time. "Disciple of the great snowy mountain, you dare to remove my blood infant curse. Are you determined to become enemies with me?" On the other side of the basin, Li Ying saw Fangxing's actions and immediately became furious. He gave Fangxing face and did not touch the myriad sieve manor disciples. However, he did not expect that this bastard would even want to remove the poison from someone that he had already used the blood infant curse to control. It must be known that the opportunity was about to appear. Their foundation was being suppressed. These spiritual movement realm disciples were the hope to fight for the opportunity. Fangxing's actions were equivalent to cutting off his flesh. "Ghost child, you are not being honest again. If you are not convinced, then come and fight with me. See if I will hit you or not." Fangxing was even fiercer than Li Ying. He glared with a pair of strange eyes and scolded back. He looked like he was about to make a move. "Son of a bitch, is this kid crazy? Is he not afraid of fighting with me? Both sides will be injured and others will take advantage of him?" Li Ying was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. He suddenly realized that he could not do anything to this kid. "Your Highness, the great snowy mountain disciples did not protect everyone. More than half of the cultivators are still controlled by my ghost country." The first ghost general who was in charge of passing orders to Li Ying had already died in battle. The second ghost general took the initiative to replace him. He had already secretly counted the number of cultivators on Fangxing's side that had been removed from the blood infant curse. He hurriedly came to report. "Disciple of the great snowy mountain, you are very good. Once this matter is over, I will fight you to the death." Li Ying laughed angrily. However, he still decided to focus on the overall situation. Without batting an eyelid, he set this battle after the opportunity. "Since you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Do you know how disgusting it is to laugh so loudly when you are so ugly?" Fangxing's unceremonious rebuke had escalated to a personal attack. Li Ying was stunned and subconsciously put away his crazy laughter. He was only 13 years old now and his childish nature had not completely faded. When Fangxing called him ugly in front of so many people, he felt ashamed and angry. His face turned red and he shouted, "I'm ugly? You bastard, how dare you say I'm ugly? Are you very good looking?" Fangxing became proud and said, "I'm much more handsome than you." Li Ying cursed wildly, "Bullsh *T, how is your dignity handsome?" Fangxing sneered. He looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "Tell me, between the two of us, who is more handsome?" The surrounding cultivators were silent. Who would want to get involved in their quarrel? Neither of them was easy to provoke. Of course, more importantly, Li Ying is definitely not good-looking, but you're not even close to being handsome, right? Amidst the silence, a weak voice came from the carriage, "Brother Jiao is good-looking." It was Chu Xi who stood out at this moment and firmly expressed her position and aesthetic standards. Fangxing was overjoyed and patted the roof of the carriage. "Good girl, your ninth master's love for you is not in vain." Li Ying was furious. He glared at the ghost general and the concubines beside him and shouted, "Are you all deaf?" The ghost general and the concubines were all trembling in fear. One of the smarter ghost generals was faster and immediately shouted, "Our crown prince is called, handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and eagle-like eyes, suave and elegant." Fangxing rolled his eyes at Li Ying and said, "Lying in front of so many people, don't you feel guilty?" The ghost general immediately choked and couldn't continue. Seeing that the quarrel was going to continue, they suddenly heard a faint sound of thunder in the air. The opportunity is about to open? Fangxing was slightly startled and raised his head to look at the sky above the basin. He saw that the spirit clouds above the basin were getting thicker and thicker, and there were faint flashes of lightning appearing. It was likely that the opportunity was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the Foundation establishment cultivators felt an increasing pressure and could not help but retreat more than 10 feet. On the other hand, the Spirit Movement Realm cultivators were getting more and more excited. They slowly moved towards the edge of the basin and rubbed their palms together, waiting for the opportunity to open. Our Crown Prince has a rosy face, white teeth and red lips. His Crown Prince has a heroic spirit and matchless heroism. He is truly an unparalleled hero. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, only Li Ying's side was filled with voices praising Li Ying's good looks. Fangxing was very impatient and shouted at Li Ying, "Fine, fine. The opportunity is about to appear and you're still talking about this, aren't you childish?" Li Ying immediately became even angrier. He angrily shouted and smashed 7 or 8 bowls in a row. Rumble, the sky above the basin was filled with dark clouds and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. After the sound of thunder, countless lightning snakes could be seen flashing in the clouds. In the end, the lightning snakes gathered together and turned into 9 streaks of purple lightning that were as thick as buckets. They descended from the sky and struck the basin. This power was extremely heavy and seemed to cause the earth to tremble. The Spirit Movement Realm cultivators at the edge of the basin could not even stand steadily. They felt dizzy and their eardrums were numb. The blood in their body was being pulled in the opposite direction. They hurriedly ran back and only dared to stand and watch after they were hundreds of feet away. Each and every one of their faces were ashen and they did not dare to easily approach the edge of the basin. However, after the 9 streaks of purple lightning descended, the ground at the center of the basin suddenly made caw-caw sounds and countless cracks appeared. It was as if the ground was split open by the purple lightning. Following the appearance of these cracks, the spiritual energy clouds in the sky tumbled and flowed down the cracks below. They were all swallowed by the ground of the basin and for a moment, the sky lit up, the vein of the earth has opened and the spiritual energy is being absorbed. The opportunity is about to appear. Seeing this change, the green-masked robber also stood up. His expression was solemn and he said in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, a spiritual spring suddenly gushed out from the ground in the center of the basin. The spring water was incomparably mystical and contained divinity. Wherever it flowed, spiritual herbs and strange fruits grew everywhere. Stalk by stalk, patch by patch, they rose from the ground. At the edge of the basin, jade fences, small bridges, and pavilions appeared. In an instant, a celestial garden was formed, filling up the basin. Bursts of medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. It was like an aged wine that made people feel intoxicated. It's so beautiful. Is that a real celestial garden? Chuxi's eyes were soft. It was as if she was intoxicated by this fairyland-like scenery. Is this a celestial garden that was created, or did the celestial garden originally exist and was just moved here? At this moment, even Fangxing felt a little strange. That celestial garden was truly frightening. Mysterious coffin, mysterious coffin. Just how many more secrets does it have? The green-clothed robber raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes seemed to be a little confused. The fortuitous encounter has appeared. Let's rush in and grab it. Suddenly, someone shouted. All the spiritual movement stage disciples rushed towards the immortal garden as if they had gone mad. At this moment, none of them could contain the excitement in their hearts as they faced the unparalleled fortune within the immortal garden. Disciples of the Northern Divine Mountain, hurry up and enter the immortal garden to fight for the opportunity. Remember, 30% of it belongs to us sisters, the 3 Fae from the Northern Divine Mountain shouted, and 3 giant butterflies flew out from behind their backs. Their bodies continued to grow, until they were 30 meters long. Their 6 wings flapped in unison, stirring up a fierce wind. The Northern Divine Mountain cultivators in front of them borrowed the force of the wind to fly towards the immortal garden. The lucky chance was right in front of them, and they had to fight for it. The earlier they could send their bloodline of cultivators into the immortal garden, the better. Disciples of the Western Desert's Yuhan Valley, go and fight for the opportunity. Western Desert's Han Longzi also stood up. He pulled out his sword and slashed forward. An ice dragon the size of a mountain actually appeared around him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It carried the spiritual movement stage disciple beside him and quickly rushed towards the immortal garden. Li Ying from the southern border ghost kingdom also gave a sinister smile as dense demonic energy surged from his back. Every cultivator who was afflicted by the blood infant curse had a pair of blood wings appear on their backs, and they involuntarily rushed toward the immortal garden. However, their postures were very unsightly. Rather than saying that they were flying over with blood wings, it would be more accurate to say that they were being forcibly pulled over by the blood wings. At this moment, the Han family's son did not say a word. He turned his horse around and left. He did not have any spiritual movement stage subordinates, but it had nothing to do with the opportunity. It's time for me to show off my skills. Seeing that the Foundation establishment stage cultivators were using various methods to send their spiritual movement stage disciples into the immortal garden, Fang Xing also laughed and stood up. He waved his hand forward. Within the 10,000 spirit flag, black smoke suddenly surged into the sky. It seemed to cover the entire sky. Then, the black smoke rushed forward like a black sea of clouds. It directly enveloped all the spiritual movement stage disciples who were under his protection. Within the black sea of clouds, countless giant demons appeared. Each demon carried a person and rushed towards the immortal garden with lightning speed. Rumble, the demon spirits that were shrouded in the black smoke were no different from their physical bodies. Their speed was extremely fast, and their might was extremely ferocious. They were simply invincible. The spells that were affected by their charge were either shrouded by the surging black smoke and lost their direction, or they were directly affected by the charge of the demon spirits and lost their direction. The ice dragon that Han Longzi had used a spell to control was smashed apart by the head of a stupid rhinoceros within the black smoke. Then, it was trampled by the many demon spirits that were following behind it, and it was crushed into pieces. Ha 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 ha, Fang Xing pointed at the ice dragon and laughed loudly. He secretly praised Daphne. Well done. Daphne was somewhat innocent, I didn't do it on purpose. In an instant, all the Foundation establishment stage cultivators displayed their abilities and sent their own disciples into the immortal garden. However, it was also a chance to show off their methods and intimidate the other cultivators. Fang Xing used the 10,000 spirit flag and gained quite a bit of limelight. The 10,000 spirit flag was inserted into the carriage with black smoke lingering around it. Although it was controlled by Daphne, others did not know and thought that it was a manifestation of his ability. In an instant, the demon army carried a cultivator under Fang Xing's protection and rushed towards the immortal garden. They were the fastest and were the first to arrive in front of the immortal garden. All the spiritual movement stage disciples jumped down from the back of the demon beasts and flew into the immortal garden. The demon beasts that were enveloped by the black smoke turned into black smoke and disappeared. It was extremely mystical. When they saw this scene, the Foundation establishment cultivators who were still outside the arena looked at Fang Xing with some fear in their eyes. This disciple of the Great Snowy Mountain did not have a great reputation. He had single-handedly cut off his 4 meridians at the small stone bridge and made a name for himself. However, because of the arrest order issued by the Huangfu clan's Daoist, all the cultivators treated him as a dead person and did not care much about him. But now, he had appeared here. First, he was laughing and cursing with the 3 demons from the northern divine mountain with a calm expression. Then, he hit Han Longzi, one of the western desert's 4 prodigies, with a single blow. Then, he fought a fierce battle with the ghost country's Prince Li Ying and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Then, when the immortal garden opened, he displayed his amazing abilities. With every movement, countless demon beasts appeared. Without a doubt, even if he did not single-handedly cut off his 4 meridians, Fang Xiaojiu was destined to become famous throughout the world with his performance today. Disciple of the Great Snowy Mountain, you've gone too far. Han Longzi's ice dragon was crushed by the group of demon beasts. He only thought that Fang Xing had done it on purpose and shouted angrily. So what if I've gone too far? If you're not convinced, then come and exchange a few moves with me. Fang Xing sat on the roof of the carriage and coldly looked at Han Longzi. The provocation in his smile was obvious. Han Longzi's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, but he did not actually rush forward. When he exchanged the first move with Fang Xing, he knew that he was at a disadvantage because of the hornless dragon's sneak attack. Therefore, he was not afraid of Feng Xing. He believed that if he used his true abilities, he would not necessarily lose to this disciple of the Great Snowy Mountain. However, after seeing his battle with Liying, his confidence was shaken. He had already faintly felt that the strength of this disciple of the Great Snowy Mountain was unfathomable. He was afraid that he would not be his opponent. In his anger, he could only secretly remember this debt in his heart. He turned his head to look at the Immortal Garden. At this time, the spiritual movement stage cultivators that had entered the Immortal Garden had already begun a fierce battle. Behind the Immortal Garden, there were many spirit flowers and strange grasses. Who would not be tempted, however, although there were many spirit flowers and strange grasses, compared to the spiritual movement stage cultivators that had entered the Immortal Garden, it was still pitifully few. Those that entered early would be able to obtain them, while those that entered late would not be able to obtain them. Due to their jealousy, killing was naturally unavoidable. Just at the periphery of the Immortal Garden, there were already people with murderous intent charging towards others. They had begun to fight openly. After all, they were fighting for opportunities and fate. Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to enter the Immortal Garden. The result of the fight inside the Immortal Garden depended on the abilities of the spiritual movement realm cultivators. The killing inside the Immortal Garden was also a tacit rule and no one could stop it. Of course, there were also people that were dissatisfied. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator not far away from Feng Xing watched as one of his juniors picked an immortal grass. Before he could even put it into his storage bag, he was already killed by a sword from the side and the immortal grass was snatched away. He was instantly enraged and shouted at a Foundation establishment stage cultivator beside him, "Mu Lingzi, your people are so daring." Mu Lingzi's cultivation was not as good as the other party, but he was very calm. He coldly glanced at the other party and said, "My juniors have already sought shelter under fellow Feng. 40% of the opportunity he snatched belongs to fellow Feng. If you have the ability, then go talk to him." The angry cultivator was instantly speechless. He sneaked a glance at Feng Xing and swallowed his anger gloomily. Feng Xing's divine sense was powerful, so he naturally heard this conversation. He chuckled but did not pay attention to it. He only looked at the Immortal Garden. At this time, within the Immortal Garden, the flames of war were already everywhere. At this time, the advantage of the disciples of the Wanluo clan had already been revealed. It had to be said that the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain had gathered the talented geniuses of the younger generation from the Chu region and the surrounding 7 small countries. It was obvious that the disciples of the Wanluo clan were only average among the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, but compared to the cultivators from other places, they were slightly stronger. In addition, they had been sent in earlier by Feng Xing, so they had the upper hand. They swept through the area like locusts and had already snatched most of the opportunities. More importantly, although they were not weak, Lung Xian did not have the ability to protect them. Therefore, when they snatched the opportunities, their hands and feet were bound. Now that they had the protection of Feng Xing, their courage had increased. After a round of killing, each of them was like a small beast bearing its claws and teeth. Not long after, everyone's hands were stained with human life. All the Foundation establishment cultivators watched this scene with ashen faces. They hated the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain to the core. If Feng Xing had not been there, there would have been people secretly plotting to rob and kill the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain after they left the Immortal Garden. But now that Feng Xing, this little fiend, was watching from the side, it was good that he did not rob them. They naturally did not have the courage to think about other things. We have gained a lot this time. Brother, I think we can find the 3 elixirs you want. Feng Xing said to the robber in green with a smile. The robber laughed softly and said, "Even if we're brothers, we still have to settle our debts. I didn't help you this time, it was your own doing. If you can find any one of those 3 spiritual medicines, then I'll owe you a favor." Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Let's be more practical. How much is a favor worth?" The robber in cyan sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes at Feng Xing. However, he thought to himself, if this was in the Divine Prefecture, there would be many people who wanted to ask for this favor but could not get it. He did not think much of it. Just as he was about to call out to this guy, he suddenly paused. Feng Xing also noticed a strange change. He frowned and looked up at the sky. Humph. That fellow's method of only taking 40% of the profits is not bad. Pass down my orders. We'll do the same in the future. We won't force other cultivators to hand over all of their fortunes to us. We'll allow them to keep 30% so that they won't try to fool us. The Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, Li Ying, watched the battle in the Immortal Garden with a cold look in his eyes. How hateful. This guy took 40% of the profits and used it as a shield. Using this method, he actually managed to gather a group of spiritual movement stage cultivators that are not weak. In addition to the profits of the Great Snowy Mountain disciples, they really hit the jackpot this time. Han Longzi looked at the situation within the Immortal Garden. His expression was already extremely ugly. Unfortunately, this is a spiritual movement stage opportunity. If it was a foundation stage opportunity, then his eyes were filled with deep hatred. He watched as Fang Xing used the spiritual movement realm disciples to obtain a large amount of resources. He was both anxious and angry. This brat took 40% of the profits and used this arrogant method to protect others. This made his hatred burn even more. He hated that this was not a foundation realm opportunity. Otherwise, if he personally took action, even if he could not kill this guy, he would not have allowed him to collect such a large amount of spiritual flowers and strange herbs. Something's not right. At this time, Han Longzi suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. After the appearance of the celestial garden, the spirit clouds that had dissipated had gathered once again. The clouds were not as thick as before, but were even denser, as if there was a dragon rolling in the clouds. The spirit chi from all directions was like a giant whale sucking in water, crazily gathering. It was sucked in by the spirit cloud that floated in the sky above the celestial garden, accumulating more and more intensely. There's another opportunity? Fang Xing's eyes immediately lit up. His heart was abnormally excited. At this time, the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain, the prince of the ghost country, Li Ying, and one of the 4 heroes of the western desert, Han Longzi, had all discovered this. They all flew up and came to a distance of around 30 feet from the Immortal Garden. This was the limit of their approach. The clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. When the density of the spiritual chi in the sky reached its peak, suddenly, there was a rumble and a bolt. A purple lightning struck down from the sky. It struck an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the celestial garden. The pavilion was struck by the lightning and immediately exploded. Then, an item flew out from the pavilion and charged into the sky. It's a pill furnace, someone cried out involuntarily as they saw the appearance of the object. It was a simple and unadorned pill furnace. It had 3 legs and 4 sides. There were many spirit beasts and strange plants engraved around it. It emitted a simple and unadorned aura. As it stood in the sky, the pill furnace gradually grew in size. In the end, it became more than 100 feet tall. It stood majestically above the Immortal Garden. A rich and intoxicating pill fragrance spread out and turned into celestial clouds. The most shocking thing was that the aura emitted from the pill furnace did not suppress the foundation establishment cultivators. This was an opportunity that could be obtained by a foundation establishment cultivator. So this is the true great opportunity, the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators all shouted. Their expressions all became excited. The reaction of foundation establishment cultivators was much faster than that of spiritual movement cultivators. The moment they discovered the pill furnace, they immediately used their abilities and rushed towards it. The pill furnace was more than 100 feet tall. If one did not know how to fly, they would not be able to enter at all. However, the mysterious domain forbade cultivators from flying techniques and flying artifacts. As a result, the cultivators could only rely on other methods to fly closer. Haha, this opportunity is mine for sure, Li Ying was the first to shout. The blood shadow behind him turned into a pair of blood wings and flew towards the pill furnace. At the same time, the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain each rode their own demonic butterflies and rushed towards the pill furnace. Han Longzi used the same trick again. This time, he turned into an ice dragon. He stepped on the dragon's head and soared into the sky towards the pill furnace. Let's go as well. Fang Xing and the green-clothed bandit both had flying techniques. Even if they could not escape far within the mysterious domain's restrictions, it was enough for them to reach the top of the pill furnace. They looked at each other, then one of them turned into a golden wing and the other turned into a lightning bird. They soared into the sky. When they reached the top of the pill furnace, they saw that the 4 doors of the pill furnace were all closed. They could not enter, so they could only temporarily stop in the air. At the same time, the Foundation establishment cultivators below all used their secret techniques to fly into the sky. On the ground, there were only a few unlucky eggs who did not know how to fly. They beat their chests and stamped their feet. They cried and cursed the heavens for being unfair. Can't they steal opportunities just because they can't fly? The 4 doors of the pill furnace are closed. Are we going to fight our way in? One of the cultivators shouted. He mustered up his courage and shot out a stream of spiritual energy to see if he could open the door of the pill furnace. Boom, an even stronger spiritual energy shot out from the pill furnace. The cultivator screamed and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Idiot, Zhu Shou looked at him with disdain. A great opportunity was right in front of him. How could he be so careless? Didn't he deserve it? Since the pill furnace has appeared, it will definitely open. We don't need to panic. It's just not the right time yet, the green-cloaked bandit said in a deep voice as he stared at the door of the pill furnace. Fang Xing was even more eager. He did not know what kind of divine pill was hidden inside the pill furnace. It was so mysterious. Ka. Just as the green-masked robber finished speaking, he suddenly heard a heavy and dignified sound from within the door facing the south. The tightly sealed door of the pill furnace actually slowly opened, revealing a crack. The pill aura that was so dense that it was purple was released, and in an instant, it enveloped the area in front of the pill furnace. It was as mystical as a pill cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun. It's open, a cultivator was overjoyed. Although the gap was small, it was enough for a cultivator to pass through. He was overjoyed. In order to fight for the opportunity, he rushed into the gap. However, just as he rushed 10 feet, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and found that the other cultivators did not move forward. Instead, they all retreated a few feet to avoid the pill aura. Oh, could it be that the pill aura is poisonous? The cultivator was startled and hurriedly retreated. However, Li Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly let out a cold snort. He flew up and kicked the cultivator's butt. The cultivator screamed and rushed straight into the pill furnace. Not long after, he screamed again and rushed out of the pill furnace. He screamed and fell to the ground. Terrifying blue veins had appeared on his body, as if each of his blood vessels had suddenly expanded 10 times. Li Ying grabbed the cultivator with one hand and pulled him over to carefully observe him. The green-cloaked bandit glanced at the cultivator from afar. His eyes turned cold and he said in a low voice, "The pill aura is not poisonous. It's just that this furnace of pills has been refined for who knows how many years. The pill aura inside has been brewing for who knows how many thousands of years. It's too dense, and it's not something that ordinary people can withstand. With just a sniff, one's qi and blood will surge. It's difficult to suppress, and it's no different from poisonous gas." Fang Xing understood the logic behind this. The pill aura was originally not poisonous, but it was very nourishing. However, once it exceeded one's refining limit, it would become poison. The pill aura is too dense, we can't refine it. Do we have to wait until the pill aura dissipates before we can take the opportunity? Some of the cultivators were extremely anxious as they yelled. This pill aura is so dense. I'm afraid it won't dissipate in 2 or 3 days. How long do we have to wait? There were also cultivators who coldly shouted in disdain, thinking that this method was too stupid. In the battle for the opportunity, one only had a sliver of an opportunity. Who had the patience to wait for 2 or 3 days? Although the pill poison is strong, it's not too corrosive. If you hold your breath, you can barely resist it with your cultivation. There were also people who put forward their own opinions. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the pill furnace that was surging with pill mist, but they didn't dare to enter. Haha, the bold will die, the timid will starve to death. If you're so restrained, how can you fight for the opportunity? Suddenly, someone shouted arrogantly and rushed into the pill furnace. It was Li Ying. With a maniacal laugh, Li Ying was the first to rush into the furnace. It looked a little reckless, but in reality, he had already observed the nature of the pill mist from the cultivator he kicked into the furnace. He had already made a decision in his heart. As he rushed into the furnace, an endless amount of blood-red killing intent appeared in his body, transforming into a black armor that covered his entire body. It was covered in ghost tattoos, and on his shoulders, knees, and forehead, there were hideous ghost heads clasped tightly together. It was completely airtight. Through this armor, he could better resist the pill mist. There's only a thin line in the struggle for the opportunity. It's worth it to take some risks, the 3 demons from the northern divine mountain whispered. The green-dressed woman took out 3 pills and ordered her 2 junior sisters to keep them in their mouths. They were spirit-dispersing pills, a type of pill that could disperse the medicinal effects of a pill into nothingness. Then, the 3 of them revealed determined expressions. They held their breaths and rushed towards the furnace. They were prepared to rush into the furnace before the medicinal effects of the pills dissipated. They wanted to seize the opportunity inside for themselves. Humph, mere pilchi can't stop me. Han Longzi was not to be outdone. With a wave of his blue sword, a layer of frost armor covered his entire body. Then, he also rushed towards the furnace. However, he was not far from Fang Xing. He practically brushed past Fang Xing's shoulder as he rushed into the furnace. He seemed to have done it intentionally or unintentionally. He turned his head and glanced at Fang Xing. When he saw that Fang Xing still had a pensive look on his face, he laughed coldly, as if he was mocking Fang Xing's cowardice. Nay, suddenly, there was the sound of a horse neighing. In the distance, a knight in silver armor rode over on a dragon horse. It was none other than the son of the Han family who had left earlier. However, when he discovered that a Foundation establishment cultivator had appeared, he reined in his horse and charged back. Whoosh, when he was near the dragon horse, he did not even stop. He tore a white handkerchief to cover the dragon horse's mouth and nose and charged straight into the elixir furnace. As for the other cultivators, they used all sorts of methods, such as magical treasures, secret techniques, or pills. They all thought of ways to resist the pill mist. There were also people who had no other way to resist the pill mist. They could only grit their teeth, hold their breath, and rush into the pill furnace. In any case, for Foundation establishment cultivators, their life force was strong, their breathing was long, and their ability to hold their breath was more than 100 times better than that of ordinary people. Holding their breath was enough to hold it for a while. As long as they came out before their breath was exhausted, they wouldn't be invaded by the pill mist. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, fortuitous encounters were hard to come by, and if they were a step too late, then it would be like drawing water with a sieve. In fact, even those cultivators who had secret methods to slightly resist the pill mist had to hold their breath. After all, the pill mist was too thick. Even if they used secret methods, they couldn't completely resist it. They could only slightly dissolve it, allowing them to hold their breath a little longer. At this time, no one knew how long it would take to compete for the opportunity. The longer they held their breath, the greater the hope. How can you be so calm? The green-masked robber turned his head and looked at Fang Xing strangely. He had long understood Fang Xing's temperament. Fang Xing's eyes lit up when he saw a treasure. Moreover, he believed that even the smallest mosquito was meat. He would rather kill 3,000 innocents than let one go. He would even rob a spirit movement realm cultivator for a spirit medicine. How could he not be anxious at this time? Aren't you also very calm? Fang Xing smiled and rolled his eyes at the green-masked robber. The green-masked robber opened his palm, revealing a deep blue bead inside. It was extremely mystical. He said, "I originally wanted to hold this pill in my mouth and quickly enter the pill furnace to fight for the opportunity. However, seeing you so calm, I feel that something is wrong. If something is abnormal, then there must be a demon. You have such a greedy personality, yet you are able to hold back and not enter. You must have discovered something, or perhaps yours truly has come up with a better idea?" Fang Xing chuckled and did not reply. He looked around on his own. At this time, the cultivators who had the ability to resist the pill chi had already entered. Only a small portion of them were left outside. To put it bluntly, those who were left outside were relatively weak. Facing the pill chi that could poison people, they were helpless. Fang Xing looked around. After seeing that there was basically no one around that could pose a threat to him, he revealed a sneaky smile. Suddenly, he laughed. He did not take any precautions and directly rushed towards the pill furnace. First, he circled around the pill furnace. After confirming that there was only one door open, he immediately took out several formation flags and placed them in the air. Whoosh! 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 The array flags floated in the air, and the spiritual energy intersected with each other. A large array appeared, blocking the door of the pill furnace. Fangxing sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, guarding the eye of the array. He sneered, "This group of bastards, it's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out." The green-masked robber finally understood his intentions. His eyes suddenly lit up and he excitedly said, "Good idea." At this moment, he'd come to a shocking understanding. It wasn't that Fangxing didn't want to seize the fortune within, he'd obviously harbored evil intentions again. Everyone was fighting for the opportunity inside, but he wanted to block the outside and not let the people inside come out. It must be known that all the cultivators held their breath and rushed into the pill furnace to fight for the opportunity. Even if the breath of a foundation establishment cultivator was much longer than that of an ordinary person, how long could they hold it? In addition, in order to compete for the opportunity inside the pill furnace, it was inevitable to fight. As a result, the consumption of breath was even more intense, and the time needed was much shorter. Fangxing blocking the mouth of the furnace was really ruthless. "Hee, I'll let you guys fight." After setting up the formation, Fangxing sat cross-legged in the air and glanced at the 10,000 spirit flag below. Daphne understood. 2 wisps of black smoke flew up and circled around Fangxing's fingertips. With a flick of his fingers, the 2 wisps of black smoke floated into the pill furnace. Inside were the demon spirits of 2 great demons. Although their combat power was extremely weak, they could be used as Fangxing's eyes. After doing this, Fangxing relaxed. He stared at the mouth of the pill furnace with a smile, his eyes shining. When the cultivators in the world saw his actions, they were a little confused. They all guessed his intentions. Some even thought that Fangxing did not have a way to resist the pill aura and could not enter the pill furnace. They faintly felt a sense of schadenfreude. However, no one dared to come up and provoke Fangxing. They could only watch from afar. As for the green-masked robber, he smiled and watched from the side for a while. Seeing that there would be no more drama to watch for a while, he simply returned to the ground and waited leisurely in the carriage. He even took out a small bag of fried snacks and shared them with Xianxia. Inside the pill furnace, there was already a fierce battle. Although Fangxing was guarding outside the pill furnace, he controlled the 2 demon spirits to fly into the pill furnace. He could understand what was happening inside the pill furnace. The inside of the pill furnace was far larger than it looked from the outside. It was 100 feet wide, and the ground and the dome were covered in a thick pill mist. Under the cover of this misty pill mist, it was impossible to see what treasures were inside at a glance. After the cultivators rushed into the pill furnace, they concentrated on searching every inch of the ground inside the pill furnace. They did not let go of any clues. After all, this pill furnace was so mysterious that anything inside could be a rare treasure. Fortunately, the heavens have given me such great luck. Suddenly, a female cultivator in her 30s was overjoyed. She picked up a purple and gold gourd from the ground and was overjoyed. However, just as excitement flashed in her heart, the female cultivator realized that something was wrong. She looked around and discovered that in just an instant, there were 7 or 8 pairs of vicious eyes staring at her. The female cultivator realized that something was wrong. With a stuffy cough, she turned around to flee from the pill furnace. However, someone coldly snorted behind her. There was a flash of blue light and half of her body froze over, leaving her frozen in place. A hand snatched the purple and gold gourd from her hand. It was Han Longzi. He coldly looked at the cultivators around him and they were so scared that they didn't dare to look at him. Han Longzi coldly smiled and wanted to put the gourd into his bag of holding. However, he found that the bag of holding couldn't contain the gourd. He could only take out a rope-type magic treasure and tie it to his back as he continued to search. He also picked up a gourd. Suddenly, a cultivator pointed at a person next to him and transmitted a message to the surrounding cultivators. Countless eyes immediately looked over. Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged cultivator's face was deathly pale and his eyes were flickering. It turned out that he also found a gourd, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to hide it, but he didn't expect someone to see it and shout at him. Boom, a cultivator next to him made a move. He shot out a beam of light and grabbed the gourd in his hand. Chaos immediately ensued. 4 or 5 cultivators were fighting each other, but none of them noticed a barely detectable pink mist drifting over. By the time the cultivators realized that something was wrong with their bodies, the 3 fairies from the northern divine mountain had already appeared, giggling. They easily walked past the frozen cultivators and took the gourd they were fighting over from one of them. It's actually a gourd of foundation cleansing pills. There must be at least a dozen of them. I'm really lucky. The woman in the green dress opened the gourd and poured one into her hand. After identifying the nature of the pill, she was overjoyed. Foundation cleansing pill? That's some good stuff. Fangxing was controlling his demon spirit to hide in a corner and peek. When he saw the pill in the gourd, he was also overjoyed. However, he had already recognized it. This pill was called the Foundation Cleansing Pill. It was a secret pill that could improve the quality of a foundation establishment cultivator's Taoist foundation. Lung Xian had taken a similar pill before. However, the foundation cleansing pill that was circulated in the world could only work on a green or red Taoist foundation at most. He didn't know if the pill in this furnace would work on a purple Taoist foundation like his. Of course, it didn't matter if it was effective or not. Fangxing had already decided that he had to take a gourd and have a taste. As more and more gourds were discovered, battles began to break out within the pill furnace. It was no longer as easy as it had been in the beginning, but one battle after another. Even the 2 heroes of the Western Desert, the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain, and the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom, Li Ying, were caught up in the battle. Suddenly, the pill furnace was filled with spiritual light and power. It had been a pill furnace, but now it had become a battlefield. Inside the pill furnace, none of the cultivators dared to breathe. They could only communicate with each other through divine sense, which made the situation even more chaotic. There's another pill furnace over there. In the midst of the chaotic battle, someone sent a voice transmission to his companions. However, because it was too chaotic, he wasn't able to control his voice and everyone around him heard it. It turned out that in the center of the pill furnace, the fog had been blown away by the fierce battle and a small and exquisite pill furnace had appeared. This pill furnace occupied the precious position in the center of the large pill furnace. It was clearly the most precious treasure of the pill furnace. The cultivators calmed down for a moment and immediately rushed toward the small pill furnace in a frenzy. They all used spells to fight for it. Clang! The small pill furnace was knocked over, and several round golden pills rolled on the ground, disappearing into the mist. The opportunity came first. Whoever fights with me, I'll take his life. Li Ying's body shook and his divine sense spread out. The blood chi around him turned into a ghost hand and swept toward the ground. This guy was extremely greedy. He wanted to monopolize the most important pills in the pill furnace. However, with a chi sound, a spear seemed to pierce through the void, dispersing the pill fog inside the furnace and stabbing toward him. This spear came and went like a ghost, and the spear contained an indescribably terrifying spiritual energy. Even Li Ying couldn't help but roar in anger and turn around to dodge. A pair of ghost eyes looked through the pill fog and saw that it was the son of the Han family who had returned. He had come to take the pill without saying a word. You dare attack me? You're courting death. Li Ying transmitted his voice and roared. He waved his ghostly hand to grab him. However, the son of the Han family's eyes were cold. He didn't say a word and swung the spear toward Li Ying's body. His hand moved like a dragon and grabbed the golden pill on the ground. Li Ying was anxious and could only ignore him for now. He flew to fight for the golden pill on the ground. Idlers, get out of the way. I'm taking this pill. Another person transmitted his voice, shocking the crowd. It was the other hero of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, Han Longzi, who had also joined the battle. Since there's such a fortuitous encounter, how could we sisters miss it? The 3 pixies from the Northern Divine Mountain giggled as they dashed over. Their long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and their pink mist swirled around them as they entered the fray. When the other cultivators saw this, they trembled with fear, but they didn't have the guts to join in the battle, and could only watch from the sidelines. Li Ying had already gone mad with rage. He roared as he attacked. His ghost hand swept out in a vicious and savage manner. He wanted to get rid of 1 or 2 people first so that others wouldn't have to fight him. However, although he was strong, the people around him weren't weak either. They were all peerless geniuses from the 4 regions. Because of the chaotic battle, it was impossible for them to achieve their goal in a short period of time. Among his opponents was the mute son of the Han family. He sat astride the dragon horse and brandished his spear like a dragon. He was truly ferocious. Forget killing him, in the midst of the chaos, his elusive spear had almost injured him several times. He had to use his full strength to defend himself. As for the 3 pixies from the northern Divine Mountain, they cooperated well with each other. Their bodies were covered in poison, so even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. As for Han Longzi, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, he was the weakest of the group. However, he was also very shrewd, and had avoided direct combat with Li Ying. Li Ying wasn't able to kill him in a short period of time. On the contrary, because Li Ying was too ferocious, the others seemed to feel hostility towards him. Most of their attention was focused on him, as if they were attacking him from all sides. Under these circumstances, Li Ying couldn't suppress the other heroes, so he could only try his best to maintain his composure. This is what chaos looks like. Luckily, I'm smart enough not to get involved in this mess with you. Among the cultivators, the 2 demon spirits under Fang Xing's control were hidden in the shadows, watching the entire battle for Fang Xing. In their hearts, they rejoiced that they had made the right decision. Under these circumstances, unless one was strong enough to suppress the other heroes, even if one was stronger than the others, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. Instead, they would be sucked into the muddy waters, unable to extricate themselves. That was because while the cultivators were in a state of chaos within the pill furnace, he was carefully counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it, I'd been dazzled by that demon's long, fair legs. Count again. 1, 2, 3, 4. He was so busy that he couldn't stop himself from taking notes of what each cultivator had obtained. Not good, I've been in the pill fog for too long, I can't take it anymore. Some cultivators saw that there didn't seem to be any other opportunities inside the pill furnace. In addition, after entering the pill furnace, everyone had to hold their breaths and use secret techniques to resist the thick pill mist inside the furnace, but they couldn't hold on for too long. Those with weaker cultivations or with inferior secret techniques to resist the pill mist were already unable to withstand it. They couldn't just throw their lives away for a fortuitous opportunity, so they hurriedly rushed to the door. Leaving the pill furnace was equivalent to giving up on this opportunity, so naturally, no one stopped him. This cultivator successfully arrived at the mouth of the furnace. Just as he was about to rush out, he suddenly discovered that there was a formation around the mouth of the furnace. The little devil from the Great Snow Mountain was looking at him with a sinister smile. Fellow cultivator, what is the meaning of this? When this cultivator saw the formation, he didn't dare to casually barge in. He used his divine sense to shake the air and asked. Fang Xing smiled coldly and said, "Cut the crap. Whether it's a pill or medicinal dregs, I'll take half of it." Half? This cultivator was startled. Fang Xing sneered and said, "That's right. At least half of it will be the price of leaving the pill furnace." There's a price to pay to leave the pill furnace? This cultivator was angry and anxious, but he couldn't withstand the erosion of the pill fog. Time was running out, so he shook his divine sense and shouted. Compared to him, Fang Xing was much calmer. He slowly said, "That's right. If you have the ability, then don't give it to me. Just stay inside." "What's wrong? What's wrong? Get out, I can't hold on much longer." Just as the cultivator who rushed to the door of the pill furnace stared blankly at the little robber who was blocking the entrance to the pill furnace and collecting the tickets, footsteps sounded behind him. Other cultivators also couldn't withstand the erosion of the pill fog and hurriedly ran out. However, when they arrived at the door of the pill furnace, they were blocked by the first cultivator. The exit was narrow, so he didn't notice Fang Xing at the door of the pill furnace. I can't go out. Someone is blocking the entrance. They'll only let us out if we get something." The first cultivator was anxious and helpless. He transmitted his voice to the cultivator behind him. "What? blocking the entrance of the pill furnace and asking for something? Who's so bold? Kill him. The cultivator behind him shouted angrily. The first cultivator said helplessly, it's that disciple from the Great Snow Mountain, Fang Xiaojiu. How about I move aside and you kill him? F***ck, did that brat see my face? The cultivator behind him muttered and didn't dare to transmit his voice. The cultivator guarding the first position held his breath, feeling that he could not hold on any longer, and his heart grew more and more panicked. Once he directly inhaled the pill mist, his blood would flow in reverse, and he would die. He did not dare to take this risk. He was anxious and angry, but he knew that Fang Xiaojiu, who was blocking the door, was very fierce, and was not someone he could afford to provoke. He could only beg bitterly, fellow Taoist, please understand, my ability is really low, and I did not manage to snatch the medicine. Please let me out first. He really didn't dare to use force, so he lied and said to get out first. When Fang Xing heard this, he laughed loudly. You bastard, you still dare to lie to me? In the chaos just now, a purple gold gourd was broken and the pills inside were scattered all over the ground. I clearly saw you pick up 2 pills and put them in your pocket. You still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Hurry up and hand over 1 pill. If you dare to be so long-winded, I'll take 2 of them from you. You won't have any chance left. The cultivator's face immediately turned ashen. He didn't expect that although this little devil didn't enter the pill furnace, he knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and throw out a red pill. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Fang Xing laughed loudly and reached out to catch one. He opened an opening in the array and shouted, "Get out!" The cultivator rushed out of the pill furnace and floated in the air. He panted heavily and was already covered in cold sweat. At the same time, he didn't forget to glare hatefully at this little devil from the Great Snow Mountain. Others rushed into the pill furnace to snatch the opportunity, but this little devil actually blocked the door to collect the benefits. He was really too shameless. However, the cultivators who entered the pill furnace were all resisting the erosion of the pill mist. They really didn't dare to delay. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. It had to be said that this little devil really had a soft spot for them. Fellow cultivator, the second cultivator came to the mouth of the pill furnace with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands and was about to speak. You have 3 foundation cleansing pills on you. Give me 2, or don't even think about coming out. Fang Xing directly interrupted him and shouted arrogantly. The cultivator was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I hand over half?" Fang Xing said, "Do you think I didn't hear you when you hid inside and said bad things about me?" The cultivator was speechless. For the sake of his life, he obediently handed over 2 foundation cleansing pills before leaving the pill furnace. What's going on? The third cultivator rushed to the door of the pill furnace and was stunned when he saw Fang Xing sitting in the air with his arms crossed. When Fang Xing saw that it was him, he carefully identified him and immediately frowned. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't ask, you idiot. You didn't even get a single pill. Hurry up and get out. Don't interfere with my business." Soon, more and more cultivators rushed to the entrance of the cauldron, but most of them had reached their limits. Furthermore, the pills inside the cauldron were already in their pockets, so it was impossible to snatch them from others. The undecided golden cores were being eyed by the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, the Western Desert heroes, and the 3 demons from the Northern Divine Mountain, but they couldn't interfere. Inside the cauldron's mist-filled cauldron, their lives were hanging in the balance at any moment, so they didn't have any intention of watching the battle, so they all prepared to leave. However, when they rushed to the mouth of the cauldron, they were suddenly crowded together. When they heard that Fang Xing was blocking the mouth of the cauldron and collecting the benefits, they were instantly shocked and furious. Some begged, some cursed, and some flew into a rage. Fang Xing ignored them all, smiling as he crossed his arms and shouted, "Come, come, come. We'll each take half of the benefits, and then we can come out. Line up, don't push, fellow Taoist Fang, this opportunity is hard to come by, please let us go, it's not easy for me to guard the door here. Only taking half of your benefits is already not much, what else do you want? Little bastard, are you trying to rob us all by yourself? Be careful, or you'll be hacked to death. Damn, you rat spirit with the compass, don't think I can't see you just because you're hiding behind people and cursing at me, fellow Daoist Fong. I'm friends with the head of the Great Snow Mountain's 5 sons, Crown Prince Chu Huang. How about giving me some face? Screw you, I'm not friends with him, don't try to get close to me, I can't take it anymore, fellow Daoist Fong, let me out, you with the mole on your face, your eyes are even brighter than a rat's. Are you trying to trick me? Save it. For a moment, their divine senses resonated and buzzed, and the mouth of the cauldron was in a mess. All of the cultivators used their divine abilities to leave the pill furnace, but they didn't want to hand over their lucky chance. However, Fong Xing had a heart of stone, a cold magistrate. If you want to quarrel, I'll accompany you. If you want to cause trouble, I'll let you cause trouble. However, I just won't let you leave. If you have the ability, then fight, but there was nothing they could do. The cultivators really did have the ability to force their way out, but they just had to feel that the aura in their bodies was becoming more and more turbid. It was really difficult for them to continue holding their breaths. Gritting their teeth, they could only endure the pain in their hearts and obediently hand over the opportunity. Only then were they able to leave the pill furnace. With this, it was unknown how many benefits fell into Fong Xing's pocket. After the cultivators left the pill furnaces, they couldn't help but look at Fong Xing with red eyes. However, they feared his strength and didn't dare to offend him. Furthermore, the cultivator who charged out of the pill furnace couldn't help but have the same thought. He had already been robbed by this little bandit, so if he attacked now and broke his spell formation, wouldn't that just be giving the people behind him an advantage? In any case, the real experts inside the pill furnace hadn't come out yet. In a bit, they would definitely have a conflict with this little demon. Those people weren't easy to provoke, so it was better for them to wait and recover the spiritual energy they had used up in the battle inside the pill furnace. At the same time, they could sit back and watch this little demon get beaten up by a group of experts. At that time, they could follow and beat the dog while it was down. Maybe they could even snatch back their lucky chance. With more and more people having this kind of thought, a strange scene appeared. The cultivators that rushed out of the pill furnace at most glared at Fong Xing a few times. Unexpectedly, none of them went up to fight him. Even if there were 1 or 2 angry ones, they still didn't dare to provoke him. Boom, 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 in order to snatch the golden core, the experts inside the pill furnace were fighting with all their might. The power was so strong that even the huge pill furnace was buzzing. The demon that was acting as a spy inside had already detected for Fong Xing that there were a total of 9 golden cores scattered around the small pill furnace. However, Han Longzi had snatched one. The 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain had worked together to snatch 2. The son of the Han family had also snatched 2. Li Ying, on the other hand, had lost 3 and was currently fighting over the last one. Boom, finally, Han Longzi couldn't hold his breath anymore and gave up on the fight. He flew to the mouth of the pill furnace and was about to leave. However, he suddenly saw Fong Xing guarding the mouth of the furnace and was slightly startled. Fong Xing looked at him with a smile. We meet again. Do you want to come out? Hand over the golden core and I'll take half of the foundation cleansing pills. You. What do you mean by that? Han Longzi asked in a voice transmission. He was extremely angry. What I mean is that I want to rob you. If you don't hand over the golden core, don't even think about coming out. Fong Xing crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Damn it, you actually want to take advantage of my misfortune. So shameless. Han Longzi was furious. He waved his blue sword and rushed towards Fong Xing's spell formation. He actually wanted to directly charge into it. They're fighting. The foundation building cultivators who had been watching from below all raised their heads to watch the battle. AI, what a pity. The one who came out is Han Longzi. If only it was Li Ying or the son of the Han family, all the cultivators sighed. They felt that Han Longzi was a bit weak. He had already been beaten speechless by Fong Xing's staff. Now, he had fought a great battle in the pill furnace, which had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He also had to hold his breath to defend against the attack of the pill mist. His strength had been greatly affected. The little devil from the Great Snow Mountain had been waiting for him to exhaust himself, and had even set up a spell formation. How could Han Longzi possibly be a match for him? However, it was also at this time that two foundation building cultivators flew up into the air. Even as Han Longzi angrily charged into the spell formation, they stealthily charged towards Fangxing from behind. They were the Western Desert Foundation building cultivators who had come with Han Longzi. They hadn't made a sound after coming out, but had chosen to attack now. They wanted to attack from both sides, break the little devil's spell formation, and rescue Han Longzi. Haha, I saw you two a long time ago. What are you sneaking around for? Fangxing laughed loudly. He activated the power of the spell formation and used it to suppress Han Longzi. He held the one-legged bronze lance in one hand, turned around, and laughed at the two Western Desert Foundation building cultivators. Before you make a move, you should first weigh the consequences of your actions. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Aside from the two Foundation establishment cultivators who shared the same bloodline as Han Longzi, there were also a few other Foundation establishment cultivators who were restless. They were either cultivators from the northern Divine Mountain who had allied with the three fairies or ghost generals from the southern frontier Ghost Kingdom. They were also worried that their masters or allies would be trapped by Fangxing when they left the pill furnace. Thus, they were itching to launch a pincer attack and break through the formation. Fangxing had long since seen through their intentions. He turned around and waved his one-legged bronze lance, issuing the order to kill. You bastards, I really don't care about you. If you dare to provoke me, don't blame me for taking your lives. Although he said this with a smile, his gaze was slightly cold. It was clearly not a joke. The Western Desert cultivators, as well as the restless Northern Divine Mountain and Southern Frontier Ghost Kingdom cultivators, immediately hesitated in midair. They had all witnessed this little demon's ferocity. They knew that he was on the same level as a proud Dao child. He was far beyond their reach. With their lives on the line, they had no choice but to carefully consider the matter. Disciple of the Great Snow Child, you want to vainly steal my destiny with a mere spell formation? In your dreams, it was also in this short period of time that Han Longzi held the blue sword in his hand and let out a loud roar. He had already broken through the array and arrived in front of Fangxing, who was in the middle of the array while resisting the pressure of the array. In the midst of his furious roar, the blue sword turned into a ray of light that swept towards Fangxing. The sword light flashed out with rays of cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was really as if the sword had flashed out and turned the surroundings into a cold winter. Remember, don't get close, or you'll lose your life. Fangxing pointed at the restless cultivators and gave them a final warning. Then he turned around and swung his staff. Pfft! The one-legged bronze lance collided with Han Longzi's sword, instantly shattering countless ice shards that scattered in all directions. Han Longzi, who had bravely broken through the spell formation, let out a roar and flew back into the pill furnace like a ragged sack. So what if it's a mere spell formation? With your little ability, even if you manage to break through, I can still pull you back in. Looking at the furious Han Longzi, Fangxing didn't take it seriously and once again set up the spell formation. The spell formation he set up was the one he had brought out from the Blue Cloud sect. It couldn't be considered brilliant, and for a Foundation establishment cultivator, breaking it would only take half a cup of tea's time. However, he didn't expect the spell formation to be able to stop the cultivators in the pill furnace. It was only a door, and the one who would be able to stop the cultivators in the pill furnace was himself. Fang Xiaojiu, you've robbed me of my opportunity, you've sowed a death grudge with me. Han Longzi was knocked back into the pill furnace by Fangxing's staff. Although he wasn't injured, he was still furious. Adding on the fact that he had been holding his breath for a long time, he couldn't hold on any longer. His heart was filled with rage, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He wanted to eat Fangxing alive. Now I've sowed a death grudge with you? Fangxing laughed coldly. I thought when you blocked my carriage, I had already sowed a death grudge with you. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and he shouted, You bastard, do you really think I'm so easygoing that you can provoke me no matter what you are? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I don't care if you're the 4 Western Desert Sisters or the 3 brothers, if you don't hand over your opportunity, don't even think about leaving. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, Han Longzi was so angry that his teeth were chattering and his eyes were about to spit fire. Fang Xing, on the other hand, leisurely swung the one-legged bronze lance in his hand. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. Who pulled your leg? As he spoke, he laughed coldly, causing everyone inside and outside the pill furnace to fall silent. How could Han Longzi have known that he had blocked the path of the great Snow Mountain disciple in a fit of righteous indignation? Although he had suffered a loss, he had also incurred the hatred of this little demon. Now he was blocking his path and trying to steal his opportunity? This feeling was similar to when he had accidentally hit a mangy dog on the side of the road, only to be bitten by the dog. At first, he didn't care much about it, he just wanted to find an opportunity to kill it. But who would have thought that just as he was thinking about how to kill the mangy dog, it would block his own path and try to bite him to death? This feeling was both absurd and infuriating. As one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, when had he ever been forced like this? If the great Snow Mountain disciple had also entered the pill furnace and stolen his opportunity with their strength, then so be it. But he had risked the danger of being corroded by the pill mist to steal this opportunity from a group of heavenly geniuses, and he couldn't bear to give it away. But he had no other choice. After the chaotic battle inside the pill furnace, he had used up a lot of spiritual energy. In addition, he was worried about being corroded by the pill mist, so he didn't dare to breathe. Right now, the aura in his body was too turbid to fight with Fang Xing. Fellow Taoist Han Longzi, if you don't want to go out, then make way for us 3 sisters. At this time a clear and melodious voice rang out. It was the 3 northern divine mountain fairies behind him. The door of the pill furnace was only slightly open, so only one person could enter or leave. If he stood in front of the pill furnace and quarreled with Fang Xing, the people behind him wouldn't be able to get close. In his anger, Han Longzi was about to shout at them, but then he remembered that these 3 northern divine mountain fairies weren't easy to deal with. If he offended them, then there would be a little devil blocking his path in front of him and the 3 fairies attacking him from behind. That would be difficult to defend against. It would be better to make way for them for now. If they could force the little devil out of the way, then he could follow behind them and wait for an opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he retreated 10 meters, making way for the exit of the pill furnace. The green-dressed woman smiled and walked to the door of the pill furnace. She said to Fang Xing, "Little brother, you really have a good idea. You easily obtained the resources inside the pill furnace. It was much easier than us fighting to the death inside. I really admire and like you." "Aya, don't say that. Your face is turning red." Fang Xing was a little embarrassed. "Are you coming out too?" The leader of the Northern Divine Mountain's 3 fairies, the green-robed woman, Deng Gui, smiled sweetly and charmingly. "That's right. Why don't you let us out?" As she spoke, her voice was languid and her eyes were watery. Just one look at her would make one melt. Fang Xing's face turned even redder. She seemed a little embarrassed and said shyly, "No." The woman in the green dress was startled, and she said in astonishment, "No?" Fang Xing still had the appearance of a shy little boy, but he didn't hesitate to say, "That's right. We're doing business, so we must pay attention to integrity. You can only come out if you hand over half of the profits. There's no difference between men and women. If you don't hand over the profits, no one can come out." The green-robed woman's face immediately became a little embarrassed. She thought to herself that this little bastard was actually so stubborn. Her flirtatious gaze from before had been fed to a dog. She subconsciously wanted to get angry, but after a moment of hesitation, she smiled even sweeter and said, "But us 3 sisters are really too weak. We didn't manage to snatch too many opportunities. Little brother, how about this? I'll give you 3 foundation cleansing pills, and you let us out. You should know that my junior sister Hong likes you very much. I originally wanted to introduce her to you. Although our Northern Divine Mountain's mystic moon cave likes yang harvesting techniques the most, my junior sister Hong has never touched a man before. She still has her red balls, so hateful." "You're actually using this kind of method to entice people," Fang Xing laughed mischievously. His eyes were shining, and it seemed as if his saliva was about to flow out. But just when the green-robed woman let out a sigh of relief in her heart, thinking that she had moved this little bastard, Fang Xing firmly shook his head. He regretfully sighed and said, "But it still won't do. I know that. You took out a purple gold gourd, and there should be 15 or 16 foundation cleansing pills inside, as well as 2 gold cores. You can only give me 3 foundation cleansing pills. How about this? Your junior sister Hong's red balls will be considered as 1 foundation cleansing pill. You should have given me 8 foundation cleansing pills and 1 gold core. I'll give you a discount and save you 1 foundation cleansing pill. 7 foundation cleansing pills and 1 gold core. The green-robed woman's face suddenly turned green, the same color as her dress. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't say a single word. Senior sister, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's rush out together. Behind the green-robed woman, the flowery dress woman angrily transmitted her voice. The green-robed woman frowned and replied, "This little demon is not at a disadvantage when fighting with Li Ying. If the 3 of us were to fight one-on-one, none of us would be his match. But this place is narrow, and only 1 person can rush out. Who can defeat this little demon?" The flowery dress woman said, "Then we'll use poison." The green-robed woman said, "I've already used 3 shadowless poisons in a row, but they were all avoided by him. This child's divine sense is strong, and in a head-on situation, our shadowless poisons can't be hidden from his eyes and ears." It turned out that although she and Feng Xing were smiling like flowers, they had secretly sent a few strands of poison over. This kind of poison was colorless and odorless, and it was difficult to detect when it was in the wind. But all of it was avoided by Feng Xing with a smile, as if it didn't exist. This also made her vigilant in her heart. She understood that although this little demon didn't look proper, in fact, his divine sense was strong, and he was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. For a moment, the 3 women were a little anxious. Facing this little demon, they were really helpless. Feng Xing, on the other hand, proudly crossed his arms, waiting for the other party to admit defeat. In this situation, he wasn't the one who should be anxious. In any case, the longer the other party delayed, the more corrosive the pill mist would be. The later they came out, the weaker they would be. Right now, he couldn't wait for the other party to waste a bit more time. He estimated that in another hour or so, they would all be lying on the ground without him doing anything. What are you all doing here? Waiting to die? Just as the 3 women were helpless, suddenly, a ruthless divine sense swept over, causing their hearts to tremble. When they looked back, they saw that Li Ying and the Taoist of the Western Desert Han family had already finished their fight and had also arrived at the exit of the pill furnace. The 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain were a little afraid of this southern border ghost prince. They were afraid that he would attack them indiscriminately, so they hurriedly retreated, making way for the passage outside the pill furnace. This allowed them to see the figure of Feng Xing outside the pill furnace. That disciple from the Great Snow Mountain is blocking the entrance of the pill furnace. He wants to rob us of our opportunity. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to leave. Han Longzi rushed to inform Li Ying with his divine sense before the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain could. What? In his dreams? Li Ying was furious when he heard this. His divine sense shook and he spread out his body, rushing out of the pill furnace. His body emitted a dense ghostly aura like a monstrous sea of blood. He was like a blood dragon leading a great river as he rushed out. Oh? Ghost child, are you trying to show off again? Get back here. Feng Xing laughed when he saw Li Ying. He swung his arms in a circle, channeling all the spiritual power in his body into the 1-legged bronze spear, and smashed it. Bang! Li Ying, who was rushing out with monstrous power, roared angrily as he was smashed back by Feng Xing. He stumbled back a few steps. Why yeah, you're bullying me now that I'm powerless. If you have the ability, let me out. When I recover my spiritual power, I'll fight you to the death. Li Ying had never suffered such a loss before. He was so angry that his divine sense shook and he roared. Do you think I'm stupid? Feng Xing put the 1-legged bronze spear on his back and smiled. To tell you the truth, I'm going to eat you all today. Who told you to go in like dogs fighting for shit? It's easy to go in, but it's hard to come out. Today, I'll make it clear. If you don't hand over half of your opportunities to me, don't even think about coming out. You want to fight me to the death? You'll have to wait until you come out. His words were powerful and resonant, causing the genius in the cauldron to fume from all 7 orifices. In terms of real strength, Fang Xing might not be able to stop the prodigies in the pill furnace. In fact, he would have to use the yin-yang grindstone to kill one of them. It would take some effort. After all, these people were Foundation establishment prodigies from the 4 regions, the kind that were rarely seen. However, they just had to be trapped in the pill furnace at this time, and there was nothing they could do. After the battle in the pill furnace, they had consumed a lot of spiritual power. On top of that, they had been holding their breaths to resist the pill mist. Right now, the aura in their bodies was turbid and had reached their limit. The strength they could unleash was really limited. Time passed slowly. Outside the pill furnace, Fang Xing was leisurely and carefree, but the people inside were so anxious that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Among the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain, the girl in the red dress, who was the youngest and the weakest, was already on the verge of collapsing. When the girl in the green dress saw this, she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Forget it. My junior sister can't hold on much longer. Do what you want, but I'm in a hurry to get out. Isn't it just half of the opportunities? Just give it to him." She discovered that her 3 sisters were experts in the Tao of poison, but in terms of cultivation and foundation, they were inferior to the others. This was especially true for her junior sister, who was almost unable to resist the corrosion of the pill mist. If she really waited until she lost consciousness, the people around her might attack them. As she spoke, she took out the golden core and planned to hand it over. "Wait." At this time, Han Longzi suddenly transmitted his voice. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "We've been eaten by that little demon from the Great Snow Mountain. If we don't hand over the opportunities, we won't be able to leave. Why don't we temporarily form an alliance and do as he said? We'll each hand over half of the opportunities, and after we get out, we'll work together to kill him?" "Humph, I'm sure you've noticed that this little demon has stolen many opportunities from the Immortal Garden through the spiritual movement stage cultivators he's protecting. After we kill him, the opportunities he stole from us will return to their original owners. As for the spiritual herbs and immortal grasses, we'll split them evenly. What do you think?" When the flower-dressed girl from the northern Divine Mountain heard this, she immediately said, "This is the only way. We've consumed too much energy in the pill furnace. Before we recover our spiritual energy, I'm afraid that no one will be able to take advantage of this little demon. However, if we work together, even if we only have half of our usual strength, we can definitely kill this little demon." They discussed in a low voice and realized that this was the only way, so they all agreed. "You want to steal our opportunity, right? Fine, we'll give it to you. This group of bastards must want to surround and kill me after I come out. If that's the case, don't blame me for giving you 3 light strikes." Fang Xing, who was guarding outside the cauldron, knew that they were discussing something the moment he saw them lowering their heads to discuss something. As for what they were discussing, it was obvious. However, this was within his expectations and he didn't find it strange. In fact, he had long understood that his own strength wasn't enough to trap them in the cauldron. No matter what method he used, these guys would definitely fight him after they came out. If they were afraid of this, they wouldn't have come to rob him. "Little brother, 1 gold core and 8 foundation cleansing pills are all here. You really give elder sister face." The woman in the green dress sneered and threw a few pills towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing chuckled and took out the storage bag to receive it. He smiled and said, "Haven't I already given it to you? You said that if you give me your junior sister's red pill, I will save you a foundation cleansing pill? I don't give face to ordinary people." The woman in the green dress smiled coldly and said, "No need, my junior sister's red pill will not be given to you." As she spoke, she was about to pull the woman in red's hand out, but Fang Xing raised his hand and said with a smile, "Wait first." The woman in the green dress's face changed greatly. "You want to go back on your word?" Fang Xing smiled and said, "No, I am thinking for you. Think about it, what if the people who came out earlier directly attacked me, and the people behind took advantage of the chaos to rush out? Then wouldn't you all suffer a loss? So, it's better to be fair. Both of you have to hand over your things. That long blue worm, you have to hand over 1 Jindan and 8 foundation cleansing pills. As for the one riding a mare, you've earned a lot, but I'll only take half of it, 1 Jindan and 8 foundation cleansing pills. As for the ghost child, you've just snatched 3 Jindan, right? How about this, we won't count the small change. You give me 2 gold cores and 8 foundation cleansing pills. Li Ying immediately became furious. Do you know how to calculate? Didn't you say that you would only take half of the benefits? Fang Xing said, you can't cut a gold core in half, right? I'll lend you the other half. Li Ying was still a little angry, but when Han Longzi gave him a look, he also agreed gloomily. But in his heart, he thought that since he was going to get it back later, there was no need to quarrel with that bastard over such a small matter. Of course, he really could not win an argument against this bastard from the Great Snow Mountain. He, the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom, was also known to be difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that in front of this bastard from the Great Snow Mountain, he would not be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. Even if he quarreled, he would still lose. The gold core and the foundation cleansing pill are here. Take them. Everyone in the cauldron threw their pills at Fang Xing with a gloomy expression, including the Han family's son, who had been silent all this while. But everyone's expression was clearly not very good, and there was a hint of killing intent in their voices. Fang Xing caught it and could not help but smile. This time, he had really struck it rich. Of the 9 gold cores in the cauldron, he had obtained 5, which was more than the 5 people in the cauldron combined. And he had earned nearly 40 foundation cleansing pills in one go, which was more than 2 gourds. He smiled and put away the pills, then glanced at the people in the cauldron, turned around and fled. He's trying to escape, kill him. Inside the cauldron, there was an explosive shout. It was Han Longzi who was the first to rush out. The blue sword in front of him suddenly expanded, and like a blue bolt of lightning, it slashed down from the sky. The sword's momentum was aimed directly at Fang Xing, who had landed on the carriage, and behind him, Li Ying, the 3 demons from the northern Divine Mountain, and the Han family's son from the western desert also rushed out of the cauldron. So eager to kill me, it seems like this hatred is really unresolvable. On the carriage, Fang Xing did not escape. He raised his head to look at Han Longzi and smiled coldly. Seeing his confident expression, Han Longzi's heart inexplicably shuddered, and he felt that something was wrong. Old heretic, attack. Fang Xing secretly sent a voice transmission to the Great Rock King, and then his face turned cold. He let out a sharp howl and charged towards Han Longzi. Behind him, the Great Rock King had activated the myriad spirit flag as well. Black smoke surged, and it was as if a black cloak had been draped over his back. Within the black cloak, there were 5 hornless dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their fangs as they charged towards Han Longzi. On the 10,000 spirit flag, there was a large amount of blood qi, which rapidly flowed along the black smoke toward the 5 hornless dragons. Now, the 5 hornless dragons had already been separated from Ancestor Golden Light's 8 formation plate, and were directly controlled by Daphne. But in this way, they had also lost the nourishment of the 8 formation plate. Like Daphne, they began to use blood qi to support their daily battle. Not good. Seeing this, Han Longzi's heart trembled. He had already sensed danger, and immediately wanted to retreat. However, at this time, Fang Xing had already activated his speed with all his strength. The golden wings on his back wrapped around him, and his entire body was like a ray of golden light. In an instant, he rushed forward and blocked in front of Han Longzi. He waved the one-legged bronze spear with both hands, and with all his spiritual energy, he smashed it down with a rumble. The one-legged bronze spear was wrapped in a terrifying killing intent, and with a demonic cloud, it pressed down on Han Longzi. At this moment, Han Longzi, who was secretly complaining in his heart, could only use all his concentration to defend. The blue longsword turned into an ice dragon that coiled in front of him, blocking Fang Xing's attack. He had already discovered that although Fang Xing seemed to be escaping, he was actually luring the enemy in. He wanted to kill one person in one go. Sadly, he, who was in a hurry to kill this child, had become the person that Fang Xing had lured over. The current Han Longzi no longer hoped to be meritorious, but only hoped to resist for a moment. When Li Ying and the others came to save him, he still had a chance to live. Pooh! The one-legged bronze spear in Fang Xing's hand fell down and hit the ice dragon that coiled in front of Han Longzi. This attack contained all of Fang Xing's spiritual energy, and it was extremely heavy. It only made the ice dragon crackle, and its entire body was covered in cracks. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered into pieces of ice. Under the power of this attack, Han Longzi couldn't even breathe, and he howled in pain as he fell. Behind him were the 5 hornless dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Han Longzi seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of the 5 hornless dragons. Suddenly, he let out a series of miserable screams as he was surrounded by the black smoke of the 10,000 spirit flag. As for Fang Xing, he instantly turned around to face Li Ying and the others who were charging over. The golden wings on his back fluttered, and he stood in midair. The black smoke under his feet was like a real sea, filled with a monstrous killing intent. Within it, there were 5 hornless dragons swimming about, and they fiercely fought with Han Longzi. Under the attacks of the 5 hornless dragons, Han Longzi was able to resist a few times at first, but as time went on, he was gradually drowned. In the end, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He tried his best to reach out to Li Ying and the others in the sky, as if he was still waiting for them to save him. "Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to fight me?" Fang Xing smiled as he looked at the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain, the Ghost Kingdom's crown Prince Li Ying, and the silent Han family's son. He lured the enemies deep in, killed Han Longzi, and then blocked the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince and the others, not letting them save him. It was all done in one go. Han Longzi's eyes were filled with terror before his death. At this moment, he truly looked like a demonic god. This is an imitation of the Huangfu family's 10,000 spirit flag, right? Its power is indeed extraordinary, but how long can you use it for? After a moment of silence, Li Ying suddenly laughed. His body shook, and the ghost chi in his body surged out, dyeing half the sky red. The 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain also smiled coldly, and slowly descended in a triangular formation. As they descended, the ribbons around them fluttered, and wisps of pink mist spread out, forming clouds of pink mist that obscured their figures. They looked like celestial beings, but also indescribably seductive. Just looking at them from afar would make one's heart beat faster. However, under the palpitations of their hearts, there was an indescribable killing intent. As for the Han family's son from the western desert, he didn't move. His head was slightly drooping, as if he was thinking about something. However, the Pegasus he was riding was staring at Fang Xing with its big eyes, and white smoke was coming out of its nostrils from time to time. "Fang Xiaojiu from the Great Snow Mountain, you are indeed one of the few people that I have taken a liking to. Unfortunately, do you really think that killing Han Longzi will scare us? Fighting 1 against 3, what are your chances of winning?" Li Ying laughed eerily. He said he would fight 1 against 3, but he only treated the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain as one person. As expected, they are not ordinary. You can't just scare them like that. Fang Xing laughed. He also realized that the people standing in front of him were all top-notch geniuses from various sects and families. Whether it was in terms of strength or experience, they were all extremely shocking. He didn't hesitate to use up a large amount of blood chi to summon 5 hornless dragons at the same time to kill Han Longzi in one fell swoop. He wanted to intimidate this group of people, but from the looks of it, these people were not frightened by him, and still wanted to surround and kill him. "Haha, it's not that I want to fight 1 against 3, it's you guys who want to fight 3 against 1. Facing the encirclement of 3 experts, Fang Xing did not show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "It's been a long time since I've fought to my heart's content. Come, the 3 of you are not bad. Let me exercise my muscles." Boom, as his voice fell, the aura of gold and ink revolved around his body, wrapping around his left and right arms. A dangerous aura began to appear, spreading invisibly, and gradually enveloping a part of the sky. Under his feet, the black fog that was like a black sea suddenly surged into the air. It was like a black wave that was dozens of feet high, condensing and not dispersing behind Fang Xing. Within the black wave, there were 5 ferocious and swimming hornless dragons faintly discernible. This scene was like a huge curtain, appearing ferocious and terrifying. No matter who looked at it, they could not help but shudder with fear. This bastard is really impressive. I have to let Guanu remember this. Next time I will put on airs like this. Even Li Ying could not help but sigh softly as he praised. But after he finished praising, he smiled sinisterly and said to the Han family's son and the 3 Northern Divine Mountain fairies, "Everyone, let's make our move." The 3 Northern Divine Mountain fairies did not reply, but the pink fog around them suddenly surged. The Han family's son, who seemed to be deep in thought, glanced at Fang Xing and pressed his hand on the spear at his side. A murderous aura suddenly rose, a chilly wind blew from the horizon and blew between them. Wait. It was also at this moment that a clear voice suddenly rang out. It was not loud, but it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Following the voice, a green figure floated into the air and stood by Fang Xing's side. It was the green-robed bandit. Beneath the mask, his eyes revealed an amused glint as he softly said, "Since we're allies, why didn't you call me? We should be fighting 2 against 3. There's another expert." When Li Ying and the 3 northern divine mountain fairies saw this, their hearts immediately trembled. There's still me. 3 against 3 is more like it, another voice rang out from below. Everyone looked down and saw Xianxia dragging her frail body up to the top of the carriage with a white jade bone oil paper umbrella. She raised her hand and called out to Fang Xing. Behind her, black smoke billowed, and a golden rock could be faintly seen floating behind her. It was none other than the ferocious Daphne. It was obvious that the one preparing to attack was actually Daphne. The old man also wanted to take this opportunity to fish up more blood sacrifices. "Stupid girl, don't cause trouble. Get back in the carriage." Fang Xing was furious. He shouted at Xianxia, but his eyes glanced at Daphne. Oh, after being scolded, Xianxia felt a little wronged. She could only carefully climb down from the top of the horse. Master Fang was not afraid of getting into trouble. Since he dared to rob, he was not afraid of making a big deal out of it. It didn't matter if it was 3 against 1 or 5 against 1, he was willing to fight them. After all, with his purple Taoist root, he had a foundation that was not inferior to any early Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he had mastered the great millstone of yin and yang, so he dared to fight anyone he met. Moreover, the 10,000 spirit flag had accumulated enough blood qi, which was also a great help. There were hundreds of demon spirit seals sealed on the 10,000 spirit flag. As long as there was enough blood qi, it could unleash the power of those demon spirits. Before entering the dark domain, Fang Xing had killed many Foundation establishment cultivators, so the 10,000 spirit flag had accumulated a lot of blood qi. Although it was not enough for him to use it recklessly, it was enough for him to use the 5 hornless dragons to help him fight for an hour. The combined power of the 5 hornless dragons was not much inferior to his, but it was equivalent to fighting 2 against 5. This was also the reason why Fang Xing was so proud. The little robber was no longer the small fry in the Blue Cloud sect who had to run away after doing something bad. He was a little genius who could squeeze into the top tier of the Nanzhan, Master Fang of the Great Snow Mountain, the Ghost Kingdom's crown Prince Li Ying, the son of the Han family who was one of the 4 heroes of the western regions, and the 3 demons of the northern Divine Mountain were all extraordinary people. They had already raised their murderous intent to kill Fang Xing. After all, they could not swallow the humiliation of being trapped in the alchemy cauldron and being blackmailed. However, when they saw the robber and Xian standing shoulder to shoulder with Fang Xing, their hearts suddenly trembled and they looked down like sharp swords. The robber and Xian did not conceal his aura at all and released it completely. In the eyes of the Crown Prince of the Ghost Kingdom, the son of the Han family of the western regions, and the 3 demons of the northern Divine Mountain, Fan Xiaojiu from the Great Snow Mountain was already an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. His strength was so strong that he could definitely be ranked among the top geniuses of the aristocratic families in any of the 4 regions of the Nanzhan. However, they did not expect that the aura of this black-clothed robber, who had suddenly appeared, was not any weaker than his. If Fang Xing's aura was like a ferocious rock that soared to the 9 heavens and looked down on everyone in the world, then the aura of the robber in green was like a little sparrow with beautiful feathers. At first glance, it looked gentle, but it could soar through the clouds and not lose to anyone. For a moment, the 5 of them were silent, as if they were hesitating. Hiss! Suddenly, the neighing of a horse could be heard. It was the Western Desert's Han clan's son. He was the first to turn his horse around and gallop off into the distance. The cultivators on the ground were astounded. The Han clan's son, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, had left without saying a word. It should be known that the Han clan's son was a legendary figure in the Western Desert. Originally, the Han clan of the Western Desert was an ancient aristocratic family that had existed for tens of thousands of years. However, during the demon extermination war, they suffered disastrous losses. Countless experts of the family died, and their foundation was lost. Over the past few thousand years, the family's situation had deteriorated day by day, to the point that they were no different from a small aristocratic family or a small sect. As for the son of the Han clan, he was an oddity. He had risen from the adversity of an insignificant aristocratic clan, revealing his extraordinary strength. He had fought his way to the title of one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert. After all, he did not have the backing of a powerful clan. Therefore, it had been much more difficult for him to obtain the title of one of the 4 heroes. It could be said that he had won it one battle at a time. Because of this, the Han clan son's reputation in the Western Desert was not weak at all. The cultivators on the ground had thought that he would kill the little demon from the Great Snow Mountain with one strike of his spear. Who would have thought that he would just leave? Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain, you really are not a simple person. I can't believe you have such an expert by your side. Li Ying glanced at the Han clan son as he left. He seemed to have thought of something, but he did not seem surprised. Instead, he laughed coldly. Just now, I used up too much of my spiritual energy. I've suffered a great loss fighting you. I'll settle the score another day. With that, he waved his arm, retracting the ghost chi that filled the sky. He turned and flew back to his palanquin. The cultivators on the ground were even more shocked. Even the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince was afraid of this little demon from the Great Snow Mountain? How could the 2 of them leave so easily? The 3 spirits from the Northern Divine Mountain frowned as they pondered. They felt that something was wrong. Those 2 bastards left just like that? That can't be. Fang Xing was also a little surprised. He felt that the Han clan's son and Li Ying had left too easily, which made him feel uneasy. However, he could not be bothered to think about it. He said to the 3 spirits from the Northern Divine Mountain, "Hey, they've already left. Are you still going to fight?" The 3 spirits from the Northern Divine Mountain looked at Fang Xing indifferently. None of them looked happy. However, it was the girl in the green dress who smiled and said, "Since the 2 of them are willing to admit their loss, then there's nothing for us 3 sisters to say. Little brother, you are truly the most impressive person I've ever seen. One day, I'll definitely make my junior sister sleep with you." As she spoke, she laughed coquettishly and actually flew towards the ground with her 2 junior sisters. As it happened, that junior sister in the pink dress really did turn around to look at Fang Xing. Her eyes were full of ripples, and they were very captivating. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, Hey, are you serious? Don't go back on your word. Why don't we set a time?" The robber in green felt a little helpless. He gently rubbed his forehead and said, "Can we at least act like an expert?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes. "How much is acting worth? Is it edible?" The robber in green felt a little helpless. He lightly shook his head and said, "You have to be careful. Those 2 don't look like they're willing to take such a huge loss. They must have a plan for retreating so easily. You have to be on guard against other tricks. But they still have to have the guts." Fang Xing laughed heartily. He did not seem to care, but his heart did not relax. In reality, he also felt that it was not normal for Li Ying and the Han clan's son to leave so easily. For a moment, the experts either left or retreated. The battle between regions disappeared without a trace, and the cultivators also left separately. Even the cultivators of the Western Desert's Han Longzi's faction had quietly slipped away when Fang Xing and the Ghost Country's crown prince were confronting each other. They did not show any dissatisfaction, and they did not even try to demand Han Longzi's corpse and weapon from Fang Xing. After all, as cultivators, most of them had lived for many years. They were experienced people who knew how to judge the most basic benefits. Fang Xing was not someone who was easy to deal with. He was enough for them to make the smart choice. "Senior brother Fang, the fortunes that we promised to give you are all here. Junior sister Chu personally picked them out. We did not hide anything. As for the other cultivators who were under your protection, we have also collected 40% of their fortunes for you. We did not leave a single one out. They are all here. Please have a look." A disciple of the myriad net hall saw that Fang Xing had arrived. He respectfully walked forward and placed a bag in front of Feng Xing. Within the bag were 5 to 6 storage bags, all of which were the good fortune that Feng Xingjian deserved this time. After all, Feng Xing's ferocious aura had even scared off the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, Li Ying, so they naturally didn't dare play any tricks and obediently handed it over. They were deeply afraid that if Feng Xing was displeasing to the eye, he would rob them as well, and that wouldn't be worth it. Very good, very good. Where do you plan to go now? Feng Xing took it and sized it up, and he found that it was indeed heavy. Moreover, he secretly asked Evil Rock King about it, and he found out that these people really didn't play any tricks, so it wasn't good for him to find an excuse to extort money from them, and he could only put on the appearance of a good senior brother. We plan to leave the mysterious domain. It is already our fortune to have this fortune, one of the myriad Net Hall's disciples said respectfully. After the incident with the Ghost Country's crown prince, they were somewhat afraid of the mysterious domain. If they had not met Feng Xing, it would have been difficult for them to have a good ending. However, even if they met Feng Xing did not have any intention of protecting them. Then again, even if Feng Xing had the intention, they would not have dared to follow him into the mysterious domain. After all, everyone knew that the Huangfu clan's Dao child had already issued an order to capture and kill Feng Xing. That was practically a death warrant. It could be expected that this Feng Xiaojiao would be hunted down by the Huangfu family and the forces that were attached to the Huangfu family sooner or later. Staying by his side would probably be more dangerous than staying by Ling Xian's side. In reality, if it wasn't for the little devil called Feng Xing appearing and attracting the Huangfu family's attention, perhaps the Huangfu family's forces would have already started to hunt down Feng Xiaojiao. Because of this, the myriad Net Hall's disciples were not stupid enough to choose to follow Feng Xing currently. There was a teleportation altar in the Immortal Garden. They could leave the mysterious domain from there, so it was a good opportunity. Alright, wait for me. Feng Xing thought for a moment and called out to the group of people. He squatted on the ground and poured all the spirit herbs and rare herbs that he had collected into a pile. His eyes looked inside and picked out the worthless things. Not long after, there were more than a dozen spirit herbs. He took out a storage bag and put them in. He also imprinted his Dharma seal on the bag. This way, if someone else opened the bag, they would be discovered. Take these things to that old bastard Wan Luo for me. Tell him that these are the most valuable things I picked out. The myriad Net Hall's disciples did not know whether these were valuable or not, so they hurriedly received them with both hands. Senior brother Feng, farewell. The disciples of the myriad Net Manor bowed to Feng Xing in unison, then returned to the Immortal Garden. I wonder if that old bastard Wan Luo will be touched when he sees the things I gave him. Feng Xing smiled mischievously. He felt that using a bag of worthless things to return the favor to old monster Wan Luo was a great bargain. The green-masked robber shook his head helplessly. He thought that this guy was even able to fool his master. He was really not a good person. By the way, are there any spirit herbs that you are looking for? Feng Xing suddenly thought of something and turned to ask the green-clothed robber. The green-clothed robber shook his head lightly. I have already looked through them. There are many rare spirit herbs inside, but the 3 I am looking for are not there. It seems that I am destined to return empty-handed. I am afraid that I will disappoint my master. Seeing that the robber's interest was waning, Feng Xing's heart stirred. Should I give him the star grass that I had hidden? In fact, Feng Xing had already found one of the spiritual herbs that the black-clothed robber was looking for when he was robbing the place, but he had hidden it away. Originally, he planned to use it to threaten this guy or extort a sum of money from him. However, at this moment, he was a little hesitant. After all, when he was about to fight with someone, this guy did not hesitate to fight alongside him. He was very loyal. However, after thinking about it, he realized that there was still some unexplainable hatred between him and this person. It would be better to clarify it first. Come, let's split the loot. Feng Xing decided to keep the star grass for now. He took out the gold core and foundation cleansing pill and asked the black-clothed bandit if he was interested. The black-clothed bandit looked at the 2 pills and shook his head. He didn't seem very interested and said, I don't need the foundation cleansing pill. The gold core is called the 9-9 Spirit Restoration Pill. It contains divinity, but its medicinal properties are too strong. It cannot be taken directly. However, if it is melted in snow water, it will become an excellent medicine for alchemy. It can increase the quality of a pill by 30%. It is a rare item, Fangxing said. What are you showing off for? Don't you know? Here, take these two. The black-cloaked bandit was speechless and said, why are you only giving me two? Didn't we agree to split them evenly? Fangxing said, yes, but there are only 5 of them. Do you want to cut one in half? Just consider it as me lending you half. The black-cloaked bandit was speechless. He thought that this guy seemed to have said the same thing to Li Ying earlier. However, he didn't care and only smiled lightly. He took out a gold core and a foundation cleansing pill and said, look at your stingy appearance. Forget it, I was just joking. In fact, I will only take these 2. You can keep the rest. When Fangxing saw this, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, how embarrassing is that? How about you take one more for foundation cleansing? The black-cloaked bandit was truly speechless. He let out a long sigh and said, there's no need. In fact, I'm not taking these 2 pills for myself. I want to go back and study the composition of these pills. Hee, do you think that the truly precious things in the Xian domain are these pills and spirit herbs? In fact, it's the characteristics of these pills and the seeds of those spiritual herbs. Master once said that for a master of alchemy, a pill is equivalent to a pill formula, and the spiritual herbs are like a seed. What's valuable is its continuation, not its effect. Yeah, it's up to you. I'll just keep an eye on the effects. Fangxing couldn't be bothered to listen to his reasoning. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the items and threw them into the carriage. Once the chores were done, he prepared to leave this place. But at this moment, suddenly, a ghostly shadow flickered in front of him. A figure flew over. The speed was extremely fast, like lightning. The person who came was not tall. He wore a pair of bright red pants and was bare-chested. The hair around his head was shaved, leaving only a straight braid on the top of his head. However, his face was covered with a strange ghost mask. Ghost child, why are you back? When Fangxing saw this person, he laughed. He waved the one-legged bronze spear in his hand and said, not convinced? The person was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of Fangxing. He said coldly, brother, I'm not Li Ying. I value your ability, so I've specially come to form an alliance with you to seek a great opportunity. Fangxing was stunned for a moment. Ghost child, are you sick? The person was a little annoyed. He said in a muffled voice, King said I'm not Li Ying. Didn't you hear me? Fangxing was also annoyed. He pointed at his head and said, do you think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a stupid mask? The braid on your head is still straight like the thing in your crotch. Do you really think I'm blind? CK, that's so unpleasant. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Li Ying was also annoyed. The ghost chi on his body surged and he wanted to charge at Fangxing. However, at this moment, there was a sound of d-d-d-d from afar. It was a horseman galloping over. The person was riding a steed covered in black scales. Under the horse's side, there were 2 folded wings. It was a rare Pegasus. The horseman on the horse had a white ribbon tied to his back. He looked very majestic. There was a long spear at his waist. It was more than 3 feet long and as thick as a goose's egg. However, he was covered with a white scarf, revealing only a pair of long and sharp eyes. This mute man is here too? Li Ying was slightly stunned when he saw him. He muttered. I want to form an alliance with you and obtain a great opportunity together. The horseman came before Fangxing and stopped the horse's head 3 feet away. He spoke in a straightforward manner. What the hell are you two doing? Fangxing was also a little confused. He glared at the Western Desert Han family's son and then at Li Ying. He really couldn't figure it out. These 2 bastards had clearly retreated just now. Why did they come back like ghosts? And why did they have to disguise themselves in such a nondescript manner? But what was the use of that disguise? However, before he could finish cursing, he saw 3 pink silhouettes descend from the sky. It was 3 women sitting on the butterflies. Although the 3 women were dressed in gray hemp garments, their fragrant scent could be smelled from 100 feet away. If they weren't the three demons from the northern divine mountain, Fang Xing's eyes would have popped out of their sockets. Even these three demons are here. Could it be that you're not satisfied and want to surround and kill me? Fang Xing wasn't afraid of them. He raised the one-legged bronze spear and smiled coldly at the three groups of people. Hey, are you here for the thing in that hall? Before Fang Xing could ask, Liang spoke to the Western Desert Han family's son first. The Western Desert Han family's son glanced at Liang. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that he agreed. When Liang saw this, he didn't question him any further. Instead, he looked at the three demons from the northern divine mountain. There was no need for the three of them to ask. The woman in the green dress smiled and said, I was just wondering how you two could have such a good temper. You just said you'd leave. Now that I think about it, the only thing that could make the two of you temporarily swallow your anger is that matter. So, it's not too late to join us, right? Liang sighed and waved her hand, indicating that they could do as they pleased. Then, she turned to Fang Xing and said, You've hit the jackpot. We have a great opportunity that we want to share with you. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Come with us, go your ass. Even if I want to go, I won't go with you, Fang Xing scolded back without thinking. At this moment, he was extremely vigilant. He thought to himself, do these guys think I'm stupid? They just casually said there was a great opportunity and wanted him to go with them. When Liang heard this, he also became angry and scolded, You dare scold me? Fang Xing held the one-legged bronze statue and said, If you dare to show off in front of me again, I'll beat you up. Do you believe me? Liang was so angry that he shouted, Come, come, come. Now that there's nothing to do, I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, the Han family's son who had been silent all this time suddenly said, Sword catacomb. Fang Xing was stunned. He ignored Liang and turned to the Han family's son. What did you say? Liang said angrily, He was talking about the great opportunity we're going to give you. It's a hall called the Sword Catacomb, Fang Xing said, I didn't ask you. He was still looking at the Han family's son. Liang choked for a moment. He was so angry that his eyes and nose looked like they were about to explode. However, after the Han family's son said those two words, he didn't say anything else. He just sat on his horse like a dead man. Fang Xing had no choice but to turn to Liang and say, You can tell me now. Liang crossed his arms and said angrily, I'll tell you if you want me to, and I won't tell you if you don't. I'm not going to tell you. Fang Xing said, Fine, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'll ask around myself. Who said I have to cooperate with you? At this time, the Northern Divine Mountains demon laughed. If that opportunity could be obtained so easily, we wouldn't have come to you so eagerly to form an alliance. To tell you the truth, none of us have the strength to force our way into the Sword Catacomb. However, if the seven of us work together, with the help of your flag, there's still hope for us to break into the Sword Catacomb. Seeing that someone had answered for him, Liang glared at Fang Xing with a look that said, I don't believe you won't be tempted. But when Fang Xing heard this, he was a little confused. What's a sword embryo? Liang smiled proudly. Are you ignorant? Let me tell you, a sword embryo is actually the seed of a divine sword. In ancient times, there was a legacy that specialized in nurturing combat cultivators. They nurtured the spirit of the divine weapon in their bodies, and it was called a sword embryo. This sword embryo can increase its power as the cultivator's cultivation increases. By nurturing the sword embryo, with a single thought, the cultivator can control the sword to attack the enemy. Its power is no weaker than a divine ability. In the cultivation world, there has always been a rumor that the true origin of the flying sword is the divine sense controlling the sword. With a single thought, the enemy can be killed from 1,000 miles away. Think about it, what kind of overbearing divine ability is that? And now, the flying swords we use. Hee, they are actually just some inferior magic tools. They have their own limitations, and those who have reached the foundation establishment realm rarely use them. With a single thought, the enemy can be killed from 1,000 miles away? When Fang Xing heard this, he was a little surprised. Really? When Liang saw his expression, he felt as comfortable as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. He laughed strangely and said, There are times when you don't understand. Let me teach you, the power to enter the enemy from 1,000 miles away is not driven by cultivation, but by the characteristics of the sword embryo itself. It's really powerful. In ancient times, there were many cultivators who specialized in the flying sword technique, and each of them was very powerful. But later on, the path to heaven was cut off, and the inheritance of the sword embryo was also gradually cut off. Don't keep me in suspense, hurry up and tell me, why did it cut off? Fangxing was a little anxious as he listened and kept urging Li Ying. Li Ying was proud of himself. He cleared his throat and said, "My mouth is dry, lend me your wine to drink and moisten my throat." Fangxing was annoyed. He pointed at Li Ying's nose and said, "If you keep me in suspense, do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Li Ying was speechless. Seeing that the others were also looking at her with disdain, she continued, "How can it be broken? The main reason is because of the decline of artifact techniques. Fewer and fewer cultivators know how to refine a sword embryo, so it naturally declined. Back in the day, artifacts were all focused on their own spirituality. That spirituality was the sword embryo, and it could coexist with the cultivator. Today's artifacts only pursue power. Even if they have spirituality, they are sealed demonic spirits and demon spirits. They are not the artifact's own spirituality. They can only be activated, but not coexist." After saying this, she looked at Fangxing with a hint of pride. Fangxing was also a little tempted. If what Li Ying said was true, then the sword embryo was indeed infinitely powerful. However, at that moment, the robber in green suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think the sword embryo only has this little use?" As soon as she spoke, Fangxing, Li Ying, the son of the Han family, and the three beauties of the northern divine mountain all looked at her. The robber in green smiled and said, "You're right. This sword embryo is indeed a secret technique of the ancient flying sword technique. However, you've underestimated its usefulness. In fact, not only can the sword embryo be used as a powerful method to defend against enemies, it can also help a cultivator break through the heavenly lightning, destroy karma, and achieve the great Tao when they step into the tribulation realm." To put it simply, in ancient times, cultivators who cultivated the flying sword technique could use it to break through the heavenly lightning and achieve a perfect golden body when they ascend to the great Yuanying realm. After hearing her words, Fangxing, Li Ying, the son of the Han family, and the three beasts of the northern divine mountain all felt their hearts skip a beat. Even Chu Xiai, who was hiding in the carriage, and Daphne, who was hiding in the thousand spirit flag, pricked up their ears to listen. That weapon soul, or the ancient flying sword technique, was actually related to the important matter of ascension. This was truly shocking. Nowadays, every cultivator had their own goals in cultivation. Some did it for longevity, some did it for the benefit of their family, and some wanted to understand the truth of eternity. Of course, there were also weirdos like Fangxing. The reason he cultivated was because the more he cultivated, the more powerful he became. The more powerful he was, the more people he could rob, and the more people he robbed, the more powerful his cultivation would be. In ancient times, there was another reason for cultivators to cultivate, and that was to ascend and become an immortal. Since ancient times, as long as a cultivator reached the Yuanying Mahayana realm, he could ascend and undergo the 9 tribulations. Then, he could complete his true body and ascend to the immortal realm. In ancient records, there were indeed many legendary figures who ascended and became immortals. However, after ancient times, the legend of immortals became fewer and fewer, until it finally disappeared. The fundamental reason for this was that no one could truly overcome the 9 tribulations. The world was filled with countless geniuses. Over the past 30,000 years, there were indeed many mighty figures who cultivated to the Yuanying Mahayana realm and ascended to the heavens to undergo the 9 tribulations. However, no matter how talented they were, the only outcome after the 9 tribulations was death. Hence, there were rumors that the laws of heaven and earth had changed, and it was impossible for anyone to undergo the 9 tribulations. The truth was that no one had ascended in the past 30,000 years. If the ancient flying sword technique was only powerful, it would not be a big deal. Now that the robber in green suddenly said that it had something to do with ascension, everyone present could not help but be shocked. This was the most shocking secret in the past 30,000 years. You. Is what you said true? When Li Ying heard this, he even stuttered. The robber in green smiled and said, "This is not a big secret, why would I lie to you?" "Damn, this secret is not big?" You scared me. Li Ying stuttered and glanced at Feng Xing. Who is this companion of yours? How does she know so much? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, You ask me, who the f***ck should I ask? Li Ying was speechless. He thought to himself, your companion, you don't even know who she is? Feng Xing, however, did not consider this matter. His eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together. He laughed and said, There is a sword embryo in the Xian domain? Li Ying paused and said, Yes, but it is not easy to get. It is occupied by someone and no one is allowed to come close. Feng Xing was immediately annoyed and shouted, Who is it? Get him. Li Ying laughed and said, Isn't this why I came to find you? To tell you the truth, the sword catacomb is in the depths of the Xian domain. However, it is now under the control of the Fire Cloud tribe, the Sweeping Cloud tribe, and the Black Marsh tribe. Unless you have the Huangfu clan's order, you cannot enter. Anyone who comes close will be killed by them. This is also why we came to find you. When Feng Xing heard this, he calmed down and said, Who are these three forces? Which region are they from? Although he was greedy, he was not stupid. Who were the crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom, the son of the Han clan, one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, and the 3 demons from the Northern Divine Mountain? All of them were the top geniuses of the Southern Sight province, yet even they didn't dare to directly seize it from him, and they had to sneakily form an alliance with him to work together to obtain this fortuitous encounter. How dangerous would that be? Thinking about it, the 3 forces guarding the Sword Tomb were definitely not simple. Crown Prince Li Ying answered, They do not belong to the same region. They are spread across the 4 regions and help the Huangfu clan monitor Nanzhan. They are the most loyal dogs of the Huangfu clan. There are a total of 8 such forces, and they are the earliest and most loyal followers of the Huangfu clan. They are called the Hidden Royal Clan's 8 Demon Horde. Although they usually do not show themselves, their strength does not lose to any of the sects and clans in Nanzhan. So they are from the Huangfu clan. Feng Xing came to a realization and fell silent. He did not immediately agree. Crown Prince Li Ying chuckled and said, When we were fighting for the opportunity in the Immortal Garden, you were very impressive. You can't be afraid after hearing that it is related to the Huangfu clan, right? I don't think I need to make it clear. Even if you hide from the Huangfu clan, they will not let you go. The Huangfu clan's Dao child has a high status. Once he opens his mouth, all laws will follow. Since he has issued a declaration to capture you, there is no reason for you to hide. Right now, he is only occupied by that little demon called Feng Xing and has no time to deal with you. Once he has killed that little demon, the declaration to kill you will come. Under these circumstances, are you still worried about offending the Huangfu clan? When these words came out, it really made it hard for Feng Xing to disagree even if he wanted to. Even Feng Xing could not help but think that this crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom looked like an idiot, but he was actually very shrewd. He could not underestimate him. Thus, he also became serious and sneered. Do you think I am worried about offending the Huangfu clan? Humph, I don't trust people like you. Who knows what you are planning to do by concealing your faces and coming to me to form an alliance with me? Could it be that you think I have a grudge against the Huangfu clan, so you want to use me to take the blame after offending the Huangfu clan? The robber in green also smiled. I have also heard that Huangfu Shenji has issued a batch of handwritten orders to the Heavens Prides of Nanzhan. With his handwritten orders, you can enter the sword catacomb and summon the sword embryo. With the status of the 3 of you, did you not receive the handwritten orders? When Feng Xing heard this, he immediately became more vigilant. He looked at the 3 groups with an even more unfriendly gaze. The 3 demons from the Northern Divine Mountain spoke first. There is no need to doubt us. I believe you all have heard of the status of the Amorous Path in the Northern Divine Mountain. In the eyes of the Huangfu clan, we are even worse than demons. They have never looked us in the eye, so naturally, they would not give us the handwritten orders. In fact, if it were not for the divine son of the Northern Divine Mountain, we would have been expelled from the mysterious region a long time ago. The robber in green nodded lightly, as if he agreed with the words of the women in green. Feng Xing also looked at the Ghost Kingdom's crown Prince Li Ying and the Han clan's son. Li Ying sighed and said, Fine, since we are going to form an alliance, we will not hide it from you. The Huangfu clan has indeed issued a batch of handwritten orders, but we have not been able to obtain them. This Mute. He pointed at the Western Desert's Han clan's son and said, there is no need to mention him. Although he is one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, the Huangfu clan will definitely not give him the handwritten orders. This is because his ancestor once had the opportunity to become one of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon tribes, but he was rejected. Since then, the Han clan's days have become more and more difficult. Hearing Li Ying's words, the Han clan's son did not speak, but his eyes were cold. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. When Fangxing heard this, he nodded slightly and said, what about you? Li Ying chuckled and his eyes shone with hatred. He said, our ghost kingdom has also received a handwritten order that allows us to enter the sword catacomb and choose a sword embryo. Unfortunately, my handwritten order was stolen by that bitch. When Fangxing heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he shouted, bitch? Which bitch? He felt that this was a new experience. Which bitch could steal the handwritten order of the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince? Li Ying shook his head and said, my sister. Fangxing was stunned. Your sister stole your handwritten order? Li Ying said, that's right. That bitch couldn't get along with me since she was in her mother's womb. Even when she was born, she wrote on my head. Later, we grew up together, and she also stole everything from me. This time, when we entered the mysterious domain, father said that he would respect me, but as soon as we entered the mysterious domain, she stole my profound weapon and beat me up. Then, she went to look for her own opportunity. Unfortunately, when the Huangfu clan sent out the handwritten order, she rushed ahead of us to take it, causing me to have no chance of entering the sword catacomb. When he said this, he paused slightly and sneered. The Huangfu clan refused to send out a second handwritten order, and that bitch wanted to be the Ghost Kingdom's first female Ghost King. She had already said that as long as I dared to take one step closer to the sword catacomb, she would take my little life. There was no other way. This crown prince could only think of a way to obtain the sword embryo myself. In any case, the sword embryos that the Huangfu clan allowed to choose were all inferior ones in the sword catacomb. What this crown prince wanted was the high grade sealed in the sword catacomb. When he said this, his eyes lit up, as if he had already imagined how he would look when he obtained the sword embryo. He chuckled. When Fangxing heard this, he looked at the green-robed robber in surprise. He thought to himself that this crown prince of the Ghost Kingdom actually had an older sister. However, this younger brother looked like a bear. He really didn't know what the older sister would look like. Then why did you seek me out to form an alliance? Could it be that you really don't want to use this young master to take the blame? Fangxing sneered and asked the second question. Li Ying said, you're simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. This crown prince formed an alliance with you because of your strength and the use of the profound weapon in your hands. As for the matter of taking the blame, I really didn't plan to let you take the blame. Hee, we've entered the sword catacomb, so the Huangfu clan will naturally investigate. However, there's someone who can take the blame for us. Fangxing rolled his eyes at him and said, who are you talking about? Li Ying laughed complacently and said, don't you know that there's a person who is fighting fiercely with the Huangfu clan? It's that fellow called Fangxing. Anyway, he and the Huangfu clan will not rest until one of us is dead. When the time comes, we'll enter the sword catacomb and obtain the sword embryo. We'll leave a name and say that it was that little devil who did it. As long as we do it cleanly, how would the Huangfu clan suspect us? Shift the blame to Fangxing? When Fangxing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, a wave of annoyance surged into his heart. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised the one-legged bronze lance and smashed it down on Li Ying's head. I asked you to shift the blame to Fangxing. Fangxing was enraged. Li Ying was baffled by Fangxing's anger and was caught off guard. Li Ying, on the other hand, was baffled by Fangxing's anger and was caught off guard. He was almost hit on the head by Fangxing's stick. He hastily retreated and managed to avoid the stick. He angrily shouted, how can you not know what's good for you? Master Ghost has already thought of a way out. After doing this, I've gained benefits and there are no future troubles. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Fangxing chased him for 1,000 feet but did not catch up. He knew that even though this kid was 2 years younger than him, he was talented and had a strong foundation. If he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to beat him up. However, he did not have a good reason to use his supernatural power to fight to the death with him. He could only stop and said angrily, I hate people like you who make others take the blame. Li Ying stayed far away from Fangxing and did not dare to get close. He put his hands on his waist and scolded, you still have the cheek to say that? Aren't you the first person who pretended to be Fangxing? It can be said that you and him are enemies. If he escapes from the Huangfu clan's encirclement, who knows if he will come back to seek revenge on you. Our current plan is the most beneficial to you. Even the Huangfu clan and that little devil have been included. Fangxing scolded, schemed against your grandpa. As he scolded, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack again with the one-legged bronze spear. Li Ying's expression changed drastically. He ran another 100 feet away and scolded angrily, such a good plan, why are you so crazy? Not to mention the fact that he was confused by the beating, even the others were looking at Fangxing in astonishment. Fangxing had no choice but to put away the one-legged bronze humanoid lance. His mind raced as he thought to himself, if that sword embryo is really as miraculous as they say, then I really need to snatch it. Now is not the time to make things too awkward. I'll agree to them first and see what their plan is. If there's a chance, I'll take the opportunity to find out which bastard is pretending to be me. He pondered for a while and suppressed his anger. He waved at Li Ying and said, Kid, come here. Li Ying shouted, do you think I'm stupid? You want to hit me again? Don't think I'm afraid of you. In fact, if I use. Fangxing frowned, stop bragging. Come here quickly, I won't hit you. I'm not afraid of you. Li Ying felt even more unhappy when he heard this, but he still tilted his head and walked over with a face full of vigilance. He had always been called a lunatic and an idiot. At this moment, no matter how he looked at it, Fangxing looked like a lunatic. Moreover, he was the kind who would take out a big stick to hit you at the slightest provocation. However, this person was top-notch in terms of strength and bad intentions. He could not be underestimated. If he had the Xian weapon bestowed by his father, he would not be too afraid of Fangxing. Unfortunately, the Xian weapon had been snatched away by his sister. All right, tell me everything you know. I've thought about it and feel that we can still work together. Fangxing put away his big stick and leaned against the carriage. He crossed his arms and looked like he was negotiating. Agreed? Li Ying was overjoyed. He took off his mask, scratched his nose, and put it back on. The Western Desert Han family's son looked at the robber in green sitting on the other side of the carriage. What about him? They were rather concerned about the identity of the robber in green. This robber in green was not much weaker than them and was a rare sight. However, he was also one of the experts they wanted to contact. Therefore, they were very concerned about his opinion. The robber in green gave them face. He smiled and said, this is interesting. I'll go and take a look as well. The Han family's son, Li Ying, and the 3 demons of the northern divine mountain looked at each other. They were obviously very satisfied with the girl's answer. With their strength, there were not many people in the same generation that they would take a liking to. This was also why they felt it was so difficult to find an ally when they wanted to do something that even they themselves felt was a little dangerous. After all, if they found someone weaker than them, it would not be an alliance, but a burden. On the other hand, Fangxing was a very suitable candidate. First of all, he was strong enough. This had already been acknowledged by both Li Ying and the Han family's son. Secondly, he had the myriad spirit flag, which was a powerful weapon that could be used to charge into the sword catacomb. It would be of great help. The third reason was even simpler. He already had a grudge with the Huangfu family, so he could guarantee that this alliance would be even more stable. The young division leader of the Fire Cloud tribe, Huolinzi, has the bloodline of the ancient Qilin, and his innate divine ability cannot be underestimated. The young division leader of the Swamp tribe, Xianxia, is a demon transformed from a nether-scaled eagle. He can fly in the sky and burrow underground, and his divine ability is difficult to deal with. The young division leader of the Black Marsh tribe is said to have the bloodline of the ancient great demon Nine-Headed Worm, so he is also very difficult to deal with. Don't be so optimistic. The 8 demon tribes have pledged allegiance to the Huangfu family, and they usually only cultivate in seclusion. They will only take action when the Huangfu family summons them. That's why it's very difficult to find out their background. It's already not bad to have these Li Ying, who was trying to show off his vast experience, was speechless when he saw Fang Xing's disdainful gaze. He could only awkwardly defend himself. In any case, the 8 demon tribes are all demon barbarians, right? Fang Xing discovered some useful information. The 8 demon tribes of the Huangfu family seem to have the bloodline of demon barbarians. Most of them are demon barbarians, but there are also pure-blooded demons and even pure-blooded humans. Among the 8 demon tribes, the Nine Tune tribe, which is ranked first, is a pure-blooded human. It's just that after they pledged allegiance to the Huangfu family, they became known as the 8 demon tribes. The green-dressed woman of the 3 demon tribes of the Northern Divine Mountain replied, with the 3 junior division leaders overseeing the Sword Catacomb, even though it's difficult to deal with them, with the strength of the 7 of us, we still have a chance of entering the Sword Catacomb if we use some tricks. We should really rejoice. The 9 Tune River's Legio was originally guarding the Sword Catacomb. This person is the leader of the 8 demon tribes of the Huangfu family, and his cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If he wasn't part of the Huangfu family's demon tribes, this person's name would have already spread far and wide in Nanzhan. He was originally in charge of guarding the Sword Catacomb, but that fellow named Fang Xing killed 4 of the Huangfu family's emissaries. This angered the Huangfu family, so they sent Legio to capture him. He's no longer in the Sword Catacomb. After discussing in low voices and exchanging information and opinions, Fang Xing gradually gained a better understanding of the forces guarding the Sword Catacomb. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't have known. But once he did, he was astonished to discover that the Huangfu family was known as the Hidden Emperor of Nanzhan. Their influence was truly unimaginably powerful. Not to mention the strength of the Huangfu family's Dao child, even the division leaders of the 8 demon tribes were impressively at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It must be known that the mysterious domain had a restriction that only cultivators under the age of 40 could enter this realm. What kind of person was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator under the age of 40? The simplest example was that even the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, Xianxia, an old monster over 100 years old, was only at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, these division leaders were only the juniors of the 8 demon tribes. They were equivalent to Taoists. Based on this, what kind of cultivation did the hidden leader of the 8 demon tribes have? He was probably at least at the late stage of the gold core realm. Just the thought of having a late-stage gold core cultivator as a servant was enough to make one's heart tremble. However, Fang Xing wasn't afraid. If even the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain dared to do such a thing, why wouldn't he dare? Besides, he didn't know what kind of despicable act that the Huangfu family's Dao child had committed. He hadn't even seen his face, yet he had already issued a declaration to capture and kill him. He really couldn't blame himself for this. Since this enmity couldn't be resolved, it was better to first understand the strength of the opponent. After the plan was set, the 4 forces clapped their hands and made an oath. Then, they each retreated and agreed to meet in front of the Sword Catacomb. After all, if they were to travel together, it would be extremely easy for them to run into each other, which would be detrimental to the plan. The carriage set off again and gradually entered the Sword Catacomb in the center of the mysterious domain. On the way, Fang Xing didn't think about anything else. He mainly had 2 things on his mind. First, did these guys really want to form an alliance with him? He had to be wary of being sold out by them. Second, he wanted to see if he could think of a way to sell them out. Just like that, they traveled day and night. After a day and a night, they were already close to the area of the Sword Catacomb that Li Ying and the others mentioned. At this time, there were very few cultivators. First, many cultivators simply didn't have the strength to go deep into this place. After obtaining the opportunity, they had already left using the mysterious domain sacrificial altar. Second, there were very few opportunities in the middle of the mysterious domain and they were very scattered. However, on the afternoon of the second day, Fang Xing noticed that there were cultivators rushing over from all directions. Each of them had a threatening killing intent and seemed to be in a hurry. They were all gathering in one direction because this place was close to the Sword Catacomb. He was worried that these people were also going for the Sword Catacomb, so he stopped a cultivator and asked him what was going on. "Fellow Taoist, you look like you just came from the outer domain. How could you not know such a great opportunity?" The cultivator was originally fierce, but after receiving 2 punches from Fang Xing, he became much more polite. What opportunity! When Fang Xing heard this, he was even more convinced that the cultivator was here for the sword catacomb. However, he didn't expect the cultivator to point to the northwest and excitedly say, "A great opportunity. I wonder if you've heard of a little devil named Fang Xing? This person is extremely daring and went against the Huangfu clan. Now, Lord Lejiu of the Nine Tung tribe has been chasing him for 7 to 8 days and finally trapped him in the Valley of Rubble. He can't escape even if he grows wings." Fang Xing? Trapped? When Fang Xing heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect the impostor to be trapped. Before he could open his mouth, someone anxiously asked, "Has he been injured by anyone?" The person who spoke was the cyan-clothed bandit, but it was unknown why he was so nervous. The cultivator hurriedly said, "No, he's just trapped in the Valley of Rubble. The terrain of the valley is complex, but Lord Lejiu was worried that he would escape. Thus, he didn't rashly chase after him. Instead, he laid down a large formation to intercept him. Then, he issued a decree from the Huangfu clan's Daozi, declaring that all cultivators in the mysterious domain can enter the valley to search for the little devil. Whoever can capture him will receive a decree from Huangfu Daozi and enter the sword catacomb to choose a sword embryo as a reward. Tell me, isn't this a great opportunity? Where is the Valley of Rubble?" Fang Xing and the cyan-clothed bandit suddenly asked this question at the same time. When the cultivator saw how serious the two were, he didn't dare to hide anything and pointed to the north. The black-clothed bandit snorted and flew forward like an eagle, leaving only a faint voice, "I'll go take a look." This caused Fang Xing to feel a bit depressed. Why is this guy even more anxious than me? Leaving the cultivator behind, he urged the carriage to move forward. As they gradually approached the direction of the Valley of Rubble, they saw that there were more and more cultivators gathering around them. All of them had high levels of cultivation, and their faces were filled with excitement as they hurried over. From the looks of it, they really did regard the life of this Fang Xing as a great opportunity. When Fang Xing saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know which unlucky person didn't have the ability to impersonate this young master, but instead wanted to impersonate this young master. As a result, he caused trouble and couldn't escape. He was trapped in the Valley of Rubble, waiting for his death. It could be said that it was extremely sad. However, he was also a bit tempted and decided to enter the valley. At the very least, he wanted to see the true face of this impostor. After traveling for less than 10 miles, a huge narrow valley appeared in front of him. On both sides of the valley, there was a towering black mountain peak that looked like 2 dormant black dragons that stretched on endlessly. Between the 2 mountain ranges was a huge valley that was filled with a faint black mist. If one were to look at it with their Dharma eyes, they would even be able to see the occasional flash of spiritual light inside. It was obvious that this was the Valley of Rubble. At the entrance of the valley, they could even see a large number of cultivators gathered. They sat cross-legged on the left and right of the valley. Some seemed to have just come out of the valley, while others had just arrived. They were asking the people around them about the situation. From all directions, there were countless cultivators who were either riding birds, walking, alone, or in groups of 3 to 5. Is that little devil in this valley? That's right, Lord Lejiu, the #1 expert of the 8 demon tribes of the Hidden Emperor family, chased after that little demon for 7 days and 6 nights. Although that guy's strength isn't that strong, he can run very fast, so Lord Lejiu couldn't catch up to him. With great difficulty, he managed to trap that little demon in the valley with the help of the ancient sect of Transcending Heaven. However, this valley is too big, and there are many arrays and dangerous places inside. Lord Lejiu was worried that if he chased after that guy would seize the opportunity to escape. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly barge in. Instead, he immediately ordered people to set up arrays around the valley to prevent him from escaping. However, because he didn't have enough manpower to search the entire valley, he announced to all sects and families that whoever enters the valley and captures that little demon for him will get a chance to enter the sword catacomb. It's really a great fortune. Let's go in and try our luck. Wait, if we want to enter the valley, we need to obtain the life token given by the 9 Melodies tribe and verify our identities. Moreover, it's easy to enter, but difficult to come out. This is because we're worried that the cunning guy will impersonate someone else and sneak out. Only after we capture the little devil will the restriction be opened. Therefore, before we go in, we must be prepared that we won't be able to come out for the time being. Oh, in that case, let's discuss it first. The carriage drove forward. On the side of the road, there were people inquiring about the situation in the valley. Fang Yuan spread out his divine sense, and all the conversations within a radius of 300 feet were heard by him. Not long after, he had more or less grasped the situation. It was no wonder that so many cultivators weren't in a hurry to enter the valley. It turned out that after entering the valley, they weren't allowed to come out easily. Only after they captured Fangxing would they open the restriction and allow the people in the valley to come out. In order to prevent that Fangxing from sneaking out of the valley, the Huangfu clan had actually put in so much effort. It was clear that they were determined to capture that guy. At this moment, the black carriage that Fangxing was riding on was being pulled by an ordinary demonic beast. After all, riding 5 hornless dragons would consume too much blood qi. Unless he was deliberately putting on airs, he wouldn't ride the 5 hornless dragons. However, even so, the black carriage still attracted the attention of many people. They slowly made way, and whispered to each other to guess the identity of the person inside the carriage. The legendary Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain is riding in such a black carriage. There's black smoke lingering around the carriage. Although it's not 5 hornless dragons pulling the carriage, it's still a rare demon beast. Could it really be him? The head of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon tribes, the Juku tribe, is right here. How could he be so bold? Fangxing spread out his divine sense. How could the changes in the expressions of the crowd escape his eyes? When he saw their expressions, he sneered in his heart and thought to himself, this young master's reputation has really been established. In the cultivation world, snatching resources with bare fists was a common thing. However, snatching resources from people who were weaker than oneself was naturally a good thing. If one snatched someone whom one could not afford to offend, then one would encounter a big problem. Thus, in the cultivation world, observing people's words and body language, as well as having sharp ears and eyes, was a basic skill. After Fangxing entered the Xian domain, he used the identity of Fang Xiaojiao to do so many things. His reputation had long since spread out. As his reputation spread, his characteristics were also remembered by people. The most important characteristics were the black carriage, the black flag, the 5 hornless dragons pulling the carriage, and the injured little girl. He was ferocious and unrivaled among the younger generation. Now that Fangxing had arrived at the Valley of Messy Rocks, although he didn't reveal his name and didn't use the 5 hornless dragons to pull the carriage, he didn't deliberately change his appearance. He felt that there was no need to pretend to be a grandson. Thus, as soon as he approached the Valley of Messy Rocks, some cultivators recognized the characteristics of his carriage and secretly guessed his identity. Is the person in the carriage in front Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain? A few of the more courageous cultivators barked out their questions. Some people recognized that these people were cultivators from the Western Desert. When Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain first entered the mysterious domain, he single-handedly destroyed 4 lineages. One of them was the famous Golden Light lineage of the Western Desert. One of them was even one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, the Primordial Lotus. This was a blow to the reputation of the Western Desert cultivators. They believed that the strength of the Western Desert cultivators was mediocre and that their reputation was undeserved. Because of this, there were many people who specifically robbed Western Desert cultivators, which brought about a lot of trouble. Because of this, the Western Desert cultivators hated Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain the most. The carriage stopped. Fangxing stuck his head out and scolded, "So what if I'm your granddaddy?" Boom. The cultivators couldn't help but take a step back, as if some kind of dreadful beast had crawled out of the carriage. This made Fangxing a little depressed. He thought to himself, even with my current appearance, I'm not as ugly as Li Ying. What's going on with all of them being so scared? Fang Xiaojiao from the Great Snow Mountain. Are you here to confess your crimes? The Western Desert cultivator was on full alert as he shouted loudly. Confess? What crimes? When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly taken aback. The 3 cultivators looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. They thought that Fangxing was doing this on purpose, but in the end, they didn't have the guts to rush forward. They weren't stupid. Fang Xiaojiu from the Great Snow Mountain was infamous. He wasn't someone who could be easily captured. Unless one was extremely powerful, only a crazy person would dare to attack this little devil. As a result, they only dared to shout from afar, "How dare you, Fang Xiaojiu? Do you know where you are?" The leader of the dragon followers of the 8 tribes, the junior division leader of the 9 Folds tribe, Sir Lei Jiu, is nearby. Why don't you get off the carriage and confess your crimes? You should know that the reason young Master Huangfu captured you was because you offended the Western Desert cultivators. He wanted you to kowtow to us, confess your crimes, and let us punish you. Oh? That's what he meant. This was the first time Fang Xing had heard of the Huangfu clan's Dao Child's reason for capturing and killing him. When the Dao Child first issued the order, he wanted Fang Xing to enter the Xian region and confess his crimes within 3 days. Then, he would use his status as the Dao Child of the Huangfu clan to order Fang Xing to kowtow and confess his crimes, resolving the grudge between the Chu region and the Western Desert. However, at that time, Fang Xing had hidden himself to treat Chu Xi's injuries. Not to mention 3 days, even after 7 to 8 days had passed, not even a shadow of Fang Xing had appeared. Huangfu Daozi had thought that Fang Xiaojiu was looking down on his dignity, so that capture Fang Xiaojiu in the order had become capture and kill Fang Xiaojiu, meaning that regardless of whether Fang Xing was dead or alive, it would be fine as long as he could bring Fang Xing to him. Fang Xiaojiu, hurry up and get off the carriage. Kowtow to the Western Desert cultivators and confess your crimes. That way, you might have a chance to live. That's right. Someone has already gone to invite the senior of the 9 Creases tribe. You're about to die, so why don't you kneel and confess your crimes? Tie yourself up and kneel. Don't make a mistake. The 3 Western Desert cultivators shouted, their eyes glinting with coldness. Within the Xian region, it wasn't easy to transmit information. Up until now, the reason these Western Desert cultivators hated Fang Xing was because Fang Xing had exterminated the Western Desert's Golden Light lineage, killed one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, and suppressed the reputation of the Western Desert cultivators. They didn't know that another of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, Han Longzi, had already perished at the hands of Fang Xing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken like this. The other reason they spoke so harshly was because the 9 Creases tribe was nearby. They believed that this was enough to deter this Great Snow Mountain disciple who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so he wouldn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Strangely enough, Fang Xing didn't retort. Instead, his brows furrowed even tighter. Seeing that he didn't dare to retort, the 3 Western Desert cultivators grew bolder. They believed that their guess was correct. The 9 Creases tribe was nearby. This little demon was indeed afraid. Otherwise, why wouldn't he say anything in the face of their scolding? Unexpectedly, Fang Xing didn't retort. Instead, the killing intent in his heart gradually rose. Although Fang Xing loved to quarrel and was good at it, that was only when he couldn't fight or when he would be at a disadvantage. If he could fight, who would choose to quarrel? I've seen many Western Desert cultivators. Why do they know how to speak? Why are all of them so annoying? Fang Xing waited for the 3 of them to finish cursing before he lazily opened his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. In the blink of an eye, a flying sword flew out from the carriage. Swish, spurred on by his magic power, the flying sword moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the throat of the Western Desert cultivator closest to the front. When the cultivator saw the silver light approaching, he was shocked. Without thinking, he raised up a defensive barrier. However, just as he was about to form an incantation, the flying sword had already slashed across his throat. His eyes bulged and he clutched his neck in disbelief. His hand trembled as he touched his throat, only to find that his hand was covered in blood. Even at the moment of his death, there was one question in his heart that he couldn't understand. The 9 Creases tribe was nearby, so why did he dare to attack? A flying sword. He actually used a flying sword to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator? The silver light had sliced through the neck of one of the Western Desert cultivators, but at the same time, it seemed to have sliced through the necks of the others as well. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The Great Snow Mountain disciple hadn't even left the carriage. He had only used a flying sword to kill a Western Desert Foundation establishment cultivator. It must be known that magic tools like flying swords were rarely used by cultivators after they reached the Foundation establishment stage. After all, it was a very low-level magic tool. Its power was limited, and it could no longer display the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. But Feng Xiaojiu hadn't even left the carriage. He had used a flying sword to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. What kind of power was this? Buzz. The flying sword didn't return to the carriage. After slicing through the neck of the first cultivator, it stopped in midair, vibrating. Then, like lightning, it shot toward the second Western Desert cultivator. The second Western Desert cultivator had some time to react. With a shout, he raised up a defensive barrier and turned to flee. He didn't dare to stay any longer. This Great Snow Mountain disciple dared to kill someone here. He was too fierce. The Nine Creases tribe was nearby, and they thought Feng Xiaojiu had come to beg for forgiveness. However, the second cultivator hadn't even taken 2 steps when the silver flying sword caught up to him. With an indescribably powerful spiritual energy, it slammed into the defensive barrier behind him. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered. Before the second cultivator could use any other methods of defense, the flying sword had already pierced through his chest. The third cultivator had already fled more than 30 meters away. He was scared out of his wits, and all he could do was wail in pain. Behind him, the flying sword, stained with the blood of his junior brother and senior brother, continued to pursue him. "How dare you commit murder here, you traitor?" Suddenly, a gray robe flickered, and a tall, sturdy man appeared off in the distance. His body moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the third Western Desert cultivator. His light brown eyes scanned the area and locked onto the flying sword. He laughed coldly as his palm leaf fan hand reached out to grab the flying sword. Unexpectedly, he was relying on his martial prowess to grab the flying sword with his bare hands. At this time, the flying sword had killed 2 people in a row, and the spiritual energy wrapped around the flying sword was almost exhausted. Its speed was not as fast as it was at the beginning, and it was really caught in his hand. The big man's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the black carriage. He was about to shout again, but at this time, the last bit of spiritual energy from the flying spirit in his palm was released, and with a few buzzing sounds, it was like a living fish. The burly man was shocked and hurriedly circulated all his spiritual power to suppress the flying sword. He felt a burst of numbness in his bones. After a long while, the spiritual energy wrapped around the flying sword finally dissipated. However, the burly man was still somewhat apprehensive, and he looked at the carriage with bewilderment. After killing 2 people in a row, there was only a sliver of spiritual energy left on the flying sword. However, he had to use all his cultivation to suppress it. Just how strong was the spiritual energy of the cultivator controlling the flying sword? The burly man went from arrogant to panic-stricken in the blink of an eye. "Your Excellency from the tribe of Nine Creases, save me. This traitor from the Great Snow Mountain dares to slaughter Western Desert cultivators in front of everyone. His crime is unforgivable." No one knew what the gray-robed man was thinking. All they knew was that he had successfully caught the flying sword. The third Western Desert cultivator had escaped with his life, but his face was ashen. He hid behind the burly man and began to cry out. The surrounding cultivators all had looks of joy on their faces. It was good that this person had come. Finally, there was someone capable of suppressing this indescribably savage disciple from the Great Snow Mountain. "Feng Xiaojiu, my lord is looking for you. Have you come to beg for forgiveness?" The burly man wiped away the bewilderment on his face and shouted in a low voice. "And who the hell do you think you are?" Feng Xing still did not get out of the car and asked lazily. The burly man angrily rebuked, "I am Lei Hong, the subordinate of tribe leader 9th Young Master Lei of the Nine Creases. You're talking to me, and yet you're not getting out of the carriage? Who gave you the gall? Hurry up and get out of the carriage. Tie yourself up and come with me to 9th Young Master Lei to beg for forgiveness. So you're a slave. How can you be so arrogant?" Inside the carriage, Feng Xing was a bit angry. He had been wondering who this person was, but it turned out he was just a slave of the tribe of Nine Creases. Even more infuriating was that these people kept talking about begging for forgiveness. Did they really think they represented the emperor? Besides, so what if they really were the emperor? Cultivators, from the first day they stepped onto the path of cultivation, only respected their master. That was because the master represented the legacy. They only feared the heavens and the earth, because the heavens and the earth contained Tao. What did emperors, generals, and ministers count for? You dare to look down on me? Lei Hong flew into a rage, his swarthy face turning a purplish red. How am I looking down on you? Aren't you a slave of the tribe of 9 creases? Aren't the tribe of 9 creases a slave of the Huangfu clan? Fang Xing laughed mischievously, making the relationship between the two exceptionally clear. Lei Hong was even more embarrassed, but he didn't dare to retort. If he said he wasn't a slave of the tribe of 9 creases, he would be offending his superior. If he said that the tribe of 9 creases wasn't a slave of the Huangfu clan, 9th young master Lei would probably kill him with his own hands. However, he just had to be ridiculed like this. His heart was upset, and he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Is this the attitude of begging for forgiveness? I think you're rebelling." If he hadn't sensed Fang Xing's strength from the flying sword, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of the tribe of 9 creases. How dare you talk about rebelling? Fang Xing shouted coldly. He had no respect for the tribe of 9 creases and drove off. He wanted to see who dared to stop him. Lei Hong's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He didn't dare to fight with Fang Xing, but if he let him in, the tribe of 9 creases would lose all face. At this time, 9th young master Lei was personally presiding over the formation in order to capture the little devil Fang Xing in the Valley of Rubble. He had ordered Lei Hong not to disturb him, so he didn't dare to report to his master at this time. He was anxious and helpless. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he shouted, "Zhu Xiao, listen up. Huangfu Daozi once issued an order to capture this kid, but that little devil named Fang Xing caused trouble, so the capture was delayed. My young master has already announced that anyone who can capture that little devil, Fang Xing, will be rewarded with Huangfu Daozi's handwritten order to enter the sword catacomb to choose a sword embryo. This disciple of the Great Snow Mountain has a big mouth and openly disobeyed the orders of the Lei clan of 9 creases tribe. He has committed a heinous crime. If you capture him and bring him to my young master, who knows if you won't get a second handwritten order." As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. What was their purpose in coming here? It was naturally to capture that little devil, Fang Xing, and obtain the opportunity to enter the sword catacomb. However, there were at least a few hundred cultivators here, but there was only one little devil, Fang Xing. All the cultivators knew that their chances were not high, but now that they suddenly heard someone say that there was a second chance, they immediately cast their gazes towards the carriage. There were hundreds of cultivators present, and at least 1/3 of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. Although most of them didn't dare to provoke this disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, there were many who were confident in their strength and dared to fight him. Coupled with the large number of people, they didn't believe that this disciple of the Great Snow Mountain had 3 heads and 6 arms and could withstand the siege of so many cultivators. When Lei Hong saw this, he sneered and retreated, hiding behind Zhu Xiao. There was no doubt that he had achieved his goal, but in reality, he left some words. He only said that if he captured this Fang Xiaojiu, he might get the opportunity to enter the sword catacomb, but he didn't say that he would definitely get it. After all, although this Fang Xiaojiu had angered him, his crime couldn't be compared to that of Fang Xing. That little devil had killed a member of the Huangfu family, while this Fang Xiaojiu had only violated the rules. In simple words, that little devil had committed a crime worthy of death, while this Fang Xiaojiu only needed to be punished. Everyone, let's attack together and capture this kid. There are so many of us, why would we be afraid of him alone? Let's see who's lucky enough to capture him and obtain Huangfu Daozi's personal edict. Fang Xiaojiu, kneel down and admit your guilt. Surrender and I'll spare your dog life. All the cultivators were lured by the attraction of entering the sword catacomb, and gradually surrounded them. They all shouted angrily, and the battle was about to start. Very good, let's harvest again and save some blood for the upcoming battle. Fang Xing sneered. He lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage, then looked back at Chu Xi. Little girl, don't poke your head out, be careful not to spill blood. Xianxia nodded. Her face was pale, but she didn't want Fangxing to worry, so she only said, Brother Jiu, be careful. After Fangxing got out of the carriage, he looked around coldly. Seeing the murderous faces, his murderous aura rose, and he was about to fight. However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, Who's so bold to touch the people of the Great Snow Mountain? Along with the sound of the voice, 8 formation flags flew from afar and landed accurately around the carriage. In an instant, they formed a formation that firmly protected the carriage. Not far away, 3 figures flew over quickly. One was white, one was purple, and one was black. They flew to the front of the carriage in an instant and looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. When Fangxing saw them, he was slightly startled. They're here too. When the surrounding cultivators saw the 3 of them, they were also shocked and whispered, The 5 warriors of the Great Snow Mountain are here? Retreat, I didn't expect the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain to be here too. For a moment, the courage that the cultivators had just mustered retreated like the tide, and a large space was created. Among the 3 people, the one in white was a woman. She was wearing a white robe, white socks, and white boots. Even the ribbon that tied her hair was white. She held a long sword with a milky white hilt, and she stared coldly at the cultivators. The woman in purple was holding a jade zither in her arms. She had a beautiful face, but was unusually cold. The one in black was a man in his 20s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was empty-handed. These 3 people were Xiaoxue, Yi Guin, and Hou Guimen. Fellow cultivator of the 9 Crooked tribe, the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain are not strict enough and have offended you. Please forgive us, another calm voice rang out. The crowd of cultivators parted like the tide, forming a path. A man in a golden robe slowly walked over. This man looked to be in his 30s, his eyebrows like swords and his eyes like stars. He clasped his hands towards the servant of the 9 Creases tribe, Lei Hong. Although his words were polite, his expression was cold to the extreme. There was a sense of arrogance in him that said he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Brother, when Xianxia saw him, she immediately shouted excitedly. Crown Prince Chu Huang, Xiaoxue, Yi Guin, Hou Guimen, and the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, except for Lung Xian, were all here. For a moment, all the cultivators were terrified and retreated. After all, the Great Snow Mountain of the Chu region was one of the strongest forces in the Xian region. They dared to kill a single disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. After all, they had the support of the Juku tribe, so the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain would not dare to cause trouble for them. However, since the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain were here, no one dared to offend them. Even the 9 Toon tribe's servant, Lei Hong, had an ugly expression on his face. With a sneer, he cupped his hands towards Crown Prince Chu Huang and said, Crown Prince Chu Huang, so you have also arrived. You disciples from the Great Snow Mountain are really rude. Chu Huang was also unhappy. He cupped his hands and said, Please don't blame us. The Great Snow Mountain will give you an explanation. The servant of the Juku tribe had the intention to retreat when he saw the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain. After all, the power of the Great Snow Mountain was not small. It was not something that a servant like him could order around. He had already made up his mind to wait for his young master to deal with this matter. However, he did not expect that the leader of the 5 sons, Crown Prince Chu Huang, would be so polite to him. Your Highness, I presume you're aware of Huangfu Daozi's order. My words carry little weight, so I'm unable to interfere in such a major matter. But once my young master arrives, I'll surely tell him about the cause and effect of this matter. You're on your own as to what choice you should make. As he spoke, he cupped his hands together and turned around to leave. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If Crown Prince Chu Huang really wanted to bully him, he would not dare to say anything. Brother, seeing that the cultivators had dispersed and the crisis of the great battle had disappeared, Xianxia hurriedly jumped down from the carriage and ran towards Crown Prince Chu Huang with a happy expression on her face. Her original purpose was to enter the Xian domain to look for her brother. It had been more than half a month since she arrived here from the Great Snowy Mountain. Now that she had finally achieved her goal, the joy in her heart was indescribable. Crown Prince Chu Huang watched coldly as Xianxia ran towards him, his face expressionless. When Chu Xi came close to him, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Chu Xi's face. Didn't I tell you not to come? No rules. Chu Xi was so scared that she didn't know how to dodge at all. However, at this moment, a light golden rope wrapped around Chu Xi's waist and pulled her back, dodging the attack. Fang Xing popped his head out from behind Chu Xi and scolded, "Are you a dog? Do you think you can bite me whenever you want?" Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "I am teaching my own sister a lesson. Since when is it your turn to interfere?" Fang Xing said, "I don't like the look of you, okay?" Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes turned cold as he lowered his voice, "You've created a huge disaster the moment you entered the Xian domain. You've implicated the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain and put them in countless risks. Just now, you bluntly offended the people of the Nine Crooked Tribe. Are you trying to attract another great enemy for the Great Snow Mountain? In my opinion, it's better for people like you, who don't follow the rules, to deal with the trouble you've caused yourself." When he looked at Fang Xing, there was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Fang Xing naturally felt it. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You're implying something." Crown Prince Chu Huang smiled gently and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just insist on my original opinion. Don't worry, after handing you over to Huangfu Daozi, I will plead for you and hope he will spare your life." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Especially Chu Xi, her face suddenly turned pale. Behind Yi Guin, a small hand tugged at her sleeve as if it was begging for mercy. Yi Guin turned around and looked at her, indicating that she knew what to do. This person was Xianxia. She rushed here with other Great Snow Mountain Spiritual Movement Realm disciples. However, after arriving, she first saw the scene of Crown Prince Chu Huang slapping Chu Xi, and then Fang Xing arguing with Crown Prince Chu Huang. However, she did not have the chance to meet Fang Xing. When she heard that Crown Prince Chu Huang wanted to harm Fang Xing, she hurriedly begged Yi Guin to help Fang Xing. "Your Highness, I don't think we agreed to hand over junior brother Fang to the Huangfu clan." At this moment, Xiaoshui spoke coldly and looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang with an unfriendly gaze. Even Ho Guiman had a troubled expression. When he heard Xiaoshui speak, he hurriedly nodded. In fact, when Fang Xing was arguing with the Western Desert cultivators, they had already arrived. They had already argued about whether they should reveal themselves and acknowledge Fang Xing. Later, when they saw that Fang Xing was in danger of being surrounded by the cultivators, they suddenly helped. Crown Prince Chu Huang said indifferently, "If we don't hand him over and Huangfu Daozi blames us, are you going to resist his anger?" At this point, a faint anger flashed in his eyes. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces with displeasure and said coldly, "Because he single-handedly destroyed 4 meridians, the Huangfu clan is already dissatisfied with our Great Snow Mountain. A few days ago, when I went to the Divine Bridge, I was implicated by him and returned in failure. You are not willing to hand him over to the Huangfu clan. Are you trying to become enemies with the 8 demon tribes?" When Xiaoshui heard this, her gaze turned cold. Even Ho Guiman and Yi Guin had a sad expression. Becoming enemies with the Huangfu clan, they did not even dare to think of such a terrifying thing. As for Crown Prince Chu Huang, he hated Fang Xing to the bone. Previously, he had always hoped to enter the depths of the Xian domain as soon as possible and fight for a higher ranking. For this, he even abandoned the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain. In the end, when he was crossing the Divine Bridge, he was warned by the messenger sent by Huangfu Daozi. He was told to settle the internal affairs of the Great Snow Mountain before crossing the Divine Bridge, so he had no choice but to return. "We can first send junior brother Fang out of the Xian domain. If the Huangfu clan is dissatisfied, they can discuss it with the 5 masters." Xiaoshui said coldly. Before entering the Xian domain, the masters said that even though opportunities are the most important after entering the Xian domain, they also asked the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain to help each other. They never said that we should hand over the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain just because of a sentence from the Huangfu clan, right? After we send junior brother Fang away, we can express to the Huangfu clan that we have no enmity with them. They might not kill us. She said these words not because she had a deep relationship with Fang Xing, but because she wasn't willing to do something like admitting defeat. After all, she had a combative nature and was most unwilling to show weakness. If she were to hand Fang Xing over, then it would become a shadow in her heart that would be difficult to disperse for a long time. After hearing Xiao Shue's words, Hou Guimen also said, I think that senior sister Xiao is right. However, he felt that Feng Xiaojiu was a good person and was worth befriending. At this moment, he naturally wanted to help him. Yi Guin felt that her sleeves were being pulled again. She could not refute her junior sister's request, so she said coldly, if the masters knew that we handed over the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain to the Huangfu clan to deal with in order to protect ourselves, they would definitely not be happy. Moreover, didn't we already decide to enter the Valley of Rubble to kill that little thief, Feng Xing? Can't we settle this later? After hearing that Feng Xing was trapped in the Valley of Rubble, she was the one who was the most anxious to rush over. She could not wait to go in immediately. Seeing that 3 of the 4 disciples of the Great Snow Mountain did not agree to hand over Feng Xing, Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression became even more frightening. He said coldly, for this disciple, you are even willing to give up your opportunities? I think you have heard just now. If he is handed over to the Huangfu clan to deal with, we can obtain a written order to enter the Sword Catacomb. Then, we can enter the Valley of Rubble together and capture that little devil called Feng Xing. Then, we can obtain another written order. Moreover, after resolving the enmity between us and the Huangfu clan, I believe that Huangfu Daozi will also grant us a written order. At that time, we can obtain a total of 3 written orders. At this point, he could not help but look at Feng Xing. This was because he knew that Feng Xiaojiu was Feng Xing. This was personally verified by the elder ancestor of the Chu royal court, Chu Taisheng. Therefore, he was also a little puzzled. He did not know why there was another Feng Xing in the Valley of Rubble. However, regardless of whether that person was an impostor or not, they would definitely be able to obtain a written order once they found him. And he specifically mentioned this matter because he did not believe that others would not be tempted. After all, 3 written orders were equivalent to 3 sword embryos. That was a kind of magical power that could grow. Who would not want it? Sure enough, after hearing the written order to enter the Sword Catacomb, Xiao Shui, Hou Guimen, and Yi Guin were all stunned and their eyes flashed. However, after some hesitation, Xiao Shui's eyes still sank. I don't agree. We will think of another way to enter the Sword Catacomb. Hou Guimen also sighed and said, can't we quickly enter the Valley of Rubble and capture that little devil first? It is said that in the Valley of Rubble, there are complicated magical formations. With my attainments in magical formations, I should be able to find him one step faster than others. Crown Prince Chu Huang did not comment and looked at Yi Guin indifferently. Yi Guin was obviously a little tempted. She remained silent and allowed Xianxia to pull her sleeves into a twist. When Crown Prince Chu Huang saw this, he knew that Yi Guin was leaning towards his suggestion. Even Hou Guimen might not continue to help that little brat. Most likely, he would not help either side. The only troublesome one was that aggressive woman. After calculating the distribution of strength in his heart, he had a plan. He said coldly, Huangfu Daozi might not necessarily want his life. Let's do it this way. With just one sentence, it seemed that Feng Xing's fate had been decided. His 5 fingers clawed at the air and covered Feng Xing's face. The 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain had reunited and in less than 10 minutes, they had once again broken up. Crown Prince Chu Huang had never placed Feng Xing in his heart. He was only afraid of Xiao Shui. Now that he had used words to restrain her, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Feng Xing. He planned to capture Feng Xing and seal his cultivation before the others could react. This way, Xiao Shui and the others would not insist on protecting this guy and he could act calmly. However, just as he was about to grab her, a figure flashed in front of him. It was Chu Xi, blocking his way with her arms outstretched. As siblings, Chu Xi understood her brother very well. No one else could react to this sudden attack. But Chu Xi had already anticipated it. Therefore, she ran over in advance and blocked Crown Prince Chu Huang with her arms outstretched. So, Crown Prince Chu Huang's hand froze and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Since when did you dare to block my way? Chu Xi's little face was already full of tears. She bit her lips and looked at her brother. She shook her head and refused to move aside. Move aside. Crown Prince Chu Huang did not want to say anything more. He waved his sleeve and was about to push Chu Xi to the side. However, at this moment, an impending murderous aura suddenly came towards him. his heart slightly shivered. He lifted his sleeve and slapped towards the black object in front of him. It was the copper lance that Fangxing had thrown at him. The palm and the lance collided. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the surroundings. Crown Prince Chu Huang took 3 steps back and his expression changed greatly. Fangxing borrowed the force from Crown Prince Chu Huang's slap and pulled Chu Xi back more than 10 feet away. He threw her into the carriage and turned around. He smiled at Crown Prince Chu Huang and said, "Why didn't you ask me about this and that just now?" Although he was smiling, his eyes were not very pleasant. Just now, he did not interrupt and just watched coldly. He wanted to see what these people would decide. He was even prepared that if the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain unanimously agreed to hand him over to the Huangfu clan, then he did not mind killing all of them. However, the result was much better than he had imagined. Xiao Shui had actually defended him, which was beyond his expectations. Hou Guimen, that idiot, must have been very protective of him because he had given him the medicine back in the Great Snow Mountain. As for Yi Guin, that woman was still as cold and heartless as ever. She had only spoken up for him just now because that damned girling Xiao had pleaded for him behind her back. As for this golden bastard, Fangxing felt that he had made up his mind to kill him. It was a clear decision. Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression changed greatly. After exchanging a blow with Fangxing's one-legged bronze man lance, he realized that the real body of this infamous little devil, Fangxing, was much more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed that he could not capture him easily. In fact, from the collision just now, this little devil's strength was not much weaker than his. Chu Huang, do you really think that you are the leader of the Great Snow Mountain disciples? Did you ask for my permission before you attacked? At this moment, Xiao Shui also shouted. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at Crown Prince Chu Huang. As for Yi Guin and Hou Guimen, they hesitated when they saw that they were about to attack. They did not move forward but took a step back. Behind Yi Guin, Xianxia took off her dragon string zither. She stealthily circulated her spiritual power and prepared to play the zither. She had been waiting for Fang Xiaojiu to enter the Xian domain so that she could play the zither for him. Now, it was her chance. As a result, it became a situation where Fangxing, Xiao Shui and Crown Prince Chu Huang were fighting 2 against 1. Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression was slightly cold. The situation was different from what he had imagined. However, just as the atmosphere was about to turn hostile, someone suddenly shouted from within the rubble gorge. "Quick, quick! That little demon has already been trapped in the misty marsh. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Quickly go capture him." Outside the valley of rubble, the cultivators who had not entered were stunned. Suddenly, someone shouted and rushed into the valley of rubble like a tide. Previously, the little devil Fangxing in the valley of rubble had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Although they knew that he was in the valley and no one could find his shadow, they did not expect that he would be blocked and captured at this moment. One must know that this guy was equivalent to an order to enter the sword catacomb. He was also a dog that had fallen into the water. Who would not want to capture him? For a moment, the situation was chaotic. Even the people from the Juku tribe who were guarding the entrance of the valley did not have the time to issue the life tokens. However, when they saw this scene, they simply did not stop them. After all, they were worried that the little devil would sneak out. Now that the little devil had been trapped and could no longer escape, they did not have to worry that he would use someone else's identity to escape. Moreover, the cultivators were fighting to enter the Valley of Rubble to serve the Juku tribe. This was also a form of power that could intimidate the Great Snow Mountain. He is trapped? Yi Guin's expression changed when she heard the shout. She turned around and rushed into the Valley of Rubble. It could be said that once she heard the name of Fangxing, she could not care about anything else. Even Crown Prince Chu Huang and the others were not willing to let go of this opportunity. He waved his sleeves and shouted coldly, "Capturing that little devil is the most important thing. We will deal with the internal affairs of the Great Snow Mountain later." As soon as he finished speaking, he glared coldly at Fangxing, then flew towards the rubble gorge. Beneath his feet, there was actually a faint flicker of lightning, and his speed was extremely fast like lightning. "Let's go in and take a look." Fangxing's interest was also piqued, and he was about to rush inside. However, Xiao Shui grabbed him and said solemnly, "Junior brother Fang, you better take this opportunity to leave the Xian domain." Fang Xing turned around and looked at her. He smiled and said, "Aren't you going to ask me why I came to the Valley of Rubble?" Xiaoxue was slightly startled. Since they met, there had been many incidents and she really did not have the time to ask. Fang Xing smiled and winked at her. He said, "I am here to rob the sword tomb." After saying that, he laughed and waved his hand. The 10,000 spirit flag flew into his hand and he quickly rushed into the Valley of Rubble. Behind him, Xianxia anxiously shouted, Brother Little Nine, wait for me, girl, help me take care of the other girl. I have something to do. We will talk after I am done." Fang Xing laughed loudly as he replied, and when his voice faded away, he'd already vanished like a wisp of smoke. Xianxia chased after him for a few dozen feet but was unable to catch up. She looked at the black carriage with some resentment. She felt a little sour in her heart. Brother Little Nine and that little princess rushed all the way here. Just now, he had been protecting her. After seeing me, he didn't even say a word to me. He even asked me to take care of the little princess. Is he a womanizer? This won't do. I must ask him who he treats better. Bring the little princess along. Within the Valley of Rubble, there was a sea of people. All of them were rushing towards the same direction. There was no need to ask around. It was obvious that the direction of the crowd was the place where Fang Xing was trapped. All they needed to do was follow the large group of cultivators. Hey, robber, wait for me. In the midst of running, someone suddenly chased after him and kept calling out to Fang Xing. Fang Xing turned his head and saw a thin and short person rushing over. This person was wearing a silk robe and his whole body was wrapped tightly. For a moment, he couldn't tell who it was. But when he looked at his head, he immediately knew that the braid was not something that could be imitated. Ghost child, why the hell are you here? The person who came was the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, Li Ying. He sped up and ran side by side with Fang Xing. He transmitted his voice, "Our goal is the same." Damn, who would have thought that this bastard named Fang Xing would be trapped? This crown prince was planning to let him take the blame for us. I came in to see if I can find a chance to let him go. Do you have the same idea? You're the bastard. Fang Xing was unhappy when he heard this. He raised the one-legged bronze spear and swung it at Li Ying's head. Li Ying was startled. He flashed 10 feet away and transmitted his voice angrily, "You're a madman. Why do you always want to sneak attack this crown prince? Let me tell you, when I take back the Ghost King banner from my sister, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Hey! Do you believe that this young master will teach you a lesson right now? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. We're currently in a temporary alliance. We'll fight after we get the sword embryo, but why do I just not like you? Pfft, do you think that this crown prince likes you? The two of them quarreled and exchanged a few blows from time to time. Just like that, they followed the crowd and rushed forward. It was also at this moment that in a corner of the Valley of Messy Rocks, there was a swamp shrouded in thick fog. The surroundings were dilapidated and there were some strange trees and weeds everywhere. What shrouded this swamp was a broken array. It was said that there used to be a rare broken weapon inside. However, the array had already been broken by someone and the broken weapon inside was taken away, leaving this array empty. At this moment, the little devil, Fang Xing, was trapped in the fog and was struggling at death's door with the help of the array. It's just a broken array, why hasn't it been broken yet? How long do we have to wait? Outside the array, there were already a few groups of people. They were desperately shouting orders for their subordinates who understood arrays to break the array. This formation has always been mysterious and extremely difficult to break. It was only because someone had broken it before that there was a path that led to the heart of the formation. However, that little demon is extremely cunning. After hiding in the misty swamp, he repaired the path. Now, we are calculating how to break his formation flags. Senior, don't worry. In short, he won't be able to escape. It's only a matter of time. The person breaking the array was sweating profusely as he reported to the person behind him who was urging him. Hurry, we have to hurry. The news was leaked just now. We don't know how many people will come to snatch this little devil. We have to hurry. Senior brother, don't worry. Anyway, he wants to force his way through the array outside the Valley of Messy Rocks. He has already been injured by Lord Leggio and is at his weakest. As long as we break the array, we can capture him easily. The cultivators outside the array were extremely anxious and tried their best to break the array. Haha, you bunch of bastards, do you think you can capture me like this? Cough, cough, just you wait. When I recover from my injuries, I'll go out and tear you all to pieces. Kill all the men, and rape all the women, cough, cough. Inside the array, a slightly weak but very arrogant voice rang out. Hearing his words, the cultivators outside the formation became even more anxious. They shouted, "Don't hesitate to do anything. Speed up. Legend has it that this little devil has a healing technique. Maybe we won't be able to catch him again after he recovers." While urging the person who was breaking the formation, he turned to look at a woman on the other side and shouted, "There's poisonous miasma in the misty swamp. We need a pill that can detoxify the miasma to ensure our safety. Junior Sister Lingyun, have you finished refining the miasma dispelling pill?" About 70 to 80 feet away from him, a white-clothed woman was sitting cross-legged in front of a red pill furnace. Her face was pale and bloodless, and her eyes were burning with anxiety as she looked at the misty swamp. The pill furnace was not even opened. When the cultivator saw the white-clothed girl's appearance, he immediately became angry and coldly shouted, "Junior Sister Lingyun, it was your master Qin Miao who came to beg my master. Only then did our White Dragon Gate agree to bring you here to seize the opportunity. However, we already agreed that after entering the mysterious domain, you will listen to our instructions and use your pill techniques to help us. Now that I asked you to refine a cauldron of miasma-breaking pills, you are making excuses?" The white-clothed girl's face became even uglier. She waved her hand and opened the cauldron, but her hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, a spiritual movement realm disciple beside the cultivator suddenly laughed and said to the green-masked cultivator who berated the white-clothed girl, "Senior Qiao, did you forget? This Senior Sister Lingyun is also from the Blue Cloud sect." The green-masked cultivator was slightly startled. A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. He pulled down his face and coldly looked at the white-clothed girl. "Junior Sister Lingyun, if that's the case, you and that little devil are old acquaintances. Could it be that you want to help him?" The white-clothed girl bit her lips and did not answer. Suddenly, she opened the cauldron and placed several spirit medicines inside. Then, she activated the spirit flame in her palm and began to refine pills. When the green-masked cultivator saw this, although he was full of doubts, he did not continue to interrogate her. He only secretly ordered 2 disciples to keep an eye on the white-clothed girl while he continued to urge the disciple in charge of breaking the formation. During this time, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. From time to time, cultivators would rush over and surround the foggy swamp in search of a way to break the formation. The eldest disciple of the White Dragon Gate, Xiao Yuanyin, was extremely anxious, but he did not say anything. He only secretly ordered the disciples of the White Dragon Gate to guard the surroundings of the formation passage. Others had not discovered this passage that could be easily broken through, so they still had a chance. Time passed by minute. The progress of breaking the formation gradually increased and the miasma-breaking pills refined by the white-clothed girl were almost complete. Within the cauldron, the light from the fire shone on the white-clothed girl's face, revealing a trace of determination on her face. Another half an incense's time passed, and the disciple in charge of breaking the formation of the White Dragon Gate suddenly exclaimed in a low voice and said happily, "Senior Brother Qiao, we didn't disappoint you. 2 of the 3 formation flags in this passage have been broken, and the last one is about to be broken." As his voice rang out, a despairing wail rang out from within the formation. "Damn it, why am I so unlucky? If you're so capable, wait for me for another 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes will do. Watch me." Xiao Yuanyan didn't pay any attention to him. A lightning-fast thought flashed through his mind, so this little devil can recover in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. But it's really dangerous. He immediately raised his spiritual power and shouted at the woman in white, "Junior Martial Sister Lingyun, quickly bring me the miasma-dispelling pill." He planned to hold the miasma-dispelling pill in his mouth, rush into the misty swamp, and use his own cultivation to blast open the last formation flag. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the woman in white suddenly slapped the cauldron open, and a green pill flew out from the cauldron. She caught it in her hand and put it under her tongue. Then, her eyes turned cold, and her figure rushed towards the passage of the formation like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Qiao Yuanyan's face turned cold, and he slapped with his palm. The palm force was vigorous, and it turned into a rolling long river, covering the sky and earth. Green cloud sword seals the river, the woman in white shouted, and with a wave of her long sword, a strange phenomenon appeared in front of her. Impressively, it was an iron lock, lying across the long river, sealing all the incoming palm force. The woman in white took advantage of the momentum to fly to the mouth of the passage, grabbed the White Dragon Gate disciple who was breaking the formation, and threw him back. She held her sword across her chest, stood in front of the passage, and said solemnly, "I'm here, so I won't allow you to enter." Qiao Yuanyan was about to go crazy, and he pressed forward step by step, saying coldly, "Junior sister Lingyun, do you know what you're doing?" The woman in white said, "You're right, I know him. He's my junior brother, and I'm his senior sister." Qiao Yuanyan's eyes narrowed, and he hid his hands in his sleeves, secretly circulating his spiritual power. At this time, the formation in the passage had not been completely opened, so others could not discover the abnormality, but he did not dare to cause too much trouble, for fear that others would discover the existence of this passage and come to fight for it. Their White Dragon Gate was only a medium-sized sect, and they were no match for those big sections. "Hey! Hey, girl outside, who are you?" Inside the formation, the sneaky voice sounded again, asking for the identity of the woman in white. The woman in white held her sword in front of her chest, sighed softly, and said, "Junior brother Feng, can't you recognize my voice?" The voice inside said, "It's a little familiar." A helpless smile rose from the corners of the white-clothed woman's mouth as she said, "I'm Su Lingyun. Don't be distracted, hurry up and heal your injuries. I'm very useless, so I can't protect you for long with this sword of mine. However, I'll help you by 10 minutes. The voice inside the fog was slightly stunned, and said in surprise, "Su Lingyun? Senior sister Lingyun of the Blue Cloud sect?" Before Su Lingyun could answer, there was suddenly a commotion in front of them, and the situation changed again. The White Dragon Gate had been guarding this passage firmly, afraid that it would be discovered by others, but as more and more cultivators rushed over, there was no lack of cultivators who were well versed in the Tao of formations, and gradually, they began to see some clues. In addition, the White Dragon Gate had really guarded this area too closely, which made people suspicious, and there were already many people secretly observing the changes. Just as the White Dragon sect Qiao Yuanyan was about to attack Su Lingyun, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Fellow Daoist, I see that you're all so busy here. Is there anything I can help you with?" Qiao Yuanyan was shocked, and turned to look, and was surprised to see a cultivator with long and narrow eyebrows looking coldly at him. Qiao Yuanyan quickly dispersed his spiritual power, and said lightly, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, we can handle it ourselves." The cultivator with long and narrow eyebrows snorted coldly, and said, "I suddenly feel that the formation here is very interesting." As he spoke, his body suddenly moved, and he rushed in the direction that Su Lingyun was guarding, wanting to force his way through to find out what was going on. Qiao Yuanyan of the White Dragon Gate was shocked, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop him." As he spoke, he raised his palm and hit the cultivator's back, and the other disciples of the White Dragon Gate also used their own spells and instruments, interweaving into a large net, and attacked the cultivator. The cultivator alone could not withstand so many attacks, and his figure was forced to retreat, and he shouted, "I knew there was a problem here, everyone, there is a gap in the formation here, if you want to capture the little devil, you have to do it here." But he saw that he could not compete with the whole White Dragon Gate, after all, so he decided to muddy the waters, and take advantage of the opportunity, and the effect was very obvious. When he shouted, there were already several cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines, silently moving towards the gap in the formation. More cultivators were attracted by his words, and they all shouted and flew over. "Who dares to steal the opportunity of the White Dragon Gate?" Qiao Yuanyan was so anxious that his eyes turned red, and he desperately shouted, rushing forward, wanting to break into the formation. "Want to monopolize the opportunity? Dream on." The cultivator with long and narrow eyebrows rushed up again, attacking his back, forcing him to turn back to defend. In a short time, in order to capture this little devil called Feng Xing, the outside of the misty marsh was already in chaos. "Where is the little devil? I want this opportunity." A deep voice rang out, and in the void, ghostly flames flickered everywhere, and a giant ghost head rushed over. Yama Ghost King. When Xiao Yuanyan saw this ghost head, he was immediately stunned, and his heart trembled. The person who had attacked was an expert from the southern border, and at a young age he had founded a sect, called Yama Ghost King. He was one of the few young experts in the southern border, and this person was not someone the disciples of the White Dragon Gate could afford to offend. However, before the giant ghost head reached the formation, there was a clear whistle, and in the void, golden flames flickered, and a golden figure rushed over, stellar energy surging around him, blowing away the ghostly flames that filled the sky, and even pushing Yama Ghost King to the side. He transformed into a golden dragon and rushed towards the formation first. This person had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Impressively, the crown prince of the Chu royal court, Chu Huang, had arrived. Zha zha zha, a series of strange cackles could be heard. 7 black shadows as small as pellets flew over and actually transformed into tiny humans. They let out strange cries as they charged towards the spell formation. Someone recognized them. They were the 7 monsters from one of the northern Divine Mountain sections. They had also come. Clang, 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 3 heavy guqin sounds rang out, causing the cultivators in front of them to feel dizzy. A purple figure took the opportunity to rush forward, holding a guqin in her arms. Her expression was solemn, and there was a hint of murderous intent between her brows. Impressively, it was Yi Guin from the Ice Sound Palace. Under the attack of countless experts, the area outside the misty swamp immediately turned into a sea of spells. Astral wind surged and spells collided, forming a strong airflow that ordinary cultivators were unable to endure at all. Even the disciples of the White Dragon sect were forced to retreat over 30 meters away, and they didn't dare to come close at all. However, Su Lingyun had a solemn expression on her face as she faced the experts that filled the sky. She closed her eyes, raised her sword, and executed the azure cloud sword locking the river. Under the attack of countless powerful spells, Su Lingyun's sword light seemed so weak and dim. At this moment, among the experts who were fighting for the formation passage, she could not withstand any one of them, but under the combined attack of so many people, she still exerted all her strength to perform the most powerful defensive sword technique she could to resist the cultivators. This sword light might not be able to force back the attacks of the cultivators, but at least it illuminated her resolute face. Naturally, Su Lingyun's sword light could not withstand the powerful attacks from the Dharma spells. Even some of the power released by these spells was enough to pose a great threat to her. Something like power would not become stronger or weaker according to one's will. In the cultivation world, power had always been the fairest thing. However, Su Lingyun was not torn into pieces by the spells that filled the sky as she had imagined. A strange change suddenly occurred, the Dharma formation that all the cultivators wanted to enter opened by itself at this moment. Rays of golden light swept out along with endless gales. They were so powerful that they could tear everything in front of them apart. The power of the existence that rushed out of the spell formation was indescribably tyrannical. It was as dazzling as a small sun. In an instant, it wrapped around Su Lingyun. Then, its power swept out in all directions like a tide. It was like a raging fire. After it spread out, it burned away all the spells in the sky. All the cultivators that rushed up were forced to retreat. "Oh my God, are you hurt? If that little bastard knows that I hurt you, he will stew me." An anxious voice rang in Su Lingyun's ears. Su Lingyun's mind went blank. Then, she realized that she was being carried by a huge golden crow in the sky. This huge golden crow had a wingspan of at least 3 to 4 meters when it spread its wings. Its whole body was covered with shining golden feathers, as if there was flowing gold on its feathers. Its body naturally produced waves of divine power. It was so terrifying that it was frightening. What frightened Su Lingyun the most was that the voice she heard came from the mouth of this golden crow. "Isn't this a demonic beast? How can a demonic beast speak, and why does this voice sound so familiar?" You are the mount of junior brother Feng." Su Lingyun suddenly recognized it. Although this golden crow was much bigger than before, it was obviously Feng Xing's mount. Hearing this, the golden crow was annoyed and scolded, "What mount? Do you know how to speak? I am his brother." Su Lingyun was stunned. She did not have time to ask in detail. She hurriedly asked, "Where is junior brother Feng?" The golden crow sighed and said, how the hell would I know where he is, Su Lingyun? Not to mention that Su Lingyun was full of doubts and didn't have the time to ask questions. The cultivators guarding the misty swamp were also shocked. They stared at the golden crow that rushed out of the formation with bright eyes. Someone had already discovered that the golden crow was the mount of the little devil. Back then, the little devil rode this golden crow wrapped in a golden cloud and killed the 4 envoys of the Huangfu clan. Yi Guin's eyes turned cold when she saw the golden crow. Back then, she had seen the golden crow and had a heated argument with that little devil across the golden cloud. Only after Fang Xing had exposed the fact that her underwear had been stolen did she confirm Fang Xing's identity and pursue him to this day at all costs. This golden crow came out alone. That little devil must be in the array. Someone shouted and was delighted to see the golden crow. They were even more certain that the little devil was in the formation because it was the same as before. The little devil and the thieving bird were inseparable. They were wrapped in the golden clouds and could only hear their voices but not see them. On the other hand, because the golden crow's body was too big, the golden clouds could not hide it. It was faintly discernible. When they saw the golden crow, the little devil must be nearby. This was certain. The golden crow was also cunning. Seeing that someone had made such a guess, it immediately took advantage of the situation and shouted into the array, little devil, you have offended the Huangfu clan. I don't want to be with you anymore. Settle it yourself. I want to sever all ties with you. After saying that, it carried Su Lingyun and flew into the distance as if it was putting righteousness before family. Hee, this little devil is really at the end of his rope. Even his mount has betrayed him. Some cultivators laughed and took out their magic tools, wanting to charge into the array to capture the little devil. Jinwu, on the other hand, was overjoyed and was about to fly away stealthily. He was overjoyed in his heart. Apart from that cunning little bastard, the rest of the human cultivators are all stupid and stupid. Before it could finish its thought, a golden shadow flashed in front of it. An imposing young man blocked its way. This person had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was wearing a golden robe and was naturally Crown Prince Chu Huang. His eyes were a little strange as he looked at the golden crow with a faint smile. Brother demon, may I know your cultivation? The golden crow complained in its heart. At this moment, there were already cultivators entering the array to check. Its lie was about to be exposed, but it just had to be blocked by someone. The golden crow shouted anxiously, who cares what your grandpa's cultivation is? Get out of the way. The Crown Prince Chu Huang sneered. I see that you're only a spirit formation cultivator. I'm just curious. How can a spirit formation cultivator speak? The golden crow was stunned. Only then did it realize that it had been exposed. It scolded, F***ck your grandpa's golden bastard. Why do you care if I can speak or not? Your grandpa has already severed all ties with that little bastard. Go and find him quickly. He is the one who killed the Huangfu clan's messenger. It has nothing to do with me. I was only responsible for keeping watch at that time. As it said that, it flapped its wings and charged towards the Crown Prince Chu Huang fiercely. It won't be too late for you to leave after we find that little devil. The Crown Prince Chu Huang shouted and pressed his 5 fingers. In the void, golden flames floated. It was like a golden dragon whirlwind that swept towards the golden crow, forcing it to retreat. The golden crow saw this and made up his mind. His demon body shook and dozens of golden feathers floated up. They covered Su Lingyun and he charged towards the golden flames in the sky. Boom! The demon body collided with the golden crow and created a shocking demonic wind. It actually destroyed the golden flames that the Crown Prince Chu Huang cast. Some of the flames landed on the golden crow but they only slid down the golden feathers and did not cause any damage to the golden crow. The Crown Prince Chu Huang was shocked. He thought to himself, this demon crow has such a strong physical body. He did not have time to think and dodged to the side. He had a hunch that if he was hit by the demon crow, he would definitely suffer. The golden crow is the little devil is the golden crow. After dodging to the side, the Crown Prince Chu Huang shouted. At the same time, his palms transformed into golden dragons and entangled the golden crow. He had long noticed something was wrong. When Chu Taisheng transmitted a message to him and told him that Fang Xiaojia was Fang Xing, he also noticed something was wrong when the people from the Great Snow Mountain met the fake Feng Xing and quarreled with Yiguin across the mountain. He only heard people talking but did not see the legendary little devil. Instead, the great golden crow was faintly discernible. At that time, Yiguin was exposed that her undergarment was stolen. She was furious and determined that the little devil was hiding in the golden fog. However, she had also inadvertently confirmed the identity of the fake Feng Xing. However, the crown prince, Chu Huang, would not make such a mistake. He knew from the beginning that the Feng Xing was fake. Hence, he had been paying attention to the fake Feng Xing. Now, he could tell from the voice that the fake Feng Xing was the great golden crow. Although he didn't know why this strange bird could speak, he only needed to pay attention to its tone to be sure that it was faking its tone, imitating the voice of the little devil. It was speaking in a despicable tone, and it was quite similar. Now that he realized that the golden crow was very powerful, he did not want to fight it head-on. He planned to attract the cultivators to attack him. When the golden crow's power was almost depleted, he would go forward to take advantage of it. In any case, the golden crow was still very valuable. After all, it had killed 4 messengers from the Huangfu family. After capturing it and handing it over to the Juku tribe, he would definitely be able to get an order to enter the sword catacomb. After dealing with the real Feng Xing, he could use the power of the sword embryo to cross the divine bridge and go deep into the Xian domain to leave his name on the most mysterious list. What? The golden crow is the little devil? The cultivators were stunned and did not understand Crown Prince Chu Huang's words. Some of the cultivators who were quick-witted flew up and blocked the golden crow's way. The golden crow is the fake little devil. It's the culprit. Crown Prince Chu Huang put his hands behind his back and sneered. He was not going to make a move now. He wanted to wait for the others to fight with the golden crow and then reap the benefits. After all, he was confident that he could take the golden crow in one fell swoop with his strength. After all, he still had to deal with the real Feng Xing. It was not a good thing to use up too much power at this time. The golden crow is the fake little devil? Is this a joke? Whether it's true or not, we can just enter the magical formation and see if there is anyone else inside. The cultivators shouted. Some of them believed Crown Prince Chu Huang and flew up to stop the golden crow, while others rushed into the magical formation. At the entrance of the magical formation, the golden crow still had one last formation flag. If the cultivators wanted to rush into the magical formation from the outside, they had to destroy the last formation flag. However, how long could one formation flag last? It would only take a few breaths. It's over, it's over, it's over now, the golden crow cried bitterly. It looked at the cultivators in all directions and felt a little hopeless. When the cultivators went in to take a look, they would naturally find that there was no one inside the magical formation. At that time, it would definitely be exposed. However, the guy in the golden robe was so cunning that he was staring at it. It could not escape even if it wanted to. Boom, among the cultivators, many of them rushed towards the magical formation. However, when they approached the passage, there was a sudden buzzing sound. A terrifying black fog came over and formed a terrifying demonic cloud. In the demonic cloud, there were countless demonic spirits that were faintly discernible. It was as if a demonic army was spreading out in all directions. There was no one around the magical formation. In the black fog, an arrogant voice laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Feng Xing is here. Who dares to bully my bird, and my senior sister Lingyun? While all the cultivators were fighting to break the formation, Feng Xing had already arrived. He was cursing the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince while observing the situation. In fact, he was even more anxious than the other cultivators. He wanted to know who he was inside the formation. Then, some people discovered the passage to break the formation and started fighting for it. At this time, he also saw Su Lingyun. Feng Xing was a little surprised that senior sister Lingyun would jump out to protect her junior brother. Everyone was fighting to kill Feng Xing, even Xiao Shui and Hou Guimen, who were protecting him outside the Stony Valley, were protecting Feng Xiaojiu and the dignity of the Great Snow Mountain. However, senior sister Lingyun of the Blue Cloud sect, who he had not seen for a long time, was protecting him. It was Feng Xing. Of course, the person she wanted to protect was not the real Feng Xing. From the moment the squid spoke, Fang Xing had already determined who it was. It must be the big squid, but he did not know how it came to the mysterious domain. However, no matter what, Fang Xing was ready to restore his real body. Firstly, he could not sit back and watch the squid be hacked to death. Secondly, he did not want Su Lingyun's intention to protect him to fail. Since everyone thought that the little devil Fang Xing was in the formation, then he would be in the formation. Therefore, he made some arrangements in the shortest time possible. Then, he activated the 1,000-spirit flag to cover the surroundings and restored his real body. With a demonic cloud, Fang Xing directly flew up into the sky. In the process of flying, his appearance began to change. The disguise created by the 1,000 Luo ghost face collapsed, and his true appearance was revealed. He had a rather delicate face, eyes with a mocking expression, gray hair, and that unique, arrogant, and rampant laughter. Fang Xing is here, who dares to bully my bird? This shout not only shocked the surrounding cultivators, but also the Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression changed greatly. On the other hand, Jinwu almost burst into tears. He shouted aggrievedly, "You bastard, why did you come so late? Haha. You don't have the capabilities of yours truly, but you still want to impersonate yours truly's name. Now that you're being hunted down, you're blaming me?" Jinwu was furious and shouted, "Little B****, do you have a conscience? Didn't those people ask you to go to the Huangfu clan to ask for forgiveness within 3 days? I couldn't stand it, so I killed them in your name. Instead of thanking me, you want to blame me? Oh, that's the reason?" Fang Xing was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter and stopped asking about this matter. At this moment, he'd already descended onto the golden crow's back, and he gazed at Su Lingyun as he smiled and said, "Senior sister Lingyun, long time no see." Su Lingyun was surprised to see Fang Xing. She was a little surprised. After a while, she smiled and nodded. Fang Xing laughed heartily and said, "I'm here, there's no need to be afraid." Su Lingyun glanced at the cultivators in the sky and said with a smile, "I wasn't afraid to begin with." Fang Xing stood up straight and looked at the cultivators around him. He took a deep breath and let out a long roar. The roar continued for a long time. The sound wave, under the control of his powerful spiritual energy, was like a raging tide that spread out in all directions. The cultivators that were close to him all turned pale under the pressure of the sound wave. Some of them couldn't even stay in the air and fell to the ground. Fang Xing is here. Who else wants to kill me? Fang Xing glanced around coldly like a sharp sword. This long roar was both a deterrent and a challenge. He wanted to see how many people wanted to kill Fang Xing now that he had shown himself. The cultivators in the sky were shocked and confused when they sensed the ferocious aura from Fang Xing. Didn't they say that Fang Xing was an impersonator? Has his real body appeared? The crown prince of the Chu royal palace is so cunning. He lied to us that the golden crow is the culprit, but the little devil is actually in the spell formation. This demonic cloud looks a little familiar. Xianxia muttered. Who cares, this must be the little devil's real body. Let's capture him first. People were discussing in low voices in all directions, and the murderous aura was surging. In the midst of the discussion, a person slowly stepped forward and asked softly, "Are you Fang Xing or a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain?" The person was Crown Prince Chu Huang. He was frowning and confused. He had planned to capture the golden crow first and then deal with Fang Xiaojiu. He did not expect that Fang Xiaojiu would show up and admit his identity. This made him realize a serious problem. Originally, the little devil Fang Xing was worth a decree, and so was Fang Xiaojiu. However, Fang Xing had stood out and admitted his identity, making the two identities one. He did not know if he could get two decrees. At this time, he even felt that he did not understand why Fang Xing did it. No matter who the trapped demon was or what relationship it had with Fang Xing, according to his understanding, Fang Xing wouldn't take the initiative to show himself. After all, this demon had killed 4 envoys of the Huangfu clan and had committed a crime punishable by death. It was useless no matter who pleaded for it. In the Nanzhan section continent, no one could survive after killing a member of the Huangfu clan. Now that Fang Xing had appeared and admitted his identity, could it be that he wanted to take the blame? After all, even though Fang Xiaojiu's identity had infuriated the Huangfu clan, his crime didn't warrant death. Huangfu Daozi had issued an order to capture and kill him, and it was only because he didn't hurry over to Huangfu Daozi to beg for forgiveness as promised within 3 days. If this kid was slightly smarter and sincerely rushed over to Huangfu Daozi to explain why he didn't hurry over to Huangfu Daozi that day and was willing to admit his guilt, then Huangfu Daozi might not necessarily kill him. Perhaps Huangfu Daozi might even give him some benefits to display the Huangfu clan's benevolence and strength. After all, the Huangfu family called themselves the Hidden Sovereign. In order to control the entire Nanzhan state, they would not completely side with the Western Desert. Instead, they wanted to play a balance. Fang Xiaojiu had single-handedly destroyed 4 branches, which had angered the Western Desert cultivators. In order to show their status as the Hidden Sovereign, the Huangfu family had used this matter to force Fang Xiaojiu to apologize to the Western Desert. They wanted to prove to the world that they had the ability to control all the cultivators of the Nanzhan state. However, the Great Snow Mountain was not a force to be trifled with. After achieving this goal, the Huangfu family would focus on appeasing the Chu region. It was precisely because he understood this that Crown Prince Chu Huang could not understand Fang Xing's actions. Could it be that this little brat is too stupid? Crown Prince Huang had an answer in his heart. Thinking about Fang Xiaojiu's previous actions, it was possible that he was too stupid. Is there a difference? Fang Xing glanced at Crown Prince Chu Huang. He did not understand why Crown Prince Chu Huang would ask this question. Crown Prince Chu Huang said lightly, "Of course there is a difference. If you are a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, I will plead on your behalf for the sake of the Great Snow Mountain when I hand you over to Huangfu Daozi. However, if you anger the little devil Fang Xing of the Huangfu family, no one in the 4 regions of the Nanzhan will be able to save your life." At this point, his expression turned cold and he looked at Fang Xing. "Think carefully." His words were very clear and the hint was obvious. Fang Xing heard this and sighed. He pointed at the golden crow and said, "Are you saying that it is doomed?" Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded and said, "It used your name to kill the 4 envoys of the Huangfu clan, so it's dead for sure. If you insist on getting involved, you'll lose your chance of survival." Fang Xing sighed and looked at the golden crow. "Why did you kill the 4 messengers of the Huangfu family?" The golden crow heard that there was something wrong with Fang Xing's tone and screamed, "Damn it, little bastard. If you were there, I would have killed them. That's why I killed them for you. Now you want to deny it?" Fang Xing was speechless. He said, "Nonsense. Why would I kill 4 messengers for such a small matter?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Crown Prince Chu Huang's face. He felt that his goal might have been achieved. Only in this way could he achieve his greatest goal. Fang Xing and Fang Xiaojiu couldn't be the same person for the time being because they represented 2 handwritten orders. He could only separate them first and then hand them over to the Huangfu clan. The golden crow also screamed and scolded, "Bastard, you are not loyal." However, what Fang Xing said made the golden crow shut up and the Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression changed. "If it were me, I would have killed all 10 messengers." The sound waves surged, sweeping out in all directions. No matter who it was, they could hear his words. Without a doubt, this sentence had shown Fang Xing's position. His steed had killed 4 of the Huangfu clan's envoys and caused a great disaster, but he still thought that it was not enough. He even said that if it was him, he would at least kill all 10 of the envoys. Was he trying to offend the Huangfu clan? Was he taking the initiative to cut off his only chance of survival? "Looks like I can't make you smarter." Lin Li sighed. Crown Prince Chu Huang said in a low voice with a cold look. "Golden bastard, are you saying that I am stupid?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang with a faint smile. Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded and said, "You are indeed stupid. All the cultivators nearby heard what you said just now. Unless you kill all of them, you won't be forgiven by the Huangfu family. Then listen to me clearly." Fang Xingji stood up and said in a clear voice, "The Golden Light bloodline wanted to kill me, so I exterminated their bloodline. You kill me, I kill you. This is the fairest thing in the world. However, the Huangfu clan has nothing better to do than to meddle in my business. They are even more audacious. They sent 10 messengers to the Xian region, asking me to take the initiative to apologize to them. My brother killed 4 of their messengers. That was already merciful. If it were me, I would have killed 10 of them. It was never me who angered the Huangfu family. It was the Huangfu family who angered me. As he finished speaking, Fang Xing's gaze swept the crowd of cultivators before tossing down an imperial order with a raise of his hand, and then it drifted off with the wind while his voice was exceedingly overbearing. Today, this young master will issue a declaration here. Huangfu Daozi has eyes but fails to see and has infuriated this young master, and his crime is unforgivable. If he doesn't kneel and beg for forgiveness before this young master within 3 days, then this young master will exterminate his Huangfu clan as a warning to others. Every word was like a bolt from the blue that reverberated in the surroundings. The cultivators who were closer to Fang Xing all had a drastic change of expression as they retreated. It was not because of the powerful spiritual power contained in Fang Xing's words, but because the content of his words was too shocking. He wants Huangfu Daozi to kneel down and apologize to him. He wants to end the Huangfu lineage. Did this little brat eat a dragon's bile? No, even the dragon clan of the Sea of Azure would not dare to say such words. Who dares to spout such nonsense here? You should be punished. In the midst of the silence, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. In the distant void, a bolt of lightning flew over at a rapid speed. The aura on its body made people feel uncomfortable even from 300 feet away. It was an oppressive feeling that made their souls tremble. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived near the misty swamp, revealing a thin figure. It was a thin man in his 30s who wore a thunder robe with python patterns on it. He had a bitter look on his face and a gloomy gaze. It's Legiao, Lord Legiao, the young division leader of the Nine Twists division, is here. When the surrounding cultivators saw this person, they were somewhat shocked and retreated to the side. However, this person was no ordinary person. He was the young division leader of the Nine Twists division, one of the 8 demon groups of the Huangfu family. He was also the #1 expert under Huangfu Daozi. He was a peerless genius who had entered the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm at the age of 30 and was renowned throughout the Nanzhan. Even without mentioning his identity as the young division leader of the Nine Twists division, his strength alone was enough to place him among the top few juniors in the Nanzhan. This person had been controlling the formation that sealed the entire Messy Rocks Valley. Now that he knew that the little devil was trapped and heard Fang Xing's long howl of challenge, he abandoned the formation and rushed over to meet him. Are you blind? Apart from me, who else here can say such domineering words? Fang Xing did not cower like the others. He jumped up and down on the golden crow's back and started cursing. Legiao's pupils shrank as he looked at Fang Xing. You've already committed a capital crime by killing the Huangfu family's messenger. Now, you're spouting nonsense and offending the Huangfu family's prestige. You've committed an unpardonable crime. I'll give you the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn to repent. His words determined Fang Xing's life and death. However, none of the cultivators in the sky doubted the authenticity of his words. Because at this time a group of experts led by Crown Prince Chu Huang had surrounded Fang Xing. Although they did not speak, it was obvious that they were planning to kill Fang Xing. After all, at this moment, killing Fang Xing would be a great achievement. After handing him over to the Nine Melodies troupe, they would definitely get a chance to enter the Sword Tomb. They might even get an extra reward and 2 handwritten orders. Haha, if I tell you now that you're the one who's going to die, will you believe me? Fang Xing gave Legiao a meaningful look and chuckled. However, everyone took his words as a joke. Under the siege of Crown Prince Chu Huang, the southern border's Ghost King, and the northern Divine Mountain's 7 freaks, Legiao did not even have to do anything. After all, no matter how fierce he was only in the early stages of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, he had an injured mount and a weak woman riding on it. Even if Huangfu Daozi came in person, even if the geniuses of the Dongxing Divine Continent came, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, Fang Xing did not seem to care. He chuckled, took out an item, handed it to Su Lingyun, and said, "Senior Sister Su, I don't think we have time to talk cordially. I have something important to do. You should leave first." Su Lingyun was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, "I overestimated myself and voluntarily got involved in this battle. You don't have to worry about me. Just fight your way out. If you're afraid that I'll be a burden to you, I can take the turtle breath pill and enter your storage bag." She was a smart person. She knew that she could not help Fang Xing at this time, and she did not want to be a burden to him. If she asked Fang Xing to ignore her and fight his way out, Fang Xing would probably not agree. It would be useless to waste her words. Therefore, she directly suggested taking the turtle breath pill and entering Fang Xing's storage bag. This was the only way for her to not affect Fang Xing. However, when Fang Xing heard that, he laughed and said, "You're not overestimating yourself. If you didn't buy a few breaths of time for me just now, I wouldn't have been able to recover from my injuries. However, since my injuries are healed now, then the one who died isn't me. Don't worry, senior sister Lingyun. These lackeys can't trap me. Just put this away, and I'll put on a show for you." Su Lingyun was slightly stunned. She took the elixir and did not know what Fang Xing meant. The golden crow also turned around to look at Fang Xing and understood. In order not to let Su Lingyun's kindness go to waste, Fang Xing had admitted to everything on his own accord. It could be said that he had helped the golden crow to bear this disaster. He had even created the impression that he had been in the Matrix just now. However, even the golden crow could not figure out how this little bastard would leave when he was surrounded by so many masters. Fang Xing looked around and suddenly took a deep breath. He shouted, "I've already given the star grass to senior sister Lingyun. You said that any of the 3 elixirs can promise me one thing. I want you to protect senior sister Lingyun with this star grass. It's best if you can give her a bright future. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" After shouting, he turned around and smiled at Su Lingyun. He reached out and pushed her down. Su Lingyun was stunned. She did not understand Fang Xing's intention. She did not even understand what he meant by his last words. The other cultivators were also surprised when they saw this. This little brat knows that he's going to die soon. Is he asking for help? Humph, he has angered the Huangfu family and has become the target of everyone. Who would dare to help him? Isn't that lady in white the only one who is willing to help him? However, he's definitely going to die here now. The cultivators sneered in their hearts when they saw Su Lingyun in white descending from the sky. Don't let anyone around this little devil escape. Kill them all. Lei Jiu frowned and shouted coldly when he saw this. He didn't make a move right away because he knew that once he said that, there would naturally be people who would fight for him. As expected, as Su Lingyun landed on the ground, more than 10 cultivators rushed up to stop her. However, at this moment, a green figure flew up from the ground. She did not seem to have done anything, but a spell appeared around her. Waves of terrifying spiritual power were released, and the cultivators who were charging at Su Lingyun were sent flying in all directions. None of them could withstand her spiritual light. Then, he gently caught Su Lingyun and turned into a stream of light in the sky, flying into the distance. There's actually such an expert? Lei Jiu frowned and was about to go forward to stop him. However, at this moment, a murderous aura suddenly rushed over. The Huangfu family has offended me. I'll kill one of their servants first and collect some interest. Fang Xing shouted and rushed toward Lei Jiu at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Golden clouds floated under his feet. His left and right hands operated the yin and yang millstone, and he attacked with a divine ability. Lei Jiu flew into a rage. He was the junior division leader of the Huangfu clan's 9 Toon division, the first division of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon divisions. He was a prodigy who had stepped into the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 40, and he was the number 1 expert in the 8 demon divisions under Huangfu Shinji's command. However, this person called him a slave and even said that he was going to be killed as interest. However, he did not dare to underestimate Fang Xing's attack. He had already recognized that Fang Xing was using a divine ability. Even though he was in the mid-stage of foundation building, he was still a little shocked to see that Ouyang Ming was using a divine ability. Boom, 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 the yin and yang qi swirled in the air like a huge millstone, twisting toward Lei Jiu. That terrifying fluctuation actually produced a strong suction force, as if it was going to suck him into the millstone and grind him into minced meat. Lei Jiu was shocked. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Most cultivators would make the right choice when it came to combat tactics that required the use of divine powers at the beginning of the battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was rare for a battle of divine powers to occur. Generally speaking, after the opponent used a divine ability, it was the right choice to escape immediately and avoid the impact of the divine ability before turning back to face the enemy. This was because the use of a divine ability consumed a lot of spiritual power. Even if the person who used a divine ability was impressive, he would definitely consume a lot of spiritual power. On the other hand, the person who avoided the divine ability could wait until the power of the divine ability dissipated before turning back to deal with the opponent who had consumed a lot of spiritual power. It would be much easier for him to capture the opponent after the power of the divine ability dissipated. That was the case for Leggio at this moment. He believed that he had made the right choice. In fact, he even despised his opponent a little. He was obviously one of the top figures among the younger generation, so how could he be so stupid as to use a divine ability at all costs? However, he did not expect that Feng Xing already had a plan when he made his move. Leggio's escape was part of his plan. "Dog slave, don't run," Feng Xing shouted, activated his divine ability, and chased after Leggio. At the same time, the myriad spirit flag floating behind him shook and released all its power. Billowing black smoke enveloped a radius of thousands of feet, and the sky above the misty swamp became a vast expanse of black clouds. Nearly 100 cultivators were trapped inside, including Feng Xing and Leggio. The view of the cultivators below was blocked, and they could no longer see the shadows of those cultivators. From the crowd's point of view, the scene in the sky was that Feng Xing had gained the upper hand with a show of strength and had made extraordinary moves. Leggio, the junior division leader of the Nine Twists division, turned and fled when he saw that things were not going well, but Feng Xing caught up with him and trapped him in the black fog. This brat is actually so fierce. Even the junior division leader of the Nine Twists division is no match for him? The cultivators on the ground were trembling with fear as they speculated. Dark clouds shrouded the sky as Feng Xing and Leggio engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, on the ground, the green-robed cultivator who had landed looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sighed softly. He took the star grass from Su Lingyun's hands and sighed, "So this bastard is the real Feng Xing. I've suffered so much." He actually found this spiritual herb a long time ago but kept it hidden. He only took it out now and asked me to help him. After saying that, he glanced at Su Lingyun and sighed, "But how did he know that I'm not hostile towards him?" This person was naturally the green-robed robber. Feng Xing had long known that he had entered the Valley of Rubble. Although he did not see where the robber was, he guessed that the robber must have been observing him in secret. Feng Xing was indeed worried that Su Lingyun would be caught up in the battle, so he used the star grass as a price to ask his green-robed ally to help him. Of course, the reason he was able to entrust Su Lingyun to this green-cloaked bandit was because Feng Xing had already sensed that even though he did not know the identity of this green-cloaked bandit, he had already noticed that this person was not filled with hostility towards him as he had thought at the beginning. On the contrary, he was extremely concerned about his safety. This could be seen from the moment he heard that he was trapped in the Rubble Valley that day. "Are you junior brother Feng's friend? There's no need to protect me. I can leave this place immediately. You should go and help him." Su Lingyun's somewhat anxious voice rang out, interrupting the robber's thoughts. The robber turned to look at Su Lingyun and suddenly asked, "Are you the eldest disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect's Vermilion Cloud Valley?" Su Lingyun was slightly stunned. She did not understand why the green-robed cultivator would say such a thing at this moment. The robber smiled and said, "Some people say that you're someone who likes to protect others. It seems like it's true." Su Lingyun was slightly stunned. Before she could ask for more details, she looked at Feng Xing in the sky again. The robber laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about him. Although we haven't known each other for long, I don't think he'll suffer a loss." Leggio, the leader of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon tribes, the junior division leader of the Juku tribe, Chu Huang, the southern border's expert Yama Ghost King, Ice Sound Palace's Yiguin, and all these experts who wanted to capture Feng Xing and use him to exchange for the Huangfu clan's permission to enter the Sword Catacomb. It could be said that Feng Xing was trapped in the Valley of Rubble, and his chances of escaping were close to zero. However, the robber in green said that he felt that Feng Xing would not lose out. Su Lingyun really didn't know how to answer. Looking at her anxious expression, the robber in green suddenly smiled and said, "You like this little robber?" Su Lingyun was stunned. It took her a while to understand what the robber in green was referring to. Then, she shook her head helplessly and said, "It's not what you think." She thought about it and slowly explained, when junior brother Fengxing betrayed the Blue Cloud sect, the whole sect called him a traitor, but I know he's not a bad person. At that time, he and Xiaoman depended on each other for survival, but I thought I was clever and caused them to be in the same sect, unable to meet each other. Later, although they reunited, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Junior sister Xiaoman was taken away by the Fuyao Palace, and she was once again separated from junior brother Feng. It was even possible that they would never see each other again in this life. This matter is ultimately my fault. At this point, she sighed softly and said, I originally thought that junior brother Feng would hate me to the core, but I didn't expect that even when he betrayed the Blue Cloud sect and fled for his life, he still didn't forget to ask the sect leader to give me a foundation establishment pill. This shows that he really sees me as his senior sister. Ling Yun is stupid and can't be repaid, but when he was in danger, how could I just stand by and watch? At this point, her voice was full of apology, and her voice was low. The black-robed bandit listened quietly, smiled, and said, he certainly doesn't blame you, not only because he gave you a foundation establishment pill, but more importantly, he wasn't actually in the Valley of Rubble just now. All of this trouble was caused by that thieving bird. Why do you think he agreed to help you? Is it because he doesn't want your good intentions to go to waste? Su Lingyun was stunned. She remembered the conversation she had when she first met the Golden Crow. She wasn't really stupid, so after thinking about it carefully, how could she not understand? Instantly, her face turned as white as snow, and she said in a trembling voice, doesn't that mean I harmed him again? The robber in. Xian giggled and said, I'm just teasing you. He's so clever that he even deceived me, so who could harm him? In fact, in my opinion, the smartest thing he could have done was not to expose his identity as Feng Xiaojiu, but to secretly help that thieving bird escape. However, since he agreed to help you, he either did it purely for you, or he had other intentions. What do you think? Su Lingyun was slightly startled, and she raised her head to look at him. The robber in Xian giggled. Do you think he's the kind of person who would take on everything just so you won't be sad? Su Lingyun frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said with certainty, he's not. The robber in Xian laughed. Then he must have other intentions. What are you worried about? Su Lingyun finally understood what the robber in Xian meant. Her heart moved slightly, and she looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sight of the cultivators was also blocked by the black smoke, and they could only see up to 100 feet away. However, this was enough for the cultivators. Leijio had already escaped several dozen feet away. When Fengxing saw that the black smoke had spread out and blocked everyone's sight, he withdrew the great millstone of yin and yang. Then, he took out a 9-9 spirit restoration pill from the Immortal Garden's pill furnace and threw it into his mouth like a jelly bean. He chewed and swallowed it. He was ready for a big battle. After swallowing the golden pill, the supreme spirit transformation scripture that he cultivated would refine this huge medicinal power and provide him with endless spiritual energy. Of course, because he was facing a big battle, he would not have enough time to refine this huge spiritual energy into his own cultivation. However, he could absorb enough spiritual energy from it to replenish his spiritual energy, so that he would have a steady stream of spiritual energy to support him. However, he was probably the only one in the world who would use such a precious medicinal pill to replenish spiritual energy. There was no other way, he had money. You always don't follow the rules. Today, you're suffering the consequences of your actions. This is retribution. Without waiting for Fengxing to rush towards Leijio again, Crown Prince Chu Huang rushed over from the side. He raised his hand and cast a spell. The spiritual energy around him circulated rapidly, and there was a golden light flowing on his robe. Then, it turned into streaks of golden fire that filled the void and enveloped Fengxing inside. At this time, he did not waste any more words and directly attacked. He wanted to take down Fengxing in exchange for Huangfu Daozi's handwritten order. Haha, golden bastard, you always talk about the rules and consider yourself the emperor. Why are you also a lackey for others? Fengxing sneered. His tiger body shook, and he pinched a seal. 2 golden wings appeared behind him, and the golden feather swords that filled the sky surrounded his whole body. It seemed to have turned into a tornado made of golden sword feathers. It spun in the air and swept away the golden fire that had gathered. Then, Fangxing exerted a little force under his feet. The golden crow understood, and with a loud caw, it crashed towards Crown Prince Chu Huang. Boom, the golden crow's body was tyrannical. It directly used itself as a weapon and used its body to crash towards Crown Prince Chu Huang. On the other hand, Fangxing pulled his bow and threw out a punch. The force was like a mountain, and it crashed towards Crown Prince Chu Huang. There is a strict hierarchy between heaven and earth. I follow the rules, and I also follow the rules. Huangfu Daozi has accepted the fate of the heavens, so why can't I serve him? Crown Prince Chu Huang shouted. With a wave of his golden robe, a strong wind expanded and turned into two golden clouds. One was swung towards Fangxing and the golden crow. With a bang, the forces collided and stirred up a strong wind. The surrounding black fog was torn apart, and even two demon spirits hidden in the black fog that wanted to sneak attack Crown Prince Chu Huang were torn apart by the strong wind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Crown Prince Chu Huang had already retreated more than 10 feet, and his expression changed greatly. Fangxing's hand and the golden crow's mouth grabbed a golden robe at the same time. Under the collision, although Crown Prince Chu Huang was not injured by the two of them, the big sleeve that he relied on to perform the sleeve Han was torn by them. Old Jean, I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength has improved quite well. Fangxing threw away the golden sleeve in his hand and praised. Haha, I have other opportunities. I will talk to you in detail when I am free. The golden crow was also very proud of itself. It spread its wings and was about to rush towards Crown Prince Chu Huang again. This little bastard is so fierce. Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression changed. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he flew to the side, not wanting to fight with Fangxing head-on. Haha, little brat, you will die if you offend the Huangfu clan. Why don't you surrender now? Suddenly, a ghost head that was more than 10 feet tall appeared in the surrounding black fog. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Fangxing. It was the Southern Border's Ghost King. This guy actually used the black fog of the Thousand Spirit flag to hide his body, but he suddenly attacked at this moment. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Fangxing's attention was on Crown Prince Chu Huang to kill Fangxing when he was unprepared and take advantage of this opportunity. Under the detection of my divine sense, do you think you are hiding well? Fangxing shouted. He seemed to be rushing towards Crown Prince Chu Huang, but suddenly, his body exploded into the air like a cannonball. He swung both his fists, one wrapped with golden energy, and the other with black evil energy. They turned into two opposing forces and rushed towards the giant ghost head at the same time. Like two giant pythons, they coiled around the ghost head, and then the forces intertwined and exploded. Why yeah, what a cunning little brat, King Yanluo roared in pain. He didn't expect that the attack he had carefully prepared was already within Fangxing's expectations. He couldn't dodge in time, and the huge ghost head that he had conjured was crushed by the two forces. A ghostly stream of light escaped into the black fog. Fangxing showed no fear in the face of the countless experts lurking in the dark. He unleashed his might and started a massacre. With a roar, he attacked in all directions. He punched Crown Prince Chu Huang and kicked King Yama. The young man's ferocity was undoubtedly revealed. Fangxing, I'll settle the score with you for insulting me that day. A woman's stern voice could be heard. The black fog 100 feet to the left was torn apart by an invisible wind, revealing a woman in a purple dress. She held a zither in her hand, and it was Yi Guin, whose face was filled with hatred. She held the zither in her left hand and plucked it a few times with her right hand. With a few zing-zing sounds, the sound of the zither was like a spear or a sword. It carried Yi Guin's hatred and went straight for Fangxing. B*tch, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Seeing that Yi Guin had come to join in the fun, Fangxing roared and took out the one-legged bronze spear. He poured his spiritual power into it and smashed it towards Yi Guin. The divine power released by Yi Guin's zither was coincidentally blocked by the one-legged bronze spear. The surface of the spear cracked under the powerful force, revealing the ancient zither inside, the phoenix zither. Ga. The strings of the phoenix zither were hit by the invisible force and immediately emitted an extremely unpleasant and strange sound. This sound was extremely sharp and went straight into the depths of one's soul. It made one feel dizzy and their divine sense was unstable. Haha, good stuff. Fangxing suddenly realized that the Phoenix Zither was actually a profound-level weapon that could attack one's divine sense. He could not help but be overjoyed. He held the zither horizontally and waved his fist, smashing the strings randomly. The extremely noisy and unpleasant sound immediately spread in all directions and enveloped the surrounding void. Yi Guin, who was opposite him, instantly turned pale and felt dizzy. She struggled to pull out the zither in her hand to resist. However, this zither was a replacement that she had found after losing the frightening Phoenix Zither. It was only a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and was not as mystical as the frightening Phoenix Zither. Even when she exerted all her strength, the sound of the zither was still messed up by Fangxing's random pulling and smashing of the frightening Phoenix Zither. In her fury, Yi Guin directly threw away the zither and pounced towards Fangxing. "Bastard, return my frightening Phoenix Zither, scram!" Fangxing shouted coldly and smashed his fist. The huge force caused Yi Guin to lose her balance and fall backward. "Kill Fangxing, enter the sword catacomb," a sharp voice rang out, and within the misty black fog, 7 black figures attacked Fangxing. Each of them held a thin and long silver sword in their hands. This kind of sword was like a sword, but not a sword, and not a silk. When the 7 of them used it together, it formed a huge net in the air that could strangle everything. They were 7 little monsters from a mysterious sect in the 7 God Mountains. When Fangxing saw this, he didn't dare to underestimate it. With the startling Phoenix Zither in hand, he struck the void randomly. Boom boom boom, the startling Phoenix Zither was shaped like a big stick, and it happened to restrain the Northern God Mountain's 7 monsters' magic weapon. With a twist in the void, the 7 sword silks were wrapped around the startling Phoenix Zither and entangled with the zither strings. Unless the sword silks or the zither strings were broken, they couldn't be undone. Fangxing laughed loudly and used his strange strength to swing the startling Phoenix Zither. However, the sword silks of the Northern God Mountain's 7 monsters were connected to their souls, and they refused to let go. They could only scream in the air. "Little devil, you're about to die, and you're still trying to be violent?" Suddenly, an explosive shout came out, and from all directions, there were shocking profound techniques that struck towards Fangxing. Crown Prince Chu Huang, the southern border's Ghost King, and 4 or 5 other unknown cultivators attacked Fangxing together. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. So many of them were attacking this little devil, but he actually defeated Chu Huang, injured the Ghost King, sent Yi Guin flying, and made fun of the Northern God Mountain's 7 monsters. If word of this got out, how could they keep their faces? With this thought in mind, the group of experts couldn't care less and attacked together to kill Fangxing. Boom boom. Fangxing casually threw the Northern God Mountain's 7 monsters out to block the surrounding profound techniques. Suddenly, 2 of them were hit by the surrounding profound techniques and exploded into a bloody mist. The remaining 5 were terrified and hurriedly severed the connection between their consciousness and the sword silks. As they wailed the names of their 2 dead brothers, they pulled at each other and retreated out of the battle circle. They hated Fangxing to the bone. "Haha, you're all famous people, but you're teaming up to fight me. Aren't you ashamed?" Fangxing laughed and a golden cloud floated under his feet. The golden crow came over and lifted him up into the air to fight with the group of cultivators. "The opportunity is right in front of you. Why are you talking about fighting alone? Little devil, you've angered the Huangfu family. You won't be able to escape today." Crown Prince Chu Huang shouted sternly. Golden flames surrounded his body and trapped Fangxing. More than half of the pressure of besieging Fangxing came from him. "Escape? Who said I'm going to escape?" In Fangxing's body, the golden core's medicinal properties had already spread. His skin seemed to be burning with a layer of faint red flames. It was the color of the medicinal properties seeping into his blood. This made him more and more courageous as he fought, like a mad dragon. But in the midst of the fierce battle, his mind was clearer than ever. He knew that it was time for him to stir up trouble. "I'll give you a chance to escape. Is there anyone who wants to leave?" Fangxing shouted and forced the southern border's Ghost King back with a palm strike. He then turned around and blocked Crown Prince Chu Huang's foot. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big?" Crown Prince Chu Huang shouted and clenched his fists. The wind was like a dragon, smashing towards Fangxing. "Golden bastard, you've lost your last chance to escape. Today, all of you will die here." Under the effect of the medicinal properties, Fang Xing's eyes turned blood red. With a roar, he finally displayed his trump card. His left hand turned yin and his right hand turned yang, drawing a mysterious trajectory. Yin Qi soared into the sky and penetrated the ground. It turned into a yin-yang grindstone in the air. Then, the yin-yang grindstone rotated slowly. The mystical powers of the surrounding cultivators were all attracted by the yin-yang grindstone and were ground into pure power. Then, the yin-yang grindstone was pushed back, and the divine light swept across the field and shot into the void. Not good, retreat for now. Crown Prince Chu Huang and the others flew back, not willing to fight head-on with Fang Xing's magical powers. With a loud bang, the divine light shrouded the area. All the cultivators besieging Fang Xing were affected by the divine light. Pfft! Yama Ghost King spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and was about to fall. Bang! Bang! Among the 5 monsters of the northern divine mountain, 2 more were hit by the divine light and exploded into a mist of blood. Crack! Even Crown Prince Chu Huang was hit by the divine light. A jade pendant that had accompanied him since he was a child shattered. His face turned pale and his body swayed. A trickle of blood slid down from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely cold. Little devil, is this your trump card? This magical power is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, there are so many of us attacking you. You can't really kill any of us because you've scattered the power of the magical power. What's the use of that? Moreover, this magical power is so powerful that it must consume a lot of spiritual power. Even if you take the secret medicine, how long can you last? Crown Prince Chu Huang turned around and stood in the void, staring coldly at Fang Xing. Haha, that's right, little devil. Lord Legiao of the 9 Songs tribe hasn't made a move yet. Even if you can defeat us, what can you do? Yama Ghost King also walked back. Even though he was heavily injured, he was not willing to let go of this opportunity. Nanzhan, among the top 5 geniuses, you rank among the top 5. Another cultivator in hemp robes walked forward and surrounded Fang Xing. It's a pity that you chose the wrong path and are going to die here. From time to time, cultivators would appear from the void, densely packed together, trapping Fang Xing. No matter how you looked at it, Fang Xing would not be able to escape death. Even the millstone of yin and yang was not enough for him to kill his way out of these experts. Hey, brother. Didn't you cause a bit too much trouble this time? It looks like it's going to be hard to escape. Even the golden crow could not help but smile bitterly. Fang Xing laughed and said, "Who said I'm going to escape? Didn't I say I still have a trump card?" The golden crow was stunned. Is it that stupid flag of yours? I'm afraid it can't save you, right? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Old Golden, you've been with me for so long, haven't you noticed?" The golden crow was dumbfounded. Noticed what? Fang Xing chuckled and said, "I rely on my brain to make a living." After saying that, Fang Xing suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Old heretic, release all the blood sacrifice and let this bunch of grandsons witness the power of the 10,000 spirit flag. Remember, don't let anyone who attacks this young master go." After that, there was a rumble and a strong wind surged around him. Golden sword feathers filled the void and rushed straight towards Crown Prince Chu Huang and the others. At the same time, he shouted, "Legiao, how dare a slave like you behave atrociously in front of me? Since the Huangfu family dares to offend me, I'll first kill you as a sacrifice to the flag, then attack the sword catacomb and take all the sword embryos." Boom! As he shouted, he rushed into the crowd and fought Crown Prince Chu Huang and the other experts. As for his voice, it pierced through the black fog and spread in all directions like a surging sound wave. Everyone heard his roar, "Kill Legiao as a sacrifice, then attack the sword catacomb and take the sword embryos." At this moment, the robber's eyes suddenly lit up as he understood Fang Xing's intention. After disguising himself and hiding among the cultivators, the crown prince of the ghost kingdom, Li Ying, also looked at the sky with his eyes lit up. Among the cultivators, there were many who had certain thoughts in their minds. At this moment, they were slightly moved. There were also some who directly took out their disguise magic artifacts. Oh no, kill this renegade! Legiao was originally standing a little further away from Fang Xing, watching coldly from the sidelines. He only stared at Fang Xing and did not intend to directly fight with Fang Xing. In his opinion, these people who wanted to enter the sword catacomb were enough to capture this boastful brat. He only needed to wait for someone to hand over the brat's head to him, and then he would represent Huangfu Daozi to issue a written order that allowed that person to enter the periphery of the sword catacomb. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized something very terrifying, and he no longer dared to hold back. Amidst the loud rumble, Lei Jiao blasted a punch, and blue electric arcs shrouded the area. Ha 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 ha, Lei Jiao, you're still not dead? At this moment, Fang Xing let out another long laugh from the black cloud. The cultivator's vision was blocked, and they could not see the battle in the black cloud, so they could only guess. The fierce battle in the black cloud was undoubtedly very fierce, which could be seen from the constantly surging black cloud. Coupled with the fact that Fang Xing was laughing so loudly and so confidently, it immediately gave people the impression that he had completely suppressed Lei Jiao and wanted to kill him. Especially when he had the upper hand at the beginning of his fight with Lei Jiao, it was even easier for people to think of this scene. Moreover, Fang Xing kept scolding, and Lei Jiao did not say a word, which also proved the cultivator's guess. At this moment, Chu Huang and the others reacted faster, and they had already guessed Fang Xing's intention, and they were greatly shocked. Fang Xing, you're about to die, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly? They wanted to use this kind of loud shout to change the cultivator's impression of this battle. However, they, who were wrapped in the black cloud, suddenly found that their voices could no longer be transmitted. Although Daphne was controlling the 10,000 spirit flag, it was not enough to kill them, but it was enough to block their voices. In desperation, they could only go forward to besiege Fang Xing, and they wanted to kill him first. Unfortunately, the 10,000 spirit flag had exerted its full power and entangled them. The demon spirits inside the myriad spirit flag were led by the 5 hornless dragons, and all of them possessed powerful battle prowess. As long as they had enough blood qi, they could even unleash power comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, it wasn't easy to accumulate enough blood qi to support such power, but this was an opportunity. The black cloud had even wrapped around nearly 100 Foundation establishment cultivators, all of whom were ready-made sacrifices. The 10,000 spirit flag was a flag of war. Through war, blood sacrifices were collected, and blood sacrifices were used to unleash even greater power. Now that they had unleashed their full power, even experts like them would find it hard to break away from the demon spirits. For a time, the area enveloped by the myriad spirit flag was filled with blood. It was like an azure battlefield. Today, yours truly will raise the flag and be the leader of the bandits. I will attack the sword catacomb and loot the sword embryo. Does anyone dare to come? Just as Zhu Xiu was deep in thought, Fang Xing's loud shout reverberated through the surroundings. When the cultivators heard this, their expressions became extremely strange. Many of the cultivators were born in the mortal world, and some had even mingled in the green forest. Naturally, they knew what raising the flag meant. When bandits found a big deal but didn't have enough power to take it down, they would raise the flag and gather their fellow Taoists in the green forest. Everyone would take down the deal together, then they would divide it up and go their separate ways. But after all, this was only the practice of the people of the Lulan forest. In the cultivation world, there had never been anyone who raised the flag. When they heard the little demon shout like this, a strange feeling immediately arose in the hearts of all the cultivators. They felt that it was both funny and slightly tempting. Killing Fang Xing alone will only result in a handwritten order. How are we going to divide the hundreds of cultivators? Why don't we take advantage of the situation and loot the sword catacomb? Suddenly, someone shouted and rose from the ground, charging towards the black cloud. This person's face was covered with a white cloth, and he rode on a celestial horse as he soared into the sky. He held a 3-meter-long spear in his hand, and his aura was boundless. From his appearance, he seemed to be the son of the Han family, one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes. However, it was unknown why he spoke so much. Kill Lei Jiao, offer the flag, attack the sword catacomb, and divide the sword embryo. Among the cultivators below, another person shouted loudly and charged towards the battlefield in the sky. This person was wrapped tightly in silk clothing, making it impossible to see his original appearance. However, the small braid on his head was exceptionally conspicuous. Those who didn't know him naturally wouldn't be able to guess his identity, but those who knew him immediately knew that this was the Ghost Country's crown prince. with a whoosh, he directly charged into the black cloud. Ghost Chi appeared in front of him as he charged towards the center of the black cloud. As if this was a catalyst, whoosh, 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 another three figures soared into the sky and charged into the black cloud. These people, without exception, were all in disguise, making it impossible to see their original appearances. That's right, with the opportunity before us, everyone has a share. What right does the Huangfu family have to monopolize it? Attack the sword catacomb, divide the sword embryo. For a moment, sounds of astonishment could be heard everywhere. More and more cultivators covered their faces and charged into the black cloud. Those with a bit of intelligence suddenly realized that this was a rare opportunity. It was rare for someone to suppress the subordinates of the Huangfu family with unparalleled ferocity. It was rare for someone to have the audacity to declare war against the Huangfu family, attack the sword catacomb, and plunder the sword embryo. It was rare for someone to create such a battlefield that obscured their line of sight. Even if they made a move, no one would be able to see it. What was even rarer was that the incomparably precious sword catacomb finally opened its doors, giving them the opportunity to obtain the sword embryo. Fang Xing's method was actually very simple. He only gave some people a chance to obtain the sword embryo. There was no need to doubt the might of the Huangfu family. After the demon banishment battle 3,000 years ago, they had established their unique and transcendent position in the Nanzhong continent. Even their 8 demon tribes were equivalent to first-rate powers in the Nanzhong continent, let alone the Huangfu family that was known as the Concealed Emperor. It was precisely because of this that one of the greatest opportunities in the mysterious domain, the sword catacomb, was sealed by them just like that. They only sent a few people to guard the place, and none of the other cultivators dared to approach. Originally, it was a fortuitous opportunity that everyone had the opportunity to obtain, but now, it had become a reward that could only be obtained by Huangfu Daozi's personal decree. This matter was naturally very unfair, but no one dared to say the word no. Compared to resisting, they were more willing to capture Fang Xing and exchange him for such a personal decree from the Huangfu family. But if one were to say that they were willing to accept it, that might not be the case. Cultivators more or less had a sense of pride in their hearts. And those who entered the mysterious domain were all geniuses with extraordinary talents, so this sense of pride was even more obvious. Some of the bolder ones, such as the Ghost Kingdom's crown Prince Li Ying, the Western Desert's Han family's son, and the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain, actually dared to secretly form an alliance and plan to break into the sword catacomb to snatch a fortuitous opportunity that originally belonged to them. Even the less courageous ones had this kind of idea in their hearts, of course. Even people as bold as Li Ying and the others had to plan ahead and find someone to take the blame, so as to avoid being traced back to their own heads. Thus, he thought of Fang Xing. That little devil who dared to kill 4 of the Huangfu family's emissaries was undoubtedly the best candidate to take the blame. After all, this person was extremely daring. If he said that he broke into the sword catacomb and plundered the sword embryo, others would believe it. After allying with Li Ying and the others, Fang Xing discovered this point. Then, he gave these cultivators a chance at the right time. That was, you don't need to think about letting this young master take the blame, I will take the initiative to take the blame. In fact, I can even directly raise my flag and declare war on the Huangfu family. Those who want to fish in troubled waters can come. The sword embryo is yours, and this young master will bear the Huangfu family's wrath. In any case, from the moment the Huangfu family issued the order to kill, he and the Huangfu family were already irreconcilable enemies. The Huangfu family thought that they had chosen a suitable person to take the blame and declare the Huangfu family's dignity, but they did not expect that they would choose the most difficult person to deal with. This was a little bastard who did not have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Lei Jiu of the Lesser Tun tribe is here. Whoever dares to follow this little devil will be killed without mercy. At this time, Lei Jiu's expression had already changed greatly in the black cloud, and he shouted loudly. He had already realized what Fang Xing was going to do, and what was more terrifying was that he realized that Fang Xing had already done it. More and more people rushed into the black cloud, but they did not come to help him capture and kill Fang Xing. Instead, they used various methods to disguise themselves and looked at him with flickering eyes. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they were up to no good. In his anger, he could only shout angrily to intimidate the cultivators. Kill your grandfather. Today, this young master will first kill you, a slave." Without waiting for Lei Jiao to finish speaking, Fang Xing had already rushed over with the 5 hornless dragons and used the great millstone of Yin Yang to crush Lei Jiao. After swallowing the golden pill, it was as if there was a volcano in his body that spewed out shocking medicinal power from time to time. At this time, he simply could not be tired or killed, and the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. He was like a demon god on an azure battlefield. He also knew that this method was actually not advisable. After the battle, he would definitely be exhausted and his body would be damaged for a period of time. However, he was already addicted to the battle and had lost his temper. Who could care less about that? Damn it, Lei Jiao did not dare to face Fang Xing's supernatural power head-on. In his rage, he could only retreat for the time being. As more and more people with ill intentions gathered around him, he did not dare to fight Fang Xing head-on. He had already discovered that Fang Xing was too fierce. That supernatural power was no small matter. If he were to face it head-on, even if he could withstand it, he would be severely injured. He was afraid that he and Fang Xing would end up in a situation where both sides would be injured and he would lose control of the situation. However, he did not know that the people he feared were also cursing in their hearts. Didn't this little bastard say that he was about to kill Lei Jiao? Why is he still alive and well? He doesn't seem to be injured at all. Little devil, you've incited the cultivators to rebel. That's an unforgivable crime. I must obliterate your souls and bury you at the bottom of the Black Water Lake forever, Lei Jiao shouted angrily as he swiftly retreated, wanting to avoid Fang Xing's divine power before turning around to kill him. He had already discovered that the crowd of cultivators had already begun to stir up trouble. The only solution was to kill this little devil who was stirring up trouble and intimidate the crowd of cultivators. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that a person riding on a celestial horse and holding a 3 feet long spear suddenly rushed up from behind Lei Jiao. The spear trembled and was surrounded by a terrifying green chi as it pierced toward Lei Jiao's back. The murderous intent was so monstrous that it was almost more ferocious than Fang Xing's. The son of the Han family suddenly attacked Lei Jiao while all the cultivators were still watching. "Haning, do you think I can't recognize you just because you're masked?" Lei Jiao shouted and turned around abruptly. He swung his fists horizontally to block the son of the Han family's 3 feet long spear. Boom! His arms collided with the son of the Han family's 3 feet long spear, shaking off the green chi on the spear. However, his chest was pierced by the 3 feet long spear, and blood splattered in the void. At the same time, Fang Xing had already pushed the yin yang grindstone toward Lei Jiao's back. Lei Jiao shouted angrily and punched back at the yin yang grindstone. The surface of his fist was surrounded by lightning and was as terrifying as a divine weapon. Chi, the yin yang grindstone collided with Lei Jiao's fist, and the lightning on the surface of the fist dissipated. It actually managed to hold off the yin yang grindstone for a moment, but then Fang Xing pushed the yin yang grindstone, and Lei Jiao's fist, along with his entire right arm, was twisted in. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, Lei Jiao had already shouted and turned into a bolt of purple lightning, fleeing into the distance with the help of the punch. Under the pincer attack of the little devil Fang Xing and one of the 4 outstanding heroes of the Western Desert, Han Ning, even if he was the #1 expert under Huangfu Daozi's command, he didn't dare continue fighting, and he actually had thoughts of fleeing. As soon as he utilized the lightning escape technique, his entire body really seemed like a bolt of lightning that traveled 1,000 kilometers in an instant. After a few flashes, he was about to escape the area enveloped by the black mist, but unfortunately, there were people in the sky that had long since locked onto him. Hee, I haven't made a move all this while because I was waiting for you. Amidst the black mist, a golden-winged rock the size of a small mountain appeared. With an invincible might, it flapped its wings towards the lightning. Rumble, under the shroud of the black mist, Daphne's attack was even more astonishing. A tremendous force that could topple a mountain surged forth, immediately enveloping the lightning that Lei Jiao had transformed into. Lei Jiao roared and revealed himself, glaring angrily at Daphne. "It's you, it's actually you. Daphne, you feathered beast, why didn't my Xianxia tribe's patriarch kill you back then? Hee, when I make a comeback, it will be the time when the scum of the 8 tribes will be exterminated." Daphne laughed sinisterly, and with a flap of his wings, he swept Lei Jiao back. "Do you really want to rebel? Aren't you afraid of having your entire clan annihilated?" Lei Jiao knew that it was difficult to escape, and he struggled to stand up. Lightning appeared on his body as he used a secret technique to heal his injuries. Go ahead and annihilate your grandfather. Fang Xing wouldn't give Lei Jiao any time to catch his breath. With a roar, he charged forward, brandishing the startling phoenix zither to attack. However, with a whoosh, someone silently stabbed forward with a spear in front of him. It was none other than Han Ying, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert. The spear was surrounded by a green aura, and the 3-meter-long spear was like a venomous dragon as it pierced through the air toward Lei Jiao's chest. The dog that bites doesn't bark, Fang Xing sighed. Although Han Ying was also one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, he was much stronger than Primordial Lotus and Han Longzi. Lei Jiao, to think that you would have such a day. Back then, you killed my 4th uncle in front of my entire tribe, all because he said something disrespectful to the Huangfu clan after drinking. You were so mighty back then, but today, I will chop you into mincemeat. A young cultivator gritted his teeth and roared as he charged toward Lei Jiao. His hatred soared to the heavens. Fang Xing very consciously made way for him, and the young cultivator even said thank you to him. Without a doubt, as a lackey of the Huangfu clan, Lei Jiao must have done many things that were inconvenient for the Huangfu clan. Lei Jiao, I want to ask you, the black iron divine mine that our sect has relied on for thousands of years, why did you give it to the Huangfu clan with a single edict? You were the one who issued the edict that day. Did you ever think that this day would come? Lei Jiao. Damn it, I hate the Black Marsh tribe. But since you're one of the 8 tribes, I'll kill you. Another person charged forward and attacked Lei Jiao. Hey, junior brother, what are you doing? We have no enmity with the 8 tribes. Hee, that's Lei Jiao, a lackey of the Huangfu clan. Even if he couldn't predict that I would kill him, wouldn't it be nice to stab him with a sword? In any case, he had the name of Fang Xing on his head. In any case, he was in disguise within the black clouds. Even if he made a move, no one would know. Therefore, if there was a grudge, an eye for an eye. No matter what their motives were, they all rushed forward. Fang Xing was pushed out of the battle and decided not to attack at all. He only sent Daphne to keep an eye on Lei Jiao and prevent him from escaping. It seems that the Huangfu clan isn't as stable as they appear to be. Looking at the frenzied expressions of the cultivators surrounding Lei Jiao, Fang Xing clicked his tongue. To be honest, they were much more ruthless than he had imagined. The Huangfu clan appeared to be an enemy of the Demon clan during the Demon Banishment War 3,000 years ago, but in reality, they used this as a pretense to wipe out many forces in the land of Nanzhan that refused to submit to their clan. Moreover, they moved their disciples from the Dongxing Divine Land and originally had no place in the land of Nanzhan. Now, they've become a hidden royal clan, occupying countless spirit veins, resources, and forces for their disciples to cultivate. They've even raised such a powerful force as the 8 tribes of demons. They need countless resources. Do they really think that it just fell from the sky? No one knew when Daphne had arrived beside Fang Xing. He answered with a sneer, revealing the mystery in one sentence. Fang Xing chuckled. If that's the case, what's the difference between what the Huangfu clan did and what I did? Daphne sneered. Of course there's a difference. One has people to criticize, while the other has no one to condemn. That's the difference. Hearing this, Fang Xing chuckled. He turned to the Golden Crow, who was yelling and scolding Lei Jiao, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the cultivators in the distance. Old Golden Crow, come here. Let's go deal with those bastards who tried to take advantage of me. Lei Jiao was already doomed. With Daphne keeping an eye on him, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow rushed into the depths of the black fog with a whistling sound. At this moment, Crown Prince Chu Huang, the southern border's Yama Ghost King, the 3 monsters from the northern Divine Mountain, and the group of people who surrounded Fang Xing were all entangled by the demon spirits and could not escape. In their hearts, all of them were complaining incessantly. Originally, they had the upper hand and treated Fang Xing like a dog that had fallen into the water. But suddenly, the situation was reversed. In the eyes of so many people that wanted to fish in troubled waters, they had become dogs that had fallen into the water, becoming the target of attack. In an instant, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Countless demon spirits had surrounded them. Old bastard, did it feel good to besiege me just now? Fangxing laughed and rushed toward a ghost cultivator who was entangled by more than a dozen powerful demon spirits. That person was the southern border's Yama Ghost King. He had already been hit several times by Fangxing and was injured. It was only because he was greedy that he did not retreat. Now, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Under the siege of demon spirits, he was already unable to resist. Fellow Taoist Fang, spare my life. I'm willing to be your pawn when you attack the sword catacomb. The Yama Ghost King felt the murderous intent from Fangxing and shouted with all his might. Humph, anyone who is interested in the sword embryo will become my pawn today. Is there a need for you? Fangxing sneered and directly rushed over. He waved his big stick and smashed it wildly. After 4 or 5 moves, the Yama Ghost King was beaten to death and his storage bag was taken away by the black fog. The Yama Ghost King's body was also swept away by the black fog and turned into a blood sacrifice for the 10,000 spirit flag. Little shorties, I'm here to collect your corpses. Fangxing laughed and waved his palm, killing the remaining 3 little monsters of the northern divine mountain. He wandered around the battlefield like a demon god. Wherever he went, the cultivators who had just besieged him were all killed. Eh? That bastard wants to escape? In the black fog, a golden light slithered through like a golden snake. It was extremely slippery and fast. Behind it, 3 hornless dragons chased after it. In front of it, there were also dozens of demons blocking it. However, in this seemingly inescapable net, the golden light was actually like a swimming fish. It flew through the black fog with incomparable speed and touched the edge of the black fog. It seemed that it was about to escape from the black fog. Whoosh! At this moment, the golden crow cawed loudly and spread its wings to chase after the golden light. Its speed was faster than lightning. On the back of the golden crow, Fangxing saw the golden light and also laughed. He shouted, "Want to escape?" Not a chance. He threw a punch at the back of the person. Boom! The cultivator inside the golden light was in a hurry to escape from the 10,000 spirit flag. At this moment, he had already escaped to the edge of the black fog. He let out a roar and gathered golden fire in his hand. He wanted to tear the black fog apart and escape, but a terrifying attack came from behind. He had no choice but to let out a roar and turn around to slap Fangxing. Golden fire scattered everywhere, shattering Fangxing's punch. It was Chu Huang. I just said that I would give you a chance to escape. You didn't take it and now you want to escape? Fangxing looked at him with a smile and waved his hand to fan himself. He felt a little hot because of the golden elixir's effect. Inside his body, there was a faint flame burning. He was eager to fight to get rid of the huge elixir's effect. Kill this golden bastard. He stopped me just now and I couldn't escape, the golden crow scolded. Obviously, it did not like Chu Huang. Fangxing looked at it in surprise and said, "You called him a golden bastard?" The golden crow said, "Why? Is there a problem?" Fangxing sighed and said, "No problem. I just feel that great minds think alike." Bang, bang, Chu Huang opened his hands and shook off 5 demonic spirits that surrounded him. His face was a little pale as if he was under great pressure. In fact, he was also under great pressure when he was surrounded by the demonic spirits. These demonic spirits had killed more and more cultivators and accumulated enough blood qi. Their strength had become more and more terrifying. He even felt that his life was in danger, so he was ready to escape. Is this your plan to encourage the cultivators to rob the sword catacomb? Chu Huang's face darkened and he asked in a deep voice. Fangxing smiled and said, "I can only say that they wanted to rob the sword catacomb from the beginning, but I gave them the courage." You are breaking the rules of the Xian domain, Chu Huang roared and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Fangxing was quite disdainful. That's just your rules. He motioned the golden crow to fly forward and said coldly, "It's not good for me, so I naturally have to break the rules." Chu Huang roared in a shrill voice, "The rules are the heavenly Tao. Abiding by the rules means complying with the heavenly Tao." Fangxing's voice suddenly turned cold as he said coldly, "If the heavens Tao doesn't help me, then why should I obey the heavens?" With a loud roar, he flew up from the back of the golden crow and waved his hands, one yin and one yang, displaying the great millstone of yin and yang. At the same time, under his signal, the 5 hornless dragons attacked from behind while the great golden crow rushed towards Crown Prince Chu Huang from below. At this moment, Crown Prince Chu Huang was blocked from all directions. Fang Xing wanted to force him to fight head-on, divine power against divine power. There's no use arguing. Do you really think you can defeat me? I am the Crown Prince of the Chu royal court. You dare to challenge me? At this moment, Chu Huang shouted. He clasped his hands together and formed a mysterious hand seal. Dragon Binding Seal, the divine power of the Chu royal court. The Dragon Binding Seal. Crown Prince Chu Huang did not gain nothing after cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain for half a year. In fact, he had also cultivated a divine power secret skill of the Chu royal court, called the Dragon Binding Seal. It was said to be a secret skill of the Dongxing divine continent and was extremely powerful. However, he had cultivated this divine power to fight against the godchild of the northern divine mountain and the top talent of the western desert, Luan Wushuang. He did not expect to be forced to use it here. The divine ability was activated and the heaven and earth changed. Using the divine ability to control the law, using the law to control the Tao. At this moment, Crown Prince Chu Huang's entire body was filled with golden light. Streaks of golden fire surged out from his fists that were clenched into a seal. Impressively, it turned into a golden dragon that was more than 10 feet long. A low and deep dragon roar sounded. That pair of dragon eyes released a cold light and actually fixed Fang Xing in the void, making him unable to move. This power that froze the void was released by Crown Prince Chu Huang. The reason he stood on was that he was the son of heaven. He represented the heavenly Tao and the origin of the rules. If he told you not to move, you could not move. Once the divine power appeared, even the void would be frozen. Yin and Yang reverse, destroy the universe, Fang Xing's voice rang out. The Yin and Yang chi in front of him turned into a giant millstone and slowly pushed forward. The reason Crown Prince Chu Huang stood on was because of the rules. However, the reason Fang Xing's divine power stood on was because of the chaos. Yin and Yang were about to be reversed. The world was like a millstone, destroying everything in the chaos. Under the slow rotation of the Yin and Yang chi, the power that froze the void began to break bit by bit. Crown Prince Chu Huang's face was pale. He let out a long roar and urged the golden dragon to swallow Fang Xing. At the same time, Fang Xing's Yin and Yang grindstone also rushed towards the golden dragon. The difference in strength between the two of them was not big. Neither could suppress the other with reason, so they could only fight with brute force. Crown Prince Chu Huang was very confident about this. After all, he had a golden Tao foundation and his cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the foundation establishment realm. Whether it was the strength or purity of his spiritual energy, it was not something that the despicable brat opposite him could compare to. Rumble, the Yin and Yang grindstone collided with the golden dragon in the void. At this moment, light flashed between Crown Prince Chu Huang's and Fang Xing's eyebrows. Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyebrows were dazzling gold, while Fang Xing's eyebrows were as black as ink. Black Tao Foundation? Crown Prince Chu Huang was slightly stunned, and then he sneered and shouted, although I have never seen this kind of Taoist root, you are as black as ink, like a bug hiding in the darkness. You are a ghost in the dark, so it is no wonder that you are not bound. But even so, it is difficult for you to achieve anything. How can you be compared to my golden Taoist root, which is full of righteousness, King's way, law's law, and pure spiritual power to destroy you? As he shouted, the power of the golden dragon grew stronger. It entangled the Yin and Yang grindstone and was about to be crushed. Hearing this, Fang Xing suddenly sneered. The black on his eyebrows slowly changed from black to gold, and then to an incomparably pure gold. This power was also righteous. However, before Crown Prince Chu Huang had time to be surprised, the golden power changed again. It was covered with a purple aura. It looked illusory, and vaguely, there was a trace of indescribable fairy chi. Not obeying the rules means that you are disobedient? There is another kind of person who does not obey the rules of heaven and earth. That is the fairy. Crown Prince Chu Huang was shocked again. The scene of the golden dragon twisting the Yin and Yang grindstone did not happen. The golden dragon that was entangled on the Yin and Yang grindstone was pulled in by a terrifying suction force. It was like a small snake entangled on the bluestone grindstone. It was torn apart bit by the terrifying force of the grindstone, and then it was twisted into the center of the grindstone, puff. At the moment when the golden dragon was twisted, the divine seal that Crown Prince Chu Huang had formed with both of his hands was broken by an invisible force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed, and he looked at Fangxing in disbelief. Even if this scene were to repeat for 100 times, he would not believe that his supernatural power was so easily broken by Yi Futian. You should be most proud of your Golden Dao Foundation, right? Middle grade Golden Dao Foundation. Fangxing seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He said reservedly, I have a low-grade Dao Foundation, but it is purple. The Purple Dao Foundation was known as the Fairy Foundation. It was the foundation of becoming a celestial. An indescribable expression appeared on Crown Prince Chu Huang's face. Suddenly, he shouted crazily. He looked extremely angry. Purple Dao Foundation? I don't believe it. How can anyone form a Purple Dao Foundation? I am the Crown Prince of the Chu Royal Palace. I am blessed by the heavens. I have amazing talent and countless resources. In the Nanzhong continent, who can surpass me except for Huangfu Daozi? I don't believe it. Swoosh, as he roared, he, who seemed to have gone mad, reached behind him in a seemingly unintentional manner. Then, with a flurry of movements, he suddenly reached forward. In his hand, there was a golden spear. If one were to look closely, they would notice that there were traces of blood on the spear. It was dark golden color and had been extracted from his body. This spear was called the Dragon Bone Spear. It was a weapon that the Chu Royal Palace had nurtured in their bodies with a secret method. Crown Prince Chu Huang would not collapse so easily. He looked crazy, but in fact, he was hiding his killing intent. The spear suddenly stabbed forward, and in an instant, an unparalleled power burst out. It was like a flash of lightning, and there was almost no process of accumulating power. The spear was nurtured by the secret method of the Chu Royal Palace. It was constantly nourished by the blood of the Chu Royal Palace, so that the spear would always contain a strong power. When faced with a dangerous situation, it could suddenly burst out and give a powerful blow to kill the opponent. You can't even beat me in the open, but you want to play dirty in front of me? Faced with the sudden counterattack of Crown Prince Chu Huang, Fangxing just frowned and sneered. Then, he took out a magical weapon to block the spear. That was an umbrella. Before he was ready to break into the stony valley, Chu Xi gave him an umbrella to protect himself. At this critical moment, Fangxing took out the umbrella to block Crown Prince Chu Huang's dragon blood spear. Boom, the jade bone paper umbrella was propped up by Fangxing, and as he poured his spirit force into it, countless runes appeared on the paper umbrella, forming layers upon layers of defensive arrays. It was as if layers of spiritual light were overlapping, firmly protecting the paper umbrella and the person behind it. As for Crown Prince Chu Huang's explosive spear, it instantly pierced the surface of the paper umbrella, and the violent power shattered the layers of arrays. The spear nourished by the royal blood was so powerful that even Fangxing, who was prepared, was pushed back by the huge force. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, at least 9 defense arrays were pierced by the power of the spear, and then the spear continued to pierce the surface of the paper umbrella. Fangxing's eyes turned cold. He closed his fingers and held the spear that was about to pierce his heart in his hand. At this time, the power of the spear was almost exhausted. Tianluo umbrella, Crown Prince Chu Huang's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong sense of hatred shot out. Then he turned around and fled. To his astonishment, he discovered that the umbrella in Fangxing's hands was actually the profound weapon that he had bestowed upon his sister, Chu Xi. But he had never expected that in his act of feigning madness and suddenly launching a killing move, it was actually this umbrella that had saved his life. For a moment, the power of the spear had been exhausted, and it was in the hands of the little devil. He had no more strength to fight, and could only take the opportunity to escape. Gathering the remaining spiritual power, Crown Prince Chu Huang tore through the black fog, turned into a golden light, and rushed out. Bastard, do you think you can escape? Fangxing roared, and tore through the void to chase after him. The golden crow under his feet was very fast, and it was several times faster than when he was in the blue cloud sect. It was like a golden cloud approaching. You have already caused so much trouble, and you still dare to kill me and provoke the Chu royal court. Crown Prince Chu Huang escaped from the shroud of the black fog as if he had escaped from the devil's domain. But before he could take a breath, he found that Fang Xing was rushing towards him like a fierce wind. Suddenly, he was frightened and shouted. There was a hint of pleading in his words, but he was used to being arrogant and could not say it. I have caused so much trouble, do I still need the Chu royal court? Fang Xing shouted, I had thought of sparing your life, but you asked for it. How can you blame me? With a loud shout, the golden crow flew forward even faster. I can't die, how can I die here? Crown Prince Chu Huang screamed in fear. With a flash of thought, he did not fly into the sky but landed on the ground. At this moment, when he sensed the killing intent from Fang Xing behind him, he immediately thought that there was only one person who could save his life. Chu Xi, save me! Crown Prince Chu Huang was like a golden stream of light, falling towards a group of Spirit Movement Realm disciples in white robes. Those were the robes worn by the Snowy Mountain disciples. There was a black carriage there, and a little girl in a purple dress was sitting on it. It was his sister, Chu Xi. She was talking to Xianxia, but when she heard the cry for help, she immediately raised her head. Brother, Chu Xi suddenly saw her brother escaping in such a sorry state, and was shocked. Chu Xi, save me! Crown Prince Chu Huang saw Chu Xi, and his heart was filled with joy. He shouted and rushed down. He already expected that at this moment, only his sister, who he regarded as a burden, could save his life. After all, he saw with his own eyes that Chu Xi and this little devil all the way to the deepest part of the mysterious domain. Not only was she unharmed, her injuries from the small stone bridge were also almost healed. This meant that the little devil took good care of her. In addition, at the entrance of the messy stone valley, the little devil stopped him from hitting her. This showed that she had a certain position in the little devil's heart. This little devil was determined to kill him. He hoped that he would spare his life for his sister's sake. However, just as he was about to reach Chu Xi, Chu Huang suddenly felt a sense of danger. Golden light shone from his back, and a golden cloud fell from above. Don't kill me, Chu Huang screamed in fear. He desperately turned around and roared. However, the golden cloud was too fast, and the person on the cloud was too ruthless. Before Chu Huang could turn around, he only felt a chill on his back. With a poof, a dark golden spear pierced through his chest and fixed him in the void. At this moment, he was only 10 feet away from Chu Xi. Crown Prince Chu Huang was stunned. He turned his head, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. How could you be so ruthless? I'm not used to mercy. Fang Xing replied with a calm face. Suddenly, the spear shook, and a huge force exploded. Crown Prince Chu Huang was shaken into a mist of blood. When the mist of blood dispersed, he saw Chu Xi, who was in a daze, and Xianxia, who was looking at him with hatred. At this moment, there was a very strange feeling in his heart, as if it made his heart beat twice. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly felt that he should do something. After a moment of silence, an insolent smile suddenly appeared on his face. He laughed and said, Haha, you bunch of trash from the Great Snow Mountain dare to provoke me? First, it was that trash called Fang Xiaojiu, and now it's you golden bastard. How dare you provoke me, all of you must die. Fang Xing, what are you lying about, give me back, Yi Guin suddenly shouted. After she was injured by Fang Xing, she did not enter the black mist again. However, she also knew that Fang Xing was Fang Xiaojiu, because she was the first person to surround Fang Xing. At that time, she was beside Crown Prince Chu Huang. When Crown Prince Chu Huang asked Fang Xing, she heard everything and knew that Fang Xing was Fang Xiaojiu, and Fang Xiaojiu was Fang Xing *tch. Do you want to be the third one? Suddenly, Fang Xing's eyes lit up and he looked at her. He reached out his hand and an invisible force grabbed her. Then, he flew into the sky. Yi Guin couldn't fight back and even Hou Guimen, who was secretly on guard, couldn't react in time. At that moment, Fang Xing and Yi Guin were in front while Hou Guimen was behind them. They flew straight into the black fog. However, after entering the black mist, Hou Guimen was immediately surrounded by demonic spirits. Bastard, if you want to kill me, do it. Although Yi Guin was captured, she was arrogant. She did not beg for mercy, but scolded him instead. I won't kill you, and I will return the Phoenix Guqin to you. However, you have to help me prove something." Fang Xing threw the Phoenix Guqin to her and said calmly. Yi Guin received the Phoenix Guqin in disbelief. She was stunned for a moment, then she sneered, "You have a time where you have to beg me?" Fang Xing squinted at her and sneered, "I'm not begging you, I'm saving you. I'm sure you know that the feud between me and the Huangfu family is irreconcilable, and the Great Snow Mountain will definitely be implicated. If you're smart enough, don't let anyone know who Fang Xiaojiu is. Remember, Fang Xiaojiu is Fang Xiaojiu, and Fang Xing is Fang Xing. Fang Xiaojiu has been killed by Fang Xing." As he spoke, his gaze turned cold. "Since you were so sure that the little devil you saw was real, then don't ever change your words." Yi Guin was startled, then she sneered, "Do you think this news can be hidden in the eyes of those with ulterior motives? It doesn't matter if it can be hidden or not. After all, it's my way to the Great Snow Mountain." Fang Xing smiled and suddenly said, "As a reward, when I attack the sword catacomb, you can choose a sword embryo." Yi Guin bit her lips and didn't make a decision. "That's what we were going to do anyway." Suddenly, a voice was heard. A woman in snow-white clothes that were stained with blood entered the black fog with a long sword in her hand. She was Xiao Shui. This woman was also a combative person. How could she miss such a fierce battle in the black fog? She covered her face with a white cloth and fought a fierce battle to her heart's content. However, when she was about to go down, she saw Yi Guin being captured. Ho Guiman wasn't strong enough and was trapped by the demon spirit. However, she broke free from the demon spirit and came here. The trouble you've caused is too big. I'm afraid the Great Snow Mountain can't protect you. In this situation, Fang Xiaojiu is Fang Xiaojiu, a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. Fang Xing is Fang Xing, the little devil with Nanzhan. This is the best outcome." Xiao Shui walked forward and said softly, "Even if there are some flaws, I think the Great Snow Mountain will find evidence to prove that there are two of you." "That's good." Fang Xing turned around and left without saying anything else. All along, he didn't hide his identity on purpose. Until now, when he saw the eyes of the two girls, he had this idea. However, he didn't know if he could hide it. Yi Guin was right. It would be easy for someone with ulterior motives to find out that Fang Xiaojiu and Fang Xing were the same person. However, he didn't care about it. It didn't matter if others found out or not. As long as he could hide it from the two girls, it was fine. If Master Fang had his own benevolence, then this was as far as he could go. "Hey," after Fang Xing left, Xiao Shui suddenly smiled and said, "Junior brother Fang, you still owe me a battle." Fang Xing paused and turned around with a smile. "Fang Xiaojiu owes you, but I don't." With that, he laughed and rushed into the black fog without turning back. From the moment he charged into the black fog once again, Fang Xiaojiu was truly dead. After a fierce battle, Lei Jiu was already covered in injuries and was like a cornered beast fighting desperately. He was indeed worthy of being the head of the 8 demon tribes, the 9 Squiggles tribes junior commander, and Huangfu Daozi's #1 warrior. Even under the siege of so many experts, he still fought to the death without retreating. Now, his right arm was crushed, there was a big hole in his chest, and blood was spurting out like lava. His armor was tattered, one of his eyes was pierced by a sharp arrow, and a large piece of flesh on his left leg had been peeled off, revealing bright red flesh. There were at least a dozen experts at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment realm who were all geniuses from various sects and aristocratic families. However, under his bloody battle, at least 4 or 5 of them were killed, and the other geniuses were even more terrified. Boom, someone caught the opening in front of Lei Jiu and thrust his sword at him. It was inconvenient for Lei Jiu to dodge, so he didn't bother. With a tiger's roar, he took the sword head-on. The sword pierced his body, and one could even clearly hear the sound of flesh being torn apart. The person holding the sword was about to cry out in joy, but Lei Jiu locked the sword with his body and grabbed it with his large hand. The dazzling lightning turned into a large hand and captured the cultivator. "Ah!" Lei Jiu roared and stepped on the cultivator's head with one foot. However, he lifted his other hand and tore the cultivator in half. Half of the body was flung into the air, and blood rained down, drenching Lei Jiu's head and face. The blood slowly flowed down along his tattered armor and covered his entire body. Tearing the opponent apart and fighting a bloody battle, the blood seemed to have given him new life and fighting spirit as he strode forward. Who dares to fight me? He was like a wounded lion, roaring as he walked forward. Boom, his figure was clearly a bit staggering, but he was like a great mountain, walking forward, no one able to stop him. All the cultivators retreated in panic, and no one dared to step forward. You are a bunch of rats. What right do you have to kill me? Leggio roared and sped up his pace, rushing toward a cultivator in front of him on his left. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me, the cultivator screamed and flew away, not daring to face Leggio head-on. He's already injured. What's the point of wasting our breath on him? Let's join forces and kill him. A cultivator shouted and raised a large net with barbs. He and a few other cultivators each grabbed a corner of the net and threw it at Leggio. Leggio could not dodge and let the net wrap around him. The sharp barbs pierced into his body and even into his bone marrow, hooking onto his bones. However, he did not seem to feel any pain as he forcibly used the net to attack his opponents. Boom, a cultivator was smashed by his fist, and a mist of blood exploded. He grabbed a cultivator's arm and tore it off forcefully, causing him to flee with injuries. Whoosh, Leggio threw out the arm in his hand and used it as a spear, impaling a cultivator who wanted to launch a sneak attack and nailing him in the void. However, there were also cultivators who managed to escape. They tore at the nets with great force and tore off a large piece of flesh from his body. Leggio looked more like a bloody man. He was seriously injured. If he were a mortal, even 10 of him would have died. Even at this moment, he was only holding on with his cultivation. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to die from being besieged like this. He felt that his death was not worth it. How dare you rebel? Why don't you dare to fight me? Leggio is here. You can't escape the death penalty for rebelling against your superiors. Come up and fight me? Leggio roared. He could no longer catch up to the other cultivators, so he could only shout with all his might and challenge others. Go, go, go. Hurry up and kill him. He's on his last breath, why don't you go up and fight him? This junior division leader of the 9 Melodies division is really strong. Whether he's a lackey of the Huangfu family or not, he's still a character. The cultivators each had their own thoughts. They no longer dared to go up and fight this fierce subordinate of the Huangfu family. Even the hot-bloodedness that had been stirred up by Fang Xing's declaration of attack the sword catacomb and seize the sword embryo was now mostly extinguished by Leggio's fighting spirit. Everyone retreated, no longer fighting to kill Leggio like before. Instead, they pushed and shoved each other, creating a large circle around Leggio. Wherever Leggio looked, there would be people retreating with a loud bang. It was difficult to face him head-on. Haha, you're all a bunch of scoundrels. No one dares to fight me? Leggio laughed heartily. His heroic spirit was so great that the beads of blood on his body splashed everywhere like a red mist. I'll kill you. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. A figure riding a Pegasus appeared behind the crowd of cultivators, thrusting a spear that was 3 zhong long in his hand. Green chi swirled around the spear, carrying an indescribably terrifying might as it stabbed towards Leggio like a poisonous dragon. At that moment, Leggio's eyes widened as well. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Han Ning, you're qualified to fight me. Come. As he roared, his remaining left arm was surrounded by lightning as he forcefully smashed it towards the green spear. Even if he only had one arm, even if it was difficult for him to move, he still wanted to fight Han Ning, one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes. Whoosh, the spear stabbed forward like a swimming dragon, destroying everything in its path. Leggio's punch was also flashing with lightning. It had gathered all of his spiritual power and was invincible. The lightning on his fist was incomparably dazzling. It was even more dazzling and powerful than when he was at his peak. This punch seemed to have unleashed all the unwillingness and resentment in his heart. It represented his final unyielding fighting spirit. The crowd of cultivators tensed up. Their eyes did not even blink as they waited to see who would win between the 2 strongest attacks. However, just as Han Ying's spear was about to collide with Leggio's punch, Han Ying's spear suddenly trembled. In an instant, it transformed into dozens of spear shadows. Leggio's punch landed on thin air while Han Ying's spear shadows transformed. When the shadows disappeared, the spear pierced through Lei Jiu's chest with the tip of the spear pointing at his heart. Dead silence. The crowd of cultivators did not expect Han Ying's spear to not meet Lei Jiu's attack head-on. Instead, he dodged the attack and pierced his heart while he was unable to move. This was a normal battle tactic, but at that moment, it seemed to be abnormal. Lei Jiu's crazy fighting spirit was terrifying, but it also gave rise to some admiration. Many cultivators assumed that Han Ying's battle with Lei Jiu was to pay her last respects to him. However, Han Ying's spear pierced through Lei Jiu's heart without giving him a chance to vent his anger. The lightning around Lei Jiu's fist gradually disappeared. The lightning that symbolized his final anger did not hit anyone. He looked at Han Ying with eyes that were filled with anger, but more than that, disappointment and loss. He could not speak, but his eyes seemed to be reprimanding Han Ying for being a coward. Han Ying's face was expressionless as he looked at him coldly. What right do you have to fight me? As he looked at Lei Jiu's angry and disappointed expression, a hint of mockery appeared on his cold face. Do you think you have any sense of honor as a slave? No matter how strong you are, you're just a ferocious dog. What right do you have to fight me? After saying that, he flicked the spear in his hand and sent Lei Jiu flying. With a roar of anger, the spear exploded with a huge force, blowing Lei Jiu's body into pieces. A bloody mist spread in all directions and was devoured by the surrounding black mist. Only his head was left, and it fell to the ground. Han Ying flicked it up with his spear and showed it to the cultivators. He shouted, "Lei Jiu is dead." The sound waves rolled and traveled far in the black fog. The cultivators in the black fog were stunned, and then they shouted in unison, "Haha, he's dead?" With a loud laugh, a young man with golden wings on his back flew over and shouted excitedly. It was Fang Xing. Han Ying smiled when he saw him and tossed Lei Jiu's head at him. F***ck, it's bloody. How disgusting. Fang Xing grinned and kicked Lei Jiu's head away. He then laughed and said, "Brothers, let's attack the sword catacomb and get the sword embryo." His voice reverberated in all directions. Not only did the cultivators in the black fog hear it, but the cultivators in the rocky valley below also heard it. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices and cheers. Of course, there were also many cultivators who curled their lips and thought, "Who's brothers with this little devil?" However, seeing that they were about to bask in this little devil's glory and enter the sword catacomb, they also cheered. "Let's go!" Fang Xing flew straight up into the sky. The rolling black fog was like a tide as he flew toward the sword catacomb. The black fog that covered the sky was like a huge flag that attracted all the cultivators in the sky and on the ground. "Attack the sword catacomb and get the sword embryo!" Countless people shouted and flew up from the ground. They rushed into the black fog and joined the army of robbers. No matter who it was, no matter how they felt about the Huangfu family, they would not make any other choice at this time. F***ck the Huangfu family. No matter how majestic the Huangfu family was, how could it be more important than the sword embryo in front of them? For a moment, the cultivators were like fish. All of them covered their faces and followed closely behind the black fog as they killed their way toward the sword catacomb. Even the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain chose a group of bold ones to cover their faces and join the robbers under Xiaoshui's lead. Not to mention, anyone would be tempted to rob the Huangfu clan. At this time, Fang Xing and the Golden Crow had already landed on a mountain under the cover of the myriad spirit flag. Looking at the large black fog and the endless cultivators behind it, Fang Xing felt that it was a spectacular sight. He laughed and said, "Damn it, these bastards are not stupid. They usually fight for a handwritten order from the Huangfu family, but at the critical moment, they will rob when it's time to." The Golden Crow chuckled and said, "You will definitely be the scapegoat. How should we deal with it?" Fang Xing cursed bitterly, "These bastards want to make me a scapegoat, so I'll use them as spears. Let the great rock evil king lead them to attack the sword catacomb, attracting the attention of the 8 demon tribes stationed there, and we'll sneak in from the back door." The Golden Crow's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean we can choose all the sword embryos?" Fang Xing smiled proudly. "Let's see if we can take them all and let them attack an empty sword catacomb." Under the guidance of the 10,000 spirit flag, the cultivators followed the black cloud in the sky and rushed in the direction of the sword catacomb. From their point of view, the black cloud was released by the little devil's 10,000 spirit flag. As long as the black cloud was there, the 10,000 spirit flag and the little devil would naturally be there as well. They had never heard of a profound level weapon that could be controlled by oneself. However, they did not know that Daphne could control the 10,000 spirit flag at will. As they rushed towards the sword catacomb with great power, Fangxing had already left the group. His plan was simple. If he attacked the sword catacomb with this group of people, he would definitely be resisted by the 3 groups of people that the Huangfu family had left to guard the sword catacomb. Although the cultivators' morale was high and there were many experts hidden among them, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the defense of the 3 groups. However, after breaking into the sword catacomb, the cultivators would once again be faced with a fight to the death. After all, according to the information obtained from Li Ying and the others, there were less than 100 sword embryos in the sword catacomb. Moreover, most of them were inferior sword embryos. The truly good sword embryos would probably not exceed the fingers on one hand. How would they be distributed among so many cultivators? When the time came, the cultivators would definitely fight to the death. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to suppress the crowd. Because of this, Fangxing had the idea of letting the large group of cultivators attract the attention of the 3 groups of demons guarding the sword catacomb while he quietly sneaked into the sword catacomb to steal the sword embryos. When he formed an alliance with Li Ying and the others, he had already obtained enough detailed information and knew the general layout of the sword catacomb. The sword catacomb was located in a barren grave 100 miles away from Stony Mountain. There was a dilapidated main hall that descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the barren grave. In that main hall, the highest quality sword embryos were being nurtured. Outside the main hall, there were many broken sword embryos. Outside the barren grave, there were 3 intersecting mountain ranges that left 3 entrances to the barren grave. After the Huangfu clan occupied the sword catacomb, they set up a formation along the mountain and sealed off the entire valley. As a result, all 3 entrances were under the Huangfu clan's control. The Fire Cloud clan, the Dangyu clan, and the Black Marsh clan each guarded 1 entrance. Originally, the Juku clan was in the middle to provide support. However, Leijio was later sent to hunt down the Little Devil, so there were only 3 clans left guarding the entrance. Originally, these 3 groups were already enough. After all, they represented the Huangfu clan in guarding this place. Who would dare to cause trouble in front of him? Taking a step back, with the strength of these 3 divisions and their junior division leaders, there really weren't many in the younger generation of Nanzhan who had the guts to provoke them, whether it was in terms of influence or strength. That was because doing so was no different from courting death. However, there were a lot of Nanzhan cultivators who had been tempted by the sword embryo. Moreover, there were also many experts with astonishing strength hidden among them. This kind of strength wasn't something that the demons of the 3 clans could withstand. When the cultivators attacked, they would definitely mobilize all their strength to defend. In this way, the defense of the other 2 entrances would definitely be weaker. Fangxing planned to sneak in through these 2 entrances. In any case, he, who had met the Golden Crow, really didn't care about ordinary formations. And this ordinary formation actually referred to all the formations that the 2 of them had encountered. Too bad, too bad. After hearing Fangxing's plan, the Golden Crow cried out in shock. Then, it winked at Fangxing and said, "But I like." Fangxing rolled his eyes at it and said, "Get lost. I don't like men, and I especially don't like people like you." The Golden Crow laughed and said, "That's okay. I have a cousin sister. She's very pretty, but a little talkative." Fangxing was quite speechless. "Do you know that this is the 6th time you've betrothed your cousin sister to me?" The Golden Crow said, "Don't stand on ceremony with me. Don't stand on ceremony." Fangxing, the 2 of them quarreled and flew rapidly toward the sword catacomb. In order not to be discovered by other cultivators, they even took a detour in the air. However, the Golden Crow's current speed was much faster than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. In the mysterious domain, the cloud condensing technique had been banned, so cultivators could only rely on the sky sweeping technique or the sword kinesis technique to travel. Not only did it consume spiritual energy, but it was also slow. Not long after, they arrived at the sword catacomb. Looking from afar, they saw that the sword catacomb was filled with flags and cultivators were flying in the air. Fangxing chose an entrance located in the northwest. There were many dangerous peaks here, and the path was hard and strange. Moreover, there was grayish-white mist lingering around it, making it difficult to see far. This was the easiest place to sneak in. At first, Li Ying and the others allied with Fang Xing because they wanted his thousand-spirit flag. They planned to use it as a cover to launch a surprise attack and break into the sword catacomb to steal the sword embryo. However, this plot was turned into an open robbery by Fang Xing, so this plan was naturally abandoned. The Great Rock Raven King had already used Fang Xing's name to attack the southeast entrance, which was the most spacious and could accommodate more people. However, Fang Xing planned to follow the plan and enter from the southeast entrance. This way, he could enter the sword catacomb earlier than the other cultivators. Inside the entrance array, there were 3 figures sitting on the stone wall. They were all wearing black robes and their appearances could not be seen. Although they were outside the array, Fang Xing's divine sense was powerful and sensitive. He could faintly feel that their cultivations were all at the peak of spirit formation, which was considered quite low. However, this was within Fang Xing's expectations. There was originally a Foundation establishment cultivator guarding this place, but he had already been transferred away. At this time, Daphne had already reached the southeast entrance of the sword catacomb and began his attack. The 3 groups of people guarding the sword catacomb had already rushed to support him. The ones left behind were 3 Spirit Movement Realm disciples, who were only responsible for guarding the array at the valley entrance. Faintly, the sounds of fighting and killing could be heard from the southeast, mixed with the roars of cultivators. One could even see the spiritual light and black mist in the distance. However, it was quiet here. The 3 cultivators guarding the array were somewhat absent-mindedly looking towards the southeast direction. "Old Jean, let's go," Fang Xing instructed in a low voice. "Be fast, don't touch the array, don't let them have time to send a message." 1 man and 1 crow, after quickly communicating, rushed towards the array at the same time. Fang Xing reported the location, and the golden crow deduced the 8 gates. 1 man and 1 crow, like a ray of golden light, rushed into the entrance of the valley like lightning. "Who is trespassing into the sword catacomb? Not good, activate the array, send a message to the young division leader, someone is trespassing." Although the cultivation of the 3 cultivators in the valley was not high, the reason why the 3 of them stayed behind to guard the array while everyone else went to the valley entrance was because the 3 of them were extremely vigilant. Once they discovered that someone was trespassing into the valley, they immediately became alert. One of them activated the array to suppress the trespasser, while the other took out a jade talisman and was about to crush it to send a message to the young division leader who was gathered at the southeast entrance of the valley. Their reaction speed was not slow. Logically speaking, with the 3 of them guarding and the array at the valley entrance, even a late-stage Foundation realm expert would need to spend a certain amount of time to break through the valley entrance. Moreover, they would be able to successfully send a message. Unfortunately, the 3 of them encountered the golden duo of Fang Xing and the golden crow. Their speed of breaking through the array was as fast as lightning. "Go to hell." After entering the array, the golden crow let out a loud roar and charged towards the cultivator closest to it. Fang Xing also waved his hand and shot out 2 flying swords. In a blink of an eye, the 2 cultivators that were 7 and 14 feet away from him were killed. At the same time, the golden crow let out a cry and crashed into the body of the cultivator closest to it. With a rumble, the golden crow actually crashed into the stone wall. "Oh my god, I'm dizzy." The golden crow let out a muffled wail, but its sharp beak directly pierced into the stone wall. "Damn, old golden, you're really sturdy now." Even Fang Xing was a little surprised when he saw this. He pulled the golden crow's tail with both hands and pulled it out. He suddenly realized that the golden crow's crash not only smashed the Black Marsh tribe's dragon snake demon into pieces, it even created a large hole in the stone wall. However, the golden crow did not suffer any injuries. It was just that it used too much force and was a little dizzy. This physique was really incredible. Fang Xing even felt that the golden crow's current strength was no less than the peak of the early stages of foundation building. However, the cultivation on its body was clearly still at the spiritual movement realm. It was truly strange. "Don't touch me, I'm dizzy," the golden crow shook its head and said dizzily. Fang Xing looked at it with disdain. "If you know that you're dizzy, why are you still using so much force?" The golden crow said, "Seeing these traitors makes me angry." Fang Xing immediately understood. Because of the Huangfu clan's banishment of the demons 3,000 years ago, they had a blood feud with the demon clan. Because of this, the 8 demon clans that were loyal to the Huangfu clan were also despised by the demon clan. This was a feud that had lasted for thousands of years. You pass out first, I have to hurry and see my treasures. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and laughed. Without waiting for the golden crow, he ran into the sword tomb. Oh, wait for me, the golden crow let out a strange cry and also chased after him. With an opportunity in front of it, it did not care about passing out. A human and a crow rushed inside. Not long after, they went around a mountain corner and saw a desolate graveyard in front of them. This graveyard had existed for thousands of years. The graveyard was broken and the barren hills were scattered. Under the shroud of fog, it was almost impossible to see the end. Some of the barren graves were slanted or straight and there were some damaged weapons stuck in them. The killing intent was faintly discernible. This is a sword embryo? Fang Xing immediately saw a black iron sword not far away. His eyes revealed an infatuated color as he slowly walked forward. The mystic iron sword was stabbed into the grave at an angle. Only about a foot long was exposed above the ground. The hilt was covered with black iron embroidery, and the blade was cracked in many places, as if it had gone through a battle. Even so, the sword still contained a killing intent that could not be underestimated. It was like an old soldier who had returned from 100 battles. His eyes were dim, his body was covered with wounds, and his body was hunched as if he would fall at any time. However, the killing intent that was contained in his body was still not to be underestimated. As he looked at the mystic iron sword, Fang Xing could even sense the shocking power contained in the sword. It wailed day and night, as if it was an ownerless ghost that was waiting for a new owner to take it away and return to the battlefield. Mystic iron sword box, refined iron, forged by fire. Sword spirit resides. Ownerless soul. As Fang Xing focused his attention on the dark steel longsword, a piece of information entered his mind. After carefully comprehending it, he had some understanding in his heart. This dark steel longsword was not actually a real sword, but a sword case. The real sword resided within the dark steel longsword. It was a kind of sword spirit. Right now, it was a soul without a master. The sword spirit was the real sword embryo. It could be nourished in the body of a cultivator, and its power would increase as one's cultivation increased, turning into the sword embryo of the ancient flying sword technique. Is this the legendary sword embryo that people have been talking about? The golden crow came over and sized it up. It doesn't look sturdy. Fang Xing looked at it in disdain. What does a treasure like this have to do with sturdy or not? He paused for a while and told the golden crow everything he knew from the yin-yang fiend god mirror, so that it wouldn't mess up his plan. The golden crow was immediately interested. Quick, get the sword spirit, Fang Xing said, don't touch it. This sword embryo is connected to the divine sense. Everyone should only be able to take one. The golden crow was stunned. Then what's the use of us coming in so early? Fang Xing sighed and said, I just discovered it. I've never seen this thing before. The golden crow pondered for a while and said, why don't we find 2 of the best ones and smash the rest? Fang Xing looked at it in disdain and said, prodigal. As he spoke, he ignored the golden crow and tentatively pulled out the mystic iron longsword. He carefully sensed it and immediately found that as the mystic iron longsword left the mound, there seemed to be invisible spiritual energy slowly leaking out. Fang Xing immediately came to a realization. No wonder the Huangfu family didn't immediately take away all the sword embryos after discovering this sword tomb. It was because this domain could nurture the sword embryos. If they pulled out the sword embryo's spiritual energy would slowly leak out. If they didn't find someone to nurture the sword embryos quickly, the spiritual energy would leak out more and more until it completely lost its spiritual energy and the sword embryos would disappear. This kind of sword embryos was originally similar to spiritual bodies and could only exist in special environments. This longsword was somewhat similar to the myriad spirit flag, which could allow demonic spirits to reside in it. However, the sword was damaged and could no longer protect the sword embryo's spiritual energy for a long time. It could still maintain the sword embryo's spiritual energy in this mound chosen by the mysterious domain's environment, but once it left the ground, its spiritual energy would leak out. Looks like we can only keep it for 3 days before it disappears. But that's enough. Fangxing sensed for a while and made up his mind. He waved his hand and said, collect them all. The golden crow loved to hear this. Its eyes lit up and it flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Fangxing also took action. The two of them were like radishes, plucking out the remnants of the sword embryos wherever they went. Not long after, almost 100 sword embryos were scattered around the periphery of the cemetery. Almost all of them had been collected into their storage bags. There was also a small portion that wasn't collected because it was close to the valley in the southeast where the fierce battle was taking place. They were afraid of alerting the enemy. I'll collect those in the periphery first. There's also the one in the main hall inside. Fangxing stopped the elated golden crow and glanced at the black main hall in the depths of the sword tomb. It was a very strange hall. It was completely black and seemed to be carved out of some kind of material. It sat crookedly inside the sword tomb and looked extremely dilapidated on the outside. However, the main hall itself emitted a chilling aura. In this cemetery, there were a few spirit formations set up by the Huangfu family. However, there were no spirit formations around the main hall. It seemed that even the Huangfu family was unable to set up a spirit formation around the main hall. According to the information that Li Ying and the others had mentioned before, there was no doubt that the highest-grade sword embryos were stored in the main hall. The sword embryos in the main hall were also the purpose of their alliance. In fact, with Li Ying's identity as the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, he had already received a handwritten order from Huangfu Daozi, allowing him to enter the sword tomb to choose a sword embryo. However, the handwritten order had been taken away by his sister. The reason why Li Ying did not go to his sister to take back the handwritten order and instead allied with Fangxing and risked his life to enter the sword tomb to obtain the handwritten order was because he knew that the handwritten order allowed him to choose an ordinary sword embryo outside the main hall. However, this fellow had his eyes on the highest-grade sword embryo inside the main hall in the deepest part of the sword tomb. Before the Huangfu family sealed off the sword tomb, there were already cultivators who had entered earlier to investigate the sword tomb. In the end, they discovered that the quality of the sword embryo outside the sword tomb was extremely different from that of the sword embryo in the deepest part of the black main hall. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, for some unknown reason, the first group of cultivators who had entered earlier were unable to obtain the sword embryo in the deepest part of the main hall. Regretfully, they only obtained a sword embryo outside the main hall and left. News of the quality of the sword embryo also spread from their mouths. Since Fangxing had come to this place, he naturally did not care about ordinary sword embryos. If he was going to take something, he would take the best. Of course, he could not let go of the ordinary ones either. These things were very valuable. Creak, after arriving in front of the black main hall, Fangxing looked around. Seeing that there was no danger, he gathered his courage and pushed open the door. The things inside the hall were revealed to him, but it was extremely dark and the air was icy cold. This coldness did not mean that the temperature was low. Instead, it seemed like some kind of existence was repelling the sunlight outside the hall. When Fangxing's eyes adapted to the darkness in the hall, he finally saw the 5 altars in the hall. The 5 altars were divided into azure, crimson, white, gold, and violet, and they were arranged in the shape of 5 stars in the hall. Every single one of them was around 10 meters tall, and there was a damaged divine sword stabbed into the top of every single altar. The sword's appearance was different, and the light it emitted was indistinctly divided into azure, crimson, white, gold, and violet. Without exception, it was the ancient and deep bronze color of the divine sword. The 5 swords were all made of bronze. Something's wrong. The swords outside are all made of black iron. Why are the 5 swords in the hall made of bronze? The golden crow also saw the scene in the hall and muttered in confusion. Everyone knew that iron was stronger than bronze, and the material of black iron was 100 times more condensed than ordinary iron. Because of this, most of the treasured magic weapons in the cultivation world were made of black iron. Apart from some special materials, copper was rarely used. After all, copper was not strong, and the weapons forged with it could not withstand a fight with an enemy. They were easily damaged and had copper embroidery. Therefore, the common material used to forge magic weapons in the cultivation world was black iron. Copper weapons were very rare. However, within the sword catacomb, there seemed to be a very strange phenomenon. The inferior sword embryos in the periphery were instead forged from dark steel, while the 5 colored sword embryos in the main hall were forged from a strange kind of bronze. Who cares? Anyway, the things inside are more valuable. This is an iron law. I'll take them together. Fang Xing pondered for a while and was also a little puzzled, but he quickly made the right decision. Okay, the golden crow spat a mouthful of saliva on its claw and flew straight towards the green altar that was closest to it. Its black claw was like a divine weapon as it forcefully grabbed the bronze sword on the altar, wanting to pull it out like it was pulling a carrot from the outside. However, unexpectedly, before its black claw could touch the bronze sword, a green light suddenly flashed on the altar, like a ripple appearing on the surface of the altar. Oh my god, the golden crow shrieked and was rebounded like a cannonball. Fang Xing was standing behind the golden crow. He was shocked when he saw the golden crow being rebounded. The golden crow squeaked and cawed, thinking that Fang Xing would catch it. However, Fang Xing was stunned and jumped to the side. The golden crow flew past him. Bang, the golden crow flew out of the hall. After a long time, it wailed, "Bastard, you're not loyal." Fang Xing was relieved and scolded back, "Who told you to be so impatient?" As long as the golden crow wasn't dead, everything was fine. Ignoring it, he turned his head to carefully examine the 5 altars. The yin-yang fiend god mirror in his mind began to spin. Fortunately, it only took him less than a third of his spiritual power to identify the 5 altars. They were a mysterious spirit-nurturing altar, a place to nourish the sword embryo and lock the spiritual power of the sword embryo. At the same time, it was a strange restriction that prevented external forces from obtaining the sword embryo. It could only be opened from the inside. In other words, the 5-colored sword embryo could only come out of the altars by itself and could not be obtained by external forces. Have you figured it out? The great golden crow rubbed his back and crawled back into the hall. He saw that Fang Xing was deep in thought, so he asked. I have figured it out. Fang Xing sighed and looked at the 5-colored sword embryo helplessly. The great golden crow trusted Fang Xing blindly. He was overjoyed and asked, how do we deal with them? Fang Xing sighed again and said, we have to suck up to them. Flattering the 5-colored sword embryo sounded comical, but it was the result of Fang Xing's careful consideration. The 5-colored sword embryos could only float out of the altar and could not be activated by external forces. As a result, the cultivators who obtained the 5-colored sword embryos could only lure the 5-colored sword embryos out of the altar willingly. It sounded a little mystical, but when one thought about how the so-called sword embryo was, in fact, the spiritual consciousness that was born from the weapon, it was understandable. The sword embryos had their own spirituality and even thought. They could be regarded as spiritual bodies. Since they were spiritual bodies, they could communicate with each other. The reason why the altar was set up here was simple. It was to prevent cultivators from obtaining the 5-colored sword embryos through external forces. If one wanted to obtain the sword embryos, they had to communicate with the sword embryos telepathically and move them. Only then would they willingly come out of the altar. After hearing Fang Xing's explanation, the golden crow's eyes lit up and urged, what are we waiting for? Let's try to communicate. After suffering a loss earlier, the golden crow no longer dared to take the initiative and urged Fang Xing to try first. Fang Xing furrowed his brows and said, we definitely have to try, but once the sword embryo moves, it will be drawn into the body, and from then on, it will coexist with the spirit, and there will be no chance to change to another one. There are 5 sword embryos here, and there will definitely be good ones and bad ones. If we choose the one with the bad Tao, wouldn't we suffer a great loss? We have to think carefully about which sword embryos are the most suitable. The golden crow said, what's there to think about? Green, red, white, gold, and purple. Purple is the most important, so the purple sword embryos are the best. Fang Xing chuckled and said, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're really stupid. Think about it, which one looks better, the black iron sword embryos or the bronze sword embryos? You have to know that 500 grams of black iron can be exchanged for more than 50,000 kilograms of bronze. However, the 5-colored sword embryos are all bronze, so it's the other way around. I believe the 5-colored sword embryos are the same. He pointed at the 5-colored altar and said, the strongest sword embryos are either purple or green. These are the only two possibilities. Even the golden crow became hesitant after hearing what he said. It was speechless and only stared at him. After a long while, the golden crow asked, "Can you tell which sword embryo is more valuable?" Fangxing shook his head and sighed, "I can't tell." He had already tried for a long time, but he was still unable to use the yin-yang god demon mirror to determine which of the 5 sword embryos was stronger. The golden crow was speechless and said, "Then we can only castrate him." Fangxing sighed and said, "That makes sense. Come." As he spoke, he picked out 2 elixirs, one green and one purple. He put them in a storage bag and touched one each with the golden crow. Fangxing touched the green one, while the golden crow touched the purple one. Now they were sure. Both of them were straightforward, so they did not waste any time. Fangxing asked the golden crow to stand aside, then he went to the green altar and pressed his palms against it. Since he wanted to flatter the sword embryo, he naturally had to establish a connection with it first. Fangxing pondered for a moment, then released his divine sense and slowly touched the altar. The surface of the altar was full of restrictions that blocked all kinds of power from entering it. However, it did not prevent the intrusion of divine sense. Fangxing's divine sense entered the altar very smoothly. Then, under his guidance, it slowly moved towards the sword embryo. Boom, all of a sudden, something strange happened. The moment Fangxing's divine sense entered the altar, the 5 altars released the primordial splendor at the same time. It was as if Fangxing's divine sense had entered the green altar and triggered a reaction from the 5 altars. At the same time, Fangxing's divine sense felt like it was being torn apart. There was a force within the altars that was forcefully reading his past. Fangxing's memory was forcefully read for a moment, but it also felt like forever. Fangxing was terrified, but he could not resist because he could feel that the power of the 5 altars was too strong. Moreover, the 5 altars bore no hostility towards him. Otherwise, it would only take a single thought for them to kill him. The moment Fangxing's memories were read, there was a faint, strange, and mysterious ripple that seemed to be communicating between the 5 altars. It was as if the sword embryos within the 5 altars were communicating with each other using their own unique language. However, the result of this communication was not very successful. Not long after, the green altar was the first to release a thought that shook the entire hall. It was just a short divine thought. It wasn't written or spoken, but it accurately conveyed an attitude. Reject. After reading Fangxing's memory, the green altar gave its answer, reject to become Fangxing's sword embryo. At the same time, the other 4 altars also released short but powerful divine senses. Reject, 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 reject. Underneath this rejection, there were some complicated emotions. With Fangxing's powerful divine sense, he could sense that the reason why the green altar rejected him was because of him. His actions were evil and it was difficult for him to take on such a great responsibility. The red altar had rejected him because it was full of calamities and the future was uncertain. The white altar had rejected him because it was not strong enough and the path was full of dangers. The golden altar had rejected him because it had incomplete memories and was full of fog. The purple altar had rejected him because it was all rejected, so it would reject him too. For a moment, the 5 altars and the 5 sword embryos expressed their rejection to Fangxing at the same time. On the altar, the primordial chaos erupted and was about to send Fangxing flying. Fangxing was still immersed in shock and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did all 5 sword embryos become sentient? They actually King refused to follow me? Since when did this young master's character become so bad? However, he really could not do anything to these sword embryos. While he was in a dilemma, the 5 altars released a repulsive force that was about to send him flying. With Fangxing's strength, he could do whatever he wanted in the Xian domain. However, facing these 5 altars, his strength was not enough to protect himself. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Outside the 5 altars, a strange aura appeared. The 5 altars were surrounding each other. However, there was a crack in the middle of the main hall. No one knew how deep this crack was. It was pitch black and cold air was rising from this crack. After Fangxing's memory was forcefully read and he was rejected by the 5 altars, the existence in the crack seemed to be very interested. It suddenly released its aura and a crazy murderous aura. For a moment, it even suppressed the aura released by the 5 sword embryos. Thus, Fangxing was not sent flying. Instead, he looked at the back of the altar with a face full of shock. Buzz buzz, following a demonic intent filled with a strange and evil aura, a sword slowly flew out from the crack. It was a completely black sword. It was 3 times longer and 3 times larger than an ordinary sword. The body of the sword was covered in dark red bloodstains. It seemed that the sword hadn't been cleaned in time after killing an enemy, so the bloodstains remained on the sword. As time passed, the bloodstains turned into a kind of blood rust that covered the body of the sword. It vaguely formed the shape of a demonic mountain. The strange and evil aura was released by this sword. From the moment it flew out, its aura had already locked onto Fangxing. You're lucky. There's actually a sword that has taken a fancy to you. Why aren't you drawing out the sword embryos? The golden crow cried out in joy as it watched from the side. It was quite knowledgeable. When Fangxing was rejected by the 5-colored sword platform, it had already seen some clues. However, it didn't expect that there would be another sword embryos inside the 5-colored altar. Furthermore, judging from its evil aura, it didn't seem to be any weaker than the 5-colored sword embryos. At this moment, the black sword embryos had clearly shown its desire to fuse with Fangxing. As long as Fangxing released his guard, he would be able to draw the sword embryos into his body. However, he seemed to be pondering something. He looked at the 5-colored sword embryos, then the black sword embryos, then the 5-colored sword embryos, then the black sword embryos. His frown deepened, but he still didn't draw the black sword embryos over. The golden crow was extremely anxious. It shouted from the side, "What are you waiting for?" "This is one of the few great opportunities in the mysterious domain," Fangxing sighed. "Isn't that lousy sword a little too ugly?" The golden crow was speechless when it heard this. It almost fell to the ground. On the other hand, the black sword seemed to be able to understand Fangxing's words, and it buzzed as if it was enraged. With a rumble, it suppressed the space around it, and it actually flew out from the 5 altars and charged towards Fangxing. It gave Fangxing a fright, and he let out a strange cry as he tried to escape. However, the black sword's speed was extremely fast. In practically the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Fangxing, and a jet black light appeared. Before Fangxing could even react, the jet black light had already entered the space between his eyebrows, and then disappeared. As for the black sword, it was stabbed diagonally in front of Fangxing. The body of the sword was still trembling. This sudden movement stunned Fangxing. He only realized what had happened after a while. That strange black sword actually forcefully merged the sword embryo into Fangxing's sea of consciousness. This was really strange. Even Fangxing didn't expect this. After all, in order to collect the sword embryo, a cultivator's consciousness had to guide it. To put it bluntly, this was a two-way choice. The sword embryo chose its master, and the cultivator was also choosing the sword embryo that they liked. It was because of this that Fangxing was rejected by the 5-colored sword embryo. However, this strange black sword clearly didn't catch Fangxing's eye, and it actually forcefully planted the sword embryo in him. This was no small surprise. Even Fangxing was at a loss for a moment. Although he said that he found the black sword ugly, he was just being talkative. In reality, he didn't choose the black sword embryo because it was too evil. It made him feel uneasy, so he was a little hesitant. Of course, he didn't expect that this black sword would be so strange. After being rejected, it simply forced itself into his sea of consciousness. Could it be possession? Fangxing suddenly remembered what Daphne had done in the past. Although the sword embryo was a living being born from a weapon, and there was no such thing as possession, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Fangxing immediately entered his sea of consciousness to search for traces of the black sword embryo. If he couldn't find it, he would use the Samadhi true fire to refine it. However, after entering his sea of consciousness, he found that the void was silent and everything was normal. There was no trace of the black sword embryo in his sea of consciousness. He had no idea where it had gone. What's going on? Fangxing was full of doubts, but he still didn't feel at ease and continued to search. The sea of consciousness was boundless because it was the manifestation of a cultivator's thoughts. Therefore, there was only the center and the earth, but there was no boundary or dome. The center was where the cultivator's true spirit was, and where the true spirit was, it was the center. The earth was the cultivator's past. The past remained unchanged, and it was the solid earth. There was no boundary or dome, but it meant that the cultivator's thoughts were boundless. However, because it was in one's own sea of consciousness, a cultivator could move thousands of kilometers in a flash. Fangxing flew in his sea of consciousness. He didn't know how long he flew, but he finally found a strange place far away from the Dao Pagoda. It was an area shrouded in a strange fog. In his own sea of consciousness, if Fangxing wanted to search any area, he only needed to sweep it with his divine sense. However, he found that he couldn't control the fog at all. His true spirit wanted to fly in, but it was blocked by the strange fog and couldn't get close. Fangxing was puzzled, so he gathered all the power of his true spirit and attacked the fog. Rumble, the dense fog surged like a surging storm, revealing a portion of the existence within. At a glance, Fangxing saw that in the mist, there was a furnace of raging flames, an ethereal and traceless sword light, a purple-gold book that was suspended in the void, and a huge black sword that was stabbed diagonally into the ground. Hey, is this the mark left in my sea of consciousness by the yin-yang god and demon mirror, the mysterious coffin decapitation diagram, and other things? Fangxing wanted to explore again, but the fog had already turned over. Like a tide, a wave slapped over, and Fangxing's true spirit was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. He was directly slapped back into the Dao Pagoda from the land of fog. His body wasn't injured, but he was sitting upright in the Dao Pagoda as usual. After that, Fangxing suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. I was forcibly awakened? Fangxing couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The sea of consciousness was originally his own world, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped awake. This was really unexpected. What kind of place was the land of fog? In that one glance, he saw a cauldron of flames in the land of fog. Sensing its nature, it should be the true Samadhi fire that he usually used. After he sensed the true Samadhi fire and guided it into his body, it moved according to his thoughts. With a thought, the true Samadhi fire would follow. It was just that before his thoughts moved, Fangxing had no idea where the true Samadhi fire seed was hidden. And now that he saw the location of the land of fog, that furnace of flames must be the true Samadhi fire seed. And that sword light seemed to be the sword light of heaven obtained in the decapitation diagram. He had sensed it once when he killed Xiao Jianming, and he vaguely remembered its characteristics. As for the purple and gold book, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the yin-yang god and demon mirror before it integrated into his body. It was just that the original book had a sapphire blue cover, but now it had become purple and gold. It was magical and extraordinary. As for the black demon sword, it should be where the sword embryo was. That guy was also in the fog. Those things are things that I obtained in the past, but I didn't fully understand them. Is it a blessing or a curse that they are gathered together? Fangxing was still shaken after he woke up, and he thought in shock. But at this moment, a spiritual thought suddenly entered his mind. You're awake? Don't make a sound, someone is. Fangxing was startled, and realized that it was the Golden Crow who was transmitting his voice to him. He and the Golden Crow were in a pitch-black place. It was pitch black all around, but when he looked up, there was a narrow and long light, as though they were in an abyss. Just now, you didn't make a sound and collected your thoughts. Lord Jean thought you were done for, but I was very anxious. At this time, those 3 bastards came in. Lord Jean took you with him, but I couldn't beat the 3 of them, so I had to hide here. The Golden Crow hurriedly transmitted his voice to Fangxing, and explained the whole story clearly. It turned out that Fangxing was worried that the black sword would enter his sea of consciousness and pose a threat to him, so he hurriedly concealed his aura and entered his sea of consciousness to find out what was going on. Anyway, with the Golden Crow by his side, there was no need to worry that there would be no one to protect him. In this way, he looked as though he had fainted in the outside world. The Golden Crow thought that something had happened to him, and hurriedly protected him. Before Fangxing woke up, he heard someone barging in from outside the hall. The Golden Crow knew that it was a strong enemy, but it could not defend itself. Under such circumstances, it was considered extremely daring, and it actually carried Fangxing and jumped into the crack in the hall where the black sword embryo resided. The crack was hidden, and if one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to see clearly. Even if one could see it, the bottom of the hole was pitch black, and there was no light, so it was difficult to see it. When Fangxing woke up, it happened to be when the three people entered the hall. With the Golden Crow's reminder, he also reacted and did not make a sound. Fortunately, the 5 sword embryos were not stolen. Otherwise, even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for our sins. There were 3 people, and after one of them entered the hall, he immediately spoke, as though he was relieved. Damn it, who actually took advantage of the little devil's attack on the sword catacomb to sneak in and steal all the sword embryos outside? This is a treasure that is enough to make all the cultivators in Nanzhan go crazy, and it is the method that the concealed sovereign used to control Nanzhan. Now, all of them have been stolen. The 3 of us have committed a great crime, and I'm afraid that when we return, our lives will be in danger. The second person cried out bitterly, and he seemed to be very angry. Presumably, they had also found out that the sword embryos outside had been stolen, and from the tone of the 3 people, they seemed to be the junior division leaders of the Fire Cloud tribe, Dangyu tribe, and Black Marsh tribe that were stationed in the sword catacomb. For some reason, they did not stand guard at the entrance of the valley, but came to the hall in the depths of the sword catacomb. Who would have thought that the little devil would be so powerful? Not only did he kill Lei Jiu, but he also incited the cultivators to rebel and attack the sword catacomb. With the strength of the 3 of us, it is impossible for us to resist that group of cultivators. I believe that the concealed sovereign will forgive us. Moreover, although the sword embryos outside the sword catacomb have been stolen, the most important 5-colored sword embryos are still here. Presumably, although the thief knew how to steal ordinary sword embryos, he did not know how to take away the 5-colored sword embryos. If we can protect these and bring them into the depths of the Xian region and hand them over to the Taoist, it can be considered as a meritorious deed. The third person opened his mouth and spoke to the 2 people in front of him. It's easy for you to say, but are we sure that we want to do this? The price is very high. Now that things have come to this, what other choice do we have? We will use our bodies as a box and guide the sword embryos into our bodies. When the time comes, the old ancestor will strip it out and hand it over to the Taoist. In this way, although our Tao foundation will be destroyed and our cultivation will fall to the spiritual movement realm, we will still be able to preserve our lives. If the Taoist remembers our loyalty, he might find a divine pill to repair our Tao foundation, but if we don't. At this point, the 3 people all became silent. After a long while, one of them said with hatred, "There is no other choice, do it." Junior division leader of the Fire Cloud tribe, tell us about the secret method. The other person said, "Don't be anxious, check the surroundings." As he spoke, a person's figure swept through the air and quickly checked the inside of the main hall. Then, he said, "There is no trace of the thief in the hall. The thief should not be here. However, that crack is strange." Back then, even the Taoist couldn't figure out what was inside the crack. He only knew that it must be extraordinary. Should we go in and check it out before we leave? This secret method was passed down to me by the Taoist. The Taoist said that with his aptitude, he could easily fuse with any one of the 5 immortal sword embryos. However, he believes that these 5 sword embryos are one. Only by fusing them all into his body can he reach the peak realm. However, it is not an easy task for him to collect all 5 sword embryos at the same time. It will take too much time, so he didn't choose any of them and rushed to the inner parts of the mysterious region. Before he left behind a few drops of immortal blood. It can temporarily break the seal on the altar and give us the possibility to collect the sword embryos. However, with our aptitude, the immortal sword embryos may not be willing to stay in our bodies. If the sword embryos want to escape, we will need to suppress it with our cultivation. The Fire Cloud tribe junior division leader explained the secret method once. However, the eyes of Fangxing and Jin Wu, who were hiding in the crack, lit up. Inadvertently, they heard something that made Fangxing and Jin Wu very excited. It turned out that the Fire Cloud, Dangyu, and Black Marsh divisions knew that they couldn't resist the attack of the group of cultivators, but they weren't stupid. They actually gave up on the idea of fighting to the death and left a group of subordinates at the entrance of the valley to protect the formation, delaying the time when the group of cultivators attacked the sword tomb. Then, the 3 of them escaped and wanted to use their bodies as a box to bring the 3 sword embryos into the depths of the mysterious domain and hand them over to Huangfu Daozi. For them, this also required them to pay a great price. First, they had to bring the sword embryos into their bodies and then take them out. This would shatter their Tao foundation and cause their cultivation to plummet. They might even be weaker than ordinary spirit formation cultivators and be equivalent to cripples. However, the three of them had no other choice. If they lost the 5-colored immortal sword embryos, their situation would be even worse. With their strength, they could only bring 3 sword embryos at most. However, the 5-colored sword embryos were a set. As long as Huangfu Daozi had 3 sword embryos, he could deduce the whereabouts of the other 2 sword embryos and wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find them. The 3 junior division leaders of the Fire Cloud, Dang Yu, and Black Marsh divisions reacted very quickly and acted very cautiously. When they saw that the group of cultivators was powerful, they immediately gave up the idea of fighting to the death and decided to escape with the sword embryos. However, they didn't expect that everything would be seen by Fangxing. Fangxing didn't stop the 3 of them. He exchanged a glance with Jinwu and understood each other's intentions. Only an idiot would stop them. Taking advantage of them when they were weak was the right way. With this kind of understanding, the man and the bird hid in the crack and didn't dare to make a sound. Even Fangxing only quietly released a weak divine sense to observe the movements in the outside world without alerting the 3 people. There were 3 monsters around the altar, and they were clearly demons. One of them was tall and burly, at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. He had a fiery red cloak draped over his back, a scarlet red armor, and a pair of lava boots on his feet. Although he had the body of a human, his head was more like that of a beast than a human, and it was extremely malevolent. Judging from his attire, he must be the young division leader of the Fire Cloud tribe. The second one was tall and slender. He wore a gray robe and had a cultivation of the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Looking closely, the gray robe was woven from colorful feathers. He had a human body and the head of an eagle. He must be the junior division leader of the Dangyu division. The third one had the strangest appearance. The upper half of his body was that of a human, but the lower half was coiled up. He looked like a snake, yet not a snake, like a worm, yet not a worm. Even the upper half of his body that had transformed into a human was not normal. His neck was thin and long, and his head was shriveled and strange. There were several vine-like things wrapped around his neck. Upon closer inspection, they were actually heads as well. His neck was thin and long, but his head was shriveled and strange. There were a few vine-like things wrapped around his neck. Looking at them would make one feel nauseous. Needless to say, this person must be the junior division leader of the Black Marsh tribe who possessed the bloodline of the 9-headed worm. Seeing that the 3 of them had already chanted a secret incantation and started to absorb the sword embryos into their bodies, Fangxing secretly made his preparations. Of the 3 junior division leaders, the Fire Cloud Division's junior division leader chose the Scarlet Sword embryo, the Dangyu Division's junior division leader chose the Golden Sword embryo, and the Black Marsh Tribe's junior division leader chose the Violet Sword embryo. Then, the 3 of them consumed a crystal pill sealed with bright red blood at the same time. They circulated their divine senses and sent them into the altar. Not long after, the altar trembled at the same time and their aura soared into the heavens. The 3 sword embryos were actually successfully subdued by them. Seeing this, Fangxing understood that Huangfu Daozi didn't take away the sword embryos as soon as he discovered them in order to absorb the 5 sword embryos at the same time. However, he must have done a lot of research. As the Huangfu clan's Daozi, he had many capable people by his side. There were many people who were good at formations, tools, and so on. His research on the 5 altar was far from what Fangxing could compare to. Seeing how smoothly the 3 junior division leaders absorbed the sword embryos, it was clear that Huangfu Daozi's research was extremely thorough. However, he didn't know what important matter this Huangfu clan's turtle egg was for. He even abandoned the 5 immortal sword embryos and instead focused on rushing to the core of the mysterious region at the fastest speed. It was probably another fortuitous encounter that he didn't know about. At the end of the day, information was also very important when fighting for fortuitous encounters in the mysterious region. This information originated from the Dongxing Divine Continent. Over the past few hundred years, it had gradually spread throughout the 4 regions. The cultivators of the Nanzhan had gathered some of it and passed it on to their juniors, but the information they received was different. However, there was no doubt that the Huangfu clan had more information than others. Do it. After the 3 division leaders fused with the sword embryos, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. They seemed to be doing their best to suppress the sword embryos. After their aura stabilized, they were about to escape. However, Fangxing felt that his opportunity had arrived. With a loud shout, he was the first to jump out of the crack. After he appeared, he didn't show any mercy and directly used his strongest great Yin-Yang millstone. He slashed Yin with one hand and Yang with the other toward the Fire Cloud clan's junior division leader. At this moment, he had experienced a series of battles in the Valley of Rubble. Although he had the gold core to replenish his spiritual energy, the burden on his body was also extremely great. Although he seemed to be moving normally, his body was actually extremely weak. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to sneak attack the 3 of them. If he were to face these 3 bastards head-on, he felt that his chances of victory weren't high. He might even die at their hands. Now that he attacked, he circulated all his remaining spiritual energy and wanted to use the Great Yin-Yang millstone to defeat his enemies in one fell swoop. At the same time, the Great Golden Crow also darted out at high speed. A ray of golden light shot straight toward the Black Marsh tribe's junior division leader. This was something that the 2 of them had discussed beforehand. It was still Fangxing using 2 golden crows and 1 golden crow. Their coordination was seamless. Thief is here. The 3 junior division leaders were instantly alarmed when they saw someone darting out of the crack and attacking them. They yelled and leaped up to defend themselves, but Fangxing was too fast. The moment they unleashed their spells, the Great Yin-Yang millstone had already taken shape. Although this was the weakest Fangxing had ever used the Great Yin-Yang millstone, the nature of the Great Yin-Yang millstone was still present and its power was profound. The 3 junior division leaders had just unleashed their spiritual energy when they were drawn in by the invisible power of the Great Yin-Yang millstone. They lost control of themselves and flew toward the Great Yin-Yang millstone. The Great Yin-Yang millstone turned half a circle in the air and then pushed back. Divine light burst forth and shot toward the 3 junior division leaders. In their shock, the 3 junior division leaders had no choice but to roar loudly and use their strong bodies to resist the divine light. Bam, 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 the 3 junior division leaders were sent flying at the same time and slammed heavily into the walls of the Great Hall. At the same time, the Golden Crow arrived. Using its demonic body as a weapon, it slammed into the 3 junior division leaders, sending them flying through the air, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as they flew through the air. Enraged shouts could be heard from time to time. As for Fangxing, he rushed forward after the Golden Crow's attack. He already had 3 soul-lock talismans in his hand. These were high-grade talismans that could block a cultivator's divine sense when pasted on their foreheads. The effect was inversely proportional to the cultivator's cultivation level. However, the treasures in Fangxing's hands were basically extraordinary. These 3 soul-lock talismans were all extraordinary items. Once they were pasted on their foreheads, their effects were immediately apparent. The junior division leaders' angry expressions were still frozen on their faces, but their bodies were already frozen in place and their movements were stiff. However, after such an intense battle, a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of Fangxing's mouth. He had previously fought a series of battles and consumed a golden pill to replenish his spiritual energy. His body was already riddled with internal injuries and could not withstand any more torment. Haha, such teamwork. Old Jean, I'm really liking you more and more. Fangxing did not care about his own injuries. He casually wiped them away and exclaimed happily. Hey, although I like humans, I like girls with big breasts and long legs. Don't even think about hitting on me. The man and the Golden Crow were rather excited after their successful sneak attack. They immediately surrounded the 3 junior division leaders. Just as they were fretting about how to deal with the 5-colored sword embryo, these 3 people had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to their doorstep. Weren't they ready-made sword boxes? The Golden Crow hated the 8 division demons and suggested killing the 3 of them. However, Fangxing said, we have no way of taking these 5 sword embryos with us. Aren't these 3 ready-made sword boxes? Bring them along and then think of a way to remove the sword embryos. As he spoke, he forced the 3 of them to consume turtle breath pills and stored them in his storage bag like sword boxes. See, I knew this fellow would definitely be inside. While they were busy, a helpless sigh was heard. Fang Xing and the Golden Crow were shocked. They quickly turned around and saw the robber in green standing at the entrance of the hall with a grin. Beside him was Su Lingyun, who had a helpless expression on her face. The robber in green was unfathomable. He had stealthily sneaked in with Su Lingyun without making a sound. Even Fang Xing and the Golden Crow did not sense their presence in advance. They were caught doing something bad, so they could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Fang Xing chuckled. "Why are you guys here too?" The robber in green replied helplessly, "We didn't come, but were we supposed to attack the Great Sword Catacomb formation with those people? When I saw the black fog but didn't see you, I felt a little suspicious. After thinking about your personality, I guessed that you must have come up with some wicked idea again. So, I broke the formation and entered this place from the northwest intersection, and happened to catch you red-handed. You can also break the formation?" Fang Xing looked at the robber in green suspiciously, feeling a little surprised. The Huangfu family's formation around the Sword Catacomb was not that easy to break. The cultivators had forcibly attacked the formation, but they had yet to break in. Although there were people constantly pushing the formation to resist, it also showed the mysteriousness of the Huangfu family's formation. Even he could break the formation with the help of the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and the deduction of the Great Golden Crow. However, this robber in green could easily break the formation at the northwest corner of the Sword Catacomb, which was really shocking. The robber in cyan saw that Fang Xing's eyes were a little surprised and felt a little proud. She said, "I've finally made a little bandit like you admire me. Let me tell you, I'm a master of arrays, tools, and alchemy. I'm known as a triple genius, triple cultivator." Fang Xing was a little shocked when he heard this. When the green-robed bandit had fought with him, they were actually evenly matched without using the yin-yang grindstone. It could be seen that the green-robed bandit had deep attainments in the Tao of spells. Now that he heard her say this, the Tao of battle techniques was not her forte. Formations, artifact techniques, and alchemy techniques were her forte. This was really a little amazing. Each of these three techniques required a person to spend a lot of effort to study them. Even he himself was only focused on battle techniques and had no time to study anything else. Speaking of which, this robber in green was really a genius. However, he would definitely not admit defeat. He rolled his eyes and said, "What's so great about you? I can come in too." After being despised by him, the robber in green knew that he was deliberately provoking her. She smiled and did not refute. Fang Xing was also unwilling to talk about this. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Lingyun, you came at the right time. You can choose one of these 5 immortal sword embryos." "Me?" Su Lingyun was a little shocked. "Choose an immortal sword embryo?" How precious were the sword embryos in the Sword Catacomb. Even the crown prince of a country or a Daoist of a large sect could only enter the Sword Catacomb with a written order from Huangfu Daozi to choose an ordinary sword embryo. Before this, Su Lingyun had never thought that she would have the opportunity to enter the Sword Catacomb. But now, Fang Xing had casually said that he would give her an immortal sword embryo as easy as eating or drinking. This surprise was a bit shocking. Even someone as indifferent as Su Lingyun was so shocked that she was speechless. When the azure-clothed bandit saw it, he laughed softly and said, "Little bandit, you are really generous. In that case, just accept it. These 5 sword embryos are indeed the embryos of immortal swords. They are one of the peak opportunities in the mysterious domain. With them, why would your future cultivation not advance by leaps and bounds?" Fang Xing looked at the robber from the corner of his eyes. "Don't say bad things about me. I'm listening. Since we are allies and you helped me take care of Senior Sister Lingyun, I originally wanted to give you one. But I'm angry, so I won't give it to you." The robber in green smiled and said, "I can guarantee that you will definitely give it to me." Fang Xing was excited. "Hurry up and flatter me. How dare you threaten me? I really won't give it to you." He had originally wanted to save one sword embryo, but if it didn't work, he would not give it to her. Although they quarreled, they knew that the cultivators were about to break through the Sword Catacomb. Time was running out, so they quickly let Su Lingyun and the Golden Crow fuse the remaining 2 sword embryos. At this time, after the robber's explanation, Fang Xing realized that the 5 colored sword embryos were not good or bad. Any one of them would have the power to become a perfected immortal. His and the Golden Crow's previous speculation was unnecessary. Originally, he was worried that the Golden Crow and Su Lingyun were not talented enough and could not successfully fuse with the remaining sword embryos. However, after the robber, he realized that this was not a problem at all. The 5 colored sword embryos had spirituality. It was just that at this time, the spirituality was in a half-asleep state and did not have absolute intelligence. Most of the time, it acted according to instinct. For the sword embryo that was slumbering here, its only purpose was to wait for a cultivator to wake it up and choose it. This choice depended on the cultivator's aptitude and mental state. Only when the aptitude and mental state matched the characteristics of the sword embryo would the sword embryo choose to fuse with the cultivator. This aptitude referred to the cultivator's innate aptitude and had nothing to do with acquired cultivation elements. The mental state was determined by forcefully reading the cultivator's memories, and memories could not be faked. The Great Golden Crow said that there was no problem with its aptitude and was full of confidence. Fangxing believed this. After all, it was the descendant of the ancient 3-legged golden crow. It was clearly a bird, but it had the 3rd leg of a human. Just based on this strangeness, it was not an ordinary crow. In addition, it seemed to have obtained a special opportunity in the mysterious region. Its demonic body was tyrannical, so its aptitude was even harder to distinguish. As for Su Lingyun, her aptitude was not bad either. Otherwise, the green bird would not have found her among the corpses and brought her to the Blue Cloud sect. However, her Dao foundation was only at the high-grade red. This was not because of her aptitude, but because she did not have enough resources when she was at the spiritual movement realm. As a result, when she condensed her Dao foundation, her potential was not fully unleashed. After all, in the world of cultivation, resources were the most important. The amount of resources seriously affected one's achievements in cultivation. However, this was not a big problem. The junior division leaders of the 3 demon tribes had 4 elixirs with some immortal blood sealed on them. According to them, after consuming it, it could temporarily deceive the sword embryo of the immortal sword and integrate it into one's body. These 4 drops of blood were originally for the 3 of them and Lei Jiao. Each of them had 1 drop in case something unexpected happened. However, Lei Jiao had already been killed by Fangxing. The 3 of them had each taken a drop, so there was only 1 left for Su Lingyun. This way, she could integrate it into the sword embryo first. Even if there were any problems in the future, it would be a problem in the future. In addition, the robber in green had said that the sword embryo chose a cultivator based on one's talent and state of mind. The most important factor was opportunity. The so-called opportunity was actually timing and karma. Any cultivator who could come before the sword embryo was fated with the sword embryo. This went without saying. Opportunity referred to the moment when the cultivator came before the sword embryo. The earlier one came, the deeper the opportunity. The later one came, the less likely the opportunity. If one came after the sword embryo had chosen its master, there would be no more opportunity. Su Lingyun and the Golden Crow became the first creatures who devoutly fused with the sword embryo. This was their fated chance, and it was much stronger than their innate talents and mental state. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to fuse with the sword embryo. Of course, this also reflected Fangxing's frustration. He was the first to arrive and his talent was not bad, but all 5 sword embryos rejected him. Damn it, was my state of mind that bad? At this thought, he could not help but ponder the black sword that he had integrated with. What was that thing? Did you take all the other sword embryos? Seeing that the Great Golden Crow and Su Lingyun were collecting the sword embryos, Fangxing and the robber in green didn't want to disturb them. They went to the door to guard. Looking at the empty graveyard in the distance, the robber in green looked at Fangxing. His eyes under the mask shone brightly. Fangxing pondered for a moment and chuckled. It's already good enough to give you a celestial sword embryo. Do you want to share these too? The robber in green said, You're such a despicable person. When did I say I wanted your celestial sword embryo? Fangxing's eyes brightened. You don't want it? In reality, he had planned to give the celestial sword embryo to the green-cloaked bandit. Firstly, it was useless for him to keep it. After all, whether he was forced to do it or not, he had already fused with the black sword embryo. He could no longer choose another sword embryo. Secondly, he had so many ordinary sword embryos to deal with, and his current situation was not too good. He urgently needed a powerful helper. Because of this, he planned to give the robber the celestial sword embryo to solidify their alliance. However, when he heard that the robber in green didn't want it, he was overjoyed. How could such a good thing happen? Seeing his happy expression, the robber in green couldn't help but laugh. I don't want it because I already have a sword embryo to nourish me. However, you still want to give me a celestial sword embryo because I want to give it to someone. Hearing this, Fangxing looked at the robber in green in surprise. Wasn't this mystical sword embryo extinct in the Tianyuan continent a long time ago? Why did this robber already have a sword embryo to nourish him? However, he and the robber had always had a tacit understanding. As long as the robber didn't say anything, the other would not pry into the other's secrets. Thus, he waited for a moment. Seeing that the robber had no intention of explaining, he didn't ask. He only said dejectedly, whether you want it for yourself or give it to someone else, you still need it. The robber in green laughed. I want to give it to someone else for you. Fangxing was slightly surprised and raised his head to look at him. The robber in green sighed. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head and said, let's talk about this later. It looks like you won't be able to leave before the cultivators come in. Think of a way to deal with these angry cultivators. After he sensed it, Fangxing also raised his head and looked forward. Under the cover of the fog, two figures were already rushing over. One of them was riding a heavenly horse, wearing a long robe. He was majestic and had an austere aura. Without even looking closely, one could tell that it was one of the four heroes of the Western Desert, the son of the Han family. Beside him, there was another person competing with him. Based on the ghostly aura, one could tell that it was Li Ying. Fangxing, you son of AB*TCH. I was wondering why I could only see the black fog when I attacked the formation, but I didn't see your figure. It turns out that you, son of AB*TCH, sneaked in. Are you worthy of those of us who followed you to attack the sword tomb? You even want to trick your allies. This prince simply looks down on you. Wah, hand over the sword embryo, or else this prince will first. As Li Ying flew over, he shouted loudly, and his anger was evident in his words. This anger was normal. No matter who it was, they would probably want to chop Fangxing to death. It was clearly this little bastard who raised the flag, saying that the cultivators would attack the sword catacomb together and take the sword embryo. In the end, he let the cultivators divert the attention of the people guarding the sword catacomb while he snuck in through another door. Wasn't this asking others to help him fight for nothing, only to end up with nothing? This was really too infuriating. Even a ghost couldn't tolerate this. Han from the Western Desert didn't say anything. However, looking at his murderous aura, it was clear that he wasn't in a good mood either. The two of them were relatively strong. Together, they broke a gap in the formation and broke in. Then, they passed through the people of the three tribes who were guarding the valley entrance and entered the depths of the sword catacomb before the other cultivators. They wanted to choose a mystical sword embryo, but they didn't expect to see nothing but a barren land. It would be strange if they weren't angry, and their killing intent had already risen. These two were the heroes of a region. Even when Fangxing was at his peak, it would not be easy to defeat them. However, now that Fangxing was in his worst condition, the two of them were clearly no match for him. The robber in green also noticed this. He laughed evilly and moved to the side. He said with a smile, "This is not a small problem. It will be difficult for me to deal with the two of them by myself. Let's see if you have any way to deal with it." He looked as if he was purposely not helping and wanted to see what Fangxing would do. Fangxing glanced at the robber in green and understood his thoughts. He felt a bit of disdain in his heart. Using such a small matter to test me, this green-robed bastard really underestimated him. As he thought of this, he faced the furious Li Ying and Han Ying. Not only did he not have any intention of retreating, but instead, he angrily rushed forward. When they were about 100 feet away, he shouted, "Why are you two bastards only here now?" This angry roar was the first to gain the upper hand. However, Li Ying and Han Ying were startled and did not attack immediately. However, the two of them were not fools. They glared at Fangxing angrily, as if waiting for him to explain. Fangxing was even more enraged. He tipped his storage pouch on the ground and the 3 demon heads poured out. He said angrily, "These 3 bastards gave up guarding the entrance and came to the sword catacomb. They wanted to leave with the 3 immortal sword embryos. Luckily, I was smart enough to barge in and stop them. Otherwise, when you broke through the entrance, you would not even have a hair left. You want the sword embryos? These 3 want to take the sword embryos?" Han Ying and Li Ying looked at the 3 junior division leaders Hui Yun, Deng Yu, and He Zhao on the ground. It was no wonder that the beginning of the attack on the sword catacomb was so difficult, but the latter part suddenly felt so much easier. It turned out that the 3 of them had given up guarding the entrance and planned to escape with the sword embryos. If that was the case, it was really dangerous. If they had charged in after so much effort, only to find that all the sword embryos had been taken away, it would be a great loss for them. Then why didn't you tell us before you snuck in here? Li Ying thought about it and asked in a bad mood. He and Han Ying were not fools and naturally did not believe Fang Xing's nonsense that he had barged in ahead of time to stop the 3 fellows from taking away the sword embryos. They guessed that this bastard had most likely wanted to come in and take all the sword embryos, and coincidentally met the 3 junior division leaders who were planning to take away the sword embryos. Of course, that was the truth. But when Fang Xing heard this, he seemed to be greatly insulted. He said angrily, "Ghost child, I'll *CK your 18 generations of ancestors." Li Ying was speechless. He stomped his feet and said, "Why are you cursing my 18 generations of ancestors for no reason?" Fang Xing said, "Because you suspect me. Damn it, I even left an immortal sword embryo for each of you. Not only are you not grateful to me, you actually dare to question me? What qualifications do you 2 bastards have to question me? I was the one who raised the banner of attacking the sword tomb, and I was also the one who incited the cultivators. The 2 of you were just making a fuss. I was the one who started all the trouble, and now you're saying that you're in the right. Ghost child, tell me, is my scolding of your 18 generations of ancestors reasonable?" His words were truly bold, confident, and filled with righteous indignation. Even Li Ying was embarrassed by his words. However, his words were somewhat untrue. In fact, when he was preparing to reveal his true body, he had already told Li Ying about his idea of raising the flag to attack the sword tomb, and asked Li Ying to stir up the emotions of the crowd at the right time. However, the development of the matter was unexpected. At that time, he did not expect that the son of the Han family would also be in the Stony Valley. Moreover, this mute usually did not speak much, but at that time, he suddenly took the lead and became the first cultivator to respond to Fang Xing's banner. He entered the clouds to fight, and thus surpassed Li Ying. And it just so happened that Han Ying had done this voluntarily. Fang Xing did not discuss it with him, so Han Ying could not take credit. To put it simply, Fang Xing had indeed made a great contribution to the attack on the sword catacomb. However, without the help of Li Ying and Han Ying, he would not have been able to do it. But at this time, how to fight for credit and show off credit depended on how thick one's skin was. Fang Xing directly took all the credit for himself, belittling Li Ying and Han Ying to the point that they were worthless. He was simply too embarrassed to face them. Another point was that both of them had accurately heard Fang Xing say that he had left an immortal sword embryo for each of you. Their hearts suddenly became excited. Why did they work so hard to attack the sword tomb? Wasn't it just to obtain an immortal sword embryo in the depths of the sword tomb? Originally, they thought that they would have to fight with the crowd of cultivators to snatch one, but now this little devil had actually prepared one for them. For a moment, the 2 did not have time to argue. Li Ying hurriedly asked, "Where is the sword embryo?" Fang Xing sneered, "It's on these 3 bastards. Using a secret method, you can obtain a complete immortal sword embryo. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Of course, whether you can extract it or not depends on your ability. I don't care about that." Hearing his words, Li Ying and Han Ying were immediately overjoyed. They looked at the 3 people on the ground, their eyes shining brightly. Li Ying was impatient and directly wanted to grab one of them to check. However, at this time, Fang Xing stood in front of Li Ying and blocked his way. He sneered, "Wait, you 2 bastards suspect me and didn't do anything. You want to obtain the immortal sword embryo so easily?" Hearing this, Li Ying's and Han Ying's expressions changed and they felt very complicated. The two of them were already prepared to snatch the sword embryo, especially Li Ying. His talent was extraordinary and his divine sense was strong, even stronger than Fang Xing's. He had long sensed that Fang Xing was not in a good state. It was likely that either one of them would be able to take down Fang Xing, let alone if the two of them joined forces. However, in this kind of atmosphere, it was not very good to snatch it directly. Fang Xing naturally saw through their thoughts. With a thought, 3 flying swords flew out of his storage pouch and pointed at the foreheads of the 3 junior division leaders who were lying on the ground. He sneered and said, "You 2 bastards, don't act recklessly. My sword will take their lives. Once they die, the sword embryo will escape and you won't be able to get a single strand of hair." Li Ying and Han Ying's expressions froze and they did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. It was Han Ying who spoke first. "What will make you give it to us?" Fang Xing chuckled and said, "You 2 basically didn't do anything. It's not my habit to give you such good things for free. However, I'm a kind person and won't haggle over every ounce with you. Who asked me to take a liking to you 2? How about this, the 3 of us will use the soil as incense, worship the heavens and the earth, and become sworn brothers." Hearing this, Han Ying and Li Ying's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They stared blankly at Fang Xing. Fang Xing laughed, "After we become sworn brothers, we will all be on the same side. Regardless of whether you contributed or not, it is only right that the sword embryo be given to you. However, in the future, we can enjoy blessings and endure misfortunes together." Before he could finish, Li Ying shook his head like a rattledrum and said with an awkward smile, "To be honest, I feel like old friends with fellow Fang at first sight. You are closer than a real brother. Becoming sworn brothers is exactly what I wanted. However, it is a bit hasty to do so now. Let's talk about it after we leave the mysterious region. At that time I will definitely invite fellow Fang to the southern region and ask all the seniors to bear witness." After all, he was not willing to agree. Li Ying was not a fool. Why would he choose to become sworn brothers with Fang Xing at this time? Once the news of the attack on the sword tomb spread, Fang Xing would become the mortal enemy of the Huangfu clan. It was conceivable that the Huangfu clan would do their best to capture him. Even those related to him would be implicated. This was a little plague. They could not wait to cut off their relationship with him, yet they wanted to become sworn brothers with him? At that time, if there was any news, the Huangfu clan would pursue them to the end. Would they still be able to live? Li Ying was like this. Even Han Ying slowly shook his head and did not agree. Seeing this, Fang Xing became furious. "I originally wanted to give you some benefits, but you 2 bastards actually dare to look down on me? Fine, since you look down on me and are not willing to become sworn brothers with me, then let's be official. I am not related to you, so why should I give you the sword embryo of the immortal sword? Get lost. Even if I have to destroy this sword embryo, I will not hand it over to you." Han Ying and Li Ying's eyes turned cold when they heard this. Their thoughts fluctuated as they planned to attack. "Hee, I am indeed no match for you now, but do you really think you can defeat me?" Fang Xing sneered and shouted, "I'm going to leave after killing these 3 people. Which one of you can stop me?" Thinking of the power of the 10,000 spirit flag and the speed of the golden crow, Li Ying and Han Ying's expressions changed. They did think that if they forcefully attacked, Fang Xing would definitely summon the 10,000 spirit flag back. In addition to the speed of his mount and the ability of the robber in green who did not speak a word, even if Fang Xing could not defeat the 2 of them, there was more than a 50% chance that he could escape. On the other hand, they would end up with nothing and their hard work would be in vain. Thus, the 2 of them forcefully endured it. What was clearly an extremely simple matter now felt like there were many restrictions and it was very difficult. At this moment, there was a rumble and the earth trembled. From the southeast, a black cloud floated over. Around the sword tomb, spiritual light radiated in all directions, stirring up a strange wind. The grand array around the sword tomb had been completely broken and dissipated. The cultivators who attacked the sword tomb and the 10,000 spirit flag also rushed into the depths of the sword tomb in a mighty manner. They were like a magnificent army with infinite power. There's not much time left. If you don't want to become sworn brothers and want the sword embryo, then show some sincerity. Fang Xing calmed down when he saw the crowd of cultivators rushing towards him. He looked at Li Ying and Han Ning with a faint smile. What sincerity? Han Ning asked Fang Xing straightforwardly. Fang Xing also answered straightforwardly, 1,000 spiritual essences for a sword embryo. 1,000 spiritual essences? Li Ying immediately cried out as if he had been bitten by a dog. Fang Xing sneered, this is an immortal sword embryo, do you think it's expensive? Li Ying was speechless. An immortal sword embryo was priceless. Not to mention 1,000 spiritual essences, even 10,000 spiritual essences was not expensive. However, 1,000 spiritual essences was a huge sum, so where would they find it? If they handed over all the valuable things they had on them and the opportunities they obtained in the mysterious domain, they would be able to gather this amount. However, how could they be willing to take out all of their opportunities in exchange for a sword embryo? Li Ying finally understood that this little devil was talking so much with them because he wanted them to use money to exchange for the sword embryo. If he had brought this up from the beginning, the two of them would have ignored him and directly snatched it. However, after talking for a while, the two of them no longer had any desire to take action and only thought about how to solve the problem. In the distance, the cultivators rushed over like a tide, but Fang Xing was leisurely and didn't care at all. Just as Li Ying was about to burst into flames, Han Ning suddenly said, I don't have 1,000 spiritual essences. Even if we add up all of the Han family's wealth, it won't be worth 1,000 spiritual essences, so I can't afford it. I will become sworn brothers with you. You want to become sworn brothers with me? Even Fang Xing was stunned by Han Jiazi's words. He pointed at his own nose and said. He was a little vigilant. The so-called oath of brotherhood was only something he said on purpose to put these two bastards on the spot. He was certain that they wouldn't dare to do so, and it was precisely because they didn't dare that he could use the opportunity to make a scene and force them to buy the sword embryo. This was a trap. He didn't expect that this mute from the Han clan would actually agree to become sworn brothers with him. If this mute from the Han clan wasn't a fool, then there must be a conspiracy. From Fang Xing's point of view, this mute from the Han clan was definitely not a fool. This bastard was strong and ruthless. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. He was a classic example of a person who would feel pain for 3 years after biting someone. How could he be a fool? Then there must be a conspiracy. In fact, even Li Ying looked at Han Jiazi in confusion. He didn't understand why Han Jiazi said that. Han Jiazi looked at Fang Xing and said, let's be clear. After we become sworn brothers, I'll help you in the sword catacomb. I'll help you in the mysterious region without revealing my identity. I won't know you when the Huangfu clan comes after you outside the mysterious region, but if you can escape the Huangfu clan's pursuit, I, Han Ning, will really treat you as a sworn brother. We'll share weal and woe together. After hearing his words, Li Ying thought about it carefully, and his eyes immediately lit up. Fang Xing spat in his heart and cursed inwardly, this mute is really good at scheming, it's no wonder that he would become sworn brothers with me. He's already calculated the pros and cons of the situation. He clearly said that he would help me when it wouldn't bring me any trouble, but he said that he would pretend not to know me when it might bring me great trouble. This is really the behavior of a despicable person. But to say it so bluntly, even though it's the behavior of a despicable person, it's still very magnanimous. Even Li Ying smiled and said, I also agree to become sworn brothers with the same conditions as mute. Fang Xing was instantly enraged and scolded, you still need conditions to become sworn brothers? Do you think I care about the two of you? Han Ning said, if you don't talk about conditions, it will be fake instead. Li Ying also laughed, that's right, you bastard, aren't you also scheming against us? Fang Xing immediately rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. The robber in green had been watching the show from the side, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. The group of Xianxianists flew over from afar, getting closer and closer. Time was running out. Fang Xing quickly calculated the benefits in his mind. In the end, he suddenly sneered and said, then let's become sworn brothers. Then, he took out a jade deed and dripped his blood essence onto it, swearing, this young master, Fang Xing, wants to become sworn brothers with these two bastards. They are cowardly and useless, so this young master doesn't count on them to deal with the Huangfu clan. However, apart from the matters of the Huangfu clan, this young master only needs to give an order, and if they don't help, they will be struck by lightning. Their intestines will be pierced, and they will lose all their cultivation. Even if they die, they will be sent to hell and their souls will be obliterated, unable to reincarnate. Even if they reincarnate, they will be reduced to pigs and dogs, slaughtered by others. These words stunned Li Ying and the son of the Han clan. Was this becoming sworn brothers or a curse? Li Ying hurriedly said, "Don't talk about us, what about you?" Hearing this, Fang Xing added, "This young master will give them the sword embryo of the immortal sword." Hearing this, Li Ying and Han Ying did not say anything else. After making the oath, Fang Xing threw the jade deed to Han Ying. Han Ying accepted it, dripped his blood essence onto it, and said, "I can't afford to offend the Huangfu clan now, so I won't help them this time. But other than this matter, we will share blessings and misfortunes, weal and woe together." After making the oath, he handed the jade deed to Li Ying, who also made the same oath. Finally, the jade deed was in Fang Xing's hands. Fang Xing kept the jade deed and took out another 2 jade deeds to duplicate and gave them to Han Ying and Li Ying respectively. Li Ying took the jade deed and felt relieved. He said with a smile, "This crown prince has never become sworn brothers with anyone in my life. This is new. After becoming sworn brothers, you have to extend your age, right? This crown prince is 13 this year, what are your ages?" Han Ying said lightly, 24. Fang Xing said, "I'm 31, I'm the oldest, you two are my younger brothers." Li Ying choked for a moment and sized up Fang Xing, "Do you think I'm blind?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "This young master has been in the martial world for a long time, is there a problem?" He was not lying. He was born in a bandit's nest, so he had been in the martial world for a long time. Before he could refute this question, he saw a group of cultivators rushing over aggressively like rain. The ones who rushed at the front were the stronger ones and the more ambitious ones. The others were close to the entrance to the southeast, where there was no place to collect the sword embryos to fight for the sword embryos. Those who rushed at the front wanted to fight for the sword embryos in the depths of the sword catacomb. Damn it, that little devil is really here. There are no sword embryos from the outer district, only 4 or 5 of them. The rest must have been snatched by them. Quickly hand over the sword embryo, or don't blame us for being merciless. The group of cultivators rushed forward and immediately surrounded Fang Xing and the others. Some of them looked at the black hall with bright eyes, but Fang Xing and the others stood in front of the hall door, so they could not enter. Naturally, these people weren't fools. Some of them had noticed that Fang Xing hadn't shown himself when they attacked the sword tomb, and they were suspicious in their hearts. But at that time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and they had no choice but to shoot. Now that they had entered the sword tomb and discovered that Fang Xing was here, they had guessed something. Their so-called alliance to attack the sword tomb was all for the sake of actual benefits, and they naturally wouldn't have any feelings for him. Now that they saw the situation, they decided to kill and force Fang Xing to hand over the sword embryo. If it was not for the fact that they wanted to keep Fang Xing alive and help everyone take the blame, someone would have already killed him. "The sword embryo is naturally with me, but who dares to snatch it?" Fang Xing sneered. With a shake of his storage pouch, a dozen sword embryos flew into the air. They were the sword embryos he had just collected. The cultivators were all knowledgeable, so when they saw the dozen or so broken swords, they immediately sensed the strong fluctuations of spirituality within them. They knew that these were indeed the sword embryos they had been dreaming of. For a moment, even their breathing quickened and their hearts pounded like a pervert who had seen a beauty. "Hand over the sword embryo." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. A black immortal binding rope suddenly flew out from the crowd and wrapped around one of the sword embryos. Someone had completely disregarded the reaction of the others and directly attacked to snatch the sword embryo. Following this person's attack, the others immediately became excited, and at least a dozen people were ready to attack. The current situation was extremely similar to when Fang Xing had encouraged the cultivators to fight over the sword catacomb. Profit was the priority, so who could care less about anything else? With the slightest provocation, they would fight to attack. Even if they wanted to keep Fang Xing alive to take the blame, they could not care less. In the chaos, Fang Xing might even lose his life, just like Lei Jiao. It could be said that the wheel of fortune has turned. However, Fang Xing was already prepared for this reaction from the cultivators. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Brothers!" Following his roar, Han Ying and Li Ying executed their demonic techniques, causing the sky to be filled with demonic aura. The immortal binding rope was stopped in its tracks, while Hanning suddenly thrust forward with his spear. The spear came and went like a ghost, emitting an eerie green aura. Before the cultivators could react, the spear had already pierced into the crowd of cultivators, picking out a cultivator who was screaming in pain. The cultivator was holding a black immortal binding rope in his hand. It was the person who tried to take advantage of the chaos to steal the sword embryos. Han Ying's spear shook and turned the cultivator into a puddle of blood. The cultivators were immediately terrified, and their intention to steal the sword embryos was suppressed. On the other hand, Fang Xing sneered, "You actually want to snatch something from my hands? Hee hee, you guys sure have a good plan. Do you really think I'm an idiot to be used by you? Since you want to steal it, fine, I'll give it to you." With a thought, the two sword embryos in the air collided and slashed at each other. Pa! Pa! The bodies of these two sword embryos were damaged beyond repair and were extremely old. As soon as they collided with each other, they immediately exploded and turned into fragments that scattered in all directions. Two rays of spiritual light appeared in the air. They were the sword embryos that had lost their homes. They were like spiritual bodies that released an indescribable sorrow in the air. Then, like fireworks, they shot into the sky and exploded, scattering in all directions. He actually destroyed two sword embryos. The cultivators were silent for a moment. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their hearts felt as if it was being cut by a knife. These were sword embryos, treasures that the cultivators were willing to risk their lives for. Yet, they were destroyed so easily by him, and he destroyed two of them at once. I realized that these sword embryos are not sturdy. I'm not going to waste time with you guys. If anyone dares to steal the sword embryos, I'll destroy them all. In case you guys don't believe me, I'll destroy a dozen more for you to see. Fang Xing shouted. Then, he activated his spiritual energy and the floating sword embryos were about to collide with each other. Wait, the cultivators turned pale with fright and shouted in unison. If it wasn't for the two experts, Li Ying and Han Ying, standing in front of them like door gods, the cultivators really wanted to attack and snatch the sword embryos from the little devil's hands. However, the cultivators knew that if they wanted to break through Li Ying and Han Ying's obstruction and snatch the sword embryos from Fang Xing's hands, the cultivators would have to suffer heavy casualties. It would take a few more incense sticks to burn before they could succeed. During that time, who knew how many sword embryos that devil would destroy? Hee hee, now you know fear? Then let's discuss how much you're willing to pay for these sword embryos. Seeing this, Fang Xing laughed and revealed his true intentions. Two sword embryos that were priceless in the outside world were actually treated like fireworks. Fang Xing's ruthlessness frightened the crowd. They had worked so hard for nothing, and they had paid a great price for it. In the end, it was all for naught. No one was willing to accept this. For a moment, the crowd of excited cultivators was frightened into silence by Fang Xing. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces, and their thoughts were complicated. Dao friend Fang, everyone broke through the sword tomb together, so it should be divided equally. Yet, you want to sell the sword embryos to us? Isn't that a bit too much? Someone spoke coldly in the silence. This person was wearing a green robe and had his face covered. He was the leader of a large force. Facing his question, Fang Xing sneered, "There are so many people, how are we going to divide the sword embryos evenly? Since we can't be fair, why don't we just let this young master have it? In any case, the sword embryos are in my hands. Whoever wants it can exchange it with money. If anyone wants to snatch it, I'll destroy one sword embryo. If two people attack, I'll destroy two sword embryos. If all of you attack together, I'll destroy all of them. Don't think about taking it out on me. I'm not even afraid of the Huangfu clan, so why would I be afraid of you bastards? If you don't believe me, then come and try." This bold move really scared the cultivators, and for a moment, no one said anything. At this time, the 10,000 spirit flag automatically floated behind Fang Xing. The flag rustled in the wind, and its might was monstrous. On the other hand, the robber in green sighed softly and felt a little admiration for Fang Xing. From the very beginning, Fang Xing had never planned to sneak away with the sword embryos. He understood that this batch of sword embryos was actually very troublesome. Now that he already had a sword embryo, it was useless to get another one. If he did not get rid of the remaining sword embryos as soon as possible and kept them in his hands, not only would he not be able to obtain any benefits, he would instead become the target of countless fanatical cultivators. For the sake of the sword embryos, these bastards even dared to attack the sword tomb that the Huangfu clan occupied, so why would they be afraid of him? Hence, to be on the safe side, he had to get rid of all the sword embryos as soon as possible. Of course, there was another reason. Ordinary sword embryos could only survive for 3 days after they left the ground. After 3 days, they would all become scrap metal, and would have no value at all. His body was in a terrible condition, and he needed to go into seclusion to heal. If he went into seclusion, 3 days would pass, and he wouldn't have time to deal with it. Because of this, the only problem he had to consider was how to deal with all the sword embryos on the spot. As for how to deal with it, there was no need to think about it. It was definitely sold. However, he also knew that in front of these crazy cultivators, he didn't have the ability to suppress so many people. Thus, he temporarily borrowed the power of the Han clan and Li Ying to temporarily stop them. Then, he sent a message that he dared to destroy all the sword embryos. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress them. In any case, he already had the black sword embryos, and the pentacolor sword embryos already had an owner. These ordinary sword embryos were no longer a threat to him. Moreover, according to his personality, even destroying all the sword embryos was better than letting these bastards off easy. This kind of method wasn't any great plan, but when it was completely used, it would often achieve unexpected results. The green-robed robber admired Feng Xing. There was a world of difference between daring to think and daring to act. However, although the cultivators were temporarily stunned, they weren't willing to pay the price to buy the sword embryos. This was especially true for the stronger ones. They were already confident in obtaining the sword embryos, so how could they be extorted by this little demon? However, before they thought of a better plan, they didn't act rashly and decided to observe first. Hehe, fellow Feng, how much do you plan to sell the sword embryos to us? Someone asked coldly. His words were polite, but his tone was unusually cold. At this moment, who knew how many people were thinking about how to deal with Feng Xing after obtaining the sword embryos? There were even people who had already decided that if they couldn't obtain the sword embryos, they would attack and steal them. If this little demon really had the ability, then he would destroy all the sword embryos. After all, if they couldn't obtain it, why would they let others obtain it? There were many different kinds of thoughts, and it could be said that everyone had their own ulterior motives. Feng Xing didn't have the intelligence to guess all the cultivators' thoughts. However, he had his own ideas. The little robber didn't know much about other things, but he knew the greed in people's hearts very well. This was because he himself was this kind of person. Seeing the various expressions of the cultivators, he laughed and said, "Then let's first sell a few to try." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the cultivators and he sneered. He grabbed one of the sword embryos in his hand and showed it to everyone. He said, "This sword embryos are made from black iron, and the cracks on it are like spider webs. It's covered in rust and there's even blood stains on it. One look and you can tell that this isn't anything good. The sword spirit inside is quite strong, and whoever obtains it will definitely die early. Who knows, they might even drag their entire family down with them." When the cultivators heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They thought to themselves, "Is this how you sell things? Why does it sound like you're trying to push the buyer away?" However, after Feng Xing examined the sword embryos in his hand for a while, he said, "The price is 100 spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants it?" The moment he said that, the sneering cultivators were taken aback. Then, the crowd burst into an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? This little demon is bidding 100 spirit stones? Is this little demon crazy? Every sword embryo is priceless. In his eyes, it's only worth 100 spirit stones? I think he's the one who's crazy, the cultivators discussed among themselves. They really thought that Feng Xing was crazy, or that he was a loan shark. However, there were also people who reacted quickly. A cultivator in black said coldly, "I'll give you 100 supreme grade spirit stones. I want it." This cultivator didn't really want it, but he saw that Feng Xing's price was too low, so he sneered and shouted. He didn't think that he would really be able to exchange 100 top-quality spirit stones for a sword embryo. However, he didn't expect that just as he spoke, Fangxing would point at him and shout, "You, the son of AB*TCH with the black cloth covering his face, this sword embryo is yours. Prepare the spirit stones later." As he spoke, he stabbed the sword embryo into the ground, indicating that it had an owner. The cultivator in black was stunned. After a while, he pointed at his nose and said, "Are you really going to give it to me?" Fangxing sneered. "If you don't want it, I'll sell it again." The cultivator hurriedly shouted, I want it, give me the sword embryo." He took out his storage pouch. He didn't care how many spirit stones there were. He didn't even have the time to count them. He threw it at Fangxing and shouted, "There are only a lot of spirit stones inside. I want the sword embryo. Give it to me quickly." For him, 100 supreme-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. It was really worth it to exchange for a sword embryo. Fangxing caught the storage pouch, but he wasn't in a hurry to hand over the sword embryo. He pointed behind him and said coldly, "You don't have to rush. Stand to the side and wait. I'll keep my word. This sword embryo is yours. However, to prevent you from causing trouble after you get it, I'll distribute all the sword embryos after I find an owner. There are so many of you. Are you afraid that I'll run away?" The cultivator in black's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and stood at the empty space that Fangxing pointed at. 100 supreme-grade spirit stones for a sword embryo was no different from picking it up for free. He could still take this risk. Seeing that this person was obedient, Fangxing sneered in his heart. He knew that his plan was starting to work. He picked up another broken sword and said, "This sword embryo is more pleasing to the eye. I'll sell it for 300 spirit stones. Does anyone want it?" With the previous person as an example, as soon as Fangxing finished speaking, a large group of people shouted in unison, "I want it." The voices were chaotic. Some had serious expressions while others had mocking expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Fangxing's gaze swept across the crowd and pointed at a cultivator in green sackcloth. He said, "It's you, you hanged bastard. You were the loudest just now. This sword embryo is yours. Pay up." The cultivator was slightly startled when he saw Fangxing pointing at him. However, he still took out his storage pouch and took out 300 supreme-grade spirit stones. He tossed them to Fangxing. Fangxing caught them and gently pinched them. He said, "Stand over there and wait." With that, he stabbed the second sword embryo into the ground, indicating that it already had an owner. The cultivators were shocked. They didn't know what Fangxing was up to. They all stared at him with bright eyes. Fangxing didn't waste any time. He took out the third sword embryo and started the auction. However, he only sold it for 200 spirit stones. This time, countless cultivators agreed. Fangxing swept his gaze across the crowd and chose one person. He assigned the sword embryo to him. In a short period of time, 5 sword embryos were sold in succession. All of them were chosen by Fangxing. Some of the cultivators were serious, while others acted like they were just playing around. There were even some who could vaguely guess what Fangxing was thinking and felt a little frightened. When Fangxing sold the 6th sword embryo, which was worth 500 spirit stones, there were even 2 cultivators who almost fought over it. As for the 6th sword embryo, Fangxing gave it to the one who seemed to be stronger. He fell silent again and looked at the crowd coldly. "Hurry up and sell it. How much are you asking for this sword embryo?" Someone shouted loudly, urging Fangxing John to move. Fangxing chuckled and finally bared his fangs. He casually grabbed a sword embryo and flashed it in the air. "This sword embryo is not bad. It's made of high-quality dark steel and has a dense sword intent. Just from the aura of the sword spirit, it's comparable to a high-grade profound treasure. If I can get my hands on it, I'm afraid I can do whatever I want in the cultivation world in the future." Hee 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 people shouted at the same time, "I want it." As they spoke, they stepped forward and stared at the sword embryo in Fangxing's hand. Although 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was much more expensive than other sword embryos, it was still too low compared to the value of a sword embryo. The cultivators stared at each other angrily because they realized that every time a few people competed for the sword embryo, Fangxing would give the sword embryo to the person with the most imposing aura. If they were the slightest bit short of breath, this little bastard would ignore them. Unexpectedly, this time, Fangxing did not specify who he would give the sword embryo to. Instead, he said leisurely, "Just now, I gave the sword embryo to whoever I liked. It seems like many of you are not satisfied. How about this? From now on, I will give the sword embryo to whoever offers the highest price. 1,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones will be the starting price. If the price is less than 100 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, I will ignore it. Let's begin." Hearing this, all the cultivators looked at each other with solemn expressions. "Little bastard, in your dreams. Are you playing us like monkeys? Everyone, let's attack together and kill this little devil." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted with disdain. Many of the cultivators had murderous intent. "This little bastard is so arrogant, but does he really think others are fools? Who dares to kill me?" Someone among the cultivators let out a roar, causing many people's thoughts to waver. However, just as the voice fell, Fangxing let out a roar and picked up another sword embryo. He collided with the sword embryo in his hand in the air. With a bang, the two sword embryos exploded. Spiritual light filled with sorrow emerged from the fragments of the swords and flew into the sky before exploding. This scene was extremely beautiful, but the hearts of the cultivators instantly turned cold. 2 more sword embryos were destroyed. These were sword embryos. Did this brat really think they were fireworks? Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators, Fangxing said in a cold voice, "I said before, if anyone dares to have any reckless thoughts, I will destroy all the sword embryos." As he spoke, he looked at the cultivators behind him who already had sword embryos. "The same goes for your sword embryos." The cultivators were all shocked when they heard this. This little bastard had finally revealed his true intentions at this time. Sure enough, after Fangxing said this, the 6 cultivators behind him who had spent several hundred spirit stones to buy the sword embryos hesitated for a moment before slowly stepping forward. They each occupied a hexagon and coldly swept their gaze over the crowd of cultivators. "Those who try to rob us will be killed." One of the cultivators coldly scolded the cultivators. The cultivators were terrified. Only now did they realize that these 6 cultivators were the strongest cultivators among the cultivators, excluding Li Ying and Han Ying. Each of them had the ability to intimidate a group of cultivators. "Can't you all see that this is that brat's plan? Why are you all willing to risk your lives for him?" A cultivator roared and glared at the 6 cultivators. "That's right, this little devil is trying to divide us. Why don't we kill him together?" Another cultivator with the back of a tiger and waist of a bear roared at the other cultivators, encouraging them. When Fangxing heard this, he sneered and took out 2 more sword embryos. He was about to charge them into the air. Don't be rash." All the cultivators were startled, and many shouted to stop Fangxing. From the looks of it, they knew that this little bastard was going to use the sword embryos as fireworks again. This move was too vicious. Fangxing stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, "You guys can't bear to part with it? That's fine, I'm sick of seeing fireworks. How about this? That fellow who looks like a bear is really annoying. If any of you is willing to help me chop off his head and give it to me, I'll give him the sword embryo that I'm planning to use as a firework. What do you guys think?" Was he trying to get the cultivators to kill each other again? The group of cultivators were terrified. They looked at each other, but no one made a move. The stocky cultivator was shocked. He hurriedly raised his spiritual energy to defend himself and shouted, "Don't be fooled by that brat." Before he even finished speaking, Fangxing had already raised the 2 sword embryos and was prepared to shatter them. "Hold on," suddenly, someone shouted. Among the crowd of cultivators, 4 or 5 people burst out at the same time, charging toward the burly cultivator. The big bear shouted angrily, "Do you really want to kill me? Can't you see that this is that brat's trick? Gone mo, we'll fight it out with you." As he roared, he continuously cast spells and fought against the cultivators that surrounded him. He was furious and crazy like a wild beast. However, his strength wasn't very high. He was only at the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment realm, so he was soon dead. Here, the cultivators all rushed forward to chop off his head, but one of them was the fastest. He chopped down with his knife and kicked at Fangxing. Fangxing raised his foot and stepped on the head that refused to close its eyes. He sneered. Very good, here you go. With that, he threw the 2 sword embryos to the cultivator, who cut off the big bear's head. The cultivator was also overjoyed. He hugged the 2 sword embryos as if he had gone crazy. He subconsciously said, "Thank you." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were countless crazy eyes staring at him. The cultivator was shocked and hurriedly flashed behind Fangxing. His eyes swept over the other cultivators with vigilance. The 2 sword embryos were treasures that could make any cultivator want to kill for them. Fangxing's voice also rang out. Later on, you guys can fight all you want. However, if someone starts fighting now, I will be in a bad mood and want to see fireworks again. Of course, the rules are still the same. If someone makes me in a bad mood and wants to see fireworks, the rest of you can chop off his head and give it to me. I will give you the fireworks as a reward. Does anyone else want to try? His words were already extremely arrogant, but after seeing the big bear's tragic state, no one dared to refute him. Seeing this scene, even Han Ning and Li Ying exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. This cheap brother of his really had a wicked heart. From the very beginning, Fangxing had been selling sword embryos for 1 to 200 spirit stones like an idiot, and he had already begun to incite discord among the cultivators. First of all, the sword embryos he sold at a low price seemed to be randomly selected, but intentionally or unintentionally, he had chosen the strongest few among the cultivators. This was also a kind of ability, a special ability bestowed upon Fangxing by the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. It was quite surprising that these 6 cultivators were able to obtain the sword embryos at such a low price. Then, Fangxing threatened to destroy all the sword embryos if anyone wanted to cause trouble. As long as they wanted to obtain the sword embryos safely, it would be best for them to help Fangxing maintain order and become his accomplices so that he could sell the other sword embryos. Although this plan was simple, it was indeed effective. After all, from the perspective of these 6 cultivators, obtaining the sword embryos was the most important thing. After that, Fangxing ordered the cultivators to kill the big bear who had incited the others to fight for the sword embryos. This was a show of force. All of these plans were crude and direct. There was no beauty in them, but reality proved that they were effective. His 9th uncle had taught him that people were all the same. They didn't need to worry about poverty, but they needed to worry about injustice. Because you had money and I didn't, it was easy for chaos to occur. The method to stir up chaos was also very simple. Thus, he only needed to create a bit of injustice among the cultivators who were united against him. Then, there would naturally be people who would benefit from it who would help him maintain the rules. Of course, the main reason why Fangxing dared to do this was because he had already made preparations to break up. If anyone didn't agree to the rules he had set, then he would really destroy all the sword embryos and escape alone. He wasn't afraid that the cultivators would remember him and secretly harm him. Because he had already declared war against the Huangfu clan, he had already become a public enemy, and it would be difficult to be friendly. With this kind of unruly spirit, he could do anything with ease. After suppressing the crowd of cultivators, the auction for the sword embryo continued. Although the crowd of cultivators had unsightly and complicated expressions, there were still quite a few people who began to bid. However, in the Xian domain, who would carry so many spirit stones with them? Thus, the bids weren't based on spirit stones. However, after 2 rounds of bidding, some cultivators had no choice but to take out the fortunes they had obtained in the mysterious domain. Fangxing had already expected this and accepted the 10 rare spirit medicines. Then, he pointed out the owner of the sword embryos and told him to wait. After that, the auction for the other sword embryos continued. At this time, the Great Golden Crow had already successfully fused with the Cyan Immortal sword embryos and was in a stable state. It excitedly ran over to join in the fun. Fangxing trusted it, so he let it preside over the auction and let the myriad spirit flag keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, he sneered and swept his gaze over the cultivators. Then, he turned around and returned to the Black Palace Hall. His face was flushed and his body was on the verge of collapse. Can't hold on any longer? The robber in cyan appeared behind Fangxing and asked softly. Fangxing wiped the blood from his lips and said with a smile, "Looks like I can't risk my life so easily." At this time, Su Lingyun was also adjusting her condition after obtaining the celestial sword. When she saw blood seeping out of the corner of Feng Xing's mouth, she was shocked. She hurriedly stood up and helped him sit down. Feng Xing waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, but Su Lingyun still grabbed his wrist and took his pulse. Medicine and alchemy were two different branches, but in the early stages, there were many similarities. Su Lingyun also had some experience in the Tao of medicine. After taking Feng Xing's pulse, she knew that his internal energy was too heavy due to the consecutive battles, and it was already very serious. Seeing this, Su Lingyun first fed Feng Xing 2 calming pills to help him suppress his weak blood energy. Then, she started to concoct pills. Under this kind of situation, Feng Xing didn't refuse. He sat down and slowly circulated his spiritual energy to nourish his body. Time slowly passed. The Great Golden Crow was in high spirits as he held the auction. He was even more annoying than Feng Xing. But since the cultivators were being extorted, they didn't feel good in their hearts. With Feng Xing laying the groundwork, the auction went smoothly. There was a total of 70 sword embryos that sold for a good price. However, none of the cultivators had a lot of money on them. Even if they used the opportunities they obtained in the mysterious domain as collateral, these sword embryos were still sold cheaply. But there was nothing they could do about it. During the auction, Feng Xing carefully thought about it. He had Su Lingyun take out 5 more sword embryos and gave them to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui understood and secretly thanked Feng Xing before leaving. She knew that these 5 sword embryos were Feng Xiaozhou's repayment to the Great Snowy Mountain. From now on, they would never appear in this world again. Thinking about it, the Great Snowy Mountain had really profited. As more and more sword embryos were sold, the cultivators were a bit startled. The competition became more and more intense. Many of the cultivators who were disdainful at the beginning couldn't help but join the ranks of the bidders. They found that the bids for the sword embryos were getting higher and higher. Moreover, more and more people started to protect the rules of the auction. It was no longer possible for them to fight for the sword embryos. At this point, the only way for them to obtain the sword embryos was to obediently take out spirit stones or opportunities to exchange for them. End of chapter 332. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.